Good Tuesday morning, everybody. John and Lance along with Dell for the next 3 hours here on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. Glad you could join us here this morning. I think we're good, right? We got AD fixed it all. You know, I
You
was
never
thinking
know
about
for sure.
yesterday morning, we didn't have 97.5 was off the air. You notice it never happens. It never happens in the afternoons. It's just always in the mornings that we always have. I think there might be some sabotage going. Maybe Jeremy Branham or, I don't know,
Say
Paul.
Joel. Say Joel.
Joel?
I
Might be
noticed you
Joel.
just picked Jeremy Branham. Did you notice that, Dell? He's like, oh, maybe it's Jeremy Branham.
It could be Jeremy Branham. It could be Joel. It could be Paul. All right. It could be Joe George. You don't know. It could be any of them. Brian, it could be him. I know it's not Dell. Okay. He doesn't have enough. He's just too. Whatever. I'm not gonna do all that. Okay. I'm too lazy to do that.
Dell's kind of unbothered by your business. He's not even responding.
No, he's not even responding.
He's like, when is he going to get to his regular stuff?
Okay. What's the regular stuff?
Sports.
You know what the story is?
He said, look at him. Move on.
What's the story today?
He's telling you right now, move on.
What's the biggest story?
Biggest story is NBA Finals is going to be. It's going to be. They're off for 2 weeks before they play basketball.
I know it's Thursday. I mean, what are we going to do?
Lord, man, what the hell? This is the stupidest thing in the world.
Well, but both those series.
I know it's always been this way. It's dumb. It's always been dumb, Dell.
Well,
seriously, why is this? I know why. It's because of their aligning their TV stuff, and they want to set their dates so they can sell their tickets on set dates. But it's just, it ruins any kind of momentum you get from people watching. You know, people get used to watching games day on, day off, day on, day off, or game, day after day, at least for a little run. And now you lose all that momentum. And now it's going to be overtaken by baseball, which is a ratings juggernaut.
No, the biggest
WNBA and baseball basically has taken over the NBA Finals.
The biggest story today is this Najari Kennedy story. I mean, she is incredible. She was at Stanford, leaves for Tech for $1 million.
Oh, you're talking about the softball girl.
Yeah. She's got $1 million and $1 million NIL in softball.
I'll believe it when I see it.
She's got a hamstring tear for 9 weeks
and she
doesn't
plays
care.
Through it.
She's got a knee injury. Okay. I mean, she is incredible. And she's mowing down Oklahoma, the greatest dynasty in women's college softball history. She's mowing them down and beat it now. Beat it. You're out of here. She is incredible, this girl. But you're not an ally. That's the problem with you. Are you, though? Where's Mary when we need her?
I don't know if that's really the biggest story, but it is a big story that Vanderbilt and Texas, the 1 and 2 in men's baseball, is out. And now Oklahoma has been eliminated as well, who were the women's juggernauts. I mean, Texas Tech beat them. The University of Texas beat them over the weekend. So, you know, they are not the same. If you follow college baseball and I was at the neighborhood swimming pool, and the guys who live in the neighborhood, I don't really know them, but they're, my age whenever I moved into the neighborhood. And they had a radio going, listening to Ole Miss baseball game. They were all into
they're out
SEC
too.
people really take their baseball serious.
They're out too. Oh no. LSU, Little Rock was a great story till LSU ended last night.
No, SEC baseball is a really big deal over there.
Oh, hell yeah. But I'll tell you, there is really, I don't know, there's a position in sports that when you are a dominant, that is more important than a women's softball pitcher. Because even more so than baseball pitcher, because the women's softball pitcher can pitch every day. The guy's baseball pitcher.
Well, good luck because they're about to get a bunch of Tommy John injuries.
Well, no, Najari, I don't think she has anything like that. She's got a tear in her hand.
Do they have a bunch of Tommy Johns in that sport?
Well, here we go. It's Texas and Texas Tech now for the championship. But this is also the other thing about this is, how about Texas Tech giving Toppin $4 million in NIL, giving Kennedy $1 million in NIL? They're the anti-Rice. Texas Tech is going for it, doesn't give a rat's ass about money. They want championships. If I'm a Texas Tech fan right now, I'm going, yeah, now look at
Did
what
you
we're
say
doing.
anti-Rice? How about anti-Houston? Houston doesn't pay that much.
Houston pays money.
They
Houston
don't pay
pays money.
$4 million. They don't pay as much as you're talking
Nah,
about.
$4 million, but
Yeah, why are you talking
that
about
doesn't
Rice?
matter.
Rice
They
is like,
pay.
what do you even mention us for? We don't even
Well,
play
because they don't
college
do anything.
sports.
But
Yeah,
they
they're
don't
not
do
in
anything.
college sports.
Well, yes, they are. Yes,
No, they're not.
they're in the business. Yes, they are. They're
not in college. They're
They
not
pay,
in any kind of business. They don't even. Nobody shows up.
Well,
no one
what
goes,
I'm talking
no one sees
about
it.
is somebody who is actually. Oh, you don't think University? Oh, Kelvin Sampson doesn't care. Okay, right?
Now basketball, they do.
Yeah.
Basketball, they do. That's true.
Yes.
I
So
think the football payment is. They still don't have as much money.
I don't know. Has Texas Tech done anything NIL wise, crazy NIL wise in football?
Houston's going to have to get some Saudi money in here.
You want Saudi money?
Well, I mean,
you want them to buy.
I mean,
you want them to buy Tillman out?
Private equity is coming.
You want them to buy Tillman out? The Saudis.
Private. Well, the Saudis buy everyone out. Doesn't matter who you are. The Saudis will eventually get you.
They're going to buy out the University of Tillman.
Yeah, okay. I mean, if they make them an offer.
Well, they haven't made anything yet.
If they make them an offer, well, it's coming. And it's private equity is coming. That's already being discussed. I mean, the SEC is already holding off as long as they can, but Dion already tried to get into it. And Dion just did it ahead of what other people, he sent somebody down there and then tried to deny it. Like he just did that on his own. Everyone's going for that money.
To answer your question, John, Texas Tech is spending it football wise. They were big in the portal,
huge
this portal season, so they're going for it.
They were the big story in football is that they came with money out of nowhere basically and just started firing.
Well, they didn't get the best quarterback because University of Houston got him. So sorry.
Who's the best quarterback?
The guy that's coming from.
No, I said portal, not the regular recruiting. Portal. They were big in the portal. I'm sure they'll try to do the same.
Connor Wegman's not big enough for you? Okay.
Yes, he's not big enough for me.
He was back when he first came.
Nah, not for me. I knew Connor Wegman. I saw Connor Wegman in the spring game. Not for me. I was like, not for me. The first time I saw him in the A&M spring game, not for me.
Speaking of A&M,
like you're a cafeteria. No on that. Yes on that. No, I don't want a Wegman.
No. Speaking of A&M, did you see Schlossnagle in his interview while the game is going on? The Texas head baseball coach.
Yeah.
At the end, he goes, "Gig him."
No, he didn't.
Yes, he did.
He said, "Gig him."
Gig him. Hook him.
Oh no! You could be put to this. You could be literally to the stake and burned at the stake for that.
And he also said, "Did you happen to see?" He was like, "You're playing Texas UTSA, right?"
Yeah.
And he was asked about the crowd.
Hold on, no, that was an Aggie troll.
Oh, it was.
That was an Aggie. Don't do it. That was an Aggie troll.
Was it really?
Yes. Yeah. He didn't say that. That was an Aggie troll. Yeah.
Oh, okay.
I was like, wait a minute, because I saw the quote. Like, what? He would say that? Nah, I didn't.
Got a lot of.
It was from the first quote. The originator.
Well, with AI, I can't tell anymore.
The originator of that was an Aggie site on Twitter or X, whatever, and then that then became viral because
if it seems weird, you got to really double check it.
Well,
it probably is.
Good one by the Aggies. When 3/4 of your student body comes from UTSA, then it's hard. Then they're kind of confused.
Yeah, so it's about who to root for. Yeah, in the game,
right.
UTSA went in there and took care of business.
Now it does happen. UTSA is a feeder school.
No,
for
Mason's doing that.
Yeah. Raheel went to UTSA first.
Yeah, Mason is. Oh, I didn't realize that. Yeah, Mason's trying to go through the CAP program, but here's the problem: you got to actually do really good at school there to get in. Yeah. So it's like my money's on sticking it out. My money's on being at U of H in a year.
Well, I'll see.
Or UTSA for his 4.
Yeah, which I don't care. I mean, I'm sure it's a good enough school. My wife is like,
and they got
he's
a great
not going to want to be in San Antonio. Who wants to be there forever? I was like, that's true. Charles Barkley once said that.
I talked to Sean because I asked Sean about the dynamics between UTSA and Texas. He went to UT, but he went to UT Tyler first, and he explained that whole thing about how
he did the CAP
program. But he said it's much more difficult now to do that. So good luck to your boy.
Yeah, it's so hard to get into Texas now. Really hard.
Well, yeah, but the thing was, a lot of freshmen would flunk out, so there was right? Or they would leave or whatever.
Yeah, I'm
And
sure
so there
there's
was a
some
lot
attrition.
of openings for sophomores. And
Yeah,
that's
I'm sure
just not
there's
the case much
some
anymore.
attrition. Oh no, the CAP program still is. We've got the numbers on it. It still happens plenty.
It's
Yeah, as long as you perform. It's not like if you perform at a certain level, you're in. So you have to perform at that level. It's not like you perform at that level and then they have to.
Yeah, there's a certain benchmark you have to reach.
There's a benchmark, and then once you hit that mark, you're in.
Nice one by the Axe. You can't trust anything anymore. Can't trust anything. I thought Slosh Nichols said it. I was like, that's a good one.
They're coming after you. They try to. Dell's the gatekeeper on this stuff. He's going to decide.
I just happened to have seen it. He would have got that off if I had not seen it.
No, don't do it. Don't say it, John.
Yeah, I just happened to see it myself and go, what? How? Why? What's he? Oh, okay.
Yeah.
That's an Aggie.
AI is pretty good now.
Yeah.
I don't know if you guys heard. They might outsmart me every once in a while.
I don't. Anytime I see something that looks goofy, I'm like, I assume it's not. I immediately go to start checking on the veracity because it seems like about 60% of the time to 70% of the time it's not true. So I have to double check it immediately because I'm like, okay, this doesn't seem like something that would happen. But yeah, that's where we are. At some point, there will be a war started. At some point, somebody's going to fire missiles at another country because of something on social media that was tricked out. I'm quite certain of that.
So, but you know what? The biggest story might be, and ATX Hobo Girl, Des says, clearly it's Tex versus Texas in the Women's College World Series. With the Astros not playing and nothing else going on, biggest story is Najari Kennedy. She is unbelievable.
I think Ronald Darby retiring from the Texans is probably the biggest.
Keep the main thing, John.
Yeah,
Texans football.
Yeah, that's right.
Ronald Darby. How about like I said, the parades and the riots in Paris? Holy crap, people, you guys are idiots.
That's AI. There was no arrests and no deaths.
No violence.
They didn't burn anything. That was
they
all
didn't burn
AI.
anything. Okay. All right.
They didn't set cars on fire.
I did see Gronk was there for some reason.
That might have been AI.
No, I don't
Gronk
think so.
in Paris?
I think so.
Who says Paris more than Rob Gronkowski? When I think of great food and culture, I think of Rob Gronkowski. I think who would love this quiche? Who would love this spinach souffle with escargot more than anybody?
Oh, we've got some history here. I don't know if he was there I don't know if he was there, but his great grandfather, Ignatius Iggy Gronkowski, represented the United States in the 1924 Summer Olympics in Paris when he competed in cycling and held 5 world records.
Iggy Gronkowski?
Ignatius Iggy Gronkowski.
Iggy Gronkowski. How about that? Wow, the Gronks have been here a little while.
They have.
Yeah.
Killing it in any sport they choose. Apparently.
Yeah, it's whatever they do.
They've got some pretty good DNA strands rolling.
You think
through.
he was a meathead too? Probably.
Oh yeah, I mean it's likely.
Yeah.
Iggy.
Yeah. Iggy. But if you're going to be a cyclist, I don't think you could be big like Gronk.
Yeah, well,
no, but
times have changed. Yeah.
There weren't a ton of meatheads back then. Weighed 220 pounds?
Maybe.
Yeah.
Maybe. Yeah. Those were offensive tackles.
Yeah, we're talking 100 years ago for Iggy.
Remember, Jesus was like 4'11".
Was he? Iggy, Jesus was a little person.
Everybody was really small. And
I'm gonna have to look this up. I know about the Shroud of Turin. I didn't know it was around a little person.
No, he's like 5'5". It's supposed to be very small. Everyone was. No, 6 foot was a giant back in the 1600s.
Yeah, 5'5" to 5'7".
16. Jesus was before that, I think.
Well, yeah, I'm saying even back then. Because you can actually trace historical stories.
So AI overview says 5'5" to 5'7".
Yeah.
Some scholars say he was anywhere between 5'1" and 5'5".
I know. I know what I'm talking about here. I am a biblical scholar, is what some people will say.
No one said that about you.
Well, but I know that there's because I'm the one who can say Philistines and all that other stuff.
I could say that too.
Ecclesians. What about that?
What about Galatians?
What about the book of Matthew? Thank you. Right here.
Does that make me a scholar because I can name books of the Bible?
You can. Yes.
Okay.
Frankly, we're both scholars now.
Okay.
Only one of us knew how tall Jesus was.
That's true.
That's true.
Now, I had to have Jesus I know what his arm length is too. Hand
you
size.
measured, okay.
Yeah, it's kind of a draft scouting thing.
Could he play
All right, with
quarterback?
On Underdog, would you take higher or lower on 5-5?
Actually, I'd take lower.
Low?
I'd take lower. But I can tell you this much. Right now with basketball, it's going to start. Someday it's going to start. Basketball is. And once the finals start, where are you going? Now, let me tell you. Let me give you some insight here. So Indiana is a high-tempo team, so we're going to get a lot of shots off. And we know that Oklahoma City likes to play early offense as well. So there figures to be a lot of shots. However, you have a good defensive unit in Oklahoma City and a team that can really defend out on the perimeter through multiple positions they can switch off. And so what we have to do is analyze how this series is going to go. One of the things that I think is going to happen is we've got time off for both teams. We've got good perimeter defense. I think lower on Tyrese Halliburton. I'm going to take a look at game one on his points, but I think I am going to go lower on Tyrese Halliburton. But because I think there's going to be some misses in game one, I'm probably going to go higher on a rebound total with one of Oklahoma City's players. See, that's how you do it. You start looking and analyzing a baseball game, a basketball game, whatever the case is, and you go higher or lower on the statistics that are offered: points, rebounds, assists, steals, block shots. Every once in a while, they have those for you as well. They have them in first half, first quarter. There's so many to choose from. It's crazy. And just go find some that you think are a little bit soft and then exploit them with higher or lower. You have to play anywhere from 2 players up to like 6 or 7 players. And the more you play, the more players you have, the higher the payout is going to be. It can get all the way up to 1,000 times your original play, or 1,000 times your original play. But you can also play the flex option, which is like insurance, right? You can win 2 of 3, 3 of 4, 4 of 5, and you are still winning. So make sure that you play Underdog Fantasy. When you play, you need to make a deposit. Download the app, make a deposit, use promo code Lance on your first deposit, get up to $1,000 in bonus cash back, and unlock that special offer. But you must be 18 or older and present in the state where Underdog Fantasy operates, which we are. Terms and conditions apply. If you feel like you have a gambling problem, call 1-800-GAMBLER or go to ncpgambling.org.
Hey guys, Lance Zerline here from ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. You can catch me arguing with John Granado and Del Olaleye on the radio on a regular basis. But when you miss the show, how are you going to know what you missed? How are you going to know about our conversations and what everyone's talking about? Well, you can follow us on our social media pages, and I'm talking about for the radio station. We do a great job at taking all of the show content that you see on our show and all of the great shows on ESPN 97.5 and ESPN 92.5 lineup, and we will recycle and let you hear the best of the best. Conversations about big wins, the most disappointing losses, who's doing a good job as manager or head coach. We're talking about it all. Do not miss it. Listen to the radio as often as you can. But if you miss it, follow the social media pages, like, subscribe, and never miss a second of the great content right here on the station.
You're listening to Houston's longest-running sports radio morning show. From the Veritex Community Bank Studios, here's John and Lance.
All right, welcome back here on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. Lance McCullers Jr. versus Paul Skeens tonight. How about that? How about Skeens and McCullers? They found the guy who threatened Lance McCullers.
They found him.
Yeah, and his family.
Doesn't even live here. Lives overseas.
Lives overseas.
Mm-hmm.
He was betting on the Astros and lost that game. I mean, he lost it in the first.
He said he was drunk and then said some things he shouldn't have said, like murdering children. You know, things you say when you're drunk, I guess.
No, I don't care how drunk you are.
When you're drunk, you threaten to find people's children and murder them. That's what the guy said. That's what you do when you get drunk.
I don't remember ever doing. I've been there.
Yeah, no, I've never heard you say that. But now we're going to be looking at you for everything that's said on X. Is like, is that a Granado burner? Because apparently this guy says when you know how it goes when you get a little drunk, you've been betting, you threaten to get people's children. You know how it is. I hope they hang that guy.
Yeah,
and then we'll see if people on X keep doing this stuff.
Well,
then we'll see if they keep on.
He did apologize.
Oh, well, okay.
So there's that.
Yeah, no. Well, all's forgiven. You got to still press charges. You got to press charges. Mary Kay Cornett has to sue ESPN, has to sue Pat McAfee, has to sue Barstool, and take as much of their money as possible. So that nonsense stops. The only way this kind of stuff stops is if you start making it and start holding people accountable. The best way, put them in jail or take their money. And then we'll stop doing this stuff. We stop acting like complete idiots. You know, make there be a penalty for it, including jail time or severe financial repercussions. Can't be saying that. It's not hard to keep yourself from saying things like, I'm going to find and murder your children. That shouldn't really be a difficult thing to stop yourself from doing. My God. So throw the book at this guy. Lance, I don't care if you're Christian or not and you forgive him. You can forgive him and yet also hold him accountable. Both things can be true.
Right.
You can still force him into a punishment. And my hope is that he is punished to the harshest extent that the law will allow, which probably isn't much, but hopefully we start seeing this happen more often. So people stop threatening, the online stuff that you can read on a daily basis is absolutely outrageous. And the fastest way to stop it is start having some actual penalties with some teeth. Because this one, what he did, no good. Not even worth joking about. Like, dude, just throw the book at him. Make sure other people know that if you do it, there's going to be a serious penalty attached, and it'll include you going to jail for a couple months, if that's what it is.
Yep. No. Skeens and McCullers tonight. McCullers looked damn good his last time out.
I like Skeens. But McCullers has been striking people out the last couple times. Yeah. Two times.
Yeah. No. Lance was, what do you have, 12 last time?
12 and what was it, 9? Something like 21 his last two starts or something crazy. Like he's been killing it the last two. Of course, the other one was the Cincinnati game that, we just talked about. But, Lance McCullers in his last couple has struck out. Let's see. He's got 26 strikeouts for the year so far. The whip is 169, which is a little higher than you want typically.
No.
12 and 8. So he's got 20 strikeouts in his last 10 and a third. 20 strikeouts. His last 10 and a third, he's given up 10 hits, 5 earned runs, 2 home runs, 4 walks, and 20 strikeouts. So the strikeout numbers are coming. He's just having a hard time keeping earned runs off the board. Although the last one was a quality start, and I think he got the win right. Yeah, against the A's, he got the win in that one, didn't he? If I remember correctly, that was his win.
Skeens.
Nope. Astros had to come from behind, so he did not get the win.
Skeens has won his last 2 starts. Well, he actually won his last start. He's 4-5 on the year. He's got a 2.15. How about this? He's 4-5 with a 2.15 ERA.
Oh yeah, he's and the whip number's good, and yeah, he just had one that kind of
he can't get any. I mean, a lot of times great pitchers. He lost 3 straight this past month.
Mm-hmm.
And great pitchers sometimes, like Roger Clemens when he pitched here, couldn't get any runs every single time out.
Yeah,
it was a 1-0, 2-1 game.
Roger
it was
had
incredible.
It was a war every game to try to get Roger 3 runs.
Yeah.
I mean 3. A lot of times it was just 2.
If he was just like, guys, give me a run.
That was one of the
guys.
saddest offensive teams, and it's crazy because that team was that. You know what? And by the way, I ran into this yesterday when I was looking at. I was trying to find out how often it's happened. When the last time 2 pitchers back to back, and it's easier to find it if you look on the same team. But looking at back to back pitchers throwing complete games, because it rarely happens nowadays, and we saw it with the Astros and the Rays series. But as I'm Googling some stuff, it came out in 2005, the team that beat the Astros, swept the Astros, they had 4 consecutive complete games in the ALCS. Their starting pitchers in 2005, 4 consecutive complete games for their starting pitchers. Unbelievable. But, Roger, it was a battle for Roger. And Skeens is going to find the same thing. I mean, if you had one pitch, if you said, okay, you guys can draft. If they had a draft and they said, okay, the first 3 pick, you draft anybody in Major League Baseball to start your organization around. First pick is going to be Ohtani. Second pick is probably Judge. Third pick is going to be Paul Skeens. Skeens might be the second pick.
Man,
is a dominant pitcher.
Ohtani, Judge. He's an everyday player.
Yeah, I know. But then I think Skeens is next, even ahead of Skubal.
Well, Skeens is the first pitcher taken.
Even ahead of Skubal, even though Skubal's numbers are better. But it's just the promise of Skeens, the dominance of Skeens.
Yeah.
Let me ask you guys something. Paul Skeens is, I believe, 23 years old. Would you trade run support for Livy Dunn?
Yeah. Absolutely.
Yeah.
You would. You would trade.
How long do I get this run support? Just a year?
You would trade at 23 years old. You would trade in run support.
Yeah,
I'm
just going to tell you the.
I'll tell you what.
There's
It's going to be
lots of
easier
Livy
for
Dunns
Paul
out there.
Skeens to find.
It's
going to be easier for Paul Skeens to find
Livy Dunn.
Look how cynical. See, you guys don't believe in love.
No.
It was just a test to see if you guys believe in love, and you don't.
I'm with John.
You would take run support over
Wait a minute. Pirates run
Pirates
support versus Livy Dunn.
It's just a test to see who you guys are. And it's not that I didn't know.
You know who we are? We're people who like run support.
He's going to get paid whether he gets run support or not, right?
Yeah, there's lots of Livy Dunns out there, Del.
Wow. Stop. You're not allies. I knew it. I knew you weren't, but I just needed to test it.
Because you know
not
there's
allies.
lots of Livy Dunns.
Not allies.
You know there's lots of Livy Dunns.
I knew this is who you guys were. I just needed it to be out on Front Street.
Good. Because
you
know
would
what?
trade in the love of a good woman for some runs?
Yeah, because when you're that young,
it doesn't affect your performance.
When you're that
everyone
young,
still thinks Paul Skeens is great.
Let's see if he's still with her when he's 30. No.
Everyone still thinks Paul Skeens is great, whether he gets run support or not.
Did you guys see she was in a fashion show?
That was
that was real, actually.
A bikini fashion show?
Yeah, she did the splits.
Yeah. I saw it.
Yeah.
And then people went after her in the comments.
Of course they did.
Why?
Because she's a 7.
Oh, wow.
Yeah. That was one guy's like, why do y'all like this 7? It's just he can do so much better than this. And oh
my God.
She's pancake. All kinds
of
stuff.
I believe in love.
Didn't sound like it when you're at you prefer run support.
Unless you could get a lot of. So why is this?
Run support's harder to find.
If you're a Texas Tech offense that you can't play defense, why is it if you're a great pitcher you can't get run support?
Well, they still can't play defense.
No, but I mean, when you're run and shoot, then you get. Why is this? When you're a great pitcher, you can't get run support. And when you're a great offense, you can't play any defense.
You know what? I gotta double check. I want to check this real quick. But Oklahoma City is 3rd in points per game at 117. And what are they defensively in points per game?
It's really not a basketball thing. Like the best teams play good offense and play good defense. It's most generally a college football.
It has been forever. And some of that has to do with pace.
Yeah.
But it's always been, the thing was always Mike Leach's teams can't play any defense. But then when you start looking around, I mean, it's pretty standard. It's been pretty standard.
Unless you're recruiting
in football,
at an elite level.
In general, it's hard to be great in both offense and defense. It's really hard in football in general.
I mean, if you're Alabama, you can be great at both. It's just depending on your level of recruiting. And Texas Tech was never going to be a recruiting power.
For a long time, they weren't until they started leaning into
quarterbacks.
Leaning into better quarterbacks.
Well, how good was that 2020 Alabama team, defensively? Because offensively, they were just as good as the 19 LSU team.
I don't remember. I know they ran through everyone in the COVID year and won the title. I don't remember how good they were defensively. I'd have to look it up. But Alabama generally under Saban's not going to be bad defensively. And then when he decided quarterbacks were important and receivers were important, they were elite offensively too. But he was always going to, whenever he decided he wanted to do that, he was always going to be able to, because they're going to be able to recruit at a level that most people could match. Ohio State's that way too. They've had up and down defensive years. That's why they fired a couple coordinators. But for the most part, now the elites get it going on both sides of the ball. LSU, like in 19, was probably one of the differences, because they weren't great defensively until they picked it up later in the year, but they were so overwhelming offensively, it didn't matter.
Yeah, no. Yeah, they did. They definitely picked it up. They definitely picked it up toward the end of the year. All right, we got a break. 713-780-3776 is the number if you want to get in here with us. I'm talking about East River 9 right now. I'm talking about a great way for your company to get some team building going. How about a corporate membership? We've got one at the station. We use it. Take clients or employees can just use it, whatever you want. If you want to bring your team out, you don't want them to play golf during the day when they're supposed to be working. How about play at night? Because East River 9 is open, got lights, beautiful facility. They got a bar there, a restaurant there. Talk about a great way to not only team build, but to get our clients, whatever your business is, whatever clients you want to entertain. Great way to do it, because they might like to play golf too, and they can't do it during the day. So you meet at East River 9, or you guys go over there, and you got pickleball as well, driving range there as well. Weekends, you got crawfish boils and music. It's a fun place. It's a great place. East River 9, the number 9, East River, the number 9.com. We got a corporate membership. Get you a corporate membership. East River, the number 9.com.
You're listening to Houston's longest-running sports radio morning show. From the Veritex Community Bank Studios, here's John and Lance.
All right, welcome back here on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5, 713-780-3776. Astros had the day off yesterday, played tonight in Pittsburgh. Well, early game, 6:40 tonight. So Paul Skeens against Lance McCullers Jr. Not easy for either guy. We'll find out. Beautiful ballpark in Pittsburgh. They're just not a very good baseball. They're not serious people. Not serious people about baseball. Najari Kennedy was a big story yesterday as she shut down Oklahoma. Although with 2 outs and 2 strikes in the last inning, Oklahoma ties it up with a home run. Holy crap. 2 strikes, Oklahoma was done. But one of the Oklahoma players homers, a 2-run shot, ties it, and then Texas Tech wins it in the bottom of the inning with a sacrifice fly. So big drama yesterday. Also, you had all kinds of baseball, and well, you got your baseball done, and you got all your super regionals set up now, right?
Mm-hmm, mm-hmm.
So UTSA. How about Dell? You got this quote from I was a little taken aback by Pat Hallmark, the UTSA head baseball coach. You don't hear coaches say this too much, but the portal. He was asked about the portal, and how it affected his team, losing guys and gaining guys. And here is what Paul Hallmark, the head coach at UTSA, had to say.
Well, we're adaptable. That's what it says. There's no guarantee. We could get hurt by the portal this year. We didn't. Certainly those 2 guys are good players. Rivers a good player. We lost some good players. 2 minutes before we walked in this room, Kimball, Coach of Wyoming and Norris were talking. To be very blunt, we said, we're not here if those people are still here. We're here because they left. And that's a fact, because Norris is here, Ty Hodge is here. And they're big reasons why we're in the Super Regional. So it's God, it's adaptability, it's persistence, and it's at the end of the day, it's do what you can with what you have. I mean, if they want to get in the portal, get in the portal. We'll go for the next guy, which is those 2 guys right back there.
It's unusual for a coach to say we're here because those guys aren't here anymore.
So one of the guys in question is a transfer to Texas. I don't think he pitched in the games in this series.
Eliminated.
But he transferred to Texas from UTSA, and then they had to bring in a replacement. So that's why that question was a bit more pointed. At least the answer was, because there's a guy who was on his roster last year that's on that Texas roster who they just put out of the tournament.
Right, but even still, you don't hear a coach say, "Yeah, we're here," because they're not.
No, it's usually they're more diplomatic. Well, they'll tell you that behind the scenes. Yeah. I can tell you this. I've talked to coaches before who said, hey, portal works both ways. We can portal guys in, but we can also portal guys out of here and get them out. And he is sometimes the best portal moves are the ones that go the other way, that leave your building. And that's when I realized, this is an easier way to get rid of guys you don't like, too.
Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely. You ask, hey, leave, get in the portal.
No, and it really, and frankly, I mean, I hate that it's this way, but it should be now to give it some balance. If players can leave whenever they want to, you can't get upset when universities get rid of players on scholarship and say, hey, you got to go somewhere else. I mean, it's got to work both ways. You can't just be, well, you have to honor all your scholarships, but the player doesn't have to honor his scholarship at all and can leave at any point. It probably has to work both ways, where you can portal a guy out of there and just tell him, look, you got to go find someplace else. And it sucks. I don't want it to be that way, but for the balance of rosters, you probably need to have that ability as a university. I mean, if it's going to be free agency at all times, then you got to be able to cut guys when you want.
Absolutely. Absolutely. Yeah, no. I mean,
I don't think it's right. I don't think it's right, and I don't think it's good. But it's kind of where they are now. You have to adapt.
Yeah, absolutely. 713-780-3776 is the number if you'd like to get in here on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. 713-780-3776. Spencer is on hold. Spencer, what's going on?
Hey, guys. So, not to beat a dead horse, and I don't know if y'all covered it this morning, but I mean, I've been thinking more about this Astros, injury situation with Jordan. And, I remember back in 20, Verlander, blew out his elbow. And then when he was rehabbing, he stayed away from the team and, rehabbed on his own doctors, own PT, whatever he was doing. Well, he came back and won a Cy Young in 22. And, last year with Tucker, this year with Jordan, I mean, the fact that they can't diagnose a broken bone is pretty alarming. And, when you look at the pitchers who've had injuries who we never hear from again, I mean, right now we've got Garcia, who knows what's happening with him, Javier, who knows what's happening with him. Apparently they rushed J.P. France back from a shoulder injury. Who knows what's happening with him? And, it took McCullers 2 years to come back from whatever was going on with him. And it's just, maybe it's bad luck, but I mean, this is a multi-billion-dollar business with, they need these players to win baseball games. And it just blows my mind that they would allow this to happen over and over and over again. And then I don't know if Dana Brown is culpable for all this nonsense, but if he is, shame on him. If he's not, then shame on Jim Crane or somebody else for putting him out there as being the only guy who's talking about this. I mean, it's downright embarrassing, and it's just inexcusable. I just can't wrap my brain around it. So, all right, thanks.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I don't know how much is on Dana, but he has to be the bearer of the bad news, and it could be a Altuve situation where they threw him in front of the microphone and he gets blamed for everything for the cheating scandal. It might be something like that for Dana. I mean, it's not like Dana Brown is sitting here diagnosing things, but when we hear it from Dana, we get all pissed at Dana when it goes sideways. But the reality is it's their, it's the team physician. The head trainer is the one who I think that's who Chandler Rome said he tried to, ask for comments. They wanted to contact the team trainer, and Major League Baseball wouldn't allow it, or the Astros wouldn't give permission. And more than Melhoff, who's the hand doctor, I think it may be on the team trainer, the day-by-day stuff, because the orthopedic surgeons, I mean, they're only going to do as much as the team asks them to do. So the whole thing about not getting an x-ray or an MRI or whatever you wanted to do to check up on his hand after the inflammation went down, you should get multiple checks, multiple x-rays. X-ray takes seconds to get done. You have them in your facility. To not have an x-ray before he even gets into the batter's box is just criminal. Like, I don't, it's crazy. And he had a fracture, and he got in there and tried to hit with it. And, he should have never even taken a swing if he was healing. So I don't know if it's on Dana Brown or not, but I don't trust the Astros anymore. I don't know who I don't trust. I just know I don't trust them. I know that I don't feel good about the information being right. I know for sure I don't feel good about pitchers coming back in a timely fashion. It seems like the Astros are worse than anybody at getting pitchers back, getting anybody back.
Yeah, it's a ridiculous situation right now. I mean, and quite frankly, I think they're just going to go about it the way that they do it. They don't care what anybody thinks. Honestly, I believe they're like, this is how we do it. This is what we're doing. And for whatever reason, I mean, there is absolutely no reason for them to not be more forthcoming with the injuries. It, like we talked about yesterday, it's not like hockey where players can go after, unless I guess a pitcher could go after you with throwing a ball at wherever you're injured, I guess.
No, I mean, these are injured. I mean, these are guys who aren't playing, so it's irrelevant. We just want to know how long they're out. This has nothing to do with being hurt, playing through injury. We're talking about guys who aren't in. When are they getting back, and what is the injury they have? And I'm really worried that they're not being dishonest. They're just, somebody is just patently incompetent it's to an extent. I mean, it's almost worse than dishonesty because it's going to continue to be bad. This guy's going to have whoever's in charge, whoever is at the heart of this. I don't see how they continue to have the same job after this year's over. I mean, you don't think Jim Crane is pissed? You don't think he's embarrassed about this? Jim Crane has to know that they look really bad, like they can't get anything right. He's got to know this. Why would he be okay with looking incompetent? I can't see Jim Crane being okay with that.
Yeah. And oh, by the way, all the money he's paying for guys that aren't there.
on top of that, I mean, because I reached out to somebody in baseball about how those insurance policies work, and it can be a little varied from player to player and situation to situation. It's not a guarantee that you miss a certain amount of time and you just the owners don't have to pay for it. It's really not that simple. So a lot of money is coming out of Jim Crane's pocket. A lot of money is that he is having to foot the bill for players not playing. And I can't, like, Jim Crane is too good a businessman. He's savvy. He's not a huckster like I thought Drayton was. This is a guy who knows baseball, and he's probably sitting there thinking, I've got X amount of dollars that is on the sideline. Forget about how much I'm paying, which is not going to make him happy. We've got to figure this out. This Tommy John, he's got to be saying the same things we are, John. Like, why is Tommy John happening this much?
Yeah.
These injuries to my pitching staff. Is it unusual how often it's happening with us? I would be asking that question. I'd be having people do a basic study on that. I'd be trying to figure out, okay, what is it? Is it spin rate? What are we doing? Call Dr. James Andrews. I don't know who you're calling.
But other teams have more. It's crazy. You would think the Astros have the most Tommy Johns, but they don't.
Oh, well, I feel better about it then. If other teams have more, what do I care? About seven of my starters being gone.
It's not just an Astros thing.
I want to find out why my guys are getting hurt and try to eliminate it.
Yeah. All right, we got a break. So let's talk a little John Daspit right here. Anybody wants in? 713-780-3776.
Hey, John Daspit is the best when it comes to personal injury law, and personal injury law really doesn't give the full scope of what he does. At Daspit Law, if you go to practice area in the upper left-hand corner, well, it's upper center really. You can click practice area, and it tells you. I mean, things like negligent security. I know he had a case with negligent security that he had to get taken care of for some local athletes. Commercial litigation, wrongful death, work injury, workman's compensation, truck accidents, tractor accidents. There's plant and refinery accidents. There's so many different areas that John Daspit and his law firm steps in and helps with to make sure that all of your bills are recovered, time missed from work is recovered, and your pain and suffering is properly compensated. He's going to win big for you. He has a winning percentage that no one can touch. And the reason's simple. He understands, he's gone through so many of these. He understands what the standards are, and he understands how to win. And he's going to do that for you. Do not get caught in a situation where you're immediately signing a piece of paper off to an insurance company and they're getting you to waive all of your rights, because anything that arises after you sign that piece of paper, you're going to be responsible for financially. So make sure that you call the experts with the Daspit Law Firm. 713-CALL-NOW. That's 713-CALL-NOW. Or just go to their website and you can start chatting live online at daspitlaw.com.
You're back in the Veritex Community Bank Studios with John and Lance.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
All right, welcome back here on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. You know, we haven't talked about CJ and his tight shoulder muscle. He has not been throwing at practice. We've seen, and I don't think Davis Mills was beating him out as far as QB1.
It's going to be tough.
I don't
Every
think.
position is up for grabs. It's a competition at every position.
Well, probably. I'm not
Good luck, Will Anderson, trying to hang on to your job this year.
Yeah. Stingley.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Uh-oh. Dare Agunbowale, it has a shot to start over Joe Mixon this year. That's just how it is.
That's it.
No jobs are safe.
No. And Nico, watch yourself.
Mm-hmm. There's a rookie looking
hustle.
for your job.
Xavier
Xavier Hutchinson, they say, has been putting in work. So
well, good
luck, Nico.
Well, Joe Mixon's been in a walking boot, so Dare might start, if you want to know the truth. So there is that. Who else is not? Okay, Dalton Schultz. He hasn't. He's been working on the other side. Christian Harris. Christian Harris is still on this football team.
I don't know. After last year, I didn't know.
I did not know that. Okay. Henry To'oTo'o, Christian Kirk, Justin Watson.
All
Braxton
these veterans,
Berrios.
it's OT. Now these are voluntary, so they don't have to be there. So they're like, I'm gonna be here, but I think I'm gonna be on the side. That's what I'd be. I'd be on the side field.
Yeah.
Let me go ahead and get on the side field real quick. Look how many of those guys are all the veterans are like on the side field.
So there's a new award, Protector of the Year for offensive linemen. Who do you think the only guy that has odds to win that is?
For the Texans?
Yeah.
Oh, Titus Howard.
No.
Well, it's got to be.
He's not even on the board.
Oh, well, it's got to be Juice because he's played incredibly so far.
Nope, not him.
Well, it can't be
Not
Cam
him.
Robinson.
It's Cam Robinson.
Good Lord, we're in terrible position.
That's what it's thought of, and he's way down the list as far as favorites to win the award. I mean, this could be a really good season with. I mean, you got players. You really got players, but it could go straight into the crapper if this offensive line doesn't come together. And it could be any. I saw yesterday. I saw the offensive line that they got out there that was running first team early on had Titus Howard at right guard.
Yeah. Well, I mean, look, it's not a good situation on offensive line. All you want.
Nico and I, we're not concerned about it, so we're not concerned about it. You guys certainly should be concerned about it.
And I'm not concerned about the offensive line. I heard what Nick Caserio said.
Right.
He and D'Amico are not concerned about it. So if they're not concerned, why would we be concerned about it? So I'm not concerned about it, obviously. I just want them to play average. If the Houston Texans offensive line can play at an average level by NFL standards, they have a shot at going to the AFC Championship game. And that's not even I swear to God on everything, on my entire house and my family. I'm not even joking here. If they just play average, you've got ball hawks on the back end, pass rushers on the front end. You've got, offensively, you're young at wide receiver, so there is a concern. You got a very good running back. I think you're good enough across the board if your offensive line just doesn't play terribly. Because remember, that means that you'll give up fewer sacks on third down. You will stay in field goal position instead of getting knocked out of it. You'll have fewer false start penalties. and more third down conversions. I mean, just playing average on the offensive line means you're more than likely going to have more field goals and more touchdowns because you convert third downs. You're not in third and long situations as much. You're not false starting, taking yourself from a 3rd and 3 to a 3rd and 8. There's a lot that goes into playing just average football. Well, there's no more Laramie Tunsil.
Yeah.
There's no more Laramie Tunsil. There's no one on the Texans who has even been close to him from a false start standpoint. Not close. This guy is the league leader over the last 5 years in false starts by a margin.
So which of the new acquisitions, Cam Robinson, Trent Brown, Ed Ingram,
hold on,
Laken Tomlinson.
Cam Robinson was responsible for 11 penalties last year combined in Jacksonville and Minnesota. 11 total.
That's nice. I mean, we got tradition.
And he'll be playing left tackle, right? So the tradition continues of a
tradition
oft penalized left tackle.
It's a tradition like no other. Our left tackle going to false start. Cam Robinson, Ed Ingram, Laken Tomlinson, Jake Andrews, Trent Brown. I'm not even going to call. Is Ariante is he going to be on the field?
I don't think so. I don't think so. I don't think they're going to put a rookie in that situation. I don't think they're going to put CJ Stroud in that situation.
Cam Robinson is probably going to be your left tackle.
Yeah, I would think.
Okay.
Start with the guy that's played.
The other guys, Laken, Ed Ingram.
Laken will be there. Laken will be there. Not Jake Andrews, I don't think. I think he's just trying to fight for a spot against Jarrett Patterson. Jarrett, I don't know that Jarrett has an inside track, but he's not guaranteed anything. I mean, to be honest with you, Jarrett Patterson and Jake Andrews kind of similar in terms of size and some of the things they do, two position. Jake Andrews is really, to me, came out of Troy. I think he's more of a center, but you could argue he's a two-position guy, center guard. Jarrett Patterson can be center guard if need be. Scruggs is a center guard, but Laken is there to be a starter. Cam Robinson's probably going to be a starter by just the nature of, the real interesting thing is Titus Howard a left guard and Blake Fisher the right tackle. I think right now the odds would be yes. I think they'd rather have 3 tackles on the field, and because the guards you have, they don't exactly slap. So I would say Titus Howard, Blake Fisher, Cam Robinson, 3 tackles at left tackle, left guard, and right tackle, probably the favorite. With Juice, I would give an inside track to a bigger player like Juice Scruggs at center, but you never know. Smart football, maybe Jarrett Patterson goes center. And then right guard, I think Laken Tomlinson. I think that's what it's going to be.
How many?
Ed Ingram is just a guy. He may not even make this team.
How many of the guys that were here last year will be starting on the offensive line? Blake Fisher, Titus Howard.
I think 3.
Juice Scruggs.
Yeah.
Jarrett Patterson.
I think 3.
You think 3? And 2 new guys.
Yeah, the 2 new guys, Laken Tomlinson and Cam Robinson. I mean, it's either Juice Scruggs or Jarrett Patterson, in my opinion, at center. But then again, if Blake Fisher's the swing tackle, then you have Titus Howard at right tackle. And then at guard, you'd probably have, it'd probably be Laken Thompson right guard, Juice Scruggs left guard, and Jarrett Patterson at center. So any way you cut it, I think the right guard and the left tackle are both new. I don't see a situation where Laken Tomlinson's not the starter. And as you've laid out, Cam Robinson has the most experience at left tackle, so he's probably the favorite.
Yeah. All right.
Nico and I, we're not concerned about it.
Well,
we're not concerned about it.
Yeah.
You guys certainly shouldn't be concerned about it either.
Yeah, I'm obviously not concerned about the offense.
No,
we're just talking about who's going to start. But I'm not. Listen,
I don't know,
Nick.
Your
not
tone
concerned.
suggests some concern.
Yeah, but don't read too much into my tone.
Okay.
If Nick Caserio's not worried about it, if D'Amico's not worried about it, why would I be worried about this offense?
I mean,
they added Ed Ingram. They added Laken Tomlinson. They added Cam Robinson. Like those guys were all street free agents or traded for.
11 penalties committed during the regular season, 55 pressures. Yeah, Cam Robinson, your starting left tackle.
But that was when they were calling the bad
Bad
protections.
Oh, let's
the bad
not.
protections.
You didn't even mention that you have a coordinator who's never called plays before. Because everything's going to go perfect there.
But he knows he was with the good plays. He knows the good plays, Dell.
Well,
that's ridiculous.
Okay.
All right. We got a break. We're going to talk about Game Day Men's Health. We're going to talk about how good you're going to feel and how good they are, how technologically advanced they are, how all the other testosterone replacement treatment places, now they want labs in theirs because Game Day has labs in all their facilities. Game Day has all of the different peptides that are going to help you get to where you are. That the other ones, what you're seeing now, oh, wait, let's not charge for a consultation. Game Day Men's Health hasn't been charging and won't charge for a consultation, okay, to find out whether or not you need testosterone replacement. I mean, that's costly. You got to take the test to find out whether or not you're a candidate. You know what? Game Day eats that. So the other companies are like, no, we're going to charge $150 to do that. Nope, not a Game Day. Not a Game Day. So here's the deal. If you're looking for a great way to feel better, I don't know if it's harder when you get older. It's harder to lose that belly fat. It's harder to build that muscle tone. It's harder to, be as good as you used to be sexually. It's harder to do all of those things. Well, Game Day Men's Health makes it easier with their testosterone replacement and their peptides to get you where you want to be. GameDayMen'sHealth.com. I'm a big fan, and you will be too. GameDayMen'sHealth.com. All right, welcome back here on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. 713-780-3776 is the number. If you want to get in here with us on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5, you are more than welcome to do that. 713-780-3776. We started the show, we got a lot of women's college. Well, we got the big matchup tonight. Is it tonight they're playing or tomorrow? I think it might be. Is it tonight? It's Texas Tech versus Texas in the championship game because Texas Tech eliminated Oklahoma, the greatest run in women's softball history. It's over now because Texas Tech and Najari Kennedy, she is something. She is really something. Playing injured the last 9 weeks with a tear. How come guys tear their ligament and their hamstring and they're done for the season? And Najari Kennedy is out there pitching her tail off, and guys can't do it.
Well, let them pitch in softball. Maybe they can do it. Let her go out there and start running some routes. Let her start backpedaling and trying to transition open
it's
into.
It's funny to hear a female talk about routes.
Trying to let's see if she can stay connected at the route breaks. Guys running dig routes at her.
Can she stay in phase?
Yeah, can she stay in phase? Is she able to range from left field and the deep left center field and try to make a catch there at Dyken Park? Huh? Let me see her try to check SGA at the top of the key when he's got a two-way go at the high screen and roll. Can she do that? Huh? What they gonna do now? Call Ghostbusters?
Okay, she's an amazing story.
Yeah,
and here
you
are.
A lot of talk from you. A lot of talk from you, and you're not. I'm talking to you, John. Not acknowledging the greatness that is men in sports.
Yeah. No. How about we first start with how
are overrated?
Jordan played through a hand injury with a fracture.
No,
he just kept playing. He kept playing, kept hitting 200 with his hand injury.
John, when you want to talk about the toughness of women in sports, maybe you need to listen to the GOAT, Charles Barkley.
Women be milking that baby thing, too.
Oh, okay.
Charles. Being pregnant, it can't be nearly as bad as playing a basketball game with a sprained ankle.
I tried to stop. You heard me try to stop him.
I'm telling you.
You heard me try to stop him.
Chuck, come on.
Why you never buy a woman a watch?
Say it again, Kyle.
Why you never buy a woman a watch?
Because there's a clock on the stove.
No, Chuck. No. Good Lord. When did that happen? I never heard that before.
It's like 15 years ago. Chris Webber's on the show. It's a long time ago. Yeah. Because, inside the NBA, ending and stuff going on ESPN, so a lot of people are pulling their favorite moments and putting it on social media.
Yeah.
And that's Chuck and Kenny and C-Web and Ernie. So, John, when you talk about the toughness of women, can they play with a sprained ankle like men can in the NBA?
So having a baby
heard him?
Isn't as easy.
Do I have to play what Chuck thinks about how tough you have to be?
Did you just hear?
Do you not just hear Charles Barkley?
Did you not just hear?
Chuck. No, Chuck, don't do it.
He can get away with it back then. And probably still today, but he's Charles, so he can't. It's different for the rest of us.
Yeah.
Man, you are all in on this women's softball.
I am, bro.
No one knows more than John on women's softball.
Him and ATX Hobo girl, all in.
Yeah, well, she's Texas Tech.
Yeah, she's Texas Tech pride.
Well, right? No, I like women's softball. It's a good game. It's a really good game.
Yeah.
It's very competitive. It's tough, too. By the way, I want to see you go hit against Najari. No chance.
The women be milking that baby thing, too.
Give me 2 months.
Give you 2 months to do what?
To prepare in the batter's box against soft. I can hit a fastball, but I haven't done it for a while.
Can you hit a rise ball?
Yeah. I played wiffle ball. Wiffle ball is harder than playing fast pitch softball.
Man, women be milking that softball thing.
Yeah. Yeah, John. Give me 2 months to prepare to hit a fast pitch. Now, don't anyone call me on it because I don't want some high school softball coach
to embarrass you.
To say, hey, Lance, come out here. I got a girl I can't because I'm obligated. The NFL says I'm not allowed to participate in that stuff. It's in my contract.
No,
I'm not allowed to
you're not a player where you can't participate in things that might injure you. That's not what your contract says.
How am I going to do draft stuff if she throws a riser that hits me in the face?
Can Jason and Waco get their starting pitcher to pitch against you?
I'm not going all the way to Midway.
No, they bring him here.
No, that's when I'm on summer vacation.
Okay. When are you on summer vacation?
Whenever she's coming.
We haven't even given you a date yet.
Well, that's what I'm saying. It's fluid.
Okay. I see you as fluid.
Here's a story, Lance. You need training. How about this? A husband ran the San Diego Marathon with zero training just to spite his wife.
Oh my God!
Yeah.
That dude is a boss because 26.2 ain't no joke. I know
told
because I've had to
her-
drive. I've ridden on trains following marathon, and it's hard.
He told
getting
her
those
he
trains
could
on time.
complete the marathon with zero training, and she signed him up. And he said, okay, watch this. And he went and ran the marathon and finished.
Did he finish?
Okay?
I wonder how he.
So that'll tell you, why don't you do that to your wife since she runs marathons and, oh, my knee hurts, blah,
Who is
blah,
this
blah.
guy? This guy must be a Marvel superhero.
No. I mean, just a guy. He's just a guy.
No. Not if you run 26 miles. You're not just a human.
Yeah, he ran
What's his name?
26 miles. I don't know. I don't know. It's in here somewhere.
It's
No one stares.
okay. That was deep fake.
No one stares. No, it's not fake.
Where's the story?
A real life Barney Stinson marathon zero training. I don't. It's in here somewhere. I have no idea. But here's the deal.
I can't.
Is I'm watching him run it. I'm watching him run.
Well, then there's got to be some information. I want to look it up. I bet he's in good shape.
He's not. What? You're in great shape. You can run it.
It takes me 2 months.
It's gonna
And
take
anyway,
you-
I don't run. I don't like running. Running's the worst. Running's for suckers and my wife. Who wants to run? You're just going to hurt your knees running on that pavement. No, thanks. I'm trying to keep my knees pristine.
For what?
In case I got to dunk when I'm in a couple of years. For
What opportunity are you going to have to dunk?
In case I need
just
to dunk.
in case you got to dunk with him.
Because I'm going to have to start doing squats and those explosion plyometrics just in case I have to dunk. So I want to keep everything.
This man lost like 20 pounds and now thinks he's eventually going to be able to dunk a basketball.
Eventually.
Now he's going to dunk.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Are you doing
LZ is right. Running on pavement destroys your knees and back. I know my wife's got bone-on-bone knee issue. Oh, who doesn't?
You don't have to run on pavement.
Yeah.
Me. Oh, really? There's marathons that aren't on pavement? Tell me about where they are, Del. They don't exist.
I'm just talking about you running, period, not about.
I don't need to run. I have lived a very full life. It doesn't involve running.
What?
Running is literally, I've hated that since I was young. I don't want to.
Suckers.
It's for suckers.
It's for suckers.
Running
And
doesn't
when I
make any
quit
sense.
football, I said, I will never run again. I did, but I just hated it. So at MIZIF baby. At MIZIF baby.
I'm using this against my wife.
And see for yourself.
At MIZ what?
IF baby. Ms. If baby. At Ms. If MIZIF baby. All right.
Here's his
and you'll
TikTok.
see. And you'll see. They don't put his name in this thing. It's not in the article on the Bro Bible. Anyway, so I mean, maybe you can tell. You should do this. You don't need training. This guy proves guys don't need training to show
he
their
is
wives.
struggling the next day.
Oh yeah,
He can't walk the steps. She tracked him in
but he did it.
How fast? Did
he did do it. Oh, he can't
Doesn't matter.
He can't even do a.
If he's,
I
if he's
hope it was
walking for
dark
more than
out.
half of the time, he's walking quite a bit. So, but he did it. He did his 26.2.
Yeah, good for that. Yeah, he's a skinny, of course. I knew he was one of those skinny little waifs.
Yeah.
Real size
he's one of
people
the
are not running
skinnies.
like that. Oh, he's walking.
Yeah, he's
I see him
walking.
at 20. I mean, to be fair, I would be too.
Yeah, of
Oh,
course.
To run a half
Oh.
marathon with no training is incredible.
Oh, hey, doing it at all is incredible. That dude. I'm just saying, it's an example for you.
Yeah, he
to
did
show
it-
your wife.
He
Just
did it.
show her.
No, I'm gonna show her this video.
Look at guys can do it without
I
even
don't.
training.
I don't know that you have a different body type than this guy, though.
A little bit.
Yeah, he's
a little bit.
he's waifish.
All
I'll just
right.
leave it at that.
He's a champion, though. And if you're looking for a great way to get that electricity in your house, Champion Energy. Champion.energy/1560. There's a reason they're called Champion. Well, that's the name of the company. But there's a reason they've been around forever. I've been with them for 17 years now. I mean, they've been around forever, and they've just been doing it. But you know why you stay in business this long? Is because you do it the right way. Champion has been providing electricity for Houstonians for a really long time, and they're great at it. And they do it better. They just do it. Mine has been, it's been incredible. I think I've saved tens of thousands of dollars ever since I've been with Champion. I love what they've done for me. You'll love what they do for you. Champion.energy/1560. If you're sick of your electricity bill, Okay, champion.energy/1560.
You're back in the Veritex Community Bank Studios with John and Lance
on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
All right, welcome back here on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. I'm watching a video of DJ Lagway. Holy crap.
He's the best.
Dude, he is huge.
Yeah, this arch talk is way premature when DJ Lagway walks the planet and is going to be in the same class. Arch Manning. So none of you watched Florida football last year when DJ Lagway was in?
He is.
Yeah. He is going to be a factor, a major factor.
He is big and strong, and he's accurate. They're saying he's going to be the best since Tebow best in Florida since Tebow.
Yeah, DJ Lagway. Last year when I saw him, I was like, oh my gosh! And he was a true freshman. He's only 19 years old. He's 19 years old, but he was a big time recruit coming out of Willis. Like, he's got to get a lot better. He had 12 touchdowns, 9 interceptions last year. I mean, that's obviously not great. And to end the season, he had 5 touchdowns and 4 interceptions in his last 3 games. But he's got a lot of talent. As you mentioned, he's 6'3", 240. 6'3", 240.
6'3", 240.
Can run and has an arm on him. So it's gonna. Well, actually,
like
he's
Micah
not.
Parsons playing quarterback.
Actually, he's not a great runner. at least he hasn't been statistically, he hasn't been a great runner. So I guess we'll see what happens. They don't try to run him. But yeah, he's a big old dude.
He could be like Milroe if he did it, if he ran.
I don't know if
a thrower.
I don't know if he's
but
like
he can
Milroe.
throw.
Milroe ran a 4.3.
Milroe, yeah.
I'm not sure DJ Latway is a 4.340. Not when his rushing stats are like in his last 5 games were 4, -8, -9, 0, and 18. It's more of a
Stephen
pocket.
A. Smith.
Stephen A. Smith thinks he's a runner, yeah.
He's a running quarterback. Yep.
Remember when we thought Major Applewhite was going to be a great we had Mac Brown on way back in the day, and he had in his recruiting class he had gotten a guy named Major Applewhite, who John and I obviously thought was black. Major Applewhite. That reminded us of Ogilvy. What was his name? Who played for
Major Ogilvy?
Major Ogilvy. That was subconsciously who we're thinking of. The guy who played
Major Harris
or Major Harris. Either way, we just thought, okay, this is a two-way type of. This is a dual threat. He had just signed him in signing class. We were talking to Mac Brown about his signing day. We'd never seen Major Applewhite. He's just from Baton Rouge, if I remember correctly, right, John?
Yep.
Yeah. And we were like, tell us about this guy. Is this guy? So is he a good athlete? I would imagine he's going to give you a chance to really make your running game a little more explosive as a quarterback. Well, he's a player. He's not the biggest running. He's not the biggest quarterback, and he's not gonna get the most yards running the football. But he's smart and he can throw the ball down the field, and he's a good kid. And his parents are good people. And I think you're operating off the assumption that he looks different than he looks. He didn't say that, but I know he was probably thinking that. Like,
no, he was.
Where are they getting Major Applewhite, the runner, from? We're just working off of, preconceived notions. That's all.
Yeah. No. And we were a little off on that one. Yeah, we've been mistaken once or twice before.
Yeah.
Okay?
Yeah, but you could see us getting tricked by Major Applewhite.
Oh yeah. Okay. I'm watching Vikings practice, and it says J.J. McCarthy is making impossible throws.
Oh, let me guess. ML football. Rookie
and
watch.
NFL coaches have stated they've never seen anything as close to.
Which NFL coaches?
Mahomes is J.J. The Vikings have a superstar.
Okay, it's either NFL Rookie Watch, ML Football.
No,
it's those two.
At 42, CYC, I don't know.
Another.
Cam.
Oh, somebody else looking for engagement.
Yep.
NFL coaches. Which ones do you think that anonymous account talked
NFL coaches are saying that. It's a chance he could be good. There's a chance he could be good. All right. Are we still the Steelers? Is that done? Are we done with that? Are we done with Aaron Rodgers? Is that it? Or
What do you mean?
Is it over?
What do you mean? Is it over?
I mean, are we done?
Did he retire?
Do they have to do something else?
What do you mean?
Do the Steelers have to do something else?
Well,
or
did something happen I didn't see?
No, that's what I'm asking. Nothing happened.
Yeah, they have to do something else. Aaron Rodgers didn't retire. Aaron Rodgers will be a Steeler. He's not coming for all this stuff. We already know that. He's not coming. This is all, there's nothing new happening. Aaron Rodgers will be there whenever he doesn't have to be at summer practices. He'll come in and he'll be there at camp. He'll be a Steeler or he'll retire. Either way, the Steelers are stuck. There's nothing else you can do. They decided not to draft a real quarterback. They got a backup in Will Howard. I was looking at odds for offensive rookie of the year and defensive rookie of the year. They're already out. I thought I was going to have to write that article again, and I don't have to, even though I kind of liked writing that article, but I'm not going to fight for it. And some interesting odds out there. How about this for MVPs? Lamar Jackson, Joe Burrow, and Josh Allen are all the same odds, plus 550, 5.5 to 1. They're all the same odds. Then it goes Patrick Mahomes, then Jaden Daniels, then Jalen Hurts, then Justin Herbert. Our guy CJ Stroud is 2,500 to 1. Last year he was 700, plus 700. He was 7 to 1 last year. This year he's 25 to 1, which is the same as Baker Mayfield and less than Jordan Love. That sound about right to you?
Yeah, probably. I mean, I think it's a lot of lack of confidence in that offensive line.
I could see Stroud ahead of Love, but I don't see him ahead of Herbert, Hurts. I could see him ahead of Herbert, actually, because I think they're going to run the ball more. I could see him, but Herbert, I get it. But Hurts, Daniels, Mahomes, Burrow, Allen, Jackson, yeah, I see all those guys ahead of him. Guys behind them who could be like Jared Goff, Brock Purdy, Dak Prescott, they're all 30-1. Kyler Murray's 28-1, and along with Caleb Williams, they'll never. I mean, Kyler Murray, Prescott, Purdy, Goff, they're never going to win MVPs. Bo Nix is 35-1. Matthew Stafford's 35-1. If he could stay healthy, he'd be interesting. But yeah, it feels like just looking at this list, I don't see anybody other than Mahomes, Burrow, Allen, and Jackson, and Jaden Daniels, who could win this. I don't think Jalen Hurts is going to win it. I think this is a 5-man show, and that's what the odds look like. That's frankly what the odds look like as well. In terms of offensive rookie of the year, Ashton Genty is a decent size favorite at plus 250. Then is 2.5-1. Then Cam Ward is a little less than 3.5-1. And then it goes Travis Hunter. Travis Hunter is 10-1 on both offense and defense. Although my guess is he's going to play more offense, is what it sounds like. So Omarion Hampton 10-1, Tyler Shuck 10-1 from New Orleans, which seems way too high for him. But I know the thought is, okay, well, Derek Carr is,
well, he's actually going to play out. He's a quarterback, and he's probably going to play.
He's probably going to get wrecked, frankly. Tech McMillan is 15-1. I think Travion Henderson is an interesting odds at 18-1. But frankly, I don't know how anyone beats Genty and Ward. Genty and Ward feel like they're locked. Shador Sanders is 20-1. Matthew Golden's 25-1.
Travis has got a chance, though. Travis Hunter's got a chance.
Can he? Is he going to score enough touchdowns? Remember, it's offensive rookie of the year or defensive rookie of the year. So what you do on the other side of the ball is irrelevant. So can he? Can he have a bigger year than Cam Ward? I mean, because Cam Ward, even if he's not great, is still a quarterback. Ashton Genty is going to be a feature back. Travis Hunter is 10-1. I think Omarion Hampton has a better opportunity than Travis Hunter. I mean, to be a wide receiver and win it, he's got to get double-digit touchdowns. Can he do that with Trevor Lawrence throwing to him? I'm so down on Trevor Lawrence right now, it's not even funny. I don't know when the last time I saw Trevor Lawrence play really good football. I don't know. I think it was the first half against the Chargers in the playoffs a few years back.
Yeah.
And maybe that's the last time I saw it.
Yeah, he's Danny Dimes is what he is. He's basically Danny Dimes, and Danny Dimes is fighting for a job, and Trevor Lawrence has a $70 million a year contract.
Jaden Higgins, by the way, is Jaden Higgins' numbers here. He's behind Matthew Golden at 25-1. He's behind Dylan Gabriel at 35-1. But Jaden Higgins is 40-1. I'm just not crazy to put a little something on Jaden Higgins. Probably won't beat Ashton Genty or, if this were horse racing and I would play him to finish third, I think that 40-1 is good odds for him because, you got an offense that can throw the ball a little bit. And if Nico gets a lot of attention, I could see Jaden Higgins maybe pulling down, having a big year at about 900 yards receiving and maybe 7 touchdown passes, something like that. 7 touchdown catches.
He's a Higgins. Okay. There's a chance. I mean, they could have a really, really good combo, just like they have it in Cincinnati. Oh, there's a Higgins there too.
T. Higgins. That's right.
That's right. That's right.
Abdul Carter is a massive favorite at 2.5-1. And then the next one is Jalen Walker at 10-1, Travis Hunter 12-1, Mike Green 12-1, along with Jihad Campbell, Michael Williams 13-1. Now here's one that all it takes is Abdul Carter playing poorly, getting a high ankle sprain, and it is on. And so the guy that makes the most sense to me, you want to see where you could be stealing, is Carson Schlesinger, 50-1. Okay. Now I remember winning at, I think it was 25-1 with Shaq Leonard, formerly Darius Leonard. Schlesinger has even longer odds at 50-1. They just had Jeremiah, Okora Wasu, I think that's it, from Cleveland. He is out for the year. the linebacker. Now there's a bunch of linebackers battling for the spot. This kid is so unbelievably instinctive. He led the NFL, he led college football, the power 5, power 4 teams in tackles. He's an unbelievably instinctive, high tackle, high impact player. And he is 50-1 in terms of odds. And linebackers who rack up tackles definitely have a good shot at winning. So I would tell you, if you're looking for a long shot, Carson Schwarzenegger from the Cleveland Browns is your long shot at 50-1 to win Defensive Rookie of the Year. Aside from him, probably you got to find somebody. Defensive backs have to be able to grab a bunch of interceptions.
I was watching a story on Quinchon this morning.
Judkins, yeah, he's 18-1.
He's 18-1.
Yeah, but Dylan Sampson is on the team also. They're going to split carries, so that's what bothers me there.
Are they going to get? Yeah, and are they going to get enough quarterback play to be anything offensive?
Yeah, I know. Omarion Hampton is a legitimate. Like Omarion Hampton's a hammerhead, so he's a guy to keep an eye on because he can end up scoring a bunch of touchdowns.
Yeah. All right, we got a break. Time to talk about your air conditioning needs. When you need maintenance. When you do it, you're making sure that several minor issues don't become huge issues. Talk to my friends at Air Team about the plans they have in place. With one simple maintenance visit, you can save several headaches. I didn't take care of my air conditioners. It cost me. I had to replace 2 air conditioners. That sucks. Okay. Listen, Air Team made it as painless as possible, but it's always painful when you got to replace air conditioners. Don't be dumb like me. Whether you need a brand new HVAC system, just need to replace or repair an aging unit that isn't very efficient or reliable, Air Team has you covered. They had me covered. It was, it's not easy, but I did it, and I loved what they did for me, okay? But I wish I would have called them before and maintained my air conditioning system because I didn't. You need to maintain your air conditioner. It's hot. It's only getting hotter. It will only be hotter for the next 5 or 6 months, 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. Your air conditioner is going to be running. So make sure that you take care of it. 713-936-5346, 713-936-5346, or airteamltd.com.
You're listening to Houston's longest-running sports radio morning show. From the Veritex Community Bank Studios, here's John and Lance.
All right, welcome back here on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5, 713-780-3776. Come on in. What do you want to talk about? You're more than welcome. 713-780-3776. Skeens against McCullers tonight. They found Lance McCullers' threatener. He's from another country. He was wasted. He was drunk, and he made death threats against Lance McCullers because he lost the bet. They found him. He's apologized to Lance. But
not in person. He said, "Please pass my apologies on to Lance."
Well, right.
He's a chicken bleep. Let's let Lance have a chance to just meet him in a room where no one else is.
Yeah. No, we need Lance's hands. We don't need him punching anybody.
I didn't say punch him.
What are you gonna do?
The guy needs to say, "Hey, can you pass that along? Let him know I'm sorry."
Yeah, let him know I'm sorry.
Oh, sure.
Drunk.
Yeah, we'll tell him. What do you want us to say? Tell him I'm sorry. I was going to track his children down and murder them. Okay, we'll pass that along for you.
Tell him I said that in a fit of drunkenness.
Yeah, I was just mad because I had Astros' first 5 innings.
Right.
Sorry.
That's enough.
Sorry.
Right? It's enough. I mean, all's well that ends well, right?
Yeah. Hey, no hard feelings, right, bud? Sorry you had to hire 24-hour security.
Yeah, I know.
My
right?
bad.
How much did that cost Lance, too?
Yeah.
Yeah, that dude. Well, I mean, that guy lost his bet. So
No. Don't equivocate. No.
Okay.
They're not the same.
Well,
that guy lost his money.
I'm not playing that game.
Listen, they both lost money on
I'm out on this
Oh,
game.
no.
Yeah. So, yeah, that's I mean, you got a special place in hell.
Yeah.
You're going to threaten a guy's kids because you lost a bet.
Threatening
I don't care how drunk you are.
Threatening a player because you lost a bet. Come on, loser. Just take your
L.
That was your
alcohol.
bad pick. Yeah, that was your crappy pick. That's on you, bad handicapper.
You're terrible. Yeah, you should have known Lance was going to get lit up.
Yeah, and you look what he did. He blamed your friend alcohol, and now it gets a bad name.
Yeah.
By the way, so this guy who ran this marathon, his wife answered questions about. So if you missed it, if you're just joining us, some guy was like, running a marathon is no big deal. His wife, I guess, runs them or trained for him or something like that. Or maybe he was just talking about it. I don't know. And I think she runs them, actually. And he's like, I can run a marathon. She goes, oh, yeah? And she signed him up to run a marathon. He's like, okay, I'll run it. And he did. Now, a lot of people had questions about it. And here is his wife answering the questions about. I went through the whole TikTok account. Here's his wife answering the questions.
Freaking disgusting and greasy right now. I walked 10 miles today as well, trying to follow him around on the course, but it's neither here nor there. Number one, Logan is not a runner. In fact, he doesn't even work out ever. Meanwhile, I work out like every freaking day. This man has worked out 6 times in the last 5 months since we moved to San Diego. We'd be out with our friends. He would always say, oh, I could finish a marathon in the allotted time. He never claimed he would run it. He just said, I can complete a marathon in 7 hours. To some people, that may sound easy. If you go outside and walk a 16-minute mile, it's a pretty brisk pace. And I'm not denying that he could do that for a while. But for 7 hours of that, I was like, there's no way in hell this man is going to do that. He would give up. I was like, his knees are going to hurt. His hips are going to hurt. Well, he freaking somehow did it. That is why I am flabbergasted. And he finished it in under 6 hours. 5 hours and 58 minutes. We have a dog, so we take him on walks, but Logan literally never works out. I'm not saying everyone should do this. This is dangerous. I've seen all of your comments about Rhabdo. I'm not saying it's easy, and I'm not saying anyone can do it.
So he did it in under 6 hours. He ran the first 10 miles. He walked a lot after that, but it's still pretty impressive to finish 26.2 miles. Now, for context, my wife ran, she broke 4 hours when she qualified for Boston. So it's not like he ran a blazing time or anything. There was a lot of walking there, but finishing 26.2, and he was struggling to walk the next day.
Well,
it was.
dude, I did a half
taped it.
marathon, and I
Oh, yeah.
and I trained for it, and I was struggling to walk.
Oh
the next
yeah,
day.
your body's not made for it.
Oh,
I can't believe my wife is just now after her first couple marathons. Whoo, it was not good. I remember the Chicago marathon. It was, those legs were hurting, but now she runs and she's fine the next day. I can't even imagine it. So him doing that's pretty impressive. To finish 26.2, even if he only ran the first 10 miles, that's pretty impressive.
With no training, people.
With no training.
I don't know if you heard. No training. Dude ran a marathon.
And then he
Lance
walked
thinks
16
he can do
miles.
it too.
No. That's the one thing I can't do in 2 months.
I think you can.
The training.
I think you
No.
can. I think
No.
you need to try it.
No.
Yeah.
Like I said, it's already hard enough. You should see how many steps I got in when my wife ran the Boston Marathon. I got so many steps in. And if you really think about that, it's easier to just sit and listen to music. In a way, it's easier to sit and listen to music and just run straight and have no one messing with you than it is to try to have to figure out the logistics of following somebody around running a marathon. That's actually really hard sometimes. So in a way, I kind of did a marathon also.
Excuse me.
What did you just say?
Yeah.
Following her around at your own pace is.
It's not your own pace. That's the problem, Dale.
And
there's
running.
lots of people trying to get on the same trains, and you're hustling.
You're on a
and then
train.
you have to walk like 0.6 miles to get to a checkpoint.
You didn't say the 0.6 part.
Yeah, a point. You had to walk 0.6,
but multiple times, probably like 4 times. It adds up to 2.4, but it's hard because there's a lot of stress.
You're stressed.
You're stressed.
I even have a picture of her after she finished the Boston Marathon. I held up my Fitbit at the time and showed how many steps I had gotten in.
And did she appreciate that?
Oh, she thought that was great.
Yeah, I'm sure.
Look how many steps I got in, honey.
So look at my steps. I've already got 12,000 steps this morning. By the end of this, this is incredible. What I'm doing.
You should run another one so that I could get more steps in.
And I didn't get to go to London, but if she goes to Tokyo, I may have to skip the. If she runs the final one, I'm skipping the combine. I'll have to talk to NFL about it and go to Tokyo with her.
Well, yeah, no, absolutely.
Because that's the last one. She gets her medal at 6. She runs all of the big 6, and she'll get a special medal, the 6-point medal, or whatever it is, for running all of the big 6. She don't want to go to Tokyo, but I do. So I'm like pushing her to run it. You're fine. We'll just get some more gel shots in your knee. She has no ligaments. She has to go get shots in her knee, multiple gel shots. And I'm like, yeah, it's fine.
Does she
shoot
know?
the knee up with some gel. We'll get it taped up. You'll be fine. I need to go see what's going on.
Does she know you only want to go to Tokyo because of your affinity for Shogun and the woman in Shogun? So you just want to go to
that girl is.
You just want to go
Miko-san or something.
I saw her.
Miko Nado.
So you now want to go?
Yeah, John actually saw her.
I know.
Yeah.
And he didn't have to run a marathon.
Live. Well, you won't be able to see her in Tokyo. She doesn't reside there, but
there's others,
huh?
Yeah.
No, I want to see the culture.
The culture.
Yeah.
Uh-huh.
What's wrong with wanting to experience another culture?
It's fine. I just don't know if you're going to get the experience you think you're going to get.
My eyes can get an experience.
Okay.
Your eyes will get an experience.
Sure. You're right about that.
Eye experience. That's all. At this stage, it's just an eye experience thing. I just want to see the culture.
I was just going to say something, and you know what? I'm glad that I didn't, because HR&P probably would have been called.
Yeah.
So here's the deal: but HR&P is here in case you need them. HR&P is where you get your help with your HR for problem people. We've had problem people at the station. I'm one of them. Okay, I am called the problem. Okay, and so now HR&P hasn't had to deal with me yet, but someday I'm sure they will. Now they also deal with all of our payroll issues, and we don't have. You know what? We don't have issues. You know what we have is just sweet, easy flowing money going to the employees. And if there is ever a problem, all the employees have the number, and they call HR&P, and they can work it out. You don't need a payroll department. We have a payroll department of 1. That's Laura. Okay? That's it. With all the employees that we have, with the commissions and the salary and the hourly and everything else that we do, it's simple because HR&P they have the technology that's second to none. Do not think that you can do it as well as HR&P, because this is their business. They know their business. You don't know their business. Let them do it for you and get you, and your bottom line is going to be much better off. HRP.net, 281-880-6525 or HRP.net.
You're listening to Houston's longest-running sports radio morning show from the Veritex Community Bank Studios. Here's John and Lance.
All right, I got to ask you a question, John, because this involves your beloved golf. And I'm sure you saw the story, Columbus, Ohio, Max Homa, professional golfer. He was trying to qualify for the U.S. Open. And what stood out was that he was carrying his own bag. Homa didn't have a caddy. And got a lot of attention.
And his caddy split.
Yeah, he and his caddy of 2 months. Bill Hark are no longer together, according to a person informed of the split, who only said that Hark lost his job. The person spoke to the AP on condition of anonymity because word of the separation needed to come from Homa, and Homa didn't offer much insight. Quote, "I'd much rather talk about the golf instead of the questions about the caddy. I'm good. Just hooked it for 36 holes." So he's carrying his own bag for 36 holes. I mean, it's an extra. First of all, it's tough enough in heat, although I don't know what the heat was like in Ohio, but it's tough enough in heat. It's tough enough going 36, and it's really tough. It gets a lot tougher when you are trying to qualify with, the stresses, and then you got a physical stress. I mean, that's a lot going on there. But here's a question: Alonzo Highsmith's dad used to play Canadian football, and Alonzo told us a story about when he was at a golf course, just sitting there at a Canadian golf event or whatever. And he ended up, it was Chichi Rodriguez. I don't know if you remember, it was Lee Trevino, Chichi Rodriguez, and some other guy. And this guy didn't have a caddy. This guy's caddy didn't show up or bailed or something. And so this guy saw Alonzo Highsmith in the crowd there in Canada and asked him if he would carry his bags. And Alonzo was like, yeah. And so Alonzo Highsmith, who was a teenager at the time, walked into behind the ropes, grabbed the bag, and caddied for this guy at the event. Have you heard that story before, John?
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, I was going to say, I'm sure you did. And caddied for the guy. Could Max Homa not find somebody who just towed his bags for him?
Yeah, I'm sure he could have.
Why didn't he do that?
I don't know. Maybe he just wanted to carry his own bag. I don't know. And how about this? He missed a putt, a pretty easy putt, to get into the U.S. Open, and then he goes on in the playoff.
Oh, 36
there was a 5-guy
holes.
playoff.
Wow.
After 36 holes, there were 5 guys tied, and he could have won it on the 36th hole, and he missed an easy putt. Then somebody birdied. He missed a putt for birdie. Somebody birdied. He goes to the next hole and 4 putts, and he's out. He didn't make it. And his putting just destroyed him on the 36th, 37th, and 38th holes.
So if he hadn't 3-jacked, and if he had just 2-putted, he's in? He qualifies?
If he had yes.
On the final hole, on the 36th hole.
On the 36th hole, yes, he would have gotten in. He 3-putted.
Oh my God! Reading about he left a chip in the rough on his 9th hole, the second round, and made a double bogey. Followed that with a bogey, then responded with 2 straight birdies. But, yeah, man, he just looks like Homa said he never felt the fatigue because he was around the cutoff line all day, pushing forward. Yeah, well, it's rare. It's rare that you see anyone.
You never
carrying their own
bag.
bag. Certainly not in a tournament, but this is a qualifier.
Yeah, it's a qualifier.
Yankees. Also, here's another story. The Yankees closer, Luke Weaver, is going to miss 4 to 6 weeks with a hamstring injury that could be a hamstring fracture. We're going to have to find out when the inflammation goes down if that hamstring injury is actually a hamstring fracture. Because one of the things I've learned is that a lot of times what you think is just an injury and a strain with some inflammation turns into fractures.
Oh, but Najari Kennedy, she can pitch, but apparently Luke can't.
That's right.
All right, maybe women are tougher than men.
Well,
Maybe I'm an ally and you're not.
Does she have a hamstring fracture?
She's had a torn hamstring.
That's that's a tear. That's not a fracture.
Which is worse, tear or fracture?
Fractures.
You don't even stop it.
Fractures.
Not even close.
Hamstring fracture. You can have you can have an Achilles fracture. You can have all kinds of fractures. Rotator cuff fracture. It just depends on what the X-ray can see when you're all done with your rehab. Then you go out and you try to see if it's a fracture there. That's how we do it in Houston. I don't know about other.
No, we
I don't know
do
how
it right.
I don't know how the Yankees are doing it. We like to wait it out and then see if there's a fracture. And the best way to do it, it's not by X-ray. It's not by MRI. Well, it should just be X-ray, but it's not by that. It's by just getting out there and swinging a bat and finding out, is it fractured or not? Just yes or no. You can tell. And that's the way the Astros prefer to go about it. Just get the guy out there and let him throw. Does he have Tommy John or not? Does he need Tommy John as a UCL? I don't know. Get out there and throw for a few games, and let's just find out. Like Corbin Burns, where he said, my arm's dead. My elbow's gone. It's done. He told his trainer that when he walked. That's how the Astros need to start doing it. That's how we do it.
He gave up a hit, but before the ball even dropped, he was looking at the dugout and said, come on, come out here. He's done. I'm done. I got nothing. I got no elbow left. Thank you. Bye.
He had a 1.05 ERA, Weaver. A 105. His opponent's OPS is 412 in 24 outings. So this is going to be a big loss for them.
Yeah. Oh, well.
Yeah, I don't care.
Yeah, we feel so sorry for you.
Yeah, I don't really care one way or another.
Out of here. Get out of here. Who cares? Time to talk about Texas Card House. I care about that. I care about poker. I played here yesterday. When I get back in Houston, I'm going to Texas Card House for sure. I love Texas Card House. Love what they do. I love 24 hours, 7 days a week. Always find a game. It's not like I can stay up late and play, but you can. And, the bar is open until 2 a.m. There's a game going on, okay? Always a game going on. Whether you like, they've got everything you could possibly want. 1-2 Hold'em, 1-3 Hold'em, pot limit Omaha. They got tournaments. There's one on Westheimer and Green Ridge. There's one in Spring. They've also got, if you don't like, but you're a family guy, so you want to be home. Well, how about download Hijack Poker, download the app, and start playing. It's for Texas, no bots. I mean, it's all up on the up and up, and it's run by Texas Card House throughout the state of Texas, for Texans, only Texans. You can deposit or you can withdraw money at Texas Card House. You don't have to wait forever for them to send it to you. It's not like pulling teeth. You go up to the window and say, here's my Hijack Poker app. I want to get this much out of there. Get it out. If you win a big tournament, boom, give me my money. It's happening at Hijack Poker. Great way to play. If you can't get to the poker room, Hijack Poker. Download the app now, Hijack Poker. All right, welcome back here on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. That's a pretty good suggestion here. New game idea: female Japan marathon runner, male Japan marathon runner, or food. Should we play that? That's a game we could play. Oh.
If you think that's the right one for you to play
by yourself.
Oh, what do you mean? It's the game show sweeping the nation.
What would Wendy say?
I mean, if you want to play that one, go right ahead.
You're out?
My league doesn't play those games.
I don't play those games either.
My league doesn't play those games.
Dale, you're the one that was
That wasn't my soundbite. That was Rahil's. I simply hit the button, but that wasn't my idea.
Well, then you also carry
and once
some
again,
culpability.
just like Chuck talking about, there's a clock on the stove. That's a different time. That was a different time. Sorry, you can play that game, John, with your buddies on the golf course.
I don't know what you're talking about.
I didn't say you did play it, but if you wanted to, you could with your buddies. Just not here.
Yeah, your buddies. You and Marcellus Wiley can play that game.
Marcellus, yeah, Marcellus
you and Pickleball
Wiley,
Marcellus,
and all your other LA buddies.
Yeah, ask your LA friends to play that game.
Yeah, your Houston,
like Marcellus Wiley and Stephen A. Smith and Emmanuel Acho.
We don't play that.
Shady
game.
McCoy.
I don't know if you heard.
All his buddies are just black TV personalities?
That's what's coming to mind.
Right okay.
And Nick Wright.
Oh, there
all
it
your
is.
LA buddies.
All your LA buddies.
Switched it.
Is Nick here? Is
yeah,
that
I think he's based in LA.
Yeah, he's in LA.
Oh, I don't know that. 713-780-3776. If you want to get in, anything that we've touched on today that you would like to get in on, you are more than welcome to do that with us. Lance McCullers and Paul Skeens tonight. Okay, one of the best pitching matchups in the game. Tonight. Astros with the day off yesterday.
Wait. Did you say one of the best pitching matchups in the game tonight?
Yeah.
Between McCullers and Skeens?
You heard him.
Okay.
20
I just want to make sure I heard
last
it.
2 games.
No, I just want to make sure I heard
Yeah,
that.
you heard it right.
Okay.
You heard that right.
Okay.
Yeah. Is
Okay.
Paul Skeens one of the best pitchers? Yeah.
Yeah.
Lance McCullers had 20 strikeouts his last 2 outings? Yeah.
Yeah, technically.
Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah.
No, he was good.
Go ahead, find a better pitching matchup.
He was good. No, you're right.
I mean, honestly, it's one of the best in the game tonight.
I mean, Skeens is carrying a lot of that.
Yeah, he's doing
okay.
a lot of that.
That's okay.
He's doing a lot of work there on that.
Yeah.
One.
That's sometimes, you know what? The burden is heavy. Okay.
He's doing a lot of that. You watching any French Open, by the way?
Not really.
Will you?
Not really.
I saw some.
Not really.
It's actually good tennis. I mean, because there's a lot of rallies. You know, it's a slower court, so there's a lot of rallies. I was watching Alcaraz the other day against this kid from America. What was his name? Hamilton?
No one knows. It's tennis. Like, no one knows.
It's like Hamilton or something. This kid was pretty good. There's a couple good Sebastian Tiafoe, who is another American, is playing right now, but it's actually a pretty good. It's actually, if you like, if you're one of these people who checks in with NHL, you know, the Stanley Cup, or you check in on majors for, you know, you watch the Kentucky Derby, you watch majors for golf. French Open's a pretty good one. One of those, you know, I don't watch it very often. French Open's a pretty good one to watch. If you're a sports fan who doesn't check in on sports a long time, but you watch the majors, that's a good one from a tennis standpoint. Just a little heads up there.
Yeah. Yeah, if you want to watch tennis or something.
Yeah, well, that's good. I mean, it's a good activity level, and I don't think I could beat any of those guys with 2 months. So I'm just telling you, that's the level of play. No, with 2 months, with 5 months, I could.
It's nice to see you be so self-aware.
I could return a serve against those guys with 5 months of work.
But you could hit off that softball player.
6 months. I mean, once again, I got to make sure that the joints. There's some work that needs to be done physically.
Some rehab.
Yeah, I'd probably have to go to take some BP, stuff like that.
Just a couple days of BP. Is that all?
No, I'd have to go in there and gradually dial up the speed.
Will your shoulder be 60% healed when you take your cuts against her?
If there's a fracture, yes.
Okay. Inflammation has to go down.
Inflammation has to go down before we can tell if it's a rotator cuff injury or just a rotator cuff fracture.
Gotcha.
I'm never letting
an Astros
the Astros
doctor.
I'm not letting them off the hook at all. This is ridiculous. So I said enough yesterday, but this is ridiculous that 2 years in a row, a bone bruise and a muscle strain became fractures. Never is that not going to be sadly funny. It's not funny, but it's sad and it's infuriating, but all you can do is laugh about it. Like, well, I guess it's just another fracture, a Tommy John fracture. Yeah, he's got a neck issue. Who does? Javier. Javier went to the injured list with a neck injury. Yeah, how long is he going to be out? 2 years with a Tommy John surgery. Wait. What? He had a neck injury and he's gone for 2 years with a Tommy John? Yeah, you heard me. Okay.
You got that right.
Okay.
That's the way we do it.
Yeah.
That's how we do it.
Sometimes the Astros, it's tricky. You just don't know what, neck injuries become Tommy Johns. Bone bruises become fractures.
Stuff happens.
Yeah.
Okay.
They're real proof that you can have incompetence in one area and overcome it and still win. Like, I'm a process over results guy. The Astros are disproving some of my theories because you would imagine how faulty this process would be throughout the entire organization, but it seems like it's segmented.
Yeah.
As long as Bagwell's not making GM decisions.
Well, yeah.
It's segmented. That incompetence is segmented to their medical staff.
Yeah, at least members of it.
I don't know about all of them, but some of them at least.
Medical members who are like, don't put me on that.
Yeah.
That ain't my business.
But we've got hand, we've got leg, we've got elbow and shoulder. So whoever's doing all that, it's not segmented to one part of the body.
Neck.
Well, that turned out to be an elbow.
So let's just say none of those guys was hurt right now.
None of the starting pitchers?
Okay, yeah. Garcia,
well, that's an impossible
Javier,
thing to imagine.
France, Wisniewski.
Are you going to play the game of who would the starting pitchers be?
I don't even know.
Some of those guys would have been traded, right?
Yeah, Christian Javier. Well, everyone making the most money.
Well, I don't know because
Christian
Javier
Javier's
wasn't
pitching.
good when he. Christian Javier was not good when he left.
So that's because he needed a Tommy John. Lance McCullers still picks up paychecks and still pitches. Starts. Christian Javier would have started. Christian Javier would be there.
I mean, his 2024 season, 3-1, ERA under 4, 3.9. So he wasn't.
Yeah, but he wasn't the same.
He wasn't
great.
great.
He wasn't the same, but he wasn't.
The same guy.
But he wasn't
fine.
Or yeah, he was fine.
Well, no, but that would have pushed. Look at the guys. Okert wouldn't be here. Ort wouldn't be here.
So
they would have pushed. I mean, Wisniewski would be in the bullpen. I mean, they would have this. Can you imagine how deep, with as good a pitching as the Astros have had this season, if they had healthy guys?
Well,
I mean, listen, Colton Gordon is starting for them right now.
Yeah, but how can you like
Ryan
that?
Gusto?
Yeah, but there's no major league team that doesn't have Tommy John surgeries. Like, it doesn't exist. Everyone's got Tommy Johns. That's how pernicious this is. That's how this thing hasn't been figured out, how they haven't made a determination of how it happens and then have countermeasures to limit it knocks guys out for a year and a half to 2 years. It's happening across Major League Baseball, minor league baseball, and youth baseball. When I say youth, high school, college, JP France had a Tommy John surgery at Tulane in either 15 or 16. How in the world, with this injury being this serious, has people not figured out what causes it? A definitive. I'm sure a lot of people believe they know what causes it, and probably, I'm sure there are different things that cause it. It's probably a little bit more complicated, a few more layers. But how has there not been countermeasures to preventative measures to keep this from happening? And if there are, how come we don't hear more about them? Because it's just such an insidious injury that is just wreaking havoc. Certainly with the Astros, but then when you do just a little bit of work, you see the Dodgers, the Yankees. I mean, it's across Major League Baseball. John and I don't know. The Tommy John surgery is named after a pitcher named Tommy John, who I watched when I was young, with a soft tossing left-hander from the New York Yankees who probably couldn't throw through a wet paper sack. And he had that surgery. And I don't remember anyone else having a surgery for years and years and years. He was the guy who had the surgery, and it was named after him because it was such an unusual injury. Now, this injury is happening multiple players, multiple years on multiple teams. Like, it's not even for the Astros. If they only have one guy go out with a Tommy John injury in a year, it's a success, right? If you only lose one pitcher to Tommy John in a year, that's a success. Because usually we're losing two pitchers a year, aren't we?
Yeah, at least.
Yeah,
at least.
Yeah, right? At least two pitchers a year. If the Astros only lost one pitcher to Tommy John next year, I would consider that a success.
Win. That's a win. It's just ridiculous. It's just ridiculous. And it's not just the Astros staff. But this fractured stuff is just
that's a whole different.
That's a whole different
level.
Story. Yeah, that's a whole different level. And I'd never heard of the Melhoff before.
I haven't either.
With the Astros
he probably
for
doesn't want you to
34
hear
years.
about him. Yeah, and I guess it's been, and that's why he may not have anything to do with this. Is maybe the head trainer.
Well, he's their surgeon. He's their surgeon.
Yeah,
hand surgeon.
He may be like,
what
are you talking about?
He must have done Bagwell's back
no,
in the day.
Bagwell was 94. 30 years would make him 95.
34 years he's been with him.
Oh, well, then Bagwell was in that.
Maybe he was one of the first ones.
Well, he didn't do anything wrong. Bagwell just got his. Yeah, I mean, it's not like he made a mistake or anything.
No, Bagwell came back. It wasn't Bagwell's hand that stopped him. It was his shoulder.
The hand was going to knock him out for the year. Well, it didn't matter anyway because he was literally out. It was the last game of a lockout season anyway.
Right.
In what was probably the greatest Astro statistically. Well, yeah, I mean Randy Johnson in his, but he only had half a year. But Jeff's was considered one of the best seasons in history. And Bill James's book that I have, I think it's the 50 greatest seasons in MLB history. Jeff Bagwell was in there for that 94 season. It was an incredible season.
Yeah. So, okay, potential, and the Rockets aren't even in here. Potential trades for Cooper Flag.
These are stupid. I looked at these. I don't even know if you should waste time with this.
Yeah.
I looked at all these trades. The only one that I thought made some sense is Phoenix, because Dallas would get Devin Booker. And basically what you're saying is we're making a run right now because Kyrie is an older player. Anthony Davis is an older player. So we're going to try to win a championship right now. Give us Devin Booker. That's the only one of those that made sense. I thought some of those were absolutely ridiculous.
Yeah.
The San Antonio Spurs deal. Like, I don't know. Is there a consensus number 2 pick in this draft?
Probably Dylan Harper.
Okay.
The lead guard out of Rutgers.
Yeah, no, thanks. I mean, so the Mavericks would get the 2025, this year's number 2 pick, the 14th pick, the Hawks first rounder, and return of swap rights to Mavericks 2030 first rounder. No, thank you.
Mm-mm.
No, give me a guy who's a generational
young
player.
stud player.
Generational. 3 and 4.
Generational.
Potentially the third generational player in 4 years.
Yeah.
With Wemby, Flag, and then DeBanza next year, who the Jazz are pretending like they won't tank for because Danny Ainge just hired his son to be like the personnel guy, whatever his official title is. So they asked some questions yesterday about, so are you guys going to continue to tank because the Jazz will play the first 30 games like they care and then they stop trying? He goes, no, that's done.
So
they're like, what? You mean the generational prospect that's playing right down the street you're not gonna tank for? Okay.
Well, they can't say it out loud.
No one believes him.
You
no
know
one believes
damn well
him.
what they're going to do.
Yeah.
You know damn well what they're going to do because that guy's supposed to be a tremendous player. But see, here's the problem in basketball. Just because you accumulate if you accumulate a bunch of draft picks in the NFL, pretty much any first pick is up for is up for sale. If you have enough first picks and you're willing to just absolutely gut yourself from a draft pick standpoint, somebody will take it. It's just having an elite top talent in the NBA is just too valuable. And so it's pretty impossible to get people to move off that first pick. So Cooper Flag, they wouldn't trade anything for Cooper Flag. They're hanging on to him. The problem you have is that Cooper Flag is a young guy with 2 veteran players, and one of them's an oft-injured guy who's probably aging quickly in Anthony Davis. So I don't know that
and
makes
the other one's
a lot
coming
of
off an Achilles.
Yeah. Oh,
or it's an ACL. I don't remember what Kyrie told.
Oh, no, I think he was an ACL. Wasn't
okay.
No. Hey, the summer circuit is back. Join ESPN Houston every week as we visit different restaurants all over the greater Houston area. You can register to win our grand prize of the summer, a pair of brand new e-bikes from Power On Electric Bicycle Company, a $4,000 value. For registration, stop by the promo table at a broadcast. This week, we'll be hanging out, enjoying food, cocktails at the Kemah Boardwalk inside the Galaxy Adventure Party Room. Come out and join us this Friday from noon to 6 at the Kemah Boardwalk. Find the entire summer circuit schedule at ESPN975.com. How about that? $4,000 value, people. on the electric bike. Let's go. That is nice. All you have to do is sign up. Sign up at our table when we are out and about this summer. The summer series starting this week. All right, and I know what's been going on over at Chastang Ford. I can tell you right now what's been going on. It's employee pricing. And employee pricing is something that all the Ford dealerships are – I don't know that they're all participating. I don't know. They're probably saying it or whatever. But I know this, that at different dealerships around the country and around our city, they're saying, hey, let's go. Pick it up. We need more add-ons. We need more markups. We got to get that cost up for each vehicle. Make sure that you sell them air in the tires, tinted windows. Make sure that you sell. Not at Chastang Ford. That's not happening in Chastang Ford. It's not the way they do business. It's not the way they've ever done business. You don't stay in business for over 80 years in the city, because Chastangs have been selling cars in the city for over 80 years unless you do business right. And you do right by the customer. You get them the vehicle that they want at the best price you could possibly get them to, and also make sure that you get the financing right for them as well. And that's what Chastang does. Customize the vehicle the way you want it, not the way that they want it. Chastang Ford. Employee pricing going on right now. Doesn't get any better. So if you're looking for that vehicle, now is a great time to get to ChastangFord.com on 610 at Homestead, not Hempstead, 5 minutes from downtown. Chastang Ford.
You're back in the Veritex Community Bank Studios with John and Lance
on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Welcome back here on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. 713-780-3776. The number, if you would like to get in here on the show, you're more than welcome. 713-780-3776 is the number to hang out with us here on the show. The Patriots aren't releasing Stephon Diggs. Former Texan great Stephon Diggs will be playing for the New England Patriots. They did have a guy, David Andrews, retired. He retired off their offensive line. He was there for years and great. Frank Ragnow retired.
Oh, really?
Yeah. Ragnow was you.
I wrote him.
Yeah, you wrote him.
Yeah, that
right?
was either my first year or my second year.
Yeah, I remember
Arkansas. That. He was, I think my second year, I think he was 16 maybe, but yeah, really athletic player, good player, big part of who they, wow, Frank Ragnow's retiring. Okay.
And you wrote him.
Yeah, he's 29 years old.
Wow.
Wow. He's an all-pro center, 7 years, citing health concerns. He was drafted in 18, John. Woo! Started 96 regular season games. In an Instagram post, he said it's been very trying few months for him as he tried to sort out his NFL future, came to the conclusion his body doesn't feel good enough to continue playing. And see, this is the thing. He wants to prioritize his health and family future. When the money gets as high as it is right now, you really don't have to play as long anymore. If you're playing to set up yourself and your family for the rest of your life, if you play at a pretty high level, 7 years, 2 contracts is good.
Yeah. Oh, no.
2 contracts, you're set up, and you don't have to play as long. A lot of these guys used to push through injury. A lot of these guys are not going to push through injury anymore, which is fine. I'm just saying it's what used to happen is, look, you didn't make enough money to where you were just completely, you could earn a good, you earned a good living. You were in good shape financially, but remember, your paychecks end after this, at least in that particular sport. So when you retire, that's it. So it's a little easier when you're making, $14 million a year or whatever Frank Ragnow was making. Actually, I have no idea what he was making.
If you can't live off of your second contract in the NFL, you're doing it wrong.
My dad and I were talking about this, and he said, it's gotten to the point now where pretty much in sports, he said, and this includes for coaches on the NFL level, it's really just about getting to, although their contracts aren't as long as athletes, but it's really for an athlete, you just want to get to a second contract and you're pretty much set. The money's so high now for the most part that if you get to a second contract in good standing, if you can get to a second contract, you're in pretty good shape. Good shape. Basketball or football, you should be, unless you spin stupid, which a lot of guys do, you should be in pretty good shape.
Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely.
Wow, Ragnow's retiring. That's crazy. 2018. At the age of 29, body wants to be able to go about life in a healthy. I get it.
God bless. I mean, you look at the Dan Hamptons and so many guys that had so many injuries and the head and,
Oh, who was it that just died? Was it Hampton or no, Mongo? No, Steve McMichael.
Oh,
yeah. Hampton and McMichael did not, their deaths were not great.
I mean, and Frank Ragnow probably loved it. He just couldn't do it anymore.
Right.
That's a shame. But God bless. He realizes it. Doesn't want to get up. I think Hampton had 20-some surgeries.
Mm-hmm.
20-some surgeries.
Yeah.
I mean, can you imagine trying to get out of bed? And he said it's almost impossible to get out of bed every morning.
I always wondered. I always wondered what the deal was with if it was just surgeries went wrong. You know what I mean? When you have that many, I can't help but think, like, why are you having to have that many on the same? At some point, don't you say this isn't working? Either I'm not getting the right surgeries or it's not working. One or the other, right?
Yeah. Oh, well, I don't know. You keep injuring it. I mean, there's that too. Unless they do screw it up, right? Unless they do screw it up. But yeah, I don't know.
mean, you hear about those, especially you don't hear about it as much anymore, but it wasn't, well, I've had 14 surgeries on my knee. Sounds like somebody's not doing a good job.
Yeah.
It sounds like something's not going right with the first one. Like I get 2 or 3, but once you get to like 14, 17, well, after 21 surgeries on his knee, he decided to shut it down. Like, whoo, I don't think I needed to go beyond 3 to think this may not be working.
Right. All right, let's break. You know what? Let's play this little game. Bill Barnwell played a little game. Guys who signed with new teams this offseason, a breakout or flop. We'll do it on the other side, and we'll see what you think.
All right.
Next, right here on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. Next Monday, or this coming Monday and Tuesday, we're at this time we're going to be at the Golden Nugget, Lake Charles. So we want you to come there. We want you to. How about now is the time? If you've got a fantasy draft, how about getting all your guys to the Golden Nugget, Lake Charles? You could do it on the weekend before that first season. I mean, and that's, by the way, that the weekend before the season opener is week 0 in college football. What a great place to do your fantasy football draft, watching college football, being able to bet on all that college football with the DraftKings Sportsbook, them taking care of you. You could do it out by the pool because it's going to be hot. You could do it inside the DraftKings Sportsbook. They will set you up. They will set up your fantasy draft. Is there a better place to do your fantasy draft than the Golden Nugget Lake Charles? No. But why don't you get your guys together? And why don't you – I mean, but Houston did it. My boy Houston did it last year. He said it was unbelievable. It was awesome, awesome, awesome. What a great idea. Nice little – you could do it, you stay a night, or you could stay a couple of nights. Everybody gets to gamble. It doesn't get much better. And they've got everything you could possibly want. I love Golden Nugget Lake Charles. It's just 2 hours and 15 minutes down the road. I listen, as opposed to, the commitment that you have to make going to Las Vegas, the Golden Nugget is let's get in the car and go. So Golden Nugget Lake Charles got everything you could possibly need with all the restaurants, concerts, golf, pool, everything. Beautiful hotel, casino, all of it. GoldenNuggetLC.com, GoldenNuggetLC.com.
You are listening to Houston's longest-running sports radio morning show. From the Veritex Community Bank Studios, here's John and Lance.
All right, welcome back here on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. Want to get through something here. Let's get it. We got a couple of things to do. First, Tony says this. Do you guys think Dana Brown would have diagnosed Dave Dravecky with left arm soreness, but tell us he's close to being back?
Okay, you have to. That's too old school for people to know.
Tony has been getting dark lately, okay?
I know. Tell people
Dave Dravecky lost his arm to cancer.
It snapped in a game.
Yeah. Tony, clean it up.
By the way, I saw that happen to a guy named Brad Villers on our Little League All-Star team, Lamar Little League All-Star. He was playing third base. No, he was third base. We were doing 2-a-day. Our coaches had no idea what they were doing.
Quickly.
Okay, we were doing 2-a-days.
Yeah.
2-a-day Little League practice. Our arms were shot. Everyone's arm was shot. The kid, it was a ground ball in practice, and he threw from third base, and you heard snap, and the ball went flying towards the catcher when he was trying to throw to first base. On a 12-year-old. Yeah, and like your arms, people were rolling the ball in from the outfield because they had no arm left. Like the dumbest coaches in the world.
All right. Let's get, is it Mito? Who is it on the line?
I don't think so.
Hi, this is Isa. I was wanting to ask who is going to win the softball World Series, Texas or Texas Tech, and can their pants be any tighter? I'll hang up and listen.
This is an Eric setup?
I don't know.
Most likely.
More than likely it's Eric.
Okay. Can their Texas or Texas Tech pants be any tighter on women's softball?
I don't know.
Well, did you see the picture that Texas threw yesterday?
No.
No, I did not.
Our pants were really, really tight.
Isn't that just part of the uniform, how you play?
Yeah, I've noticed. Who's got the baggy pants in softball?
Uniforms?
I've never seen it.
Yeah, it's not a thing.
Well, right. Well, this girl was big, though.
Oh, that's where you're going.
Man.
You asked, Del.
I didn't. No, I didn't.
Yeah, you kind of did.
I know I didn't.
You stepped into it.
I didn't ask. Eso asked.
I don't put that on John. That's on you.
I didn't ask. What are you talking about?
Some of these things are yours.
They're not mine.
So thank you. Thanks, Eric.
Who's going to win?
For your service.
Who's going to win? Tech. Tech's going to beat him tomorrow night. Tomorrow night, apparently. And no one knew, but apparently Des knew, and she told me. It's the game's tomorrow night.
When's the last time Texas Tech accomplished something in team sports potentially this big? I know they made a final game. They lost to Virginia, but as far as winning a title, do they have a lot of those as far as the team sports that actually get broadcast on television?
It's impossible to know.
I mean,
many people know.
When's the last time Tech won a team sport that people watched? Cheryl Swoops?
I don't. I think they've got track stuff.
Oh, did we watch that?
No one's seen it. It's impossible to know. All right, so I'm gonna, and you got to be quick here, and both of you guys, be quick here and tell me, is this going to be a breakout or a flop? Justin Fields, Jets.
Flop.
I think it could be a breakout.
What could possibly go wrong with New York media and Justin Fields?
Not a thing, Lance.
Well, he was in Chicago. It's not any different. I think Justin Fields
flop
could
in Chicago.
Yeah, it wasn't good in Chicago or Pittsburgh.
No, well, yeah, but he's got a little.
He's all right. Like he was.
Yeah, but
he was below average.
What's he going to do with the Jets? What infrastructure do they have to make you think he's going to be good there?
They don't, and it's weak. And the ownership is weak at the top. There's very little
awful
chance
at the top. That's right.
Yeah,
it's true.
Who's
but
who's the head
I
coach
think he's going to be better than people
AG
think.
is there. Yeah,
I think he's going to be better than people think.
Well, if you keep him on the ground and not throwing, you got a shot.
What?
Yeah.
How's that a breakout then?
Well,
we all know he can run.
Triple option, zone read.
Okay.
Be creative.
Daniel Jones, Colts.
Flop,
I agree. I don't think Mac Jones, the 49ers,
he's not playing.
He's not even playing. Najee Harris, Chargers.
That's fine. And not breakout.
Yeah,
is that the only thing we get?
Yeah, I don't know if flop
breakout?
is the right word for it. He'll be fine.
He's already broken out. So
he is what he is.
Be a positive or is it a flop?
Okay,
positive?
I think positive.
Positive.
Yeah, it'll probably be a positive. Javonte Williams, Cowboys.
Positive. This guy was too good coming out of college to not be a factor.
He could not be tackled in college.
Yeah, I don't honestly, what has happened in Denver with him is like, I don't get it. Maybe I missed, but he was unbelievable in college.
George Pickens, Cowboys.
There's no neutral option, so I guess I got to go with flop.
I'll say breakout.
I don't think so.
I'll say breakout. I mean, Dak can throw the ball around.
Yes.
Hey,
he'll do well. He's got
Pickens
talent
on one side and CD on the other.
Yeah, he's got talent. I can't see him.
So
flopping.
we're attributing George Pickens. What are we attributing his issues in Pittsburgh with? Just bad quarterback, or was it George Pickens himself?
No, it's Pickens.
No, George Pickens
both.
is a problem.
George is a problem. Both.
But he's going to have better quarterback play.
Yeah,
not according to what you say all the time.
Well,
he's a good quarterback. He's a good quarterback.
By the way, George Pickens went for 1,140 yards in 2023, 900 last year. He's fine. I'm sure he'll be right around there. CD will be the number one.
Yeah.
He'll get more. He'll probably score more touchdowns.
Yeah, he'll be fine.
But he'll be fine. I'm not going breakout.
He's going to be good.
He'll be fine.
I think he could break out though. Dak throws for
as the second receiver.
Dak's going to throw for close to 5,000 yards.
That's all they do too, by the way.
Yeah, I think he's going to throw close to 5,000
Who are the
yards.
second receivers recently with the Cowboys who have broken out? Who are the guys?
They got
easy.
money.
Name them.
Randall Cobb.
What?
I mean, Brandon Cooks.
Brandon Cooks
broke out with the Cowboys.
Some people
he had
are
a great
saying
year.
That. Some
he
people
made
say
himself
that.
some money here.
Oh, the Texans because of Jack Easterby.
Yeah.
Brandon Cooks.
Brandon Cooks had 657 yards in a healthy Dak year.
Yeah, but some people consider that a breakout at the time.
That is breakout.
Okay. Okay.
Devontae Adams, Rams.
Yeah, he'll be fine. Should be a positive.
Good.
I think you
How
are
can you
really
put breakout
all in
when Devontae Adams is
John, I've noticed
already
you
a star.
Ever since you moved to LA, you've been all in on the Rams. Like you have really been selling us on this Ram stuff. I notice.
I just think
Matthew Stafford, you're all in on.
I think they're
old as
good.
dirt.
They're going to be pretty damn good. Deebo Samuel, Commanders.
Flop.
Good.
Injury.
No, I think
Hammy.
he's going to be good. I mean,
think he plays?
McLaurin on one side, Deebo on the other.
I believe in McLaurin. Sure.
Yeah. He does it all the time.
Laramie Tunsil, Commanders.
He was good here. He'll be good there.
He'll be fine.
Yeah. Kenyon Green, Eagles.
No. Jeff Stoutland.
Flop. I can't
pull the miracle, Jeff Stoutland. If anyone could do it, it's him. But
I don't
is
know.
Kenyon Green going to start?
You know, Deebo Samuel's hit 1,000 yards receiving one time in 7 years.
Yeah, but he also runs. What about his?
He doesn't want to do that anymore, though.
Yeah, he already said, "I'm not a running back, punk ass."
Is that you calling him that, or is that him saying that?
He gets all mad. Last year, he had one rushing touchdown and 136 yards.
Yeah, he doesn't want to do that anymore.
He doesn't want to do it anymore. And as a matter of fact, he was bad at it last year.
I don't care.
What do you mean you don't care?
Who are you, Raphael Devers? Get out there.
Yeah, basically.
Yeah, but if the guy tells you he doesn't want to do it, they won't make him do it.
Do you know how much money he's making? He doesn't have to listen to anybody.
Yeah.
I play turd.
I
Joey
play
Bosa.
receiver.
Joey Bosa, Bills.
Oh, flop. He's already flopped.
He's not going
hurt.
to play.
He's already hurt.
Azeez
He's
Ojulari.
hurt, and they're not even in OTAs, and he got hurt.
He's always hurt. Azeez Ojulari, Eagles.
I trust their evaluations.
See, that's one of those
front.
middling. I don't think he'll flop.
Yeah, I think he'll be fine.
I don't think he's going to break out by any
He's got a lot of good players around him.
Yeah,
I mean,
you know what? Actually, you're right. Debo is on a 1-year deal. I mean, $17 million, but he is on a 1-year deal, so he isn't a contract year. Now he played 15 games last year. He's just not effective
for 670 yards.
You might want to.
Yeah, but they also
more of that
didn't
run
have any
after
quarterback
catch stuff.
play.
How many games did Brock Purdy play last year?
He got hurt. What?
He played turd.
He played turd.
He played turd.
Don't worry about Brock Purdy. Just let him.
He's saying he didn't have quarterback play. I'm trying to. He played 15 games last year.
John said what he said. He said what he said.
He sucked.
He said what he said. They didn't have quarterback play. Now
He
give me
wasn't
my
good.
Now give me my
Maybe
50
he
million.
wasn't good because Debo's not good.
Ooh.
No. The
Chicken
quarterback
egg.
didn't give him the ball.
Chicken
Perhaps the guy who needs to be elevated by players around him didn't have the players to elevate him because Debo wasn't good.
Ooh. And
Well,
Brandon Ayuk was
That's one way to look at things.
Yeah, the guy we all know has to be propped up by great talent, didn't have great talent around him because McCaffrey was hurt and Debo's not good anymore.
Then what is the solution to that? $50 million will get everything better.
That's right. Per year.
De'Ami Brown, Jacksonville.
No.
With Trevor Lawrence, no.
Flop.
Yeah.
I mean, they just added Travis Hunter.
And they already have Brian Thomas. When's he going to get touches?
Yeah.
When is De'Ami Brown going to get touches?
Stop it, Bill. You're embarrassing yourself, Bill Barnwell.
Benjamin St. Juste, cornerback, Chargers.
Flop. I'll just keep saying flop to any of these guys. If we're down to St. Juste, Kenyon Green, and De'Ami Brown, I'm just saying flop. Bunch of flops. I mean, look, De'Ami Brown is a good vertical threat, but who cares? They just have Travis Hunter to go with Brian Thomas. So they're trying to. Did you see Dion, by the way?
Oh,
he's like,
so
those
sad.
reports are all wrong. My son was great.
He was wearing headphones to a meeting.
That's
so
not
he's
true.
Terrible.
And then he started going to the Bible on people.
Oh my!
You see that the Bible says God uses the foolish things to confound the wise. Like, Dion, you can't just keep mentioning the Bible when you're trying to.
Nah, it's a good move.
Make excuse. It is a good. Historically, it's a good move.
You mentioned the Bible, people don't want to call you
the
on
Bible's a bad thing, Lance.
Yeah, no. I just said it's historically it's a great move. Well, I'm just saying it doesn't change the fact that all that stuff is true.
When you make those
There's a reason he went to the 5th round. It's not an NFL conspiracy. The owners didn't collude. They just said, we're not for the bullcorn. And they said, we're not, the juice isn't worth the squeeze. Had he been elite, he's the first pick. And they don't care how tough it is. You suck it up if you think you got a guy that can win and make you money. Winning and making you money, people will always overlook everything.
No, Lance,
everything.
He's a black quarterback. He's not going to be picked first.
What?
Oh, that's right.
Wait a minute.
Oh, that's right.
What happened to Cam Ward?
De'Ami Brown.
Cam Ward. Everyone forgets about him.
Said, guys, I actually was in this draft.
Remember?
What if Roger Goodell went up and welcome to boo? All right, calm down. Welcome to the 2025 NFL draft. The Tennessee Titans are on the clock. Cam Ward is their pick. All right, next up, the Giant. Who was 2?
No one knows.
Was it the Browns?
Wasn't there a trade up?
It was the Giants.
Oh, it was a trade up.
Wasn't
Travis
the Browns
Hunter
was 2 and then the Jags traded
Now
up?
the Browns are on the pick. Are they picking Shador? Is it Shador, guys? Let's see what happens. Cam, go do your interviews or whatever. Just go over there.
We're not going to broadcast them or anything, but go do them.
Yeah, Cam Ward, first pick.
What about my hug?
No.
Get my hug.
Beat it. No hugs.
No hugs for you.
We'll have Shador. A hug. You don't need to put it on TV. Just get the TV shot of Shador and then have Mel Kiper screaming at people real quick.
Del, what did we miss today?
Far too much. Actually, I can't even say that considering we talked tennis, women's softball. We had to
baseball.
We had to sit through Benjamin St. Juste. I'm gonna say you didn't miss a thing.
A thing. How could we miss anything?
You touched it all.
Benjamin St. Juste was in the show.
We're gonna go with flop.
Flop wins. A flop was a much bigger candidate than
breakout.
Star, than breakout. All right. We're gonna break it here, and we are going to no, don't go anywhere, Lance, because you're gonna talk about Zadok Jewelers. Do not go anywhere.
Are we talking Billy Brown today? Because he's coming to my house today.
Today?
Yeah, do we have that in the next? We haven't talked about it. No Billy Brown?
Not today.
Okay, well, Billy's not coming, but guys who know what they're doing are coming.
Right.
Billy just hires the guys who know what they're really good at. Zadok Jewelers hires people who are really good at what they do, which is really educating you on I guess what it is that you're buying. They have answers for you. It's not even so much educating you. It's just answering the questions for you. It's taking some of the intimidating parts of buying jewelry out of your hands and making you feel comfortable, because you're going to see things that are beautiful. You're going to say, wow, that's a beautiful tennis bracelet. For those of you who have a big budget to work with, you may be bawling with luxury watches, tennis bracelets, diamond pendants, of course, diamond engagement rings, they do that. If you've got a budget, they work with you for your budget. If you've got a family heirloom that you want to have redesigned, they melt it down, and their designers in-house can redesign something along with you or in their own vision that could be really, really special for you to wear, or your daughter or your son to wear, whatever the case may be. You want to keep passing it down inside the family. It's amazing what they're doing at 1801 Post Oak Boulevard. Over 40 years of being Houston's jeweler. They have the finest selections. They're a boutique location for a lot of different designers, so they have unique pieces that no one else is going to be able to get their hands on. And it's a win every single time you walk out of the door with that gift bag in hand. It's a great feeling knowing that the person you bought a gift for is going to absolutely love and cherish it. Zadok Jewelers, it's can't miss. ZADOK.com, 1801 Post Oak Boulevard. Make sure you stop in at Zadok Jewelers.
All right, welcome back here on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. Did I do this? I'm not sure if I did this one. A man is suing his ex-girlfriend because she took their $3.6 million winning lottery ticket and ghosted him. Up in Canada, apparently he had forgot. He gave her the ticket for safekeeping as he lost his wallet. he forgot about the purchase till he found the ticket on the floor at a friend's house days later. She got the ticket and then took off. Is that grand theft, or is she like, hey, this is mine?
I don't know.
What are the rules on lottery tickets? You purchase it, so you own it, right? But if
it's possession is 9/10 of the law.
Handed it to this person for safekeeping and then it wound up on the floor, I don't know how it got on the floor, and then he found it, but then she ran off with it.
That's a tricky one.
This is a tricky one. This is a real tricky one.
How much is he suing her for the total amount of winnings,
or his share? I don't know.
His share, or if he bought the ticket, they're not married.
Split it. No, they're not married.
So if he bought the ticket, isn't he entitled to the entire thing? Since he bought the ticket,
possession is 9/10 of the law, Dell.
I don't even really know what that means.
I just hear it all the time.
I hear it all the time too. I just don't know what it means.
Yeah.
And what's 9/10? So he gets 9/10? I don't
Yeah.
know.
No, she does. She's got possession of it.
She's got the ticket, yeah.
He gets his 10%, and that's it.
Yeah. Apparently, a truck full of honeybees, 250,000 honeybees escaped. Do you think that there's going to be a shortage of honeybees now?
No, there's just honeybees in the wild.
Apparently there's honey. There's a honey shortage anyway, isn't there?
I don't know. I roll.
I don't know. I can go find it in the store at any point.
Yeah.
I'm sure for about $40.
That's it. That's why it's expensive.
There's a high price on that too.
I don't know. I have Mike's. I buy hot honey from HEB. It doesn't reach $40, and they seem to be in full stock. So I'm not sure where we stand there. But we're always being threatened with the bees are dying, and if they die, we die. So maybe they need to be out in the wild.
Don't kill bees, though.
Yeah.
No, don't be killing bees. You can kill yellow jackets. If you kill yellow jackets, everything's probably fine. But I don't even know that for a fact.
You know what's really surprising here?
Hopefully yellow jackets kill skunks.
Is a lack of bugs here.
In
LA?
LA?
Why there's a lack of bugs here? Because there's a boatload of spiders here.
In LA?
In LA.
Yeah, but I don't love spiders, but I also don't love bugs. You don't have mosquitoes, do you?
I mean, but listen, I park my car next to a fence here. Every day I go to my car, I have to go through a spider web.
Well, let me ask something. Have you had any mosquitoes?
No.
What a blessing.
No, there's no mosquitoes here.
What a blessing.
Yeah.
Except for the whole tax structure.
Incredible. Well, there's not a lot of rain.
And
there's not a lot
mudslides.
of moisture here.
Earthquakes.
Yeah. We got
forest
earthquakes.
fires.
Yeah. There was a man shot in the leg in Seattle during an argument over a phone cord. Is this the stupidest argument ever? Because who has a phone cord anymore?
That's probably what started the fight.
A phone cord. Why do you have a phone cord? I think you're a loser. Shoot you. Is that what happened, you think?
I think that's what started the fight.
Yeah, if you have a phone cord, you're a loser, and then you're probably
I've seen a phone cord used one time as a weapon when Jimmy Conway was strangling Maury. By the way, I found out when the wig came off of Maury, that was a real, instead of cutting, they just kept taping. That was Ray Liotta was actually laughing because that was not supposed to happen. And that's Ray Liotta laughing. And De Niro just kept going with the scene, and so they ended up keeping it in. That was not part of the script.
Well, and it was believable that you would be laughing if the wig fell off.
Yeah, especially.
Yeah.
It did seem real like that did seem like a good, I like the way they did that.
Did you guys happen to see Caitlin troll Jalen Brunson?
Caitlin Clark?
Caitlin Clark. Yeah, she was at the game. She was sitting down low, the front row. And apparently when Tyrese hit a three, she did Jalen does the three fingers over his mouth when he hits a three. Caitlin she's brutal. She's vicious. And she was trolling him.
Well,
she's all in on Indiana.
Well, Sabrina Ionescu took a shot at SGA in her presser. They were talking about their game and asking, have you ever seen, because I guess maybe Brianna Stewart or whoever they're playing drew a lot of fouls. Have you ever seen someone draw 16 fouls? And they weren't directing a question at her, like, because she was off mic. Under breath, he goes, SGA.
He's just universally known as the foul merchant. That's incredible.
Yep. All right, we're done. Mopey and Mapes next right here on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. Hope you enjoyed the show. We will talk to you again tomorrow, everybody. Before I go, though, I want to talk about Robin over at Houston Powder Coaters. There is a neighborhood that has a pool, and last week they sent an email to Robin that said they listened, and for so many times they've heard Robin and Robin and I together talking about Houston Powder Coaters and all the things that it does. They're sending their patio furniture, their pool furniture there with tables and chairs and everything else, and they're going to talk to the city council about doing it as well. I don't know that there's a better place for you to do that. Houston Powder Coaters is all over the city. You'll see Houston powder coated stuff that you don't even realize. Okay, all over. I mean, they have touched almost everywhere, and it's everywhere from Beaumont out to out west to north and south, all the way to Galveston. Pickup and delivery is absolutely free. But you want your metal to last. You want your metal to look great. You want it to look new again. You want to save that metal. It's got some kind of value to you. It's got some kind of sentimental value to you. Houston Powder Coater is going to take care of it. Houston Powder is going to do an unbelievable job every single time. I love what they do, and thank you for you guys for listening. And if you have anything metal, go to HoustonPowderCoaters.com. That's HoustonPowderCoaters.com.
Welcome into the show. And on a day after the Astros don't play and there's no NBA Finals to talk about, you always try to figure out how we're going to start the show. And thankfully, with the Texans practicing, it's official. Is CJ going to throw? Watch. That's what the reporters are on today. Is CJ going to make an appearance? He's there, but is he going to actually warm up and throw the football and participate in drills? As it stands now, they've seen him hand off the football. No Mixon, no Pierce. They're not there today. We know Mixon last seen in a boot. Damian Pierce just not there. I guess it's excused, but I think it's voluntary, so there's no real issue there. But there it is. CJ handing the ball off. We'll see if that shoulder is well enough after he put it on the strain of practicing jumpers at Toyota Center to actually throw the football today. So we'll let you know when we know where your starting quarterback is and if he is healthy enough to throw to some of the new guys and along with Nico Collins. Other than that, there was the news that was actually kind of expected, and it plays into the article we highlighted last week that ESPN put out, or maybe it was courtesy of the AP, that it was a bettor who was threatening Lance McCullers and his family. And a lot of the players featured in that article that we talked about discussed how the prominence of betting, sports betting, has led to these interactions with fans who have decided to get into their DMs and tell them how trash they are. We talked about last week Nas Reed and his back and forth with a fan who pretty much called Nas Reed trash, and Nas Reed responded with, well, I'm going to make $100 million. So how trash can I actually be? And Nas Reed had time. So over the course of like 3 or 4 days, as that series was ending and the Thunder were putting away the Wolves, Nas Reed and that fan went back and forth after game 4 and after game 5. And I mentioned Nas Reed not because of that, but we will have our second to last edition of the Scapegoat rankings this day, because it's the finals on Thursday. So this won't encompass just the conference finals. We'll do an entire playoff scapegoat rankings, because it's about that time where articles are coming out about guys who either aren't as liked as we might have thought by their teammates, guys who are available for trade, and other things of that sort. So we'll get to that today on the show. But back to the Lance McCullers situation. Lance actually pitches today against Paul Skeens in Pittsburgh, but just turns out it's an overseas guy who wasn't thrilled with Lance's performance that fateful day and decided to, I don't know if he decided to get drunk because of Lance's performance, but he was under the influence, and he sent some messages, and he asked for an apology to be sent towards Lance, because I'm just joshing, man. Just needed you to pitch better. So I needed to take it to an extreme where the police got involved. And our resident watchdog said, so Lance McCullers, his issue took precedent over, let's say, I don't know where he got the number 200,000 from, but yes, probably Lance McCullers got pushed up to the front of the line because he's Lance McCullers. We can acknowledge there is privilege which comes with fame, but that appears to have been sorted out. And was it a credible threat? Seems unlikely, but how is Lance to know? And that's why security was hired to protect his family. But thankfully, I will say, it doesn't appear like his family was under any real danger. It's just some drunken clown who took out his frustrations on Lance McCullers, and players have said that has been a real thing for them, simply because a guy lost out of the bet. And that's kind of how the world works right now. But it looks like his family, thankfully, was never under threat and is no longer under threat. So that's a good thing there. But he'll go against Paul Skeens tonight in Pittsburgh. It's actually a pretty early start. I think it's 5:40 for us. So if you're heading home in your regular work day, if you're trying to get home from the game, don't stop off at HEB or wherever you go. If you're running errands, if you don't want to miss first pitch.
Yeah.
So head on.
Get those bets in early.
Well, that's not what I'm saying. I would say lean Skeens if that's what you want to do. But if you're not betting, you just want to see your Astros after they didn't play yesterday. Gotta get in front of the TV a little early. I think it's 5:40 first pitch against the Pirates in Pittsburgh. The Pirates stink, as they always do. Paul Skeens doesn't get a lot of run support. So maybe Lance will have another good day. Struck out. He's got high strikeout totals in his last couple outings, so maybe that continues against a Pittsburgh lineup that's not good, and particularly when their best pitcher is on the mound. So it all trends towards an Astros tightly contested game that they may find a way to win. Just simply they scratch across a couple runs, while the Pirates don't do that at all. But you got to get home to watch to see.
Astros win 2-1.
That feels well. That's the Paul.
That's the only
experience.
game they win apparently
right now.
Or it's either win 2-1 or lose 14-3.
Yeah. So if we're judging by what happened in that Tampa series specifically, while Lance isn't one of their top starters, but we throw in the Paul Skeens trend where he doesn't get a lot of run support, maybe a 3-2 Astros win. That feels like right in line with what we've seen so far. Or as you said, the Pirates run into the Astros' inability to shut anyone down when Fromber and Hunter aren't on the mound. So Lance gives up 10, and it's a 10-2 final. We will see, because if the Astros are giving up runs, they're not competing because they're not going to put up an 11 spot.
No, I don't think they've won a
high scoring game.
I mean, they probably have.
They probably scored a lot of runs in one game, but if it was a real back and forth,
yeah,
have they been able to do that?
They haven't needed to.
Yeah,
and gotten it.
Yeah, they haven't been in a lot of. Wow, this game's going 4 hours because
old school Big 12 football over here.
That's right. They're not doing that. They're playing 1994 Big Ten football. If that's how they're going to win a game, the Astros are growing the grass out really long to play baseball.
Kirk Ferentz is like, I love these Astros.
Yeah, Kirk Ferentz is the type. Like if you get him into a slugfest, he'll find a way to win. But if you got too much speed, then he's going to get run off the field. And we're talking about prime Kirk Ferentz, and because current Kirk Ferentz, they're still kind of the same. I mean, they don't really compete against the big time schools in the Big Ten. And we'll get into some college football because ESPN has their metric where they evaluate all the teams, and it's just they created their own version of content. So what they did was they evaluated all the teams through their own analytics and metrics, and then they put their analysts on it and go, hey, which teams are undervalued and which teams are overvalued. So do you guys want to agree with our own personal metric or disagree with our own personal metric? And then we'll have an article about
put numbers in a machine.
Yeah.
Agree or disagree.
Yeah. Who's overvalued here? And several teams close to our hearts are on the overvalued list.
Oh, wow.
For different reasons.
That's kind of normal though. But teams close to our hearts.
That's true. But
that happens more often though.
But I think it's like a list of 4 or 5, and it's the Canes, the Longhorns, and the Aggies, all overvalued.
I mean, but historically, that's true.
Yeah, according to the ESPN analyst, so maybe they're just going by history as opposed to actually what the numbers.
Since 2010, you're right.
Yeah,
9 out of 10 years.
Good job, guys. Really going out on the limb. So
last year's the only year you're wrong.
Well, and the year before was Texas highly ranked going into 2023.
Yeah. Probably.
So they're right there too. Made the actual playoff, the real one that you always like to reference. So we'll get into that. As I mentioned, we'll get into our scapegoat rankings. So we do have some stuff to get to, and of course, any news that comes out of Texans camp we'll get to as well. Also, Kelly Iko of The Athletic is reporting about some Rockets news regarding potential trades and guys who are on the move and are valued on that Rockets roster that other people might want. And there is a backup plan, apparently, if Steven Adams leaves. So we'll get into that. So plenty to get to here as we're just getting started. It's me and Sean. I saw Paul in here. Is his electricity out? Is that why he's in the building?
Yeah, he needs electricity to prep. So it's right there.
You need electricity and air conditioning to do your job.
He never said air conditioning. He just
I think it's an appealing part of the thing too, though, because we all know it's Houston in June. AC always important. So Paul's in here early, so he's getting prepped for his show, and he won't join us obviously, but he'll be here on time. So we'll get into the rest of our show in a little bit, but first we're going to break.
This is the Del Olaleye Show.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Broadcasting live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios, here's Del Olaleye.
So we have our answer, at least for now. CJ Stroud not throwing. He was in drills for quarterbacks that didn't involve throwing, but when it was time for that, he stepped aside, and it was Davis Mills who took those first reps. So Sean asked a question during the break, and it led me to look up the dates for Texans OTAs and mini camps, at least through June. So they have a day off tomorrow, and then on Thursday, they're back with OTAs, and then they have a mandatory mini camp where you would expect, I guess, Dameon Pierce to be back if there isn't a real issue with him and the Texans. 10th and 11th, that's when mandatory mini camps are underway. So next Tuesday. So if CJ Stroud's not throwing by next week, do we take it seriously, or when the Texans tell us it's no big deal, we're like, okay, we'll take that at face value? Or do we at least ask, hey, what's the actual problem? Yeah, you can tell us he'll be ready by training camp, which really would be the only thing that would matter. And frankly, does CJ Stroud, he probably doesn't need a training camp with a new OC. If it was a OC he had already worked with, then I would say, hey, just get him ready for the regular season. But you would like to get real reps with your new wide receiving group and your new offensive coordinator. And if he's going to have more responsibility, according to everything that's being said, he's going to have a lot more on his shoulders. You'd like to see actual physical reps take place. But training camp, the start of that is when you say, we'd like to know that he's able to throw a football without you being worried about inflicting any pain or added injury to whatever is going on right now. But if he's not throwing by the 11th, he's just sitting there watching Davis Mills and Graham Mertz throw the football. At least after that practice, we should ask the question, what is the actual injury, I think.
Yeah, just like what's actually up. I agree that until training camp, which is like the 29th or something, I don't know how much this actually matters. But if he doesn't throw and the end of July starts coming, then it becomes a discussion point again of like, so is this guy going to throw it? Like, is he good now? So I think just for our own sake, we should, I think by the end of mandatory minicamp, it doesn't have to be day 1 or 2 of mandatory minicamp, but like by the end of the next, I guess, session of the off-season program, like I want to see him at least tossing a ball around.
Yeah, you just type in his name right now and on Twitter, and you see anyone who's out there going, not throwing, he's not throwing, he's not throwing. So certainly the reporters out there who go out there every day are taking notice. And then I guess we'll get a question asked of D'Amico about it, and he'll probably say what he said before: we're not concerned. And maybe we're all a little shell shocked by what the Astros are up to, but we don't need to hold the Texans to that same standard. But just as you said, I would love for this not to be an issue, and just for it not to be a story we have to focus on, because you know what, he actually is fine, as opposed to there's some pain when he tries to throw a football, or whatever the reason is. They've decided he's not going to throw.
Yeah, because the weird off-season like quarterback injury has happened before. Like sometimes guys do, whether it's in the off-season workouts or off-season when they're just throwing routes against air to receivers. Like we have had guys come back and be like, oh, their shoulders actually kind of messed up when they're coming into camp and they need to rest some more. And then now it is what you laid out, where training camp actually is very valuable for CJ Stroud and a Texans offense that has a new play caller and a bunch of, other than Nico Collins, really all their top receivers, or who you expect to be top receivers, are going to be new faces. So I think that right now, still not a big deal. But the longer we go and the closer we get to the end of mini camps, it starts to become a little bit bigger and bigger of a deal.
Yeah. You just hope it's as small as they're making it out to be, and we can move on. But as of now, your starting quarterback has not thrown a football in OTAs today.
If you had to start a game today, who would start?
Ooh, that's the question.
That's what you asked.
That's the question.
D'Amico Ryan.
That's what we need a muckraker to ask after practice today. Yeah, Davis, coach, if you had to play a game today, could CJ play? And let's see what he said. Of course, he'd be like, come on. Of course, he'd be like, come on.
You saw him shoot jump shots.
Yeah,
his arm works.
Yeah. Hey, I know I saw him shoot jumpers. I just haven't seen him, throw a pass. That's all.
Yeah, I'm not asking if the Rockets need some bench minutes.
Yeah, I'm not looking for a spot up shooter for the Rockets. I'm looking for a guy who, if needed, could play quarterback for the Texans today in a real game. Not even a real game. Could he play quarterback for the Texans in a joint practice?
If the Hall of Fame game was today, could he play?
If an opponent was coming to town just for practice, could he play in that? He won't even be touched. That's part of the whole. That's part of the appeal of joint practice. Could he play in that? That's what you do. You don't ask him about a game. Hey, coach, could CJ participate in joint practices if one was today?
Yeah,
just to throw him off a little bit.
Whatever. The Lions, I know they announced that they scheduled joint practices somewhere.
It don't matter as we get closer, but as of now in June, it really doesn't. But yeah, if anyone who happens to ask questions at practice, if I can just send it to you through the ether, with the force.
Have Cody Stutes ask.
Yeah. Hey, you got Cody's number. Text. Hey, Cody, taking prompts from you.
Just randomly texting him. Ask D'Amico if it was joint practices, could CJ play?
Yeah. Cody's like, are you kidding? I have to deal with these people every day. I'm not asking that question. No one's got interest in asking that question, but there we are. Still not throwing. So be it. Okay. Before we get to break, let's get to this. I mentioned this in the first segment that there has been some reporting by Kelly Iko of The Athletic on some potential Rockets moves, and it's more about who on the roster teams may be interested in, because you never want to put the local team in a spot where you're saying, well, this guy's being shopped. So Cam Whitmore is a guy we've talked about quite a bit, not getting a lot of minutes, and the quote that remains memorable is the one where he was asked about his prospect of playing after having a good game. Goes, it doesn't really matter what I do. And those words were reported back to Ime, and Ime Udoka a couple of times referenced Cam and what he needs to do. He says Cam Whitmore knows what he needs to do, get on the floor. And then it even lasted to the end of the year, where he, at their end of the year presser, where he said, yeah, I've heard Cam, and I'm a little surprised by that, because we let him know exactly what he needs to do to get on the floor. So that is a guy that, according to Kelly Iko, opposing teams and franchises are looking at as someone they can maybe pry from the Rockets. And of course, it'll come down to, what is Cam Whitmore worth? How much are the Rockets willing to, or how much negotiation are the Rockets willing to do to get an asset back? Or is that someone they feel like they'll take a second round pick, which is under the value, certainly, of where they drafted him. Now, he dipped in the draft. He was like in the early 20s, I believe, when he was drafted, somewhere around the early to mid 20s. So
I think it was number 20.
Okay, so he wasn't a lottery pick, but he was a guy with lottery pick talent. So if it comes to the point where they're trading him for a couple seconds, because I'm not sure anyone's giving the Rockets a first for Cam Whitmore right now, because first round picks are held in high esteem until they're actually drafted. Like, the possibility, even if you're picking 25, for whatever reason, it means like the pick is more than an actual player.
Like a guy who is the 10th pick last year. It's very, it is a weird.
Yeah, once he put on a uniform, he decreases in value, like it's a car, like you drove him off the lot.
It's like driving it off the lot.
Yeah.
Where if you try to trade, I mean, even like the third pick in the draft, at the draft, you probably could have gotten more than once you take the player and it's Reed Shepard. Now it's like, doesn't get you as much.
Exactly. So this is from the article. A handful of teams have inquired about the availability of sparingly used wing Cam Whitmore. It's rough. League and team sources said. So it goes into his inability to find a spot in the rotation, and all the stuff I just mentioned. He's voiced his displeasure about not being able to play. Of course, you shoot the Rockets and him some bail. There's still some optimism about what he can become, all that stuff. But Whitmore and his representation aren't seeking a trade, but just know that teams are out there sneaking around, seeing what they can, what they'd have to give up for Cam Whitmore. He's one of those names that people are going to say is the most attainable of the Rockets players. All the other guys outside of Amin are guys you might put in a trade to acquire someone when they do all their mock trades. But Cam is the one where could you get him for a veteran on a low salary? Would it take a pick or two to get him? He's the guy who seems like, at least people always want to say, he's the most likely to go.
It's unfair to him because he's way better than this player, but he's the Ty Washington, Josh Christopher, Usman Garuba of like, hey, took you in the first round. Again, he's better than all those guys, but things didn't really work out. We're gonna part ways because those guys couldn't really hack it on a pretty crappy team and immediately fell out of the league. I think Cam Whitmore, if you could have just kind of transported him back to the Steven Silas Rockets, like he would have found the court.
Yes,
against,
he would have,
on that team. He would have actually probably would have been like the fourth leading scorer or something. But I think that's the ultimate kind of I guess the end of the Cam Whitmore story here is that either he's a small part of a big deal, maybe he's a small part of a Kevin Durant deal. He's the kind of like extra little throw-ins just to get up to
make the Suns feel like they got something.
Well, and also to get to $50 million.
Yeah, you gotta make salaries work and all this.
Or like you said, he could be a piece that just gets moved to more or less open up a roster spot.
Yeah. You might take a pick or two back, and I mean second round picks, or maybe as you said, it is something where it helps the salaries work, and also the Suns can tell themselves, hey, we got a good young player out of this.
Hey, not only did we get pick 10 and whichever young guy, Jabari Smith, we also got a young shooting guard.
Untapped potential.
Yeah.
Because we don't have enough shooting guards in the roster.
Develop them to be our sixth man. And when I say sixth man, I mean sixth shooting guard.
Yeah, we have plenty. One who we want to go, who won't go.
Yeah, one who inexplicably wants to be here.
Yeah, and there's another one we got two who want to be here.
For some reason. The only two people on this basketball team that want to be here.
Yeah, and one we'd love to get rid of, but we can't. So let's bring in another guy who we're going to have to find minutes for. And speaking of that, you mentioned the Kevin Durant thing. Even in that same article, they talk about what the Rockets and Suns are discussing. And apparently the Suns have called the Rockets a couple times. So I do like it's being positioned as the Suns are calling the Rockets on these deals. It was written since the conclusion of the season. Houston has fielded several calls from Phoenix. So Phoenix is the aggressor, at least according to The Athletic and Kelly.
And they want their picks back.
Yes,
right?
They want the number 10 pick. The important thing for Phoenix in any trade with the Rockets is they want control of their picks back, starting with the number 10 pick in this upcoming draft. And the Rockets could meet a price for Phoenix, but as Phoenix continues to lower their asking price, but right now there still remains doubt that anything will get done.
Yeah,
involving Kevin Durant and the Rockets.
I was gonna say for Durant, I would say like the 10th pick, and then maybe one other, or not maybe, and then one other Suns pick. And they're probably not getting 3 of their own picks back just because it's so valuable. Because look at them, look at the Suns.
Yep.
They have a team that missed the play-in this year and have no means to actually improve their team because you have all their first round.
Yeah, I would not be surprised if the Rockets aren't even offering Suns picks. Hey, we're pretty good. We're going to be picking in the 20s.
Like one of our
you want our picks? That's how it'll work out for.
Maybe you could get a Cam Whitmore.
It doesn't help the Suns that Kevin Durant wants out because they made it open. They made it pretty clear they were shopping him when he didn't want to go. So now, you don't want me? I don't want you. So now they're not operating in a position from strength. It is the one thing you could maybe shoot Nico Harrison some bail for. He wanted to do it privately because he knew once you open it up to trading Luka, it's death if you don't get a deal done. This is to a lesser extent, of course. We have no caveats. You should have got more. Understood all that stuff. I get it. But I get the fact you want to keep it quiet. The Suns weren't able to, or maybe weren't all that interested in it, considering another big name was on the other side. They're trying to acquire Jimmy Butler. So it was pretty open that Kevin Durant was in trade talks. Now that it's clear that they wanted him gone, he wants to be gone, and they're operating not from a position of strength, and that's why the Rockets can keep waiting for them to call and asking them to lower their asking price, because the Rockets can position themselves as, hey, we're not desperate to have Kevin Durant. We're a pretty good team. Sure, we'd love to have him, but we're not going to rip up what we think is a good future for him.
Yeah, again, all your picks are so much more valuable.
Yeah, we'd
the
rather have
29 pick that we have.
Yeah, when Kevin Durant's
awesome.
either 40 something playing for someone else or retired, and Devin Booker is probably gone, how much will that pick be worth? We're not giving that back to you.
Yeah.
Take these picks in the 20s and be happy with it. But the Suns, at least right now, are putting on a brave face and at least asking for 10, it looks like, which is their own. So we'll see how that plays out. We're just getting started with this offseason stuff. But the recent reporting from The Athletic is the Rockets and Suns are still talking, and the Suns are the team making all the calls, at least right now. All right, we'll go to break with that. We will continue to talk some basketball because we'll do our scapegoat rankings. We haven't done that in a little bit. As the NBA Finals are a couple days away, now it's time to blame people for and ask, are you the reason why we didn't make the finals? That's what teams are doing, and they're doing it by leaking information. Players are talking to reporters about why Karl Anthony Towns wasn't a good fit. And we know, we talked about it earlier, that a couple players from the Cavs are maybe not on the trade market, but the Cavs aren't unwilling to trade them. So it's that time of the year. So we'll get to that when we come back.
You're listening to the Del Olaleye Show.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios, here's Del Olaleye.
Final thing on that Kevin Durant situation, Sean brought it to my attention, at least reminded me that the Suns are prioritizing acquiring a center in any discussions involving Kevin Durant. So, Jock Landale, you did a podcast earlier about how you struggle with lack of playing time. You want to go to Phoenix? Maybe you'll start there. And you know the area well.
Yeah. So hard for the Rockets to find a center to trade for Kevin Durant. Obviously they have one that could get a trade done yesterday, but you won't.
You won't. Yeah.
Won't do that.
That won't be the guy.
But and then Adams is a free agent, if I'm
he is
correct. And then
Jock Landale's the one remain.
It's
going down, is what you're saying?
29-year-old Jock.
It's going down. Also, if they cannot bring back Steven Adams, Brook Lopez is on their radar as well. The guy they tried to acquire when they brought in Fred VanVleet,
former almost Rocket.
Yeah. Yes, so he is still someone that they hold in high regard, despite a couple years later and getting older and looking like he's getting older on the floor. So maybe Brook Lopez is your backup center.
Do you think Dylan Brooks would be like, man, am I glad to see you? You spurning the Rockets made me an extra what? $12 million.
That sliding door stuff is real. Just think if Brook Lopez had decided he'd rather be in Houston, Dylan Brooks, I don't know where he'd be right now, but he wouldn't be making 80 over 4.
It was reported that he would making 16 a year, and then when Brook Lopez
he got that
bowed
extra.
Out, they basically spread it around a little bit, and he got bumped up to 20.
Yeah.
Crazy. I'd love him if there's a guy who left.
Like when guys have to give up. Some guys have to give up $500,000 for their number if they want, because another guy already has it on the roster.
House.
Yeah. You should be banking bankrolling Brook Lopez's next home.
Yeah,
wherever he wants it to be.
River Oaks.
Yeah, wherever he wants one. Honestly, as far as how much money we're talking, what's an extra $16 million, maybe around there.
Yeah.
For what? For Brook Lopez going, actually, I want to stay in Milwaukee.
Yeah. You know what? Never mind. I have to lose in the first round a couple times.
Yeah. 16 mil. Maybe the difference between for Dylan Brooks, just because Brook Lopez said no initially. Okay. Brook Lopez won't go on our scapegoat rankings. He simply wasn't good enough to qualify. Sorry to be said. At one point, Brook Lopez was a big-time contributor on a finals team. He's not that anymore. But these guys, in different ways, were expected to help their teams at least go further than they did. So let's begin our scapegoat rankings. And since this is for the entire playoffs, we have to reach back into the first round. And we are not going to get after this individual anymore than just to mention, because we've done this already. But Jalen Green, he was one of the initial scapegoats on our scapegoat rankings for his performances. You all know. What, you want to say 6 out of 7 games he was a non-factor? Maybe I give him some bail and maybe say 5, but either way, disappointing outside of his game 2. He also mentioned the lights are too bright for him after game 1. So he has that on his resume as well. But Jalen Green is on the list. You can throw Kristaps Porzingis, who Celtics fans started calling zombie Porzingis because of his mystery illness, which was initially brought to the forefront in March, and then it popped up again during the playoffs. He wasn't the same guy. Now, this is a guy who missed a lot of time in last year's playoffs. The Celtics were able to overcome it thanks to other teams dealing with injuries. They weren't able to overcome his absences even when he was on the floor. So he makes the list, and he may be on the move. Maybe the shelf life on Porzingis is a year and a half, and now he's going to be gone. And while this guy was a fine number 2 in that Rockets series, he was not capable of being a number 1 other than one night, and that goes to Jimmy Butler. He had the great game 3 because the Warriors were operating on the don't let us get one, because if we get one, then Steph may be back for game 6. I have my doubts about that, but that's what they were selling. Jimmy Butler played well in game 3, did not play in an assertive manner in 4 or 5, and Warrior fans were asking, we got to pay this guy what, $110 million over the next 2 years for this?
Yeah, a number 2 who can't become a number 1,
and in some cases isn't all that interested in being a number 2 because I play the right way. I'm going to make sure all my guys get involved.
Yeah,
that's cool.
Buddy Hield's the number.
That's cool when Quentin Post isn't on your team, and as you said, Buddy Hield, while he was great in Game 7 against the Rockets, you can't depend on Buddy Hield to be a number 2 option on a night-to-night basis. That's what Jimmy's for. He cannot elevate himself to number 1. So we'll see if that particular trade and that extension is really the death of the Warriors. I wouldn't even call it dynasty anymore, but whatever their current era is with Steph.
Competing window.
Yeah, we'll say we will see if that's the death of it until Giannis says he wants to be a Warrior, and then all hell breaks loose. Don't think that's not a possibility. We'll see how that goes. Let's go to the combo of Garland and Allen, the two guys for the Cavs who appear to be guys the Cavs would be willing to move for the right trade. Giannis, anyone? So Jared Allen criticized for his inability to be effective in the playoffs as a big man.
2 straight years.
2 straight years that's happened. And was he healthy the year they got beat by the Knicks in round 1? I don't remember. That we're talking about now 3 seasons ago, because they weren't great in that series. The Knicks surprised and beat them, I think, in that series as well. And now we have Garland, who was banged up. The high point of his playoff run was telling people that our offense is pretty good because we just attacked Tyler Hero. He didn't play the rest of that series. They didn't need him, and then he was banged up throughout the series against the Pacers. So everyone's hurt, but certainly his, I guess you might call it turf toe, hampered him. And now he's a guy, small guard, who was injured in the playoffs. So that immediately goes, hey, can we improve on this?
Yeah.
And so those guys have been looked at by maybe not the Cavs specifically, but at least reporting around the Cavs as guys who could be on the move. And when you look at having the best record in the East and going out the way you did, you got to find some people. You're not going to blame Donovan Mitchell, because what's the point? He will score and score a lot. He's never been out of second round, but he's your franchise player. You're not going to throw him on the fire. There's a couple guys you get to first before Donovan Mitchell catches his. Although you look at his history, there are some spectacular playoff games. He just maybe isn't a guy who can elevate a team past the second round. That may just be his ceiling. Can he be? Then you ask the question, can Donovan Mitchell be the best player on a title team? So far, the answer is no.
Yeah, if I'm the Cavs, just given the state of what we think the East will be next year, I think I keep it pretty stable, or at least as stable as I can. But you bring up a good point where Donovan Mitchell does feel like he kind of hits a ceiling of his abilities, and it is like maybe make a conference finals one of these years, get the right matchup
this year.
Yeah. And I would say if I'm the Cavs, I'd be banking on, by the time we're ready to make the finals, Donovan Mitchell won't be the best player on the team. It'll be Evan Mobley.
They should hope that's the
hope.
case.
That's the hope. That's why I'd keep it pretty stable. I'd listen on Allen. I wouldn't listen on Garland, to be honest. I think Garland's good.
Yeah, I do too.
It's a little bit of the doubt that I have in Donovan Mitchell being able to run an offense. Like that's when they lost the Pacers series, because he couldn't be the point guard for the Cavs.
I guess the fear is you looked at Portland, where you had two small guards who weren't particularly good defensively. And what's your ceiling? Their ceiling was one Western Conference Finals, and that was the end of that. They had to break it up. So we'll see what the Cavs do after their 60-plus win season. This one hurts because there's a social video of me talking about him, but Julius Randle goes on the list. He disappeared in that Thunder series far too often. And even when you look at some of his numbers later in the series, either he would have one half that was pretty good, or like I think was it game 5? He put up numbers, but the game was long.
Yeah.
Over.
Yeah. He was good in the second half of a game
blowout.
they're down 30.
Yeah, he was putting up empty numbers. So he goes on the list. Then he is a guy who looked like he was well on his way to like a 4-year, $160+ million deal, considering he had a player option. Now the question is, when there's not a lot of money available, is he someone who will just take the player option and wait till 2026? Or maybe he and the Wolves have an understanding that they're going to give him an extension, which is funny because they traded Cat because the finances of trading Cat were too much, or excuse me, keeping Cat were too much, and they made the deal to get rid of him because it would cost less. And now Randall may be asking, maybe not for Cat money, but big money.
Yeah, and it's to the point where I'm thinking like, could he be the guy in a Suns trade for Kevin Durant?
Teaming with Devin Booker?
It also just seems like a guy the Suns would be like, hell yeah, we love Julius Randle. Remember all the good games he played? And everyone would go, but what about the bad ones? Matt Ishbia would not care about that. But yeah, I think Julius Randle, he did a good number, I'd say, considering what we thought of him at the start of the playoffs. Of this guy's like almost historically bad as a leading option or as a top option for a playoff team on offense. He did beat back that narrative a little bit, but he did, again, kind of hit the wall of like, there's a level you need to get to be able to do it against the Thunder in the Western Conference Finals. And Randall couldn't quite get there.
And you mentioned the Suns. He and Booker were teammates at Kentucky. Apparently they like each other, so that might be something he would be interested in. And we know the Wolves are interested in Kevin Durant. At least that's what was reported around the All-Star, around the trade deadline, and now recently as well, that the Wolves may be interested in him. So that could be an option, a swap along with picks or whatever you need to do to make that work. So he's on the list. We haven't put a coach on the list, period, throughout these playoffs. Maybe JJ Redick caught a little bit for not resting guys, not playing bench players in a half.
Playing the five-man lineup for 24 minutes.
Yes, I think we did mention him there. But as far as a guy losing his job, it's not us. He just makes this list because people are talking about him. Tibbs is the guy who people are questioning, not just how he runs out his lineups in the regular season, but also his offense. There are thoughts that even if he stays, he needs to hire someone who can implement a better offense. That if you're going to keep Cat and Jalen Brunson together, that you can't have it be so ISO dependent, particularly for Jalen Brunson, but also for Cat. That guy, Cat's a great outside shooter. Should he be a guy who is on the move? A little bit. I mean, we're not going to make him a movement shooter, but you can set a down screen for Cat and have Cat open for a shot. There wasn't a lot of that in their offense. It was a lot of, hey, Jalen, pound the ball into the floor for 20 seconds, and if you don't get anything, throw a grenade to someone to see if they make a shot. So there are some questions about Tibbs' offensive acumen, and maybe an OC. We don't normally say that about basketball. Is needed there, or maybe Tibbs needs to go. A lot of people I've heard say that voice is a stale one, and the Knicks need a new voice. I don't think they're firing Tibbs.
That'd be crazy.
I don't think it's happening, but maybe there needs to be some innovation on the offensive side of the ball. I think they're more roster limited than coach limited. You got two guys on your roster making a lot of money here, or who are one-way guys, and that's hard to do in the NBA right now.
And like you said, the one way that both those guys go, it's not being maximized because they don't ever really interact with each other. That your two best players don't make it hard on defenses by running a pick and roll together, by doing dribble handoffs like Jokic and Murray will do. Like there's just not the interplay between your two, big dogs on offense, and then on defense they're both guys that get targeted.
Yeah, it's tough to win that way.
He did start playing more guys though.
He did. He waited to the playoffs, so who knows if those guys would have been better served playing the regular season. So there's more cohesion. He waited, and those guys gave them good minutes because the starting five was one of the worst since like
ever
particularly in the last 20 years. They're the second worst starting five in the playoffs ever.
Yeah.
I think it was like
to make the
conference finals. It was like obviously you look at what the Heat did, they had to be worse than the Knicks this year. But there's a team from 2008 is the only team that's worse as to have a starting five. I forgot who it was, what team it was, but Tom Haberstroh, formerly of ESPN, had that stat, did all the research there. And we've talked a lot about Cat. We haven't talked about him the way this guy has, and this comes from New York, so you can expect a certain tone. This is from the Fan in New York on Karl Anthony Towns.
The biggest issue that the Knicks have going forward to get to the next level is the fact that they waited and waited and waited to go all in on a couple of guys, and the biggest one being Karl Anthony Towns. And they went and they traded for him, and he's making $50 million a year, and at the core, he's a loser. That is their biggest problem. The guy is a loser. He's a losing player. He complains. He is soft. He shows you flashes where he's the best player on the court. Not enough. He doesn't play enough defense. He bitches and moans. He is, up until this point in his career, a loser who is making $50 million, who is going to be a logjam as far as them trying to get to the next level.
His shot selection on Saturday night was insane.
I mean, he is getting to the point now as one of the most frustrating players I have ever watched in the uniform of a team that I root for, because I know how good he can be. And it's just so damn annoying watching him not realize his full potential. I don't know if it'll ever happen. I really don't know. But that is their biggest issue, is the fact that they thought this Towns thing was going to work better than it did, and it hasn't.
That is Greg Giannotti of the Fan, Greg with 2 G's, or in this case 3 G's. And that other voice you heard throwing his little thing in was Boomer Esiason. Boomer got his thoughts in as well for like a second and a half. And that's what people are talking. That's how people are talking about Karl Anthony Towns. He's a big time scorer, one of the better big man shooters of all time, and yet bad defender, doesn't block shots. And when you get isolated and targeted play after play, offensive possession after offensive possession by the Pacers, all your flaws are shown for all the world to see.
Yeah,
and it's going to be something people take into account, because the Knicks, with all the picks they've given up to not just acquire him, but Mikal Bridges, they are all in on this roster. And yeah, they made the conference finals. They beat the Celtics, which was the team they built that team for. They built their current roster to beat the Celtics. And you think you beat the Celtics, you got the Pacers coming in. Oh, we got it made. Turns out, maybe don't build a team for just one team.
Yeah, and just the way they play is just so slow, which is a terrible matchup
for the Pacers,
for what the Pacers want to do. And yeah, like I agree with the sentiment that like what makes Karl Towns so frustrating is that he is very talented, but then whether it's the I guess the on-court demeanor or the on-court just personality, the dumb fouls that Charles Barkley will ask about him to his face, and then the limitations that he has just as a player on defense, that's what makes him like so frustrating, because he really does seem close to being like a completely awesome player. I wouldn't go as far.
I wouldn't call him a loser,
because he has been on back-to-back conference finalists.
Yes.
Before that, he was a loser.
Strictly by,
but he was also Minnesota Timberwolves.
Yes, and it's hard to win there. Strictly going by his regular season record, he is an under 500 player. So if you just go by his
true?
Yes, if you go by his NBA career, regular season wise, he would in fact be classified as a loser.
Eli Manning of minus the rings.
Yes, so we don't use that word; it's very harsh, but facts say he loses more than let's put it this way: he loses more than he wins in the regular season. He has helped. He's turning that around.
Yeah,
this last couple years.
The last 2 years have been huge for his win percentage.
Yeah, it'd be even worse if not for the last couple years. So that ends our playoff scapegoat rankings. I guess we'll do one for the finals. Probably will be a rather short list unless there's a complete team collapse by someone. Because if the Pacers get their ass kicked, I won't call them scapegoats. No one expects them to win. Now, if the Thunder lose, there's prime real estate to start calling people scapegoats, because people will crush that team if they lose to the Pacers. All right, we'll go to break with that. We'll get into the second hour here shortly. We got some college football stuff to get to. Is your team overvalued or undervalued? ESPN has their analytics team behind it, and then they have their, if you might call them their loudmouths behind it. And some of that is it counteracting, or if that's even a word. We'll get to that in a little bit. We'll also update you on a retirement for your Texans. You probably didn't even know he was on the roster, and now you don't have to worry about it. We'll get to that in the second hour when we come back. So we begin hour 2 with some college football and also just some college sports overall. We have our 16 teams in the Super Regional for the College World Series. The SEC did not fare as well as they would like, and people on Twitter took notice of it and decided to point out the SEC maybe got too many teams in the tournament in baseball, and let's say bit of a flop. The NCAA tournament in basketball, bit of a flop, and of course, the people pointed out the playoff where the SEC didn't do as well as they probably assumed they would. Look, the SEC isn't down. I mean, but if you want to take a victory lap because they didn't win a national title in basketball and actually they did win a national title in basketball, which is funny. People talk about how well they didn't do, and they actually did win a national title. But also baseball, they still are alive there.
They had 2 Final Four teams.
Yeah, but people were taking victory laps, and I was like, they won the national title, right? But people were taking victory laps because all the teams that got in didn't overperform.
Yeah, it was 7 out of the 8 weren't Elite 8
in the Elite 8 teams. So we can laugh at you. But our 2 Final Four, whatever.
Tennessee
and our national champion,
good.
by the way. Whatever you say, SEC. And then, of course, I mentioned all the other stuff people are taking pleasure in. Like baseball, I would say they probably disappointed in that. Like, that would be the one where
they had 2 teams host regionals.
Yeah, the 1 and 2 seed. We talked about yesterday. Vanderbilt, Texas knocked out. You had OU lost to North Carolina yesterday. LSU was down big to Little Rock, like 5-1 or something, and they came back. That would have been nuts because Little Rock is under 500.
Yeah,
if they would have won that regional, in Baton Rouge, that would have been crazy.
It also there is a little bit of like we know this in MLB in the MLB playoffs, but it is like how many times does a 105 win Dodger team like lose in the NLDS? Like we know that the baseball playoffs get kind of wonky. Now in college, there is just a bigger separation of skill. So you'd think that more often than not, the great teams would advance. But there is like you said, a under 500 Little Rock team can take LSU to the brink. Is just a thing that can happen when you're playing 2 games in a baseball series.
Particularly when you're talking about over 4 days, and can your starting pitcher? How many starting pitchers do you have who can go? Like Southern Miss, who was hosting a regional, shout out to the Canes for taking them out. They played twice over the course of like 24 hours or so. And they had a pitcher go on Friday, like through 70 pitches or maybe 80, or I forgot how it worked out. I think he might have thrown 70 on Friday and then came back and threw 80 yesterday. Just because that's how they treat college pitchers.
Oh yeah, I remember the first time I watched a college baseball game with like actual interest.
Yeah,
and I think it must have been when they started putting like pitch counts on the broadcast. And there's a Texas pitcher that just went for like 130 pitches and just was trotted back out for another inning. I was like, oh my God, they're gonna kill this kid.
Yeah. Wayne Graham wasn't against doing that to a pitcher too. The pitcher in question, he threw 80 last night after 70 on Friday, and hey, they just,
150 pitches.
Yeah, since Friday, to get to a super regional, which they could not do as they go down 5-4 at home to Miami. So we also had the Women's College World Series where we're going to have Texas versus Texas Tech in the final. Texas Tech takes out Oklahoma. That game was 2-0 for Tech, and then Oklahoma hit a 2-run home run. And they're down to the last out, and then Tech hit a sac fly to win it. And my takeaway from it is I don't know who the play-by-play guy is there. Sure, it was very exciting to watch Oklahoma finally lose, but to say that the dynasty has been ended just because the team who had won 4 in a row won't win their 5th in a row. That's not how dynasties work. You don't have to win every year, and if you don't, then the dynasty's over. You can win 5 out of 6, and I'm pretty sure Oklahoma will be. I don't even have to do any research, Sean. I'm just going to assume Oklahoma's going to be just fine next year.
That's dangerous.
Yeah, I know it's dangerous.
They are an SEC team, so they might lose in the playoffs.
Well, they didn't get beat by an SEC team, at least to be eliminated by one. They did lose to Texas early in the College World Series. Texas Tech gets that done. Texas Tech, who has now become, across multiple sports, a big NIL team.
I didn't know, or maybe I knew this. I just didn't know the number that's been reported for a pitcher on the Texas Tech softball team.
Do we believe it's $1 million NIL for this pitcher?
I mean, I don't refuse to believe it because crazy things happen. But like, is there any way that's worth the return on investment? I know they're literally in the final, but like, still,
I don't know.
Are they making $1 million
I don't know
off of this?
the finances of college softball to know what making a national title game series means.
I'll even say this isn't even a softball thing. The Cooper Flag number that got floated out there was like
28 million.
Yeah, there's no way that was worth it. There's no way he's actually worth $28 million.
I don't believe it.
Yeah, that too. Like, are we counting like the total of like his
Nike deal? What? Oh, New Balance actually. New Balance. Yeah, excuse me.
Nike.
New Balance. How dare I? Right. I don't know. I don't know. I just don't think the number 28 is something I'm going to believe right now. I know he's generational. I just don't believe it. Sorry.
We've never seen a number 1 pick like this guy.
No, we did 2 years ago. And probably
I didn't. That's a different generation.
That's not how. It's not 2 years separating generations. No. And then we got another generation.
We got another huge age gap.
Then we got another generational guy
next year. Yeah.
Yes. So we will see how Cooper Flag plays out with the Mavericks. But as far as something I did mention before we did go to break, we got to the college baseball, college softball stuff.
Look at us being interested in college baseball.
Like at this point, championships on the line, so I will watch.
Yeah.
I'm just not going to watch Oklahoma beat the crap out of Oklahoma State 20-1.
It does help that we're not getting a 5-peat, I will say.
For the excitement level, that there'll be a new
just
champ.
For the interest.
At least in the last half decade, a new champ with Tech and Texas playing. But there are some list and content being created by ESPN, and it's just them eating off of themselves actually to create this. But as I said, they have a list of the overvalued teams in college football and the undervalued ones according to the analytics and the experts who are talking about it. And by experts, I mean just guys who cover the sport. So teams are undervalued according to their guys here. Arizona State, they are a team who pushed Texas to the brink in that playoff game, 4th and 13. Will that live in memory because it didn't result in a championship? In fact, I think you lost it the next game. Will that be something that Texas people remember? The 4th and 13, Ewers to Golden?
Maybe more in the like the as part of like the run, but I think if Arch leads them to a championship,
it'll be forgotten.
Yeah, the other things it'll immediately get outranked.
Yeah, so Arizona State makes the list. They don't have Cam Scatterbo anymore. They do keep Sam Leavitt. There are certainly some NIL interest in him. People trying to get him to transfer. He stays. And they also keep Jordan Tyson, who's a really good receiver, who didn't actually did he play in that game? Was he hurt?
He was out.
He was hurt in the game against Texas, so he'll be back. So they have some talent on the offensive side of the ball. According to Pablo Uggetti, not a name that you need to know. He's just the guy who was picked to choose undervalued or overvalued. He thinks ESPN's metric has Arizona State undervalued. Clemson makes that list. Iowa, team we talked about earlier, makes that list, and Indiana does as well. The teams who are overvalued, which is always more fun, A&M, they are ranked in the top 10, in fact, number 8 in these rankings. And the questions are about their offense last year and their defense. They were average, 51th ranked offense as far as EPA, and 47th in defense. That doesn't scream top 10 team. Marcel Reed's good. We'll see as a second-year full-time starter how well he plays, but they make the list of overvalued. So does Texas. And this is a lot about Arch, as everything regarding Texas is about Arch. If Arch is good, they think that roster is one that should be ranked as high as they are. But the question is Arch ready to lead a title team? And we can speculate, we can guess, but really we won't know. And frankly, even if you play as well against Ohio State, that's a good first step. But it's a long year, man. It's long. I mean, it goes beyond the regular season.
Grueling SEC schedule.
Sure. Playing Vanderbilt and Mississippi State, very grueling.
Yeah. At Kentucky.
Yeah, very difficult. Now, if you get Kentucky in Oxford, that's tough. Just ask Ole Miss. I don't know how difficult it would be to beat Kentucky in Lexington. But, it's long. Even if you win against Ohio State, then you've got the rest of your schedule. We're talking, let's say Texas is perfect. You have to, what do you win? 16 games to win the title now?
Yeah.
If you don't have, if you get the bye, although that's now not automatic, but if Texas runs through the SEC, they're getting a bye. So just a long year, man. So I don't know how you can tell who's got it in them that early in the year, particularly for a first time start as far as QB1. He makes the list, at least Texas makes the list along with A&M, and then Miami does as well. That's a lot about Carson Beck. So it's a lot of questions about the quarterbacks as far as the overvalued list is concerned. And rightfully so.
And then Tennessee, where it's like,
who is their quarterback? It's Joey Aguilar, I guess.
Yeah.
After they lost Nico.
Yeah.
To UCLA.
Is this just? Is this how we view quarterback play now, or is it something unique about the era we're living in, where it feels like for the second straight year we're just like, who's a good quarterback? Who's gonna be a good quarterback? Because even Cam Ward, who was awesome and ended up being the number one pick, like coming into the year, we weren't like, here's a guy
No,
who's
he
gonna
was
be the number one
running
pick.
around making mistakes at Washington State because of bad players around. Not bad, but just players who weren't at his level. And Washington State didn't have a good offensive line. They weren't as talented as the team he got to play with, at least offensively, at Miami.
Like the top level quarterbacks going into last year, it was Quinn Ewers, seventh round pick.
Sure.
Carson Beck, so bad he didn't go into the draft, now transferred.
Shedeur
Sanders, 5th round pick. And
was there anyone else?
Maybe Dylan Gabriel, 3rd round pick.
Anyone
to the same team that picked Shedeur?
Yeah, but anyone who watched Dylan Gabriel, great college player.
Yeah, he's a
who's
good
never going to be a big time prospect in the NFL level.
But
Drew Aller was a guy people liked. Not this show, and he played better than what we thought of him. But that was a guy who, particularly as the year went on, people thought, oh, that's a guy who could maybe sneak into the first round.
Yeah.
But even before the year, his arm, that's what we were scoffing at. Everyone's talking about how great his arm was and all the physical tools. I was like, did you watch him play? Particularly against good defenses. Now, he played better, and there's talk of him coming out, and then he said, no, I'm going to stay. So, as you said, a lot of the guys people were very high on, the prototypical guys, although Quinn Ewers' arm probably doesn't fit that profile. Big pocket passers who can throw the ball down the field. Those guys all stayed outside of Shedeur, who was always going to be a guy who left, and he doesn't even have the biggest of arms. And of course, Cam Ward came out of pretty much nowhere. He was a guy who didn't even really have a good draftable grade. That's why he made his decision so late to stay in college, because he declared for the draft, didn't like what the feedback, and then came back and then turned himself into the number 1 overall pick. So
it just feels like it's been a while since we had a guy who's like, I would say a quarterback on a title contending team where we're like, oh my God, they had, where it's this team with this quarterback is going to be hard to stop.
Because even the best offense in the last 10 years in college football, the most acclaimed one in LSU had Joe Burrow. It was pretty average. It was fine.
He was like a good SEC starter.
He was fine his first year as he was trying to figure things out. And then, of course, he took off with Joe Brady got there in year 2. So you're right.
I guess Caleb Williams, maybe.
And that didn't lead
those
to what
USC teams were in like.
Yeah, I mean, they were on the verge of making a playoff, and they got their ass kicked by Utah in a Pac-12 title game. I think they were in line to make the top 4 until Utah said, "No, we're good. You're not making the top 4 on our watch." Utah's done that to a couple Pac-12 schools. They beat up on Mario Cristobal in his final game at Oregon, so they've been spoiler a couple times with Kyle Whittingham. But yeah, I don't remember the last time we came into year saying great team, lock cinch top 5, also have a great quarterback that we all believe in as well.
And you think it'd be the opposite with NIL, that like the great quarterbacks would just find their way to the top schools. Like last year, Ohio State needed to go out and get a quarterback, and they got Will Howard.
Yeah,
it worked, but it wasn't like they went out and got
it worked for
a number 1 guy.
They lost twice in the regular season.
Yeah. I mean, it worked because
I know what you're saying, but in a
did still
different
lose to
world,
Michigan.
in a different world, they lost twice.
Yeah.
And they're not making the playoff in the real playoff, as we always talk about
Hell
here.
yeah.
So we always talk about team building in different sports. I don't know what the formula is in college other than to be really good on the fronts. And then
yeah. And I'm willing to say that this is just like a 2-year weird blip where like just in these two quarterback classes that there just hasn't been that guy. And, this time or at the end of this year, we could be talking about, Kate Klubnik or Garrett Nussmeier. Like, oh yeah, we should have known all the.
But let's think about this. JJ McCarthy. I mean, he worked himself into a first round pick, but look, I have my reservations about a guy who's more, as we say here, bus rider than bus driver for that Michigan team who won a national title the 2 years before, it was Stetson Bennett.
Yeah.
Who won a couple national titles. So it hasn't been exactly
Mac Jones.
Yeah, Mac. Well, first round pick, but we saw what that turned out, and a lot of people, at least a lot of people being me, could have told you how that was going to turn out. But yeah, he had that 1 year at the Patriots, and they lost their minds, and okay, this is Mac Jones. Now we can't wait to get rid of him, so we go draft Drake May and see how that works out. Yeah, I don't know who the great quarterbacks are going to be. I know what I'm being told. But even if we do have great quarterbacks, will they be matched with real title contenders who don't have the flaws that a Cam Ward team had, where Cam Ward, through no fault of his own, probably had a good enough offense to make a title game. His defense was so atrocious that the DC got fired and they revamped their entire secondary. Maybe there's another guy who will elevate himself into a top 5 pick. His team around him just won't be good enough to win the ultimate prize. We'll see. Long way away from the season beginning, but those lists are starting. So in some ways, we will talk about them. All right, we'll go to break with that. If you want to call in, you can. 713-780-3776. Me and Sean till noon. We will be back.
Hey guys, Lance Zerline here from ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. You can catch me arguing with John Granado and Del Olaleye on the radio on a regular basis. But when you miss the show, how are you going to know what you missed? How are you going to know about our conversations and what everyone's talking about? Well, you can follow us on our social media pages, and I'm talking about for the radio station. We do a great job at taking all of the show content that you see on our show and all of the great shows on ESPN 97.5 and ESPN 92.5 lineup, and we will recycle and let you hear the best of the best. Conversations about big wins, the most disappointing losses, who's doing a good job as manager or head coach. We're talking about it all. Do not miss it. Listen to the radio as often as you can. But if you miss it, follow the social media pages, like, subscribe, and never miss a second of the great content right here on the station.
The Del Olaleye Show continues.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios, here's your host, Del Olaleye.
We started the show with an update from Texans camp. The update, the only one that actually matters, if it actually does matter currently, is that C.J. Stroud still isn't throwing a football. He's out there warming up, got a helmet on, did some handoff stuff to the available running backs because Damian Pierce isn't there and Joe Mixon isn't there as well, but not throwing the football. So that is someone we haven't seen throw a ball in OTAs. We did the discussion thing where we say, hey, they got mandatory mini camps next week. We'll see. If it's still an issue then maybe some more pressing questions need to be asked. But up until then, we can get by with we're not too concerned. I'm sure the reporters will ask after practice is over there. Some other Texans news. Did we know that Ronald Darby was a Texan? I'm sure that news passed by and I acknowledged it, but didn't think much of it other than, oh, yeah, I remember him. Played at Florida State and with the Eagles and the Bills and all those other teams. He retires. He's not going to get the same type of love that Frank Ragnow got or David Andrews yesterday in his very emotional retirement with the Patriots. But Ronald Darby, veteran corner who the Texans signed, says goodbye to football. What, a couple days here? I was like, you know what? Enough of that.
That is always kind of funny. The guys that retire a week into mini camp where they're just like, nope, don't got it. Either don't got it or don't want to have it. Don't want to have to do this.
It's true. He was the Jags last year, part of the exchange program the Texans and the Jags are on right now because they brought in Christian Kirk.
He's part of the Kirk trade?
Yeah, I don't think so, but we were just including him in that. He's decided, no, I'm good. A couple days here. It's not like he doesn't know hot weather. He spent plenty of time in Tallahassee with the Knowles, but so I don't think it was that. He goes, you know what? I'm 31 years old. I don't want to do this anymore. At least not right now. He might be a guy who finds the will to play football in October, but going through a training camp, Ronald Darby, I don't know what his mindset is, but maybe that's one of those guys who would have been better served not signing before training camp began. Just wait for an opening.
Wait for some injuries. Try
Yeah.
to jump. I feel like the Ravens always
stay in shape.
Need to sign a street free agent. And
He's
then
been a
start 'em.
Raven before, in that way. Stay in shape. So when people start calling, hey, Ronald Darby, still want to play football? In fact, I do still want to play football. Thanks for the call. Or maybe it's a real thing where, he's just done. But I could see a guy, a veteran, I don't be out here, new team, doing all this. It wouldn't surprise me.
They're all calling me Unk.
Yeah, I got the locksmith keep hitting his head after every play and then calling me Unk afterwards. I don't do that.
Yeah. So from March 17th, 2025 to June 2nd, 2025, that's the Ronald Darby Houston Texan era.
He was here for a short time, not a long time. Were we aware he was even here? We are now.
For a good time.
I don't know. He retired. I'm not sure it was a great time.
It was a good time though. That was a good.
If it was a good time, maybe
2.5 months.
Maybe he would have kept playing.
Maybe he just loved Houston. Maybe just
doesn't seem like it. Seems like he wants to get out. I don't know where he currently resides. He's originally from Maryland, but Ronald Darby has retired. It's a shame. He should have waited a day. Maybe would have got some real acknowledgement because you got two well-accomplished centers retiring on the same day. You got to time these things out.
Oh, yeah. I want to have a day to my own.
Ronald Darby day.
Yeah.
People can talk about Ronald Darby retiring. All anyone was talking about is Frank Ragnow retiring and David Andrews crying during his retirement ceremony. He was very emotional. Crying makes it sound like I'm making fun of him. He was emotional. You want to hear it? I want to hear it. I think maybe I didn't save it. I'll put it on the rundown. He was let me know if I saved it. If not, I'll throw it on the rundown. Because David Andrews, longtime Patriot, he spoke about wanting to retire as a Patriot. And here is part of David Andrews. This is his opening statement as he says goodbye to football.
All right. I wrote this down, so I'm going to try to get through it. At the start, all right, here we go. When I knew this day was coming, I was thinking about what I wanted to say. As you can see, there's a lot of emotions. The one that kept sticking out to me was gratitude.
David Andrews. He got his farewell messages from his ex-Patriot teammates. They put up a social media post where Tom Brady's involved. Cordy, I don't know which one, Devin or Jason, not sure. I'm never ever going to be sure. Gronk is in it. So that guy was a staple of the back half of Tom Brady's career with the Patriots. And he says goodbye to football in a very emotional way. Before we go to break, actually, let's go to break. Keith, I see you. We'll get to Keith when we come back. Keith, known NFL journeyman aggregator. He loves bringing news to the table about NFL journeyman. So we'll get to Keith when we come back. We've got a couple more segments to go. We will be back.
You're back inside the Veritex Community Bank Studios with Del Olaleye. I mean, you're not actually in the studio, but if you watch ESPN Houston's YouTube channel, it's kind of like you are. No, not really? Okay.
Michael Carroll, that's who that was. He'll join us at a special time and day. He'll join us on Thursday because he won't be available on Friday, and I won't be available tomorrow. I won't be here. So Joe George will fill in for us, and by us, I mean me. Sean will be here, but Joe will fill in for me tomorrow. But Michael Carroll joins us normally at 11:30 on Friday, so join us probably at 11:30 on Thursday. Let's get to Keith. In fact, he doesn't want to talk about NFL free agents. He wants to talk about TV shows. What's up, Keith?
Hey, Dell. Thanks for having me on. I got a quick gripe and just want to see if you were maybe on the same wavelength here. But on Netflix, everyone has Netflix. They've had this series, the Untold series. You've got Brett Favre, you got Manziel, Manti Te'o, you've got the Gilbert Arenas, Javaris Crittenton. You got a ton of these Untold documentaries. But my big gripe with these, and maybe you're feeling the same way I'm feeling, all of them have just been completely average to below average. None of them have been good or great or even stellar. None of them are even like in the same atmosphere as The Last Dance and some other really good documentaries. Boston Marathon one, The Keepers, Blackfish, things like that. All of the Untold series, why are they so like subpar? Why are they not that good?
Keith, you're not alone in that thought. I don't know why they all aren't that good, but I'll reference back to the Florida one where they got access from Florida and those players, so they didn't tell the story that anyone was really interested in. That's what happens when you get access from the people involved. In a lot of ways, they're going to have some creative control, because why would they allow you to talk to them if you're going to tell a story they don't want to be told? So for a lot of it is you're not really getting an independent view or a objective view of what's going on. You are being whatever's being told is kind of curated by the people involved, and then you're not going to get the best.
Yeah, that's why, like they had a Mouse in the Palace one, and I was like, actually, turns out wasn't as bad as we all thought. It's like, yeah, no way, dude. No, oh yeah, Jermaine O'Neal, it wasn't as bad as he thought, or as we all thought. Oh, actually, there was a lot more that went into it, and it's much more. I don't know, guys. I think punching fans is is a little far.
Well, sure, you might have been prompted or at least aggravated by what the fans are doing. We all saw what you guys
Steven
were
Jackson
up there doing.
ran at those.
Yeah, we saw.
Wait. I think another thing is that they're all 60 minutes long, and the ones that Keith mentioned, I think all those
multiple
docs are all multiple hours longer.
Yeah, you're invested. I mean, it's a lot like it's
like if Last Dance had to be an hour long, like they wouldn't. They couldn't get into any of it.
Yeah, you're compressing. You're trying to tell a story from start to finish with an hour,
and that's basically what they're doing with like that. Told the story of Michael Jordan on the Bulls. Didn't really touch into the Wizard stuff very much, and the Johnny Manziel one is telling the story of Johnny Manziel. It's just that you have 10 hours of Michael Jordan. You have 1 hour of Johnny Manziel or 1 hour of Brett Favre.
Yeah, it's not going to hit the same. A lot of it has to do with build up too. The conversation around it. If you get an episode, maybe two, I forgot how they distributed the Last Dance, 2 per week for 5 weeks. It helped that it was COVID, so there's
literally nothing new
sports wise to watch. And of course, unless you mentioned Netflix had stuff in the can, no one was creating anything for a while. So there was The Last Dance if you're a sports fan to watch, unless you love Korean baseball when that started back up. So the buildup, the conversations you're having, that's part of why the streaming model gets criticized. That if you dump everything at once, it's out there for everyone, and then it's gone. But with The Last Dance, you got it over a 5-week period, and it helped that it was great content, a figure that in some ways is mythological when it comes to Michael Jordan. That helps it too. And if you're getting a behind the scenes look, even with Michael Jordan having all that control he did have over it, you're still getting a lot of what you're looking for. And you just want, that was just a perfect time for that particular doc. I wonder how appealing it would be today. I'm sure it would still be good. I just don't think it would be some something that brought us all together.
No, I don't think they would be having Scott Van Pelt doing post-game reaction shows to the Last
Like
Dance.
it's an
if it was coming
actual
out
live
today.
game.
Like that's actually what they would do. They had like Michael Wilbon and Stephen A. Smith on with Scott Van Pelt to talk about the 2 hours of TV that we just watched.
Yeah, because they weren't going to get together to talk about anything else unless they had health experts on, and no one wants to hear Wilbon and Stephen A. debate whatever version of Fauci they were going to bring on.
I mean, I'm sure Wilbon had some.
I'm sure they both would have, but I said no one was looking for it. I'm not saying they wouldn't. They weren't capable of having that conversation.
Yeah, I wonder the same thing of like not just if the Last Dance came out today, but if it just like came out when it was supposed to, which was I think it was like at the end of 2020, and they just moved it up because it was already, I think, mostly in the can. And so they were just like, oh, okay.
Yeah.
Oh, no, it was supposed to, I think, after the finals or something.
Yeah, it's supposed to coincide with that. Yeah, makes sense. Yeah.
Yeah, and they moved it up a few months. But I wonder in a like non-COVID world, if like it actually just came out after a normal finals, like would people have gone nuts? I think it would have still been a hit. I think it was really well done. But I don't know if it would be the like first doc that everyone goes to when they're like, why don't they make great docs like The Last Dance anymore?
Yeah, it was as I said, a perfect moment for the perfect athlete that people will always have an interest in, and also give him the credit for doing a great job. And of course, we got that. Was he a security guard who did that? We got memeable things from it as well.
Yeah,
and
got him Michael Jordan listening to music in the back of
and him holding that bat, talking about takes a real man to talk when you're down.
A bat and
a
then
cigar in his mouth.
Remember,
takes a real man to, he got all that stuff. Of course, I
took that personally.
Yeah, it's a lot of things that help take that doc to another level. And Keith, if you're looking for something to reach those levels, I say good luck to you, man. Not sure you're going to be able to find it, but yeah, Untold is taking a hit. The quality has gone down since their initial ones.
Yeah, I did like the Manti Te'o one, but that might have been one of the original.
It might have been one of the early.
But that one was good because Manti Te'o, like, I think part of it is because he didn't like really do anything wrong. You know, like he didn't do anything that he can't admit to.
He got catfished.
Yeah, and so it's been a decade, and so he was like open about it and talked about like the mistakes he made or his mindset at the time. And I was like, okay, this is actually interesting. They got the catfisher there. That person was a trip. So I like that one. It's also that one I feel like only needs to be an hour. You know, like it's a smaller scale one. It's not about Manti Te'o's like entire life and like long football career. It was about more or less one football season in 2012.
The question for me is, if Manti Te'o doesn't have that as a chapter in his life, is he charismatic enough to be able to go on NFL Network and have his segment, or is it NBC Sports? What is he?
I think he's on NFL. He's on Good Morning Football.
Yeah, is he charismatic enough? Is the football career big enough and successful enough for him to get on that show, if not for the catfishing incident?
I think he might be NBC broadcast of Notre Dame games. I think he's still a Notre Dame legend and like love Notre Dame player, but I don't know if like my mom knows his name, if he was just a really good middle linebacker for Notre Dame without the catfish stuff.
I would agree.
And the actual personal tragedy. But like, didn't his like grandma die? Something?
I don't know. Was it around that time?
Yeah, that was like the start. It was like his grandma died, and then his girlfriend died, and then it turned out his girlfriend was fake.
Gotcha. Yeah. I'm not saying, well, he should be thrilled that happened to him, but I'm just thinking of all the things that would have taken place.
Profile,
yeah, if he was simply a great linebacker in college and probably an average one in the NFL level.
I'll say it raised his profile in ways that he absolutely hated at the time.
Yes.
That now, hey, listen, you get to make a little bit more money.
Did he write a book? I'm sure there's a book in his if he hasn't, there may be a book coming just to tell that story. Look, he was the problem for him, at least a little bit, is he was a really good college linebacker. And a lot of that stuff is overshadowed by what he was. He was on a good Notre Dame team who, because they're Notre Dame, got their ass kicked in a title game by Alabama. That's just their lot in life. This past year, their lot in life was to get dominated for about 3 quarters until Ohio State nearly tricked it off.
Yeah,
in the 4th quarter. Yeah, they fought back and made it at least somewhat entertaining. So there is our talk on Untold. Keith, I'm sure there'll be other docs. Maybe get away from the sports docs. Maybe there's something else. I mean, the crime docs keep hitting, so maybe that's your next thing if you want to get away from the sports docs. I did want to mention this. We got a couple more minutes before we go. The summer circuit is back. You can join ESPN Houston every week as we visit different restaurants all over the greater Houston area. Each week, you can register to win our grand prize of the summer, which is a pair of brand new e-bikes from Power On Electric Bicycle Company, a $4,000 value. Pretty good deal. So for registration, stop by the promo table at the broadcast. So you got to show up if you want to register for that prize. So it's generally going to be from 12 to 6. It'll be the afternoon, guys. You can go out there, have some good to eat, watch the broadcast. And this week, they're going to be hanging out, enjoying food and cocktails at the Kima Boardwalk inside the Galaxy Adventure Party Room. So go out there and join them this Friday from noon to 6 at the Kima Boardwalk. Find the entire summer circuit schedule on ESPN975.com. So the guys in the afternoon are going to be going all around town to great Houston restaurants. And if you show up there, you got a chance to win. Okay, we started with the show with this, and now we have word from D'Amico Ryans. D'Amico Ryans is saying C.J. Stroud's issue is general soreness. So him not throwing is simply an extra precaution. Once again, this is me adding the once again. The words they're using, no concern. There's no concern. General soreness, extra precaution. All right. You can get much like the Rockets giving the excuse for Jalen Green. You get that off one off season. You get this off until after mandatory minicamp. If it's general soreness next week, I'm gonna be but okay with it. I don't want to hear general soreness when they reconvene later in the month and into July. That's all.
Yeah. I mean, just general soreness keeping you out of minicamp is because it's not like minicamp's the most intensive workout, especially for a quarterback. It is a lot of just throwing with no pass rush, or it's like throwing in drills. It's not something where it's like, ooh, you're gonna make it worse by going out there and throwing, I don't know, 75 footballs, like 100 maybe.
So the official, at least word from D'Amico, is tight shoulder muscle. It's tight shoulder muscle per sources, according to Aaron Wilson. Okay. And we heard we heard D'Amico Ryan say general soreness.
Different than general soreness.
Yeah, so that's why I thought that was from D'Amico, but then I see Aaron Wilson say from league sources he's dealing with shoulder muscle tightness. He's got a tight shoulder muscle, and then D'Amico says it's general soreness. So general soreness would suggest, he's throwing the football too much, and they're just giving him a rest. Yeah. A tight shoulder muscle just suggests there's actually an issue, but they don't believe it's anything that's long term. They're just gonna not exacerbate the situation.
I'm not comparing it to the Houston Astros.
Do it.
I'm not.
Okay.
I will just say though, it is like when the Astros say discomfort, or
I didn't want to say discomfort,
but then it's like that's not an actual injury, guys. Like just tell us like the injury, the body part.
Yes, D'Amico telling us general soreness is not an injury, but Aaron Wilson's reporting that there's actually a tight shoulder muscle. That is an actual injury. What the muscle is, whatever, how debilitating it might be from him to throw a football. Currently, don't know that. Sean's the online doctor. I am not.
Mm-hmm.
But right now
at least the kinetic change.
At least we have an answer for why CJ's not out there throwing the ball. He's got a tight shoulder muscle.
Yeah. I don't think it's actually a big deal. It's just the longer it goes, it's a little bit like the Astros. I'm not comparing it to the Astros.
There's no mention of inflammation,
but it's a little bit like the Astros, where if they just say, like, if D'Amico Ryan said, hey, he's not throwing today or tomorrow, so don't ask us tomorrow when he doesn't throw, like they could get ahead of it a little bit by just saying, like, we don't plan on him throwing for
2 weeks, whatever
X amount of days.
Yeah. So the full quote is, there's no concerns with CJ. It's just general soreness. We're taking extra precaution with him, but he'll be good to go. No concerns on my end there. Okay.
He'll be good to go when.
He did not give a time frame for when he'll be good to go, just that he will be good to go. So good to go would suggest
same time tomorrow, D'Amico. Then
good to go would suggest we're talking week 1. He'll be good to go. Because when else would he be good to go? When else will we need him to be good to go? We don't need him to be good to go in the preseason.
Again, training camp. I'd like him to be good to go.
Yes, we have stated we'd like him to be good to go earlier, but good to go could mean when the season begins.
He's all in for week 1, like Robert Griffin III.
Sure.
In
very
2013.
Yeah, sure. That worked out well. Yeah, sure. Thanks for referencing that.
I'm just saying, like,
no,
I saw him tear his knee go the wrong direction, and the entire thing was like, he's not working out. He'll be ready for week 1. This guy has general soreness, and all I'm getting is he'll be good to go.
This is a I don't know. I guess it's typical team stuff. They're very secret about injuries, but we're just going to have to depend on the reporters because I don't think it'll come directly from the team.
It's really the wrong week for them to be doing this. I think that's what it comes down to. I think we're being a little ridiculous just because we spent all of yesterday talking about
it's true. It's not in back-to-back days we're questioning the openness of the franchises in town, where really the Texans, at least from my eyes, although I've seen some people suggest they've misdiagnosed things in the past. I just don't have those off the top of my head. They don't reach the level of the Astros. So the concern is we just wanted them out there. But as far as a real issue, I'm going to trust them when they say there isn't one. All right, we're done for the day. I'm sure there'll be sound for D'Amico later in the day. We just happened to see what he was saying. We don't have the sound for that, but that'll come. Paul Gallant is up next, followed by the Killer Bees. Once again, I won't be here tomorrow. Joe George will fill in for me. I'll be back on Thursday. But since we're done for the day, Sean, what does that mean?
Shred 'em, Stroud!
I don't like the term shred them when we're talking about it. Guy's shoulders.
No.
Either way, I'll be back on Thursday.
Hello and welcome aboard the Paul Gallant Show. It is Tuesday, June 3rd, 2025. I am Paul Gallant. Sean Mapes is behind the glass, and this is the most interactive sports talk show in Houston. You know how to get aboard. You heard Mr. Voice Guy say it himself. 713-780-3776 to call to text on YouTube at ESPN Houston and on Twitch at ESPN 975. Also on X at ESPN 975 and the Gram at ESPN 975 and on TikTok live. You can watch us at ESPN 97.5. A lot of stuff to dive into on today's show. No Astros game last night. Not a problem for the creative types out there. Because guess what? We've got concerning Houston Texans OTA conversations to have. And we know what the Rockets' offseason plans are now, thanks to another local reporter. But first, we have to go back in time, nearly a month. Remember May 10th, when after a rough outing on Saturday against the Cincinnati Reds, Lance McCullers, per Joe Espada, we found out had received death threats. Espada was pissed at his post-game press conference. Unprompted, brought it up. McCullers was asked about it, said, I can't believe they brought my kids into it. And we waited and waited and waited to figure out who was the son of a bitch who sent Lance this threat against him, against his family. But we now know. Houston police say a frustrated bettor was behind the death threats directed at Houston Astros starter Lance McCullers and his family. The man was identified and was found to be a resident overseas. The man told investigators he lost money wagering on the Astros. Pause. One more time. If you are betting on the Astros to win a game where Lance McCullers is making his second start back in 3 years against an interleague team, you're effing crazy, if not stupid and Chris Broussarded, right? You're just dumb starting off there. But he also said he was inebriated and he lashed out on social media. Sounds like our Twitch. Police say they're withholding the suspect's identity, which is lame, as no charges have been filed yet. The suspect was apologetic and asked that investigators pass on his apologies to McCullers' family. What a P word! I don't say that anymore on this show. What a coward. You can't even apologize to him directly? You clearly had access to his DMs. You couldn't apologize? What a bitch. At the very least, apologize. Do you not want to be in trouble? I suppose if you're living in another country, there's no way you'll be in trouble. But he asked that investigators pass on his apologies to Lance McCullers' family. Sir, you need to do that yourself. My parents had two strategies to make me feel guilty about things. I was raised Catholic, already did. Whenever I did something wrong, my mom would force me to write a handwritten note. It wasn't like Bart Simpson writing the same thing over and over again on a chalkboard. No, it was, you had to write a heartfelt note. And if it didn't seem heartfelt, back to the lab you go. So that's what my mom did. My dad had an alternative strategy. When I had to apologize to him for stuff that I did, he would make me apologize with a British accent. It would relieve the tension in the room immediately. It actually was really funny because generally I would be mad about the things I was apologizing to my dad for. But then when you're apologizing to your dad in a Cockney accent, I'm sorry for that. I'm sorry for sitting. There's just something about it that eases the tension in the air. But this guy gave death threats, not just to Lance McCullers, after a start on a Saturday against the Cincinnati Reds. You watched that? Sorry, you need a life, especially if you're living in another country.
Gambling's all I got. Okay. Someone in the Twitch Rare Candy said, imagine the odds for betting on Lance McCullers against the Reds. Probably not that good. They're the Reds. They blow. Although they're around 500 around the time. So this guy, this foreigner, is coming after our guy. How do we get justice for Lance McCullers? We don't even know what this guy's name is, so we can't bully him online. Paul, couldn't bullying him online result in, I don't know, serious harm, serious consequences? Well, the guy threatened somebody, so I mean, what goes around comes around, right? How do we get to this guy? How do we deliver justice? I thought about it. In the immediacy after this story, I believed that an acceptable punishment for this guy would be to stand in the batter's box against Lance McCullers and face 60 to 100 pitches. And if you want to make it worth Lance's time, this guy would have to pay Lance McCullers a game check. How about that? Stand in the batter's box for 100 pitches and give him a game check. But maybe a better way to do it would be to give Lance McCullers restitution for the cost of security. If he actually was a nice guy and wanted everyone to, not dox him on the internet. That's what we should do. Blackmail him with a little doxing so that he could potentially, if he so chooses, try to find amends with a little thing that we like to call money, American dollars. Wonder how many American dollars to whatever his currency is in his country. So those are, acceptable punishments that I believe are also possible and plausible and fair. But we could go further. I mean, this is a city with wealth. I know we have people that cosplay as him. Is there a vigilante that would be willing to extradite this person like Batman in The Dark Knight when he extradites that Chinese banker guy? Is there anybody that would be willing to do that? Fly a plane into whatever country this guy's from and somehow nab him? I doubt his security is as good as that guy in Hong Kong. The Chinese will never extradite one of their own. Well, that's what Batman's for. Sean, what do we have anyone like this? Is there anyone that's capable of being a vigilante? Would it have to be Musk or Bezos or one of the other rich people?
I'm trying to think of Houston area. I think money helps, considering I don't know anyone with superpowers. It seems like you either have to have a lot of money or superpowers.
Superpowers aren't real. This is why Batman's the ultimate superhero, a billionaire playboy by day and a vigilante by night. Like, that is the only thing that is ever possible. I mean, Bezos looks like he's in decent shape, and Mark Zuckerberg does MMA. So
Mark Zuckerberg, yeah, I could see him. I could see him putting on the cape and cowl.
I'm just imagining Zuckerberg like breaking into someone's home in the middle of the night and talking in his weird way that he speaks. Excuse me, human sir, you have committed crimes against Lance McCullers on the app that I own. And I believe it was on either Instagram or on Facebook. So
it's his jurisdiction.
If anyone could theoretically do this, it might be Mark Zuckerberg.
Where is he? Where is he?
That's not a bad. The first one wasn't a bad. Whatever I think Zuckerberg sounds like.
Or imagination of what he sounds like.
And by the way, for those who don't know, Mark Zuckerberg sounds like a virgin, which he was when he created Facebook, but I believe now he's happily married and such. Who else could do it? Could we? Now, this might be a little rash, but SEAL Team 6, what are they doing right now? The people who removed Osama bin Laden from this planet, what are they up to? They could use some contract work. Would you do this pro bono? I mean, they've got to have an itch to go on the hunt for somebody. This would be a fun one. This would probably be really easy to do too. Again, this guy did it on social media. They'd be able to find him. If Houston police could find him this quickly, less than a month. Oh, absolutely. Or we could do this. Guys, this was a terroristic threat made by somebody in another country. And assuming it's not one of the big boys like China, Russia, etc. And on top of that, let's just assume that there's something that the old US of A could use out of it. Is it possible that we could invade this country? Is it possible? It's a terroristic threat, okay? Some might say that there's more here in terms of threat to American citizens than there was with, the WMDs in that one country. This is an actual threat. Could we use this as a way to do what we do best, which is invade other countries and, take their stuff in the name of democracy?
Imagine if this guy's from Greenland.
Perfect, Sean. It would be perfect. Or, maybe he's in Mexico. It really is going to be the Gulf of America this time. I mean, these are just things that go through my very strange mind. But justice is due, and I would like more than anything for this person who committed this act of terrorism online against Lance McCullers. I would like this person to be sitting in his home, slovenly on his couch, gambling on something else. And I want all of a sudden in the background, I want him to hear the sound of helicopters. We could play Fortunate Son or something straight out of Nam. No, what I want to hear is the sound of helicopters and blasting on the loudspeakers a little Toby Keith. We'll put a boot in your ass. It's the American way. I want some of that. R.I.P. Toby Keith. Because what happened to Lance McCullers is a crime, and I think our country can't afford to look the other way here. But that's just me. 713-780-3776 to call in, to text in. YouTube at ESPN Houston. Twitch at ESPN 975. On a serious note, the thing I am most curious about is what country is the person from? Where was he doing this from? Gambling's legal. Gambling's legal in a lot of the world. What country thinks that it's on top of American baseball enough to bet on American baseball? Would it be Japan? Would it be Korea? I feel like those are two countries that would be close to the top. Cuba? Any of the countries in the Caribbean? I don't know what Cuba's internet access is.
When they say overseas, I'll be honest. I think across the Atlantic or Pacific Ocean. I don't think like neighbor,
Yeah. Could be from the South Pacific and specifically, Thailand or some of the other countries where, based off of watching one season of The White Lotus, I know people go there to disappear.
An American living abroad. Yeah.
An American abroad.
What was it? Loser back home or whatever they called them.
It could be a Chinese person, could be a Russian person as well. I mean, we don't know, but that's what I'm most curious about. Like, what country would be most likely to have some degenerate gambler who thinks he knows enough about baseball on a Saturday game between the Astros and Cincinnati Reds to throw a lot of money on that game? Because I'm assuming no matter how drunk this person was, a lot of money was put on the table here. That had to have been a lot of money if you're getting this mad about it, if you're getting this bent out of shape about it. Because if it was over a less trivial amount, this guy's done that to other people for sure. And again, just like, what does the sign say in the Shawshank Redemption? When the prison warden sign.
Oh, I was gonna say Brooks was here.
Oh, well, no, Brooks killed himself. The sign in the Shawshank Redemption warden office, I think it's like his judgment cometh, and that right soon. Yeah, that's right. That's right. Am I a fan of World War III? No. Or any of the wars going on right now? No. But war over Lance McCullers, you bet your bottom dollar I am. USA. 713-780-3776 to call, to text. YouTube at ESPN Houston. Twitch at ESPN 975. On the other side, I can't believe what's going on at Texans OTAs. You should be freaking out over this. Stay put to find out what.
You're listening to the Paul Gallant Show,
on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios. Here's Paul Gallant.
Texas OTAs are underway, and guys, CJ Stroud once again did not throw at practice today. Now, yesterday or over the weekend, it was reported that CJ Stroud was dealing with a pectoral issue. Today, Aaron Wilson of Channel 2 said it was minor shoulder tightness. But what's the byproduct of all of that? CJ Stroud isn't just not throwing to wide receivers. He's not even throwing to running backs. And get this. Guess who's taking the first team snaps for your Houston Texans? Davis Mills. That's right. This is a big day for the Whites.
Mills Mafia, stand up.
Hell yeah, Sean. They're back. They never left. You got Davis Mills. You got Justin Watson. You got Braxton Berrios. It is finally our time. On a serious note, everyone that is getting nervous about CJ Stroud's health now needs to chill. This is another reason that you should take 2 to 3 steps back from any clickbait thing that's thrown out there about your quarterback maybe not being 100% this time of year. This does not matter until training camp or the regular season. If it's an issue then, if there are more struggles, we'll come back to this for sure. But I think a lot of the people that are getting antsy about this fail to remember that we've got about 2 months until training camp begins. I think his shoulder's not going to be fine by then. And if it's not fine by the start of training camp, guess what? Another 5 weeks after that until the start of the regular season. So that's all. This is the time of year where people who work in the NFL industrial complex have to give you stories because it's their job. Some of them do it in a I'm just reporting the news kind of manner. Others, they do it in a clickbaity way. I'm not going to act like there's been a lot of clickbaity people in Houston sports media that are trying to turn this into something that it's not. But I'm just telling you right now, this is not something to be concerned about at this moment in time. And I'm starting to get a little bit annoyed with the pressing questions for the Houston Texans at OTAs. There is only one pressing question. It's check that. There's only 2 pressing questions. One is Nick Caley good as an offensive coordinator? 2 is, will this offensive line be good? You can flip the order of those questions. That's all that matters. That is legitimately it. They got a great pass rush. They got depth in the secondary. I saw people getting in a tizzy over Ronald Darby retiring, a guy who's been on 4 teams in 4 years. He played for the Texans back in the day. He used to be a good corner. He's been on 4 teams in 4 years. The Texans signed him this offseason, and he announced his retirement at OTA practices, which goes to show you that the guy really probably didn't have it because that's walkthroughs that we're talking about. For the most part, there are 7-on-7 drills, and the wide receivers and defensive backs actually do get some serious reps there. But I'm seeing some stories out here and questions being asked and over-the-top Texans fan nerddom over what I think are very trivial matters. Kyle Pitts could be available for a 2nd or 3rd round pick. Should the Texans pull the trigger? And we've seen it already with John Newsmith. Maybe with John Newsmith. Not with Kyle Pitts. But I'm curious what your favorite panicky question during Texans OTAs has been. Last segment, we talked about Lance McCullers, and I believe that we need to make sure that justice happens against the person who, I guess, for some reason, decided to gamble on an Astros-Reds game on a Saturday featuring Lance McCullers in his second start since 2022, which, again, psycho behavior. That person completely crazy to bet on that game, let alone as a result of, per him, being drunk, going on a tirade of death threats against Lance and his children after things didn't go his way. His name has not been released, and he told investigators to apologize for him, which is so weak and so pathetic that I feel like there needs to be some justice. I feel like we should be flexing some American imperialism here. We got to show Russia and China what's up, okay? This man made a terroristic threat against a citizen of the United States. Come on. Let's do something. What that is, I don't know. But
CIA. I'm just
right,
saying.
Sean. Training exercise? Just a training exercise. We don't have to do anything. Honestly, I'm not asking for this guy to die. I'm asking for someone to make this guy crap himself when he's in his house.
Just rough him up.
Not even rough him up. I wanted him
scare him.
Scare him.
Okay.
Give to him what he gave to Lance.
Horse head in his bed.
Oh yeah, the horse that he gambled on the last time he was betting. Yeah, it's something like that. Because I really feel like to stop this kind of behavior, we need to have some sort of real retribution that scares the people who scare other people online. And I take death threats online very unseriously. I had an incident back in Seattle. Look it up. Chill DAWG, where I got a bunch of death threats. I didn't take any of them seriously. I was a little concerned that someone found my address. I used it to get out of my lease. I didn't like the apartment anyway, so I really just used it to get out of my lease. You know, it was more of that. I didn't like my apartment. Capitol Hill, not my cup of tea. But I think that people that do this should face some sort of retribution. It's not, could be getting fired. I wouldn't be opposed to that. But it also should be something that makes this person feel exactly what they did, like a scared straight kind of moment. But how do you do that on the internet? You do it by sending the CIA to their house and making them terrified. That's what you do.
Yeah, I'm trying to think how they would do it. Just like slowly take food out of his refrigerator, and he thinks he's going insane because he's like, I just bought grapes yesterday. Now I'm out of grapes.
I think exposed wires everywhere that make it seem like everything is potentially booby trapped. You know, like on the toilet, like it's Lethal Weapon 2. You know, stuff like that.
That was a bomb.
Yeah, make it seem like there was a bomb on the toilet, but not actually put a bomb there.
Oh.
Yeah, like make it so like, oh, where am I going to go to the
Joker
bathroom?
style, where it just sticks up a little flag that says haha.
Nothing even happens. Just make it look like he can't use the bathroom. So then he has to go in the sink or in the bathtub or on the floor. It's stuff like that. It's just a prank, bro. 713-780-3776 to call it the text. By the way, I hope everyone knows I'm joking. To a degree, I do want this person to experience fear, not violence, fear.
Yeah.
Batman would do it.
What you do, go to his apartment and just every day just drop off like 3 rats. Just start a rat infestation in his apartment.
Cockroaches,
bugs,
that
whatever.
could work too. Text in, Paul, you fit the vigilante to a T. Sir, I am poor and 5'11". No, I do not. Also, haven't worked out a lot in the last 2 months. Did work out yesterday. Checked my notes app to see my gym progress. I hadn't worked out in 2 months. Everything is very sore right now. That's what happens. What else do we have here? I had suggested, hey, have Lance McCullers throw like a batting practice to this guy. He doesn't even have to hit him. Like just scare him. Standing in the batter's box against major league pitching is scary. Curveballs or fastballs. It's scary, at least for me. I can't do it anymore. I got scared of baseballs when I was in high school. But allegedly per se 69 says, I don't know if Lance could hit him every time because there would be a lot of breaking balls in the dirt. That is a part of the Lance experience. That's fair. Someone asks, can we DM Liam Neeson with his particular set of skills? Well, that is a movie character. Did the character from Taken seem real? I never felt it was realistic. I always felt it was a bit of a stretch.
I I think by the like into the movie, it's a classic. Like this should have been one movie, but obviously it's so successful. The Taken 2, it's like, oh wait, someone took his wife now?
Yeah.
No, wait, maybe that was Taken 3. I forgot.
There's
I
so
forgot
many
who got
Takens.
taken.
There might even be 4 now. I don't even know.
But that's something that happens to one guy once. You know, I can believe that an ex-CIA or whatever that happened. His daughter gets kidnapped once. Once it happens again, I'm like, all right, enough.
Hugh Dab says Lance is going to scare you with the 60-mile-per-hour fastball. No, he's in the mid-90s again.
Yeah,
he's actually throwing heat. Like
that's the A's, huh?
Yeah, he had 12 strikeouts. So the A's have lost 7 in a row. So I'm starting to
broke them.
Take that. Yeah, yeah, I guess so. They play Paul Skeens and the Pittsburgh Pirates tonight. From the 281, Paul, have you seen True Lies? We need what happened to Bill Paxton happening to the loser who threatened Lance and his family. Yes, I just want a guy to pee himself. Like that's what happens. For those who don't know, Bill Paxton is this like con artist car salesman who tries to seduce Arnold Schwarzenegger's wife, Jamie Lee Curtis, in the movie True Lies. And it's like kind of successful because she's this mousy stay at home or this mousy like secretary at work. And she's kind of a dork and she falls for it hook, line, and sinker. Arnold finds out about it and he's pissed. So he just goes on a plan using CIA money to prank this guy into peeing himself, which honestly, I thought
that I think that's about what we're asking.
Yeah, that's what we're asking for, you know?
So get Schwarzenegger on the case.
Exactly. From the 713, have him write an essay. That could work. That's what I talked about earlier. My mom used to make me have to write a letter. Yeah. So there you go. Some people are getting mad about going into other countries and taking their stuff. And they're bringing up Afghanistan, building roads and schools and hospitals and sending women to school. But then we left. So sorry. I mean, that sucks. I feel bad for all the veterans who fought over there. What else do we have here? As far as Lance McCullers and justice, a couple of people theorize it was Shohei Ohtani's translator who was betting on it. I imagine that man is in jail. I don't know if you can bet. I don't think he's in a jail in another country. I think he's in a federal prison.
Yeah, I think he's maybe even like California or something.
I think gambling's illegal in federal prisons for now. We'll see.
But
this federal prison brought to you by FanDuel.
The thing is that you can do it illegally and still
that's true.
Send death threats.
How would you get the results and how would you send the death threats out though if you're in jail?
Also, you're gambling with like cigarettes, I imagine.
Mm-hmm.
At least in movies, that's what they do.
Someone from the 832 says, have him sit through a Dallas Stars game. Oh, that's true. By the way, Dallas Stars update for that one guy. They're eliminated. You hate to see it. You hate to see it. Anyway, Paul Gallant Show, ESPN 97.5, 92.5, 713-780-3776 to call, to text, YouTube at ESPN Houston, Twitch at ESPN 975. Up next, everything that you missed over the weekend in the world of sports that we didn't get to yesterday, including celebrity on celebrity violence after the Eastern Conference Finals wrapped up, a golf update, and what was a pretty crazy U.S. Open qualifying yesterday, and softball's dynasty's done. The Paul Gallant Show. Stay put. The NBA Finals are set. They tip off on Thursday in Oklahoma City. Indiana Pacers and Oklahoma City Thunder. The Thunder have not played in a while. They have not played since winning their series against the Minnesota Timberwolves May 28th. Meanwhile, the Pacers took out the Knicks in 6. On Saturday, they wore all black to Game 6. Even Reggie Miller did on color commentary. For all the Knicks fans complaining about Reggie Miller and bias, Mike Breen literally calls half of the NBA playoff games, including several Celtics-Knicks games. So now you know how the shoe feels on your feet. Also, in classic New York Knicks and just New York sports, backstabby fashion, there's already a smear piece out about Karl Anthony Towns. An article writes, publicly, Knicks players made veiled comments all season about poor communication causing their inconsistencies. Behind the scenes, they and coaches expressed frustration with Karl Anthony Towns' defensive habits, less concerned with his talent level and more with his process on that end. Too often, Towns executed incorrect coverages without communicating why he did it. After it became a theme, players worried Towns didn't grasp the importance of the matter. I am not endorsing the Houston Rockets go after him because Karl Anthony Towns is one of the few basketball players who makes my blood boil. Every single part of it. But, question, could Ime Udoka fix Karl Anthony Towns? Like, say you could buy Karl Anthony Towns for very low. Say you just have to give up the 10th overall pick to get him and you're taking on his salary too. Do you think, Sean Mapes, that Ime Udoka could fix Cat?
I think at this point, maybe a little bit, but I think it would still the cattiness would still be there.
Yeah.
With it. I mean, just at the end of the day, he's like 28 years old, 29 years old.
He's 28 now. He does seem a lot younger.
Yeah, he was in the 2015.
That sounds right. That's all I know with Karl Anthony Towns. He's been around for a while. He probably is who he is. I don't know if he's going to stop doing
29.
Dumb stuff or checking out of games when things aren't going his way, which he does. He's not, as far as body language goes, yes, he is zesty at times, which has been overkill these last few weeks, but all other times he's pouty. You want that?
Yeah, I think that in the alternate universe where Ime Udoka is his coach in 2015 when he gets drafted by the Timberwolves, then yes, maybe would be looking at a different player now. If he would have got him a little bit earlier.
Right. More, and in case you missed it, things you might have missed over the weekend. Timothy Chalamet is the #1 celebrity Knicks fan now. He has overtaken Spike Lee. Good. I don't want to see Spike Lee anymore. It's just Spike Lee's just insufferable. No one has tried to make himself more a part of things that don't want him than Spike Lee. He was doing it with St. John's this year. You're not a St. John's guy, dude. You do not run Madison Square Garden.
Yeah, I was gonna say the fact that you have Reggie Miller on the call for these games, and then Spike Lee. It's really we're still doing the 1994 stuff. Can we modernize it a little bit?
At least graduate to Stephen A. Smith, and we have with Timothy Chalamet.
That's why I like the Chalamet doing this, because it's yes, we need a new celebrity Knicks fan,
and he doesn't seem to want to be the celebrity Knicks fan.
Actually about ball.
Yeah.
Where Spike Lee, it's a little bit about Spike Lee.
It's a lot. The man wears clown clothes out there. That man's successful.
Timothy Chalamet is also dressing.
but Timothy Chalamet pulls it off. Spike Lee does not. Spike Lee looks corny with his Knicks colored suits. Timothy Chalamet dressing like he is an obnoxious person from the early 2000s. That works. Bring back the puka shells. But this is the important news. Keen eyes noticed that Timothy Chalamet's girlfriend, Kylie Jenner, when packing for their trip to Game 6 in Indiana, brought Knicks colored lingerie. That is a lady who cares. A lot of people are dumping on their relationship. No, that is true love. It's true love. And stop slamming my man Timothy.
Yeah.
You know?
I mean, just the fact that she was at Game 6 on a Saturday night in Indianapolis. That's already like, that's
now you are courtside at a basketball game, and it does seem like the Jenners appreciate basketball for more than just the players and more than just that part of the players. Okay, it does seem like they like ball a little bit.
Does it?
It does a little bit.
What's the evidence that they like basketball more than the players?
I have none. I'm just trying to believe in love. As someone
that's what I'm saying. She obviously would rather be somewhere else than Indianapolis. How many times in your life do you think she's been to Indianapolis?
That was probably the first. It'll probably be the last. But
the
she
fact
went.
she's there is a show of commitment. To
She didn't just go. She brought Knicks colored lingerie.
That was definitely in case they won, right?
Yeah. Well, I don't know. I hope. I mean, listen. You know what happens in the bedroom of a Indianapolis hotel stays in an Indianapolis hotel. Okay. But we had a lot of insufferable celebrity fan moments in this series. Ben Stiller, what a whiny baby coming out of this series. So Pat McAfee went viral for in the midst of, I think, game 4 or game. I think it was at the end of game 4.
One of the Indianapolis games.
He said into a microphone, like a WWE heel, which by the way, he is because he's a wrestler. Spike Lee is here. Ben Stiller is here. Timothy Chalamet is here. Let's send these sons of bitches back to New York. And he's had Chalamet on his show before. Ben Stiller handled this like someone that I do not believe is a sports fan. Ben Stiller said, yeah, weird. We were here. We were happy to be there and cheer our team. And other than that, Indy fans were awesome. Hashtag Knicks in 7. McAfee fired back at him. So Stiller invited him to sit courtside with him at game 5. Pat McAfee said, no, I'm not paying $70,000. And I also have a conflict. Stiller went further. The WWE aspect of Pat McAfee, I get it. It's just not the way it happens in New York. Sir, excuse you. Stephen A. Smith does a Knicks bit every effing day on ESPN, and that's just the one we see. Mr. Bing Bong on Pardon My Take. Every single Knicks fan that acted like the Knicks had finally won a championship. Hell, they acted like the Allies had defeated Germany and Japan on the same day after winning a second-round series. For goodness sake. And you're acting like this is not the way it happens in New York? Bad sportsmanship? Bad manners? I don't believe Ben Stiller's even from New York when I see that. Like, does he live in L.A. now? He seems like one of those, like just like with Bill Simmons, like former Boston sports fan, who's still a Boston sports fan, but lives in L.A. Like, I don't really buy the authenticity of Ben Stiller anymore. Oh, this is just not what we do. So it was great to see that Tyrese Halliburton stuffed him in a locker when Ben Stiller was commenting on a duffel bag that Tyrese Halliburton brought. Oh, he brought his duffel bag. And Halliburton responded to Stiller by saying it was to pack y'all up. Boom. Halliburton.
I will say the Pat McAfee stuff, I'm kind of over he does a WWE promo everywhere he goes now.
Yeah, but it's perfect it's perfect for an arena. It's good for an arena, especially when he's actually from there, so it is somewhat authentic.
Well, he's the Colts punter.
Yeah, exactly. So he's an Indiana guy. I like that. I would like that.
I think it's so lame.
Oh, whatever.
Colts punter.
I mean,
is now the voice of WWE
and the voice of Indiana fans.
Gets the mic at a Pacers game. Like, come on.
But it's better than John Mellencamp, who's like, yeah, we don't do that here either. Well, by the way, John Mellencamp, not John Cougar Mellencamp anymore. Who, honestly, the last time I saw John Mellencamp in the news was because he interrupted, like he was getting mad at someone during a concert and started getting all preachy and self-righteous. Also did not like what Pat McAfee was doing. This isn't a reflection of Indiana or Midwestern values. F off.
Yeah. I'm not saying that. I'm just saying, Pat McAfee, you've been doing this shtick for 5 years now. Like, can we please do something else?
All right, that's fair. That's fair.
We get it. You don't wear shirts with sleeves.
But hey, Indiana, it's the first time Indiana has had a chance to go to a championship in a very long time. They only have 2 teams. Colts stink. They're not going back anytime soon. So,
yeah. But the next time they do, Pat McAfee will be there.
He definitely
give a
will.
pump-up speech.
To mooch off. Yeah, to mooch off of it. To get some clout off of that. Yesterday was the U.S. Open qualifier. So you got to hit. There's 36 holes in one day. God, that sounds awful. I hate 18 holes. 9 is the perfect amount. Max Homa carried his own bag. He fired his caddy of 2 months. Homa didn't want to talk about it. Also, he had a chance to qualify for the U.S. Open in this tournament, but he 3-putted a par on hole 36. Birdie would have got him in, and he lost a 5-guy playoff to Cam Young that also featured Ricky Fowler, Eric Cole, and Chase Johnson. A 17-year-old high schooler named Mason Howell is going to the U.S. Open after what he was able to do. And some random dentist had the shot of the day. Also, a poor golfer got disqualified because after Nick Barrett got disqualified in Maryland, he made a birdie on 18 to complete his first round. He shot +2. He walked off the green. His dad gave him a high five. They went to the patio area to get something to eat. They're down there for 15 to 20 minutes, and then he starts to get ready for the second round, but he hadn't turned in his scorecard. So since he didn't turn his scorecard down so he could have a little snack with his dad, he got DQ'd. He did own up to it and say it was on him, but the scorecard, you having to turn in your scorecard, I think is nuts. Someone should have to collect the scorecard from you. I would forget I had the scorecard all of the time.
You definitely would like either drop it or not write it down for one hole, and then you'd be like, "Oh, on 10, what was it? What was it that I shot? Was that par?"
Also, right? Shouldn't somebody else do this for you? That's the thing I've never understood with the professional tournaments. Like, yes, I get it. There's a lot of golfers out there. Shouldn't somebody be keeping track of their scores the whole way so that?
Well, someone does, because if it doesn't match up, they get disqualified. Like someone is doing it. Someone is actually like these are all broadcasted. Like CBS has someone in there updating the live leaderboard.
I get what you're saying. My take though is, hey, why do they have to turn in the scorecard at all?
Yes. Why? Like the Knicks and Pacers didn't have to keep track of what the score was.
Exactly. Like it's surprising. It's something that I will keep in mind going forward. For what it's worth, when I do golf, I always keep a accurate scorecard, and at the end, I want to kill myself. So that's why I don't golf anymore. It's like 8, 8, 8, 8, 8, 8, 8, 8, 8.
It does feel like at the very least, caddies should do this.
Yeah, I would agree with you there.
And then maybe the guy just signs it at the end.
Yeah, that makes sense.
That's how I would do it.
What else do we have? Mike Trout's back. Angels are in 4th place now. That's because the Athletics have lost 7 in a row. He is 8 for 14 since returning. Mike Trout, MVP.
Yeah, wow.
He's batting like 200 right now, though. Wow. He had a really rough start before he went on the IL. Also, in case you missed it, the softball national championship, Texas against Texas Tech, after Texas Tech hung on to stop 4-time defending champion Oklahoma. How about that? So might not have gone so well for Texas A&M baseball and Texas baseball, but Texas softball is back, and Texas Tech softball playing them in the Natty. You ready for this, Sean? You excited?
Yeah, of course. Wednesday it kicks off. Can't wait.
You sound excited about it.
Yeah.
We were watching a little softball the other day in studio.
I'm excited. Like, I'll when it's on in here.
Yeah.
I'll watch. I'll root for them. But just like, I don't have like, they need some strong innings from Mac Morgan.
See, that's a name.
Watch out for Mia Scott in the hot corner.
See?
Yeah.
You're on top of it begrudgingly.
I mean, it's just the game I remember watching yesterday.
Oh, okay.
They have a closer that closes. That's I don't think it's given up like a hit.
A closer that closes. Oh, wow.
Yeah, hasn't given it a hit all.
Okay. At first, you seemed ashamed of knowing it, but I think you realized I was about to call you a sexist, and now you seem a little enthusiastic about it.
Well, I feel like I'm going to lose either way.
Yeah, you are.
So
I'll shift topics. I was listening to John and Lance earlier this morning, and someone called in and asked this question: is it possible for these softball players' pants to be any tighter? They are very tight.
Probably.
It is. I don't know. Because it's funny seeing baseball player pants, which are generally a little bit baggy. Softball players' pants are outrageously tight. And I feel like they're doing that on purpose. The sport, not the ladies.
Yeah. I was going to say, I feel like
comfy.
it's also a difference in how like men wear pants and women wear pants.
Well, there's that too. Yeah.
Like just in general.
You think you get them tailored so that they're, showing things off a little bit
They
more?
have to be like elastic, right?
I would think so, but Anyway, that's in case you missed it, everybody. That's in case you
Do
missed
you
the
wanna,
music. We
you
ran
don't
out of
wanna-
music.
You don't want to muse more
No,
about
I don't.
softball player
Bonk.
pants?
No, I'm in a relationship now, after all. I can't do that. Can't do that. Can't think about strong, powerful, independent women anymore. Because I got my strong, powerful, not as independent woman, I guess. Is that how it works? I don't know. It's weird.
Be careful.
Am I single again?
Is she independent? I guess not. She's dependent on me. Paul Gallant.
Yeah, I found that out the hard way. With you get the bills for taking a couple out for two at a group dinner, and you see the bill, and you're like, damn, this is on me now, huh? Single is a lot easier. You don't have to pay for any of this.
Half price.
Oh yeah. No, I got the Venmo this morning. It's like, crap, I forgot. I wish I could have put it on my credit card. Can we get some of these restaurants to just go around with the thing that they have in every other country where they just individually take your credit card and have you pay? Anyway, that's neither here nor there. I'm Paul Gallant, and this is the Paul Gallant Show. 713-780-3776 to call in, to text in. On YouTube at ESPN Houston, on Twitch at ESPN 975. There was one last little tidbit in case you missed it. Houston's own 50 Cent, the hater of the year, when he heard about President Trump supposedly looking at the facts of the P. Diddy case. He's looking at the trial and it sounded like he might be perhaps exploring a pardon for him. He said that he's going to speak to President Trump to make sure Trump knows how he feels about Diddy. Hater of the year. God, I love 50 Cent. Like, just stays petty against this guy to the point where, if I could keep him in jail, I'll keep him in jail. Will he snitch? I don't know. Would 50 Cent snitch to stay a hater? I think he's got to. Got to keep Diddy in bars. Got to. Dangerous. Danger to society, just like that guy who sent death threats to Lance McCullers. Put them both in Guantanamo. Huh? Anyway, that's Sean behind the glass. I'm Paul Gallant. 713-780-3776 to call it the text. YouTube at ESPN Houston, on Twitch at ESPN 975. You want to weigh in on Lance McCullers and the news about who sent the death threats to him and his family? Turns out it was some drunk gambler in another country. What country? We don't know. But also, big game for the Astros tonight against the Pittsburgh Pirates. Yes, the Pirates stink, but Paul Skeens might be the best pitcher in all of baseball. Meanwhile, Lance McCullers is coming off of a career-high 12 strikeouts. I don't know if this is going to be the same kind of duel it would have been with a Hunter Brown on the mound or a Framber Valdez on the mound, but this could be a duel, and it has me thinking, what is the greatest fictional duel and what is the greatest real duel that you can think of? We'll talk about that on the other side and about Paul Skeens. Stick around, the Paul Gallant Show. The most interactive sports talk show in town. We found out that the person who sent Lance McCullers and his family death threats was a drunk gambler from another country. Tonight, the Astros get back in action with Lance McCullers on the hill against the Pittsburgh Pirates' Paul Skeens, who is arguably the best pitcher in all of baseball. I believe statistically over the course of the last year and change, since the start of the 2024 season, he has statistically been the best pitcher in the sport. Obviously, he's great at baseball. I will admit, though, I think it's more impressive that he was able to start dating Livy Dunn. This game's in Pittsburgh. Livy Dunn in attendance. A lot of pressure on all the Astros to impress arguably the most important woman in the world today, June 3rd, 2025. Sean's nodding his head. That's right. We all saw how she just completely changed the game at Miami Swim Week, because not only did she do the catwalk thing where, you walk down the thing when you're a model. You walk to the end of the thing and then you turn around and you walk back. She walked to the end of the thing and did a split. Okay? Game's been changed.
Yeah. Yeah. She's like the first basketball player to dunk, basically.
Pretty much. You're right. She's a pioneer, Is she like Jackie Robinson playing baseball? No, that's too far. Doing that that's not the same as being the first black guy to play baseball. That's wrong. Texter, how dare you suggest that? But what she did, pioneer for women's fashion. She will probably be in attendance for this big game between the Astros and Pirates, an old National League Central rivalry.
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
The old Buccos.
Yeah. Careful. Hope everyone's careful on the right field wall this time around in Pittsburgh. Going back to the scene of not crime, I guess. The guy just fell. The underage kid.
That's right. The guy he's alive. So
I honestly, I think I was out for that update of it, and so
you weren't sure.
I wanted to talk around whether he lived or not.
He lived. It is incredible that he lived. That's one of the more gruesome things I've seen. Also, the way that he just jumped out of his seat and over the railing. I mean, it looked like something that was artificial intelligence when it first popped across my feed. I was like, wait a second. He jumped up so quick and he just fell over the railing.
Yeah.
And it didn't look like he was trying to do it. So it did sort of seem, because of the
uncanny,
it didn't seem like a real body was moving there the way that he jumped. And of course, we found out the guy was practically vegetatively drunk at that moment in time, but he thankfully survived. You're right. That's like the only thing of value, not value. That's the only thing that's important that's happened at PNC Park where the Pirates play, other than, there was another incident. Remember, there was that Pirates security guard who was getting
the one with the belt.
Yeah, he took out a belt because this guy came up to him. We don't know why, but this guy who was clearly shorter than him and also a little chubby, who looked like a hipster from Portland. Nothing against hipsters from Portland, but this guy gets in a security guard's face. He said something. He eventually spits at him, and the security guard, who first starts swinging on him, he struck first, then decides, you know what? I'm going to get a belt out. The guy who got punched, who then, after getting punched and looking dazed, walked away from the fight over to a garbage can, seeming like he was walking away from the whole fight altogether, only to take his hat off and take his jacket off like he is about to get in some sort of duel against this security guy, was a very funny moment because he did not connect on one punch. He just acted like a complete wuss. And then after that guy wailed on him with his fists, took out a belt, started beating him like he was Papa. It's fun.
Yeah, it was like the cinematic part of a movie, like of a movie duel where a guy like takes off part of his armor or part of his uniform, and then the other guy just pulls out a weapon. It was like that, where he just pulls out a belt and just starts whipping him.
and we talked about it. Of all the weapons to have on your person,
It's probably the
guys,
best.
if you're in a pinch, use the belt.
I need to start wearing belts.
So, had me wondering before today's show, this is not going to be a Paul Skeens Hunter Brown duel or a Paul Skeens Framber Valdez duel, especially with the way Framber's been pitching of late. But Lance McCullers, back in the day, he's been pretty damn good. He's coming off a 12 strikeout performance. So since this could theoretically be a pitcher's duel tonight, especially with the Astros offense being what it's been for a lot of this season, is it possible that we will see a duel that's like some of the greatest duels that we've seen in both actual history and in sports history? I went on Google. I looked up best duels in movies. There's a bunch of Star Wars ones. There's Darth Vader versus Obi-Wan Kenobi. Obi threw it in the towel.
Well, also, like, that one, they didn't really have the choreography down.
No.
It wasn't, my mind wasn't blown by the choreography.
Someone did a YouTube redo of it, and it's awesome. It's actual live action. It looks fantastic. It's not done by the people who made Star Wars. It's really great. Also, you have Darth Vader versus Luke Skywalker, part 1 and part 2. You have Darth Maul against both Qui-Gon Jinn and Obi-Wan Kenobi. You have Darth Tyrannus, a.k.a. Count Dooku, going up against Obi-Wan Kenobi and going up against Anakin Skywalker. He wins, but then he faces off against Yoda. It's a bit of a draw. Then you've got, I've been watching these all over again. That's how I know.
I could tell.
Then you've got Yoda against Emperor Palpatine. You got Obi versus Anakin part 1. You got Obi versus Anakin part 2. You get what I'm saying here. You could maybe recognize Rey versus Kylo Ren. I don't. Listen, lots of duels in the Star Wars universe, but you've also got Wesley versus Inigo Montoya.
Yes.
Right?
Yes.
In The Princess Bride.
Yeah, Princess Bride.
Then you have Inigo Montoya against the guy who killed his father. Hector versus Achilles. That's a mythological one going all the way back to the Odyssey or the movie Troy.
I was going to say going all the way back to the movie Troy.
Yeah. Troy. It's great. It's Eric Bana against Brad Pitt, you know?
What more could you ask for?
I got to say, Hector ran up the score afterwards. Excuse me, Achilles ran up the score afterwards.
Yeah.
He's dragging his body around in a chariot outside.
Act like you've been there before,
Yeah.
Achilles. That's what I say.
Like, I get it. You killed Patroclus, and, you guys may have been shaboinking, discreetly on the side. It's a Greek thing. It's fine. But that was no reason to run up the score there, okay? Yeah. You've got, online it says Neo against Agent Smith. You've got Oberyn, the Viper, against the Mountain.
That was a good one.
That was a hell of a fight.
Game of runs, but
definitely a game of runs.
Ultimately, like the Pacers, amazing comeback.
Like the Celtics against the Knicks, didn't go so well for Oberyn Martell. Yeah, it was like Jason Tatum's Achilles. That one. We got a couple ones on the text line. Kip versus Dynamite. Kip versus Napoleon Dynamite in the Octagon. That would not have been fun. I really wish we got to see, I know this is different, but I really wish we got to see Elon Musk against Mark Zuckerberg. I really wish we'd gotten to see that. Someone's bringing up Rocky versus Drago in Rocky 4. I don't know if that's a duel. That's not really a duel.
Do you need weapons for a duel?
Yeah, that's a boxing match. I think there's got to be some weapons and some actual death stakes involved. Now,
Apollo?
Yeah, I mean, that was technically a duel. But say Rocky, like, showed up in Russia and he had, like, a Glock. And Drago had a Glock. And then they start shooting at each other like it's a John Wick movie. That would be more of one. John Wick, there's a bunch of duels in that one. If we're talking about fictional ones still. What's your favorite duel? Best duels in real life. Everyone bringing up Alexander Hamilton. I am not giving up my shot. I am not giving up my dead. Because he gave up his shot like an idiot. Although the whole musical is like, I'm taking a stand by not taking a stand. It's like, you're dead, bitch. You're dead. Poor
I've never seen them. I don't think you can come up with something I'd be less interested than the musical.
That musical basically is like just this complete slander of the history of Aaron Burr. Also, by the way, because Aaron Burr, apparently, from what I understand, not as bad as he was made out to be. The guy was just horny all the time, but whatever. How about this one? Mayamato Musashi and Saseki Kojiro.
Yeah, I was about to say that.
1612.
Yeah.
Legendary duel between two of Japan's most celebrated swordsmen.
Yeah.
Miyamoto Musashi arrived late. He wielded a wooden sword made from an oar, and he won.
What?
That's pretty awesome.
How is this not
1612?
How is this not like 10 movies?
How is this not in Shogun?
Yeah.
Can we get that in Shogun season 2 or some version of that? Oh, here's a fun one. This involves women. Lady Almeria Braddock and Mrs. Elphinstone in 1792, the petticoat duel, which took place at London's Hyde Park. Can you guess, Sean, what started the duel? Just think
a petticoat.
No, that's close.
Okay.
Just think about something that if you bring up with a woman would drive them crazy. Like what's the one thing you can't ask about?
Oh, the weight.
Not that. Not that.
I thought one of these women with ridiculous names called the other one fat.
1792, it might have been better to be fat than skinny.
True.
I don't know.
Fat man's world.
No, it was a dispute about her age.
Oh, okay. That's number 2 on the list. I was thinking.
The women initially used pistols, but after missing, I didn't make the joke. Okay, that they missed. After that, they used swords. Doesn't say who won.
Okay. So, birth certificate questions.
Yeah, we got birth certificate questions led to a duel between two
Okay.
women. Andrew Jackson and Charles Dickinson, not to be confused with Charles Dickens.
Yeah, it's Charles Dickens. Yeah.
Before becoming president in 1806, Andrew Jackson, known for his temper, fought and killed Charles Dickinson in a duel in Kentucky, which stemmed from an insult made about his wife.
Good. I think that's fair. Wait, whose wife got insulted? Because it'd be tough to have your wife.
Jackson's wife.
Okay, that's good.
Dickinson
I was
made an
gonna be.
insult.
It'd be tough to
fight and lose.
lose to the guy.
That
who
would be so
insulted your wife
embarrassing.
and you die.
That would be so embarrassing. Does that mean like that she belongs to him now? Like that she just became
Prima nocta?
his wife? Yeah, I don't know how that works. Some fun ones. Edward Manet and Edmond Duranty. The French painter Edouard Monte challenged a critic to a sword duel after a harsh review of his work. I'm so thankful athletes don't do this with me. The more I read about this, no one's challenging me to a duel for like questioning like the Astros medical staff, like, like their head trainers. Like, who's this a-hole?
Jeremiah Randall.
Yeah, who's this a-hole that thinks he's a doctor? He brings like a scalpel to the duel.
Yeah.
These scars.
The one at the end of Gladiator.
Oh yeah, Maximus against Commodus, right? Where if you haven't watched Gladiator, this is a bit of a spoiler. We won't tell you what happens, but Commodus, who wants everyone to know, he's all about that. Like Commodus wants everyone to know that
he had a lot of proof,
just as fearsome as everyone. Right? He's constantly trying to impress his dead father, who he kills. So at the very end of the movie, after Maximus is captured, Maximus and Commodus fight in the Colosseum, but Commodus had shanked him already before, so he's wounded going into the fight and thinking that this will give him the upper hand. What happens? I guess you'll have to watch the movie to find out.
And then after you finish that movie, do I have a movie for you to watch?
Yeah.
Maybe wait 20 years and then watch it.
Isabel Carazzi and Diambra de Pedinella. Oh, they're Italians. Oh, that's... Hey, don't laugh. In a case of women dueling, these two young women fought for the affection of a man in Naples in 1552. The duel, fought with lances, maces, and swords, was later immortalized in a painting. Good God.
Lances, maces, and swords?
Did they both? Did either of them survive?
I'm surprised by how much. Like, I don't think Oberyn Martell and the Mountain have that many different types of weapons. And they're literally walking over and picking more up.
Could they not lift any of them? Like, that would make sense. No offense to the ladies out there. I mean, like a sword, a lance, a mace, probably all very heavy. So there you go. And then the last one, General François Fournier Salovisi and General Pierre Dupont de l'Etang. They fought over 19 years in a duel.
What?
1794 to 1813, the long-lasting duel between two French officers fought almost over 2 decades is considered one of the most unusual in history. They established rules for their meetings and often exchanged correspondence and friendly greetings before their encounters. That's pretty awesome. It's actually pretty cool.
Like Tom and Jerry?
Yeah. I guess yeah.
They had a set time that they're going to do.
So we're getting some text. We'll read some of your texts, but those are the greatest duels in fictional history and in real history. We'll get to some of these over the course of the rest of the show. You got Lance McCullers versus Paul Skeens tonight. Hopefully that will be just as good. 713-780-3776 to call to text. YouTube at ESPN Houston and on Twitch at ESPN 975. Up next, everything that we know about the Rockets offseason to this point. Stick around.
You're listening to the Paul Gallant Show,
on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios. Here's Paul Gallant.
We'll get back to some of the dual nominations, fictional and in real life, that you guys brought to the table on the most interactive sports talk show in town. 713-780-3776 to call the text. YouTube at ESPN Houston, Twitch at ESPN 975. Towards the back of the segment, we were talking about with Paul Skeens on the hill and Lance McCullers hopefully doing what he did in his last start against the A's with a career high tying 12 strikeouts. Maybe we'll see a pitcher's duel tonight. Had me daydreaming about duels. This is what happens when there's no game the night before. There's one texter who's just not feeling the show today. He's like, "You're too loose. It's too fun." Listen, man, this is our wheelhouse.
Yeah, it's either this or Stroud shoulder talk.
Right. We're not going to do that to you, okay? Stroud.
We did a show of yesterday of Jordan talk.
Yeah.
We just need to break it up.
Jordan talk, a little more consequential.
Yeah,
because
games are happening.
Games are happening. Stroud talk in training camp, if that's still an issue, it will become a story that matters.
Yeah.
It'll be a story that really matters if Stroud struggles at the beginning of the year and we're wondering if it's a shoulder issue of some sort. For now, it's not. Kelly Eco covers the NBA and the Houston Rockets for The Athletic. He put together a piece that came out today talking about the Rockets' offseason plans. I read through it. Here are the biggest takeaways. Number one, Fred VanVleet is expected to return. For those who don't know, there was a deadline for the Rockets and VanVleet to agree on an option for this third season, and they pushed the deadline back about, I think, to the end of this month. I think they've got plenty of time to still make a decision.
I think it's the day before free agency. I think.
That sounds about right. So Fred VanVleet, though, is expected to return. It's just them working on
in some
a new
form.
contract.
Yeah.
So that's the first takeaway from this. June 29th is the deadline for his team option. Number two, Steven Adams, who is a free agent, is a priority to resign. He's a priority. Good. Good. I want Steven Adams back. I did not think that we would have as much fun with Steven Adams as we did last season. I really didn't. Second half of the season, he was awesome. He really was. The Rockets may have stumbled onto something with this big lineup that they have with both him and with Alperen Şengün out there. And I mean, he just plays basketball exactly the way that you want one of your big guys to play. Absolute force on the offensive glass, big body, does the little things. Someone that on your team you do not want people to mess with. He's not out of control, though, with his I'm a huge guy justice out on the court. He's the perfect 8th, 9th guy to have on your team.
Yeah, especially when your best player is a center, to have a backup center who it can play with your star player. That's just huge. And then even in the, whatever 12 minutes that he sits per game in the regular season, you have a backup unit with a awesome center.
The only issue with Adams is an issue for all the Houston Rockets, and it's something that I suggested only somewhat tongue-in-cheek towards the end of their series against the Warriors, which is that every single player on the Rockets should be shooting free throws, granny style, going forward. Oh, you're too cool. You're too cool.
Yeah.
You lost that series to the Warriors in 7 games after missing
a million.
36 in at least the first 4 or 5 games. It was a lot.
I thought you were actually trying to, I was going to say, it was a lot.
I was trying to remember off the top of my head. I think it was at one point, I think it was 60 for 96, which is just mind-blowing, truly.
Yeah.
More from Kelly Eco's piece in The Athletic about the Rockets and their offseason plans. If Steven Adams isn't back, Brooke Lopez is a name to watch. Okay. Yeah, I think you do need to have another good big man. Lopez is definitely up there in age. I'd prefer Adams' physicality. I think it blends better with what the Rockets are trying to do. But Lopez, a little offense that he brings to the table.
Yeah, he's a stretch big, which is something that they don't have right now. I do like him more as a backup center than the starting center for the Milwaukee Bucks. Like this is him. I feel like aging into the right role, a lot like what Adams did, but like you, just having seen the results of Adams versus the unknown of Lopez, I'd prefer Adams, obviously.
Adams is just more fun. To me, it's more that than it is actually the fit. I'm sure that the Rockets would find a way to get the most out of Lopez. I really trust what the Rockets are doing right now. More as far as Rockets offseason plans. Devin Booker talks have settled down. So that means the Rockets are not looking to trade for Devin Booker anymore, in my opinion. I suppose that there's something that the Suns could perhaps come to the Rockets with. That would be less of an offer, but it seems like right now the Suns are focused more than anything on trying to move Kevin Durant, which brings us to our next tidbit from Kelly Eco's piece in The Athletic about the Rockets' offseason plans. Kevin Durant's trade value is lowering every single day. That said, talks are still sort of happening. So how are those talks happening? What the hell does that mean? It's mixed messaging going on here. Per Kelly Eco, the Suns are aggressively trying to get their draft picks back from the Rockets in trade talks involving Durant. They want the number 10 pick, and the Rockets are open to moving the number 10 pick. Are they open to moving the number 10 pick specifically for Durant? That seems to be unclear at this moment in time. The Suns are the ones that are making the phone calls about Kevin Durant to the Rockets. Since the conclusion of the season, Houston has fielded several calls from Phoenix, who have since gradually lowered their asking price for Durant. Well, stands to reason that you keep waiting, that things are going to look better and better and better for the Rockets. I saw today NBA Centel had put out that the Atlanta Hawks might be sniffing around Kevin Durant. I'm sorry, I'm not competing with the Hawks. I'm the Houston Rockets. I'm not competing with a Trae Young team. If Durant's looking for an extension or a place where he can actually win, is he going to want to go there? I would doubt it. Very much so.
Yeah. It's a wide open East. You'll hear that all offseason of how wide open the East is. It's not that wide open.
It's not that wide open. Still,
not that wide open.
The teams at the top, it's Cleveland if they can get their act together
Cleveland,
in the playoffs.
Indy,
New York, Boston, even Boston without Jason Tatum. It's still top 5, top 6. It's a loaded East.
Yeah.
Compared to years past. I get the idea that it's an easier East, but I don't know. I look at the
top.
West.
It's easier at the top, but there are so many better teams than Atlanta.
And I think in the West is certainly competitive, but I don't know. If I'm Durant, I'm still thinking I'm awesome, and I'm thinking, I change everything for a team like the Rockets who have so much going on right now. So I don't think Durant's going to want to go there. More as far as Kevin Durant and his future per Kelly Eco. It's not like the Rockets are saying no. They are getting calls from the Suns, and basically Eco described it as, it doesn't mean they're not in communication about Durant. The fact that the asking price from Phoenix is going down and down and down. They're just waiting this thing out, which they should.
Yeah, that to me is the biggest thing, is that the price is going down. So I imagine the Rockets are interested just in like kind of monitoring how low will this price be.
Right.
And from the Suns side of things, it sounds like what Eco's saying in the reporting is that they're interested in getting their own picks back, the Suns picks back, including number 10 this coming draft. I understand why they would want that. I think if Durant were to come to Houston, it wouldn't be for much more than the 10th pick and one more Suns first round pick. They're not getting all their picks back.
Definitely not, especially for Kevin Durant.
Yeah, not a Durant.
36 or 38 injuries, whatever he is. Yeah, he's up there. Sam Amick reported that he doesn't believe the Suns will chase Kevin Durant. The Suns also want to get some sort of center for Kevin Durant
in
as
return.
well. Yeah, good luck. You're not getting Alfred.
Well, it's just the idea of like they're interested in still trying to like build a cohesive team.
Yeah,
It's like, guys,
give it up.
Just like, just one quick thing on the Suns. They don't have their own first round pick until 2031. That's the next first round pick that they have.
Oh boy. So they're just trying to be passable.
Devin Booker will be 35 by that point.
Jeez. All right,
that's just a quick thing on the Suns.
I'm waiting out the Suns then if I'm the Rockets. As far as other younger players, the Rockets want Reed Shepherd involved more next season. They believe he'll create more spacing for a team that lacked a lot of it. I am with you there. Hopefully we will see it all season long. I think you could make a strong case that one of the reasons that the Knicks struggled in the playoffs and as the season went along, it's not just Tom Thibodeau giving a lot of guys a lot of minutes. It's also they should have tinkered with some things that actually worked during the playoffs and maybe had those as potential lineups in their back pocket more often than not. So the Rockets should be doing that with more of their players, including Cam Whitmore, who is also a potential trade candidate. I think he's gone.
I think so too.
Yeah, I think that they're not going to get as much as they want in return for him. I think right now there is no victory in bringing him back. The fact that Whitmore went into the offseason saying, like, I don't understand what's happening, and Ime Udoka saying, we very much told him what is happening. That is, I think, a disconnect that's not going to be fixed over a couple of months.
Yeah, I think either as a small part of a bigger trade, like a Durant type trade, I would expect Whitmore to be in there. Even not, I do expect that he's a pretty good candidate to get kind of processed out. Where as you're trimming down the core seven, you do kind of need to make a little bit of room. And so far, Cam Whitmore hasn't really shown anything. Like you said, just he doesn't play. So
he doesn't play. He's got skills. He's got talent, but he doesn't seem to be buying into what they want him to do. And even if he is talented enough, I don't want to deal with a malcontent. I just don't.
So he probably gets dumped for small draft compensation.
Jabari Smith Jr., meanwhile, Tari Eason, also part of trade talks because of their rookie deals, which are movable. So that, for Kelly Iko, is the Rockets offseason plans, the state of the Rockets union as far as what you can expect them to do over the coming weeks. Sean Mapes is behind the glass. I am Paul Gallant. It is the Paul Gallant Show. 713-780-3776 to call to text. On YouTube at ESPN Houston. On Twitch at ESPN 975. Up next, a quick edition of the 10-minute drill. I am so tired of the NFL trying to make this a thing, but they're acting like they're not. What am I talking about? Stick around and find out. That's right, everybody. Football time. It's football time in Houston. And we're ready to no longer have Stephon Diggs today because he is with the New England Patriots. He has showed up at the last couple of practices, OTAs for the Patriots. And it's been interesting to seeing all the stories that have come out about Diggs ever since that viral video of him on Cardi B's boat where a bag of pink powder was in his hand and he was seen flirting with some ladies or just talking to them as somebody who is in a relationship, asking them to call him daddy before handing over the bag of the pink and or purple stuff. I don't know what was in it. I don't care what was in it. I ain't no snitch. I want Stephon Diggs to be the best wide receiver he can be for the New England Patriots. Times have been tough for me and my people. It's been tough. So the NFL has no comment on the Diggs video. Patriots radio color commentator and talk show host Scott Zolak reported the Patriots might cut him, but per Ian Rappaport, the Patriots have no plans to do that. So I guess if you're one of these folks, you could say, I'm so glad Stephon Diggs is not a Houston Texans problem anymore. But he did well here.
He did well while he was here. We've talked about it a couple different times where was the Stephon Diggs trade a success? And it's, well, when he played it was, but ultimately he tore his ACL. So you can't really call it a success. So I think that with that being said, I think as a Texan, it's weird because he's remembered kind of fondly, even though he didn't really do much. But now you see it's like, oh, wow, he was really on his best behavior with us.
He was. More than anyone.
Yeah.
More than with the Vikings, Bills, or to this point, with the Patriots.
Yeah. And with the Vikings and Bills, normally it took a couple years before he got a little too comfortable here. Now it's before voluntary minicamp.
That theoretically could have happened. I will always wonder what would have happened had the Texans not decided to change his contract so that there was just 1 year left on it. What would they be doing right now if he's in year 2, recovering from a torn ACL, and he's on a boat and this happens? I wonder what they would do. I do not think the Texans would be comfortable with this at all. The Texans are big about being family first. Football's family.
Yeah. He would have, he might have gotten cut, honestly. He either cut or he would have to like kind of much like how Caserio had to do a press conference and kind of like eat it after, what was that, the 2022 season? I think Diggs would probably be like forced up there to like apologize.
I've let my people down.
Yeah.
But we haven't seen him do that yet in New England. I suppose at some point he will be made available by media. But that was the other weird thing about him with the Texans. The Texans just hid him. They hid him.
Yeah, he didn't have his intro press conference for like weeks.
He never spoke. It's weird. And I'm not going to lie. I still take issue with it, with the way that they handled that. We never got to hear from him. They tried to hide him before the Bills came. It's like, what are we doing here? Anyway, around the National Football League continues. This is such a bizarre series of reports. The NFL Players Association is reportedly pondering an eventual NFL push for a division in Europe. But while they are pondering it, they're not actively preparing for it. What?
So they're pondering, but they're not actually doing anything about it. They're just sitting there being like, man, wouldn't it be sick if we had a team in Madrid?
I bet some players do think that, or in Paris or in London. Right now, the league is focusing on getting the NFL Players Association to agree to increase the maximum number of annual international games from 10 to 16 and to make the regular season 18 games. If there was a Europe division, the teams would be in Europe and it would make the league 36. So they'd have to come up with 4 at the same time. And I wonder how that would work too if you've got 9 divisions. How do you make that work?
Yeah. Would they? Yeah. How would they play in the play? Like, would they be in the AFC or NFC? I guess maybe you change it up. You have to change the divisions though. I don't know.
Maybe it would be the first. These two teams from each of these. Two teams from this European division are in each conference.
Yeah, like the London and Germany teams are AFC, and then NFC. Oh no.
Yeah, the London,
Germany and Italy would be in the NFC.
There we go. I know where you're going.
London and France would be in the
like Axis versus Allies. I like that.
I,
That'd be funny.
I
The
switched
Allies
that up just for you.
Yeah, thank you. The Allies division, or the Axis division.
like the legends and leaders
Yeah,
in the Big
yeah.
Ten.
Bring it back. That'd be great. So that was a weird series of reporting. Here's some OTA crap. We're just emptying the garbage. CJ Stroud has a pec injury / shoulder injury and didn't throw again at practice today, but D'Amico Ryan said it's not a big deal. Sam Darnold threw 2 interceptions in a 7-on-7 in front of Seattle media. What a surprise.
That's tough.
What a surprise. Aaron Rodgers is still not a Steeler. Running out of time. Per Kevin Stefanski, Shadur Sanders and Dylan Gabriel are like sponges. And Saints safety Justin Reed, Texans legend, champion with the Chiefs, said that Kellen Moore has brought a Super Bowl winning culture to New Orleans. I guess he would know.
I'll be honest, when I read this, I was like, Justin Reed. I was like, why is he talking about Kellen Moore? I just forgot that both these guys were on the Saints.
Because the Saints
I thought he was on the Eagles first. And I was thinking, why is he talking about the OC? But yeah, New Orleans Saints football.
Most people think that the Saints are going to be the worst team in the league this year. Most people. I mean, who's their quarterback?
It's tough to come up with a worse team.
Yeah, who's their quarterback? So I appreciate Justin Reed's confidence. Reed was always cool when we got to interview him here in town. But yeah, Kellen Moore and Justin Reed, like these are going to be two people that having won a Super Bowl in common, and they're going to be in like this just dregs organization that's in a city that it's also got some issues, but fun to visit. So there you go, guys. That is the 10-minute drill. It's the Paul Gallant Show, ESPN 97.5, 92.5, 713-780-3776 to call, to text, YouTube at ESPN Houston, Twitch at ESPN 975. Does all that NFL talk get you going? Well, I got something that could get you going. It's called RiseHealth.com. The Rise Reds Max Strips, baby. These things are reinventing the game when it comes to getting you back in the game and getting you ready to go. What is the Rise Reds Max Strips? Well, it's the next evolution in the getting it up game, okay? It's a strip. You put it underneath your tongue. It has sildenafil, tadalafil, and oxytocin. It combines together for a harder, longer-lasting result in minutes. It's discreet, it's easy to use, and it's up to 5 times faster than pills. Go to risehealth.com. You do a complete questionnaire, and you connect with the U.S. board-certified doctor. And guess what? After that 5-minute conversation, you enter promo code 975. You're going to get 20% off your first order. Don't skip out. If you want to get your relationship back or to feel confident again, this is the way to go about doing it. This is something brand new, and it works. Rise Health Red Max Strips at Rise Health, RIIZE health.com. You'll rise up with Rise Health today. And we're staying with you on the most interactive sports talk show in Houston. 713-780-3776 to call, to text, YouTube at ESPN Houston, Twitch at ESPN 975. Keith has a question about the NFL. I'm sure this will be completely on topic and not random whatsoever, because Keith would never do that to us. Keith, hello.
Hey, Paul. Thanks for having me. I had a question. Yesterday, Saquon Barkley was announced on the Madden cover. I just wanted to get your thoughts on, was Stephon Diggs potentially robbed of that honor of being on the cover? I feel like Stephon Diggs would have made a much better fit. Maybe a picture of him on the boat or in a Patriots jersey. What do you think?
That would have been awesome. I'm not going to lie. I would have loved that. I would have bought it.
Yeah.
I saw a couple of people actually theorize that. Like, I have a text chain with some Patriots fans friends, and we were like, well, would you buy this cover? Yeah, I would. Just like I still have the one Madden that Tom Brady was on the cover of. I still have it. Like, I still have the hard box for the CD for I think it was Madden for 2014 or 2015.
Yeah, was it after the 28-3 Super Bowl that he was on?
No, it was before that.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. I think it was after the Seahawks Super Bowl.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I remember back in the day when Brett Favre was on the cover Madden in a Packers jersey, and then that offseason he got traded to the Jets, and they reissued.
I don't remember them reissuing it.
Yeah, they made a new. I mean, they literally just photoshopped them into a.
Jets fans like Jake were probably crying about it. Like, oh, we got a guy on the cover. They want to put him in a Jets uniform. Yeah.
Exactly. And Jake would have been he would have been basically the same age I was at the time, and really cared about who the cover of Madden was.
Well, I think he still would, especially if it's a Jets player. But hey, listen, Jake's really passionate about the Jets. Crack cocaine addiction is very powerful. This is more crack than cocaine when it comes to, being a Jets fan. And, a lot of filler in this too. Might be some cat litter crystals in there. It's really cut.
By the way, going back to Stephon Diggs, not related to what we're talking about. Actually, it is related.
Well, how cut was it? I wouldn't know, Sean. I don't do drugs.
No, it just occurred to me how many
except for risehealth.com.
How many college kids in the New England area are going to own Stephon Diggs jerseys after that video?
Oh, yeah, that's true.
He's going to be the go-to one.
No, that's a good one. That's a good one. He was digging in that bag, allegedly. Yeah. That would have been a good cover. It would have been a good cover. Stephon Diggs
should do
on the boat.
Alternate cover.
I mean, you can make an alternate cover. I think the difference is now that DVD boxes are a thing of the past, as are video game boxes.
I don't know the last time I went to a store and bought a video game.
I'm not gonna lie, I do miss it. It was a nice aesthetic to have. One of my friends, they have in their place, they have on a shelf that goes around the entirety of their TV room, because these are big movie people. And it has every single great movie ever in alphabetical order.
Okay.
And it's awesome.
I was going to ask what the order was.
It's nuts. It goes truly around the entirety of the room. It's over 300 DVDs.
I do think that's going to, it's obviously already a thing with this person, and I've seen other people too. I do think that physically owning a movie among movie people will be having vinyl or something, like what vinyl is now.
Yeah,
I think it would be hey, by the way, I have the 4K Blu-ray of
maybe the 4K Blu-ray is better than streaming it. I truly don't know enough about tech.
Well, also because they can just edit movies on, they can take out scenes, they can change stuff in on HBO Max or whatever.
But those are the extended editions are available on HBO Max, and
it's more the censorship stuff.
Gotcha. Okay, that's fair. That's totally fair.
If you don't want a warning before you watch an old-timey cartoon on Disney Plus, where they're hey, by the way, the cat in Aristocats, the one that played the piano, we apologize preemptively.
Apparently, Paramount Plus is a bunch of babies when it comes to censorship, because I think they've pulled a bunch of South Park episodes.
Oh, yeah, they pulled the Nathan
and
for
they pulled
You.
the Nathan for You one as well, which ironically was about anti-Semitism, which is wild. We were talking about duels earlier today. Lance McCullers against Paul Skeens. We got some good nominations. Best duels, real life. A text in, hetero Paul against gay Paul. That's a funny one. That is a funny one.
It is just the two wolves inside you.
Listen, we all got a little bit of it.
Yeah.
We all got a little bit of it. We all got a little gay in us. What? What are you laughing at? Wile E. Coyote against Roadrunner. That's a fictional one. Also, let's be honest. Wile E. Coyote, if he had any self-respect, he would have offed himself by now, because he should have died several times over the course of this. Roadrunner's not even trying to fight him. Like Wile E. Coyote is just a complete failure. He's basically the New York Jets.
Yeah, I think Wile E. Coyote to me is more embarrassing than Tom from Tom and Jerry. Wile E. Coyote was getting like punked out there, and like you said, falling off of cliffs and delayed falling off of cliffs to where he can look down and notice that he's about to fall off a cliff. Tom and Jerry, Tom was just kind of getting his ass kicked.
Yeah.
But I felt like it was
By a
less
mouse.
it was less his fault. I think Jerry was doing a little bit more. Like you said, I don't think the Roadrunner knew that he was an adversary.
Yeah, I don't either. I think like, meep, meep.
Yeah,
Yeah,
Jerry was actually like planning against him.
Duels. The U.S. women's national soccer team against the boys' high school team. That's not a duel. That's a sports match. It did go very poorly for the U.S. women's national soccer team. John Morant versus social media. How about John Morant versus the conventional norms of selfies with guns, or John Morant against that 17-year-old?
That's what I was going to say.
That he
John
slapped.
Morant
He
versus
did bring out, I think, a gun too. So
at the end,
But
didn't
he-
use it though.
but he slapped him 13 times or whatever before that. Coog Blaze commented, Paul against Astros parking. Ooh, that's a good one. That's a good one. Oh, we have some breaking news. The New York Knicks have fired Tom Thibodeau.
Yeah, a little bit of surprise. A little bit of surprise.
That'll make things better for the Knicks. That'll get them farther. It's the coach. It's the coach. I'm sure that firing Tom Thibodeau, who everyone gets so mad about because, he coaches his team too hard in the regular season. I'm sure firing that guy is going to get everyone to the next level. It's going to make Karl Anthony Towns actually play like he's smart. It's going to make Jalen Brunson play defense to get rid of the defensive-minded coach. That's going to work great. So good job by the New York Knicks. They're getting rid of the problem. James Dolan, always on top of it. One of the best owners in sports.
It is funny, just like on paper, it's like, wait, so you had your most successful season in 25 years. You beat the team that you're like built to beat in the Boston Celtics. And you're still just like, man, get this guy out of here.
This is the best year the Knicks will ever have.
It's the best year that they've had in
Yes.
25 years.
Don't forget that James Dolan is their owner. They will screw this up. It's just a matter of time.
Yeah.
And
It's a classic, like, well, you can't get rid of Brunson. You can't get rid of Cat. You can, but like, actually you can't. It's hard to get rid of Cat, I should say. And Mikal Bridges, you have to re-sign. So it is like, well, we have to make a move. We have to change something, which
Right.
I would go, do you have to really change all that much? Again, most successful year in 25 years?
I don't think they do.
Yeah.
Honestly, I think they should
But-
roll this entire thing back next season and hope that, you can beat the Pacers this time.
Yeah.
Rick Carlisle's a great coach, though. Sean Mapes behind the glass on Paul Gallant. 713-780-3776 to call, to text. YouTube at ESPN Houston. Twitch at ESPN 975. One last text. This is a very good comment from the 845. Wile E. Coyote had all that money to buy all those gadgets. Why didn't he just buy dinner? Damn.
Makes you think.
Damn. He wanted what he couldn't have. It's the Paul Gallant Show. Stay put. The most interactive sports talk show in town. Settle down, people. Just because CJ Stroud is not throwing at Houston Texans OTAs doesn't mean that his arm no longer works. But, Paul, he had shoulder injuries at Ohio State. But, Paul, he's dealing with a pec issue and a shoulder issue right now. What are the Texans gonna do? Well, here's what Texans head coach DeMeco Ryans had to say about CJ Stroud earlier this afternoon.
First off, I know everybody's going to ask, first, is CJ not throwing again? There's no concerns with CJ. It's just general soreness. We're taking extra precaution with him, but he'll be good to go. No concerns on my end there. Really excited the way our guys are working.
New Texans offensive coordinator Nick Caley also weighed in on Stroud as he tries to get back on the field. Here's what he had to say.
Yeah, he's locked in every step of the way. No concerns whatsoever. I know DeMeco's already hit on this. Everybody's got a specific routine relative to their own routine, specific to whatever, through whether it's football, whether it's athletic training, et cetera. And he's doing a great job, and he's out here and he's working.
I am not stressing about this. I think that for now, when it comes to CJ Stroud, this is just something that he will overcome. This time of year, you got to remember this. With the NFL's offseason changing as much as it has over the last 15 years due to the collective bargaining agreement that almost had a lockout in 2011. Right before the 2011 season, they got things done very, very late. But that agreement led to a dramatic change in just the way that the offseason is. OTAs, like nothing happens now. Every single year, less and less has happened at these offseason training activities that are voluntary, even though they're more voluntary in name only. You can't get fired for not showing up. But if you don't show up, you're not doing yourself any favors if you're not one of the best players on the team. But Stroud not throwing, not a big deal. This is a huge moment in time right now for the Texans to actually figure out what they're supposed to do on offense. A lot of that is just walkthroughs. It's the offensive line who are all rotating around, understanding the offense as best they can because it's a new offensive coordinator with an entirely new offensive line. The quarterback has to understand what he's supposed to do. The wide receivers have to understand what they're supposed to do. But more than what happens on a field right now, more than passes thrown at practice, the most important thing right now for the Texans is that they are all doing their homework, that they are reading, that they are studying. It is all about getting on top of the offense as best they can. I think CJ Stroud is doing that right now. You just heard Nick Caley saying that he is. Stroud is a dork when it comes to football. He's a nerd. He loves the game. The guy brings up random specific moments that he remembered while watching film over the course of a season in podcasts. And while you might have gotten annoyed with all the podcast appearances that he did last offseason, I think somebody that can remember select minute details the way that Stroud does is a sign that the guy is a bit of a junkie when it comes to the actual sport. And that's what you want in your quarterback, even if you maybe think that the guy took a step back this past season. You want a guy who's obsessed with it like that. I think Stroud is perfectly fine when it comes to picking up this offense. Now, is this offense going to be good? I don't know. I think a lot of people are hoping it'll be good, and the wishful thinking is leading to some optimism that I'm not sure is justified. There have been a lot of guys that have come from the Sean McVay tree. A lot. Oh, but Paul, he also was in New England for a little bit of time. Cool. Has a rapport with Nick Caserio. Great. Awesome. Splendid. Wonderful. Should be at the very least better than Bobby Slowick, because how can it be any worse? Same thing with the offensive line coach side of things. But when it comes to the guys who are not out at practice, don't worry your silly little head, your pretty little head. Sit back and relax. The stories that come out this time of year, the ones that'll get your attention, are probably going to be manufactured in a way where it will freak you out. This is the NFL offseason. They're trying to get your attention. They're wearing the loud Hawaiian shirts that I wear on the weekend, formerly in the pursuit of a mate. You know, that's what's happening online right now. You're going to see posts on X, on Facebook, which, oh my God, Facebook, what a quagmire of misinformation and disinformation. If you go on that, the amount of things that I have seen that have just been completely wrong. One of them was Jose Altuve speaks out about Astros Pride Night in May. Not even the right month. Fake quote was made up. It's insane. But if you're on these apps, Facebook, I would just encourage you to go off Facebook altogether. Facebook is a lost cause. X is a hellscape itself. Instagram keeps you on a little bit too long, as does the TikTok. You're going to see stuff out there, and it's going to be people overreacting to stories that months from now, we are not even going to remember we talked about. And I would say with this CJ Stroud shoulder/pec issue, that's going to be one of them. Ronald Darby, third corner, retiring. Oh my God, the Texans don't have a third corner. The guy's been on 4 teams in 4 years. First off. Second off, you have Derek Stingley and Kamari Lassiter. You have an awesome 1-2 corner combination that might be the best in the league. Oh, but keep CP3. Who is it? Last year, your CP3 sucked. You didn't even know. It was CJ Henderson and Jeffrey Okuda, amongst others. Guess what, guys? Your 1 through 53 will have limitations. There will be depth issues at certain positions. You can't have like an all-star team. You don't have the way that baseball used to be. Like it's not that anymore, you know? Unless it's the Dodgers. It's one of these things where you're going to have certain weaknesses on your roster. And it is the job of a great quarterback to elevate those weaknesses on the offensive side of things. And it is the job of the great defensive players that you have to make up for some of the players who are average, middle of the road. And some of those are going to be backups. People were concerned about like Ronald Darby retiring. Like, you guys, you haven't even seen him play yet. He wasn't even going to make the team. So I'm seeing a lot of these stories about OTAs, and there's a lot of overreaction to it. And I'm just encouraging you, relax. It's none of these stories are going to matter ultimately. I really don't think it. And if you want to, I would rather hear like dumb trade ideas than OTA updates.
Okay. Kyle Pitts for a 3rd round pick?
No. I'm saying no to the trade.
Okay.
But I'd rather hear them. They just throw them at me and I will answer very quickly. Jonnu Smith, if we're talking 4th round pick, that's where it gets interesting.
Okay.
I think about it. I think that they do need some help in the tight end room. I mean,
4th, but you get back next year's 6th from.
I'm
just doing this.
But if David Andrews went, not David Andrews. If Joe Tooney went for a 4th round pick, I'm just gonna say that's as much as I'm willing to offer. So just something to keep in mind going forward. You're going to see a lot of little clickbaity headlines out there. If you're really a diehard interested in the Texans fan, look past those things and look for the interesting little tidbits, interesting quotes that maybe you'll remember from weeks, months from now. But this part of the NFL offseason is just like the NFL draft, the build up to the NFL draft specifically.
Combine,
right. It is inflated with hot air. It is just hot air. There's nothing more than that. So do not let it make you concerned or panic. That's all I'm trying to say. And this is in complete opposition to something that I was taught while over at the Texans flagship. There was never a mandate like some have claimed for me to talk about the Texans. I am honestly of the mindset that no one actually listened to my show, which was great. There was more this idea that you make talking about this urgent. I remember specifically being told, like, yeah, you have to make it so that OTAs seem like they matter, but they don't. They don't. There are topics surrounding OTAs, big picture, that matter. We're actually going to get into a couple later in the week, but I'm just telling you right now, this is not something to be concerned about. And it does feel like all of a sudden the people that are looking at this CJ Stroud injury have perhaps been paying a little bit too much attention to the Astros training and medical staff. There might be a little projection going on here. And that I would understand. Sean's raising his hand.
Hand up. That's me.
Yeah, I totally understand that.
It's more of an annoyance too. Like I know it. I'm with you where I know that your starting quarterback not doing essentially walkthroughs and voluntary minicamp. Like this isn't the end of the world. But at the same time, I'm 36 hours away from thinking that Yordan Alvarez was going to start this weekend, and then turns out they didn't know he had a broken hand. So it's just the messaging.
I get the messaging part is a frustrating thing to deal with at
from
this
the
moment in time.
Texans. But I would like he's on a different plan. We don't expect him to throw until X, and I'm like, okay, I'm good.
I get what you're saying there. Totally get what you're saying there. That said,
it doesn't actually matter right
now. No, not even that. So this is how all NFL teams operate. Like NFL teams more than anyone really keep you in the dark when it comes to injuries.
Yeah.
Because they don't want their players getting targeted in the middle of a game.
Yeah.
It doesn't really happen in baseball. The Texans are not alone in doing this. And I also do not think that they are being remotely close to the Astros and what they have a track record of doing. Somebody had
I agree with that.
Responded to a post that I put up on X about this, like laughing at everyone talking about the OTAs with like such serious hushed tones. Like, oh no, CJ Stroud's not out there. And this one guy said, like, well, I mean, the Texans do this all the time. And it's like, no, man. The Astros do this all the time.
Yeah.
The Texans really don't do this as much.
I mean, NFL teams in general don't really. I mean, part of it's just because they have like a injury report that they have to put out every day. And so you see the progress happening during the season. But right now, they don't need to put out an injury report, so they don't have to give you anything. It's just, if it is nothing to worry about, just like tell us so we don't have to ask you every day.
Yes.
That's kind of the, like, I would be more at ease if I know tomorrow if they have a press availability for D'Amico Ryans and CJ Stroud isn't throwing tomorrow, he's going to get asked about it again. And I would just like to put that part to rest.
That's fair.
That's the annoyance, is that we go from one sport to the other with seemingly not to the same degree as the Houston Astros, but the same problem happening.
That's fair. And guess what it'll get? A mention and a move on.
Yeah.
Unless it blows up like that Yordan Alvarez did, which did merit a whole show yesterday.
By the way, rightfully so.
Yeah.
Because, yes, the Yordan thing, because he's going to miss another month of actual games. This, like you said, if he's not throwing by the start of training camp, that's when you're like actually taking notice. The first time that they actually practice in July with pads on and he's not throwing, that's when you worry. Until then, it's annoying.
I don't even think they're wearing pads.
They might not.
I
They
think
might
they're
actually
just wearing helmets.
or like, the helmets
And shorts.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But still, until then, it does not matter.
From the 832, can we make sure that no Texans players do any advertising for Houston Methodist? Hey, the fine people at Houston Methodist have nothing to do with the Astros. They need the Houston Methodist people clearly over there. I'm not dumping on Houston Methodist. I will dump on the Astros for it. Desert Stro says when it comes to CJ Stroud's shoulder and pectoral, get CJ a massage therapist. I do not want any Texans quarterback dealing with a third-party massage therapist.
I mean, he can just do that on Instagram. Yeah. Just find him on Instagram like everyone does. Yeah.
Sean Mapes is behind the glass on Paul Gallant. Speaking of Yordan Alvarez's injury, we're going to dive right back into it. Oh, there is something I wanted to touch on that we did not really get into detail about on Sunday. I actually think that there is a good sign from the Astros going forward when it comes to injuries that comes out of this Yordan Alvarez mess that they've created for themselves. I'll share it on the other side. It's the Paul Gallant Show. Stay put.
Have you learned your lesson, you naughty, naughty boy? Have you learned your lesson, you naughty, naughty boy?
Broadcasting live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios, it's the Paul Gallant Show.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Do you plan to rob a bank? No. Or capture animals in the wild? No.
Has Dana Brown learned his lesson? Have the Astros learned their lesson? Those naughty, naughty boys. That's right. I just busted out a song from the hit cartoon Madeline, which is based off of the hit children's book series. That's right. What a song.
Will you tease another dog? No, no. Will you scare another cat? No. Or lock up another hole?
They're French. That's what they do in France.
I can tell.
Have you learned your lesson, you naughty, naughty boy? I have learned my lesson. Now I'm not a naughty boy.
He learned his lesson. Did the Astros learn their lesson? I'm hoping that they did. And I might be reading too much into this. I will credit Robert Ford, Syracuse guy, from the Astros radio broadcast, asking this of Dana Brown during their pregame show on Sunday. When asked if the Astros could have done anything differently with Yordan Alvarez, here's what Dana had to say. Quote, I think the big point here is when he had the first injury in terms of the muscle strain in the hand, maybe we shouldn't have let him fight through that. Yeah, I agree. I agree. It's your best hitter, and it's April to May. More from Dana Brown. He said it wasn't the normal pain that he usually gets in his hand, so he thought he maybe could grind through it, and it was just soreness. Okay. A player saying he can grind through it when he is as important as Yordan Alvarez is merits a follow-up every single time. I don't care if he's saying this to Dana Brown, to Joe Espada, or to the actual training staff. Sometimes they got to step in there, and they actually have to make a decision and communicate and say, no, man, we're not letting you play. You know, if you want a recent example of this, Sean, I believe you've been watching The Rehearsal on HBO Max.
Yes.
And the subject of this second season, Nathan Fielder, who is genius, like seems to be a very smart guy in addition to also being hilariously funny, focuses on how there's a lot of aviation disasters that happen as a result of poor communication between pilots on a plane. And honestly, when you think about it, seems pretty obvious with the way that Fielder paints the picture. Maybe it's not entirely accurate. Airlines clearly don't think so, but communication's huge. But sometimes you got to communicate with the person that thinks that they know what they're doing or thinks that they're okay. No, you're not. Athletes, a lot of them, they're going to tough it out. They're going to try to get back in there. A lot of them. Sometimes you got to get in the way of it. Not just for the short term, for the it's actually mainly for the long-term prospects of your team. Generally, when you're stepping in to stop a player from playing, it's all about that, and it's about prioritizing the most important parts of the season.
And to be honest, with the way that Yordan was hitting early in the season, fighting through injury, could have been for the short term too, because it's not like the Astros were really dying to get that 200 batting average and the relative, obviously, to his standards, lack of pop in the lineup that Yordan had to start the season because he was battling through a hand injury. Like, it actually wasn't even, you weren't even getting the short-term gains on the at the expense of long-term. You just got neither gains. You just got a bad player or Yordan playing like a bad player because he's hurt and he shouldn't have been out there.
Exactly. Some more from Dana Brown. Maybe at that point, so many maybes. Maybe at that point, we probably should have shut him down. Maybe for a week. Yeah. Give it a chance to heal and not let him try to fight through it and potentially cause more damage. You know what? Hey, at the very least, they're saying maybe we should have done this. I like this, and I hope that going forward that they feel the same way about this. And for Yordan's part, Jordan also basically said, I probably shouldn't have kept playing. So at the very least, lessons have been learned here. Let's see if they can actually apply it to future situations, because we know with this team, they will deal with future situations. It is baseball. It's an 162 game slate.
Yeah, that is the like really small silver lining that has not actually been proven yet. But the, I guess, solace that you could take is that hopefully this whole ordeal has embarrassed them enough to change their ways.
Mm-hmm.
Those naughty boys.
Those naughty boys. From the 832, yo, get this bleep off the airwaves. Listen, sometimes the songs that you hear on this show are a byproduct of a disease that I have, which is where I hear specific songs and it just stays in my head for years and years. And that one has stuck in my head. You know where I heard that song for the first time? I was at the doctor's office, like in the waiting room, waiting to like meet with my pediatrician, who turns out not a good guy. Found out years later. Thankfully, I did not have to deal with anything. Yikes. Discovered that last year. From the 832. This show is so unserious. Thank you. I appreciate that. Anyway, it's the Paul Gallant Show, ESPN 97.5, 92.5. Sean Mapes is behind the glass.
Wait, so you heard it in the waiting room?
The song?
Yeah.
Yeah, I did.
When you're a child?
You just wait. It was just on the TV. There was a couple of kids. They had Madeline on. And yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Have you
learned your
that story took a detour. That's why I just wanted to wait, when did you hear the song? Because
I thought you were asking, when did you hear that your pediatrician went to jail? And I was like, last year. That's when I learned that. And honestly, I remember I texted my sister immediately as I saw this. I was like, wait a second, what? And my sister was like, yeah, do we tell our parents about this? Because nothing happened to us, but.
Okay, that's good. Did he ever give you a physical?
Yeah, he did. Yeah. No, I mean, there. I was always with my parent. I was always with my parent.
Okay, that's good. That's smart. Smart on the Gallant
family. But there was, there was some weird moments now in retrospect. And anyway, on that note, Paul, is this why you're so weird? It's a good question. 713-780-3776 to call, to text. YouTube at ESPN Houston. Twitch at ESPN 975. Up next, Throwback Tuesday. It was a year ago today that something that relates very, very, very much to the topic we just discussed took place and threw this Houston sports team into chaos. Stick around.
This is the Paul Gallant Show
on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
from the Veritex Community Bank Studios. Here's Paul Gallant.
Most interactive sports talk show in Houston. You want to jump in, 713-780-3776 is how you call. It's how you text. You can get after us on YouTube at ESPN Houston. You can get after us on Twitch at ESPN 975. So, a year ago today, something happened that very much relates to the Astros and the way that they have handled Yordan Alvarez's muscle strain that became a small fracture that is 60% healed per Dana Brown. It's time for Throwback Tuesday?
Let's go back in time.
My story begins in 1962. We had to say dickety because the Kaiser had stolen our Word 20.
Because Paul's too uncreative to talk about anything today.
But this is going to take a long time, so you may want to get some snacks.
It's Throwback Tuesday.
That's right. Throwback Tuesday. Because a year ago today, Kyle Tucker injured his right shin. It was just a shin contusion. And then they kept him out for 3 months. Happy anniversary, everybody. Happy anniversary of the day that we lost our innocence and stopped believing in the Astros training and medical staff. We went from just joking about them and laughing at them to actually thinking that there's something wrong here.
What little we knew back then, just hey, little shin bruise for Kyle Tucker. Be back in the lineup a couple days.
It was a fracture.
Turns out it was a fracture, and he wasn't in the lineup for 3 months.
Oof, not good.
But then, he went on to have a long, storied Astros career. So, oh no, wait, he got traded that offseason.
He did get traded. What else happened back in the day on June 3rd of 2025? Get this. I've actually got a lot for you. I've got a lot. Hell, I just learned that one of my friends' birthday is today. Someone I worked with in Seattle. Did you know that back in 1851, this is pre-Civil War, on June 3rd, the first baseball uniforms were worn? The New York, get this, the New York Knickerbockers wore a uniform of straw hats, white shirts, and blue long trousers. That's probably the first American sports uniform ever.
Yeah.
That was before we even knew what the Yankees and the Rebels were wearing in the Civil War, the War of Northern Aggression.
I was going to say that that was the inspiration. They're like, what if we wore uniforms like armies do?
Yeah, probably, honestly.
And we all have straw hats, a white shirt, and long blue trousers. So let's do that.
That's insane that they wore straw hats. Can you imagine if a baseball hat instead was just a straw hat? And I'm wearing like an El Tiempo Astros straw hat right now.
Huh. It'd look kind of cool. It'd be much more laid back of a vibe at games, I'd imagine.
They would definitely fly off all the time, which would actually be cool too. That would be cool aesthetic.
Yeah, but I'm glad we tinkered after these guys. That is crazy. 1851.
That is insane. Let's keep on going. Get this. In 1932, on June 3rd, Lou Gehrig hit 4 consecutive home runs and narrowly missed a 5th. Meanwhile, old Tony Lazzeri hit for the cycle as the New York Yankees beat the Philadelphia Athletics 20-13. Total bases by the Yankees in this game, 50. The team set a still standing record for extra bases with 41. Were they playing in someone's backyard? 41 extra base hits? Good God. Or extra bases, I guess. Whatever the case. That's a lot. In 1987, the Astros tied the Orioles and Rangers record of 3 grand slams in a game. How about that? Cubs did it too.
Wow. Back when the Astros could hit with the bases loaded.
Hey.
Sorry.
In 1989, today, the Houston Astros beat the LA Dodgers 5-4 in 22 innings, 7 hours, 14 minutes, 9 seconds. Ow. That's terrible.
Was this in LA or
good question? I don't
can
know.
look that
That's got to be
Imagine
brutal.
staying up for that one.
Oh man, you wouldn't.
9 o'clock first pitch.
Oh my God.
Still going on.
4 a.m. I mean, you might see the sunrise. You're watching it, and it's a West Coast game. Also, sportscasting legend Vince Scully broadcasted 23 innings in 2 different cities on one day. I'm assuming that had to do with this Astros-Dodgers game going 22 innings. So I guess he didn't do the entirety of the game. Maybe he did 1 inning. He's like, I'm tired.
Or there's a day game that he did and then got on a flight and did this. I don't know.
More. 2003. Yankees shortstop Derek Jeter is named the 11th captain in club history. Oh, so when he was a captain, they never won a World Series except for in 2009? Interesting. Unanimous Hall of Famer? Interesting. I mean, he wasn't a captain during the year that they won all those titles. Why does he get put on such a pedestal? I don't get it. I really don't get it. You can say he's a good player, but he got put on the most ridiculous pedestal there ever was. Oh, he's the captain of the Yankees. Well, he wasn't the 3 World Series they won in the 90s. They lost the World Series to the Marlins that year. The Marlins. The next year, they blew a 3-0 lead over the Red Sox.
That's his first 2 years as being captain.
Yeah. What are we doing? Also, happy birthday to Steve Psycho Lyons. What a name.
Psycho Lions.
Yeah. And Astros legend, 1971, noted non-dinosaur believer Carl Everett was born. He was on the Astros for a little bit of time. Bit of a crazy person, that Carl Everett guy. So there you go. Throwback Tuesday. 713-780-3776 to call, to text. YouTube at ESPN Houston. Twitch at ESPN 975. Junior Bronco says, this reminds me of Rich Lord's celebrity birthdays. Well, listen, we're just telling you about what happened back in time on this day, which started with us remembering that Kyle Tucker got a bruised shin a year ago.
Yeah, we started in 2024 and then went back to 1851 and then moved closer through time. Also, the Astros game was in Houston. Luckily.
It was at the Astrodome. Someone just texted in, actually, that I remember that 22-inning game. There are pictures of some of the players falling asleep in the dugout. June 3rd, 1989. It was the longest night game in National League history. It concluded at 2:50 a.m. Wow. Also, what's crazy is the Astros were in the midst of an 8-game winning streak there. The next day, oh my God. The next day, the Astros and Dodgers played a 13-inning game. Oh my God. 35 innings in 2 days? Good God, that's 4 games.
Yeah. Yeah. We're talking about the PGA, what was it? The PGA, or not the PGA, the US Open qualifiers. How, man, they had to play 36 holes in a day.
Yeah.
Imagine playing
36 innings of baseball.
innings of baseball.
I mean, I would have fallen asleep. That's for sure.
Imagine being the catcher.
Oh God, yeah, you
Do
must
you think
have
he got
subbed
the
out.
next day off after 22 innings?
Well, probably not, because they probably put him back in after the first 8 or 9.
Or they subbed him out after 15 innings. Yeah.
Good God. Anyway, there you go, guys. That's your throwback Tuesday. 713-780-3776 to call, to text. On YouTube at ESPN Houston. On Twitch at ESPN 975. Up next, Lance McCullers. How do we get him justice? And if you need to vent and freak out about the Texans and some of the absences at OTAs, you can. Plus, we've got garbage time with a fantastic movie on the horizon. Stay put.
This is the Paul Gallant Show
on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
from the Veritex Community Bank Studios. Here's Paul Gallant.
Most interactive sports talk show in Houston. 713-780-3776 to call into text in. It is your last chance to dance. By the way, Kyle Tucker, a year ago today, we were told that he had a shin contusion. Also of note, did you know that Kyle Tucker is dealing with an injury with the Cubs right now?
I know.
Headline from The Athletic. Chicago Cubs cautiously optimistic that Kyle Tucker avoided a season-changing injury. Anything that happens to Kyle Tucker is magnified, given his status as the number one MLB free agent on the board next winter and the price the Cubs paid to acquire him. At the moment, they're cautiously optimistic that Tucker avoided the type of major injury that could have altered this season's trajectory. He jammed his right ring finger on a headfirst slide in the first inning. But apparently, x-rays were negative. Said Tucker, quote, "I feel all right. The hand's a little jammed or a little swollen, but obviously we got our off day tomorrow." That was over the weekend.
So there wasn't too much inflammation for them to find out if it was broken or not?
No, it doesn't seem like that. He had some kind of...
A lot of teams have issues with that. So.
Here's the report from the Cubs reporter on Kyle Tucker, the way he looked. Tucker had some kind of bandage on his right ring finger, as well as a cut across the bridge of his nose. On the head first slide, his helmet popped off and flipped over as his face scraped against the dirt. He was also wearing a Cubs travel sweatsuit.
Okay, that's not necessary. I don't need to know what he was wearing. I need to know if his ring finger got jammed or not.
Well, they did x-rays and everything, and they were fine.
Okay.
But what about the MRI?
Too much swelling, Paul.
The MRI sees through all this. This is
too
what I
much,
don't get.
Too much inflammation.
Just do the MRI. Just do the MRI. You're a baseball team. You have money. What is the obstacle here? I don't get this. Anyway, it is the Paul Gallant Show. Also, we found out that the person who sent death threats to Lance McCullers and his family was a drunk person who had bet on an Astros-Reds game on May 10th with Lance McCullers making his second start in 3 years. He was angry and mad that he had lost money, so he sent, as one does, death threats to not just Lance McCullers and his, I believe, entire family. Specifically, the threats were sent to his children. And this guy just sucks because his identity is being withheld by Houston police since no charges have been filed yet. I wonder if Lance even files them. Lance should file them, though. The suspect was apologetic and asked that investigators pass on his apologies to Lance McCullers' family. No, you should have to apologize to the children. That guy should have to make the phone call, like do a FaceTime. This D-Gen, who's probably like in an opium den in Hong Kong, and he's gambling on sports. And when he comes down from his high and he realizes, oh, damn, I just lost money on an Astros-Reds game on a Saturday. Dork. Now all of a sudden, I've lost everything. How am I gonna buy more opium? And then he just decides to lash out irrationally as he's on the come down from alcohol and or the drugs. Who knows if he said he was inebriated? We don't know on what. We don't know if there were lewds or the PCP, little oxy. We don't know what drugs it was. Stephon Diggs' bag. Right, yeah. The bag Stephon Diggs touched but did not partake in.
I mean, we don't know if that's even drugs or not.
His body's a temple. Fair. Right. We don't know.
It is just a
could have been cough drops.
White or pink powder.
What if it was just candy? What if it was just nerds?
Fun dip.
But anyway, this guy has not directly apologized to Lance McCullers, and I think that we should think about invading this country. I think we should think about invading.
I would just like to know which country.
I would too. That's all I want to know. And then I want to think about invading it. I want to know what resources they have. And I mean, we would never do that, but except for that one time and that other time and that other time, whether it was, I don't know, certain poppies in Afghanistan or oil in Iraq or, some of the drugs that were in Nam. Like, the CIA would never go to another country and take those things and then use it to finance their, agenda across the world. They would never do that. But maybe, just maybe, say someone did something to Lance McCullers, we could start doing that now.
So this person overseas blindly bet on someone named McCullers, and he was inebriated. Check Ireland. Just check Ireland.
Are we going to check Ireland?
Just do a sweep. Just do a
hang
sweep.
Hang on. That's too far. We can't. The Irish plight is a tough one. You know,
He was drunk
we're constantly
and blindly voted on a bet on a.
We're constantly under the thumb of the British. It's not easy living over here. All we've got is our Guinness and our potatoes.
Yeah,
That's all
one of the
we've got.
banshees of Inisherin.
I just live in a cottage on the sea by myself, with my lass, with my lad Patrick, and my own brother Patrick as well. We're all named Patrick. Patrick and Sean McDougall. Patrick and Sean. We live in our house. Okay, we live in our house. Don't extradite us. You know, with a lot of people. I have a lot of American Irish friends. Don't you see? Like Paul Gallant in Houston. We have a lot of friends. Yeah, that would be funny if it was an Irish person. That's a great theory. Anyway, on that note, it's time to wrap things up. It is time for garbage time. Yes. So, guys, it's time for garbage time. And in garbage time, I'm really excited about this. There's a movie on the horizon that involves the greatest actor who's ever lived. I'm, of course, talking about Tom Cruise and maybe the funniest role that he's ever taken on, where in the movie Tropic Thunder, he got in a fat suit and played studio head Les Grossman, who you might remember for this.
This is Les Grossman. Who is this?
This is Flaming Dragon.
Oh, okay. Flaming Dragon. Face. First, take a big step back and literally your own face! Now, I don't know what kind of pan-Pacific bull power play you're trying to pull here, but Asia Jack is my territory. So whatever you're thinking, you better think again. Otherwise, I'm going to have to head down there, and I will rain down on a godly firestorm upon you. You're going to have to call the United Nations and get a binding resolution to keep me from destroying you. I am talking scorched earth, motherfucker. I will massacre you. I will you up.
It seems that they are making a movie based off of this character. I am so here for it. Unhinged, Tom Hanks as Les Grossman. You got to have Matthew McConaughey come back in, because this is where McConaughey started, his career started taking an interesting turn after this movie as well, because he was funny in this movie, and he'd always been in just rom-coms before, but he played this like goofy character as well. That's Ben Stiller actor's agent.
Yeah, it was Todd Pecker, right? Or Todd Peck, and they called him Pecker. Something.
Something, or Tugman or something like that.
Tug Speedman was
Ben Stiller's character. Oh man,
Scorcher 7.
I want a Les Grossman movie so bad. I want this so bad. So it seems that this is actually in early conversation. So that'll be fun. Another movie that could be coming out fairly soon. Remember we talked about the Turkey Leg Hut, the Houston restaurant that may or may not have been smuggling marijuana along with their turkey legs, that also may or may not
light arson,
have done a little bit of arson against a competing restaurant. A documentary is in production. Hell yeah, let's go.
I mean, yeah, let's get this thing out there. There's already a Diddy like a Fall of Diddy documentary where I'm like, the trial hasn't even, or just started. Like,
did they just have it waiting? They're just waiting.
That's what I'm saying. Like,
must have. They knew they were complicit. Yeah,
just knowing how long it takes to like edit a documentary, get all the footage. Like, how'd they do that?
In the dating world, Tinder is adding a height filter to keep people from seeing people of a height that they don't want. Not an issue for me as far as things are right now. Hopefully that remains the case. But you're just gonna lie about your height. What, is it gonna make you measure yourself?
Yeah, or you're gonna put in your driver's license.
My driver's license does say
You
I'm
can
6
lie
feet
on that,
tall,
too.
but you can lie on that. You're right. You're right. Like they never challenge you on that.
No.
So they're adding a height filter, and good luck, gents. You're gonna have to find a way around this one. Don't forget, women like men who are tall only. It doesn't matter how they look. Are you tall? That's all that matters. So lie and have the best first impression you possibly can, and then say, yeah, I might have lied.
Lie and wear boots. Yep.
Get the DeSantis shoes. Get them. Also, in the dating world, guys are doing gold digger tests. A woman was very upset after she went on a date with a man who asked a woman if she could pay the bill. She said that she would, and the guy, after she was about to pay, said, "Congratulations, you passed the test. You're not a gold digger," and then offered to pay. She did not like this. I would not recommend doing this.
No.
You got to pay at least the first 3 dates, and then you hope that they offer to pay. That's how it works. And if they offer to pay, that's a sign. It's a good sign.
Yeah. Also, sorry, rich guy, that you're so worried about gold diggers.
Yeah.
It's something I do not have to worry about.
I will say, thing I learned from this newfound relationship, you end up getting the bill for 2 after a group dinner, and certain restaurants, not fun to get the group bill for. not fun to get the bill for 2. This is new for me. Anyway, I might be on a payment plan with one of my friends now. And on that note, anyone know any loan sharks out there for this dinner? On that note, appreciate everyone for tuning into today's edition of the Paul Gallant Show. Subscribe to the podcast on Spotify and Apple Podcasts. If you missed anything, a big thanks to everyone who tuned in, specifically our texters, callers, YouTubers, and Twitchers. For Sean Mapes behind the glass, I'm merely Paul Gallant. So long, farewell, and have yourselves a wonderful Tuesday. The Killer Bees are next. Peace!
Hey guys, Lance Zerline here from ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. You can catch me arguing with John Granado and Del Olaleye on the radio on a regular basis. But when you miss the show, how are you going to know what you missed? How are you going to know about our conversations and what everyone's talking about? Well, you can follow us on our social media pages, and I'm talking about for the radio station. We do a great job at taking all of the show content that you see on our show and all of the great shows on ESPN 97.5 and ESPN 92.5 lineup, and we will recycle and let you hear the best of the best. Conversations about big wins, the most disappointing losses, who's doing a good job as manager or head coach. We're talking about it all. Do not miss it. Listen to the radio as often as you can. But if you miss it, follow the social media pages, like, subscribe, and never miss a second of the great content right here on the station.
Ooh, what up, H-Town? Hey, how we doing?
He's Blank. I am Branham. There's Brian behind the glass. It is a Taco Tuesday edition of the Killer Bees on ESPN 97.5, ESPN 92.5. Don't let LeBron fool you. I invented Taco Tuesday. It is my invention.
I thought you were going
Acknowledge me! What was I going to do?
Some rumors out there about LeBron.
Doing what?
Recently. Little rumors about kind of what we've discussed in the past about his ability to...
PEDs?
Yeah.
Allegedly. I haven't heard these. Recently?
Oh, yeah.
I heard that's why he disappeared for 2 weeks in the middle of the year. But I didn't know that there was anything new on the PEDs.
There's some people throwing some allegations out there and questions. And Rick Bucher. Rick Bucher.
Where's that guy been?
He wrote Yao's book, too. He was big for a while.
Yeah, he was big for a while.
And then I think he was working for a while at
Bay Area, right?
NBC Bay Area. And now he's been kind of a frequent contributor to FS1.
Where else in Houston sports are you going to get a show leading off with Rick Bucher? Only us. Only us.
And potential LeBron.
Rick Bucher. That's a blast from the past. Rick Bucher. I saw that they're trying to get Bronny in the rotation next year. It's okay. You go ahead and do that, Lakers, you lose 50 games.
Exactly.
If you're going to have Bronny in the rotation, you're losing at minimum 50 games. Thibodeau's fired today.
Yeah, little surprise. I mean, if you had the best finish your team has had in 25 years and you give him the Ziggy, that's pretty ridiculous to me. I mean, I think it sent shockwaves through the league, but it tells you, they said, and some of the New York reporters that I was reading in the last 24 hours said, everybody was on board that he was coming back with the exception of one guy.
Oh, there's our Joe saying, stay on track. It is football time in Houston. The Killer Bees are ready to play. Last day of voluntary OTAs, Blankers, today. You mad at Joe? You look a little disgruntled.
Finished the hot since we got into it, but sure.
Joe said enough of Thibodeau and the New York Knicks. This is Houston, and it's football time in Houston, and the Texans aren't ready to win. They aren't ready to be competitive. They're not ready to swarm. The Texans are ready to play. But today, the last day of voluntary OTAs, Blankers, and for the first time, the Houston Texans have addressed publicly CJ Stroud's shoulder, which to me kind of reaffirms your take, hey, this is kind of running wild, Houston Texans. Maybe throw a blanket on this news so you can kind of dispel some narratives out there. I think that they leaked it to Aaron Wilson. D'Amico Ryans, and what I think is important here, D'Amico Ryans was not asked about CJ Stroud, Blankers. D'Amico Ryans led his press conference today going out of his way to say, by the way, CJ Stroud is not practicing because of a shoulder. So to your narrative, to your point, I think they're trying to now control the narrative. Here is D'Amico Ryans before taking any questions. Opening statement, D'Amico Ryans, the Texans' first public comment on CJ Stroud's shoulder.
First off, I know everybody's going to ask, first, is CJ not throwing again? There's no concerns with CJ. It's just general soreness. We're taking extra precaution with him, but he'll be good to go. No concerns on my end there.
There you go. They publicly addressed CJ Stroud is sitting because of shoulder general soreness. General soreness.
So why didn't we just do this right out of the gates, put it all to bed, and just allow everybody to go on with their day without the molehill that became a mountain over the course of the week with each passing day and each day of no passing, that it became a bigger and bigger story with more and more, not just locally, eventually nationally, people noticing, to where we had to do this today. It makes no sense to me.
Yeah.
and honestly, it also makes me wonder, what exactly caused the injury. I have no reason to not believe that he'll be ready by camp.
Yeah.
But I'd like to know what the hell caused it.
No, I'm with you there. I again, to defend the Texans, I think it is their policy, and then the Texans okay, well, we kind of need to uphold our policy, but also try to get ahead of this narrative a bit. And I think it is. I think they underestimated the Killer Bees griping about it. They underestimated Blankers and Branham trying to make a mountain out of a molehill, and they're oh, okay. Well, the Killer Bees, they started to they were able to sniff us out. They called our bluff, so we needed to come out with a statement from D'Amico Ryans. And I do think it's important. D'Amico was not asked for these comments. D'Amico went out of his way to address CJ Stroud before he was even asked about it.
He led with it.
He led with it. It's like, after a game, can you give us general comments about the game, coach? Okay, yeah, this happened, that happened. Oh, no, this stuff happened. D'Amico went up to the podium, a couple of jokes from his buddies in the media. And then, yeah, by the way, CJ Stroud is indeed missing time with general soreness. And then here's the other thing. The other thing that kind of annoys me. And look, I think we've been pretty fair and honest with this. Like, our panic meter has never crossed a 5, either one of us. I think yesterday you were at a 3.
It went down.
Mine was like a 2.5, somewhere in that window, like somewhere in that ballpark. So, like, we don't think he's going to miss time. We think he's going to be back by training camp. We don't think that this is going to impact the 2025 season. We just kind of reported what went on and our thoughts on, the whole thing. The problem that I have is the people that gaslight, the people that are aware that CJ Stroud not throwing the football isn't ideal. It might not be a big deal, but it's not ideal for CJ Stroud not to be throwing a ball. Here's a simple question for you. Would you like your quarterback to be 100% in throwing the football on June 3rd or not 100% on June 3rd? Obviously, everybody would answer the former. So it is a thing. It is something that is going on with the quarterback and the Houston Texans. So I don't appreciate the gaslighting from that one camp to the other camp saying, oh, this isn't a big deal on June 3rd. You might be right. It might not be a big deal, but maybe it will be a big deal.
Yeah, what if it is?
You can't ignore that it is something.
Yes.
Something is happening.
And that's the thing. What if it is? Because you hope that everything they're telling you is true. You hope that everything that you are led to believe is that he's going to be ready for camp and then there's not going to be any issues. But what if there is? Because of the fact that he is the single most important player on this entire roster, it matters. And it should matter to everybody. And everybody, I get it that everybody wants to, hey, nothing to see here, sweep it under the rug. You guys are completely doing everybody injustice because you're worried about nothing. But what if it's something?
Yeah.
What if something, and again, we don't know what we don't know, but I want to know what's causing the something. What is causing the fact that we are here at OTAs with way more of a storyline than we always joke about? Everybody's going to lose their mind about 7-on-7s and this matchup and these draft picks or this rookie free agent. And ha. But suddenly we have the storyline of all week, and we shouldn't have to have it.
Look, I agree with the people like it's not a big deal on June 3rd. You're probably right. It's not a big deal on June 3rd. But it's not the fact that he's not throwing. I'm more concerned about why is he not throwing. I couldn't care less if he's throwing a football on June 3rd. Right. But why is he not throwing a football on June 3rd? Why is he having general soreness of the shoulder on June 3rd? I want the answers to that question. And they're not going to give it to us, and that's fine. But we are well within our rights of speculating. Here's the other thing. Like, and I don't think it's a big deal because he's shooting a basketball. Like, it might not even be an injury. It could be a David Mulligetta thing for all that we know. And I know that CJ Stroud isn't eligible for a contract until next year, but David Mulligetta is weird. He plays weird games. He had Jalen Ramsey show up to Jacksonville in a Brinks truck. Like, he plays weird games. So he could potentially be doing we understand that he's not eligible for a contract, but we're not going to do anything extra if we don't have to until we get our new contract next year. It might be some mind games, contractual games. I'm not saying that it's my theory. I'm just throwing it out there as a plausibility. Maybe he lifted the bench press too much. Plausibility. I mean, he's shooting baskets at the Fertitta Center, so I don't think it's anything serious. Right. But there is a reason that he is not throwing. They're saying general soreness. I tend to believe that it is general soreness. But here's the interesting thing. Will Kunkel, who called into the show yesterday, Fox 26, Kicking It with Kunkel, all those things, he pressed D'Amico Ryans on the shoulder. Take a listen. I thought this was a great question from Will Kunkel.
Do you have any work on his shoulder in the offseason? That's it for CJ, guys. On the questions, that's it. What I said, that's it for him. Like, it's general soreness, and we're taking extra precaution with him. We're not going to rush him into anything. He'll be fine when the moment is for him to be ready to go.
What did I hypothetically throw out yesterday?
And here's, like, if you didn't hear Will's question, he said, did CJ Stroud have a procedure in the offseason? And D'Amico Ryan strategically ducked the question and gave a nothing burger and didn't say no. Didn't say no.
So that's the question I threw out hypothetically yesterday. That's the wonder that was across my mind because, like you, I want to know why. I would like to know why he's not throwing and how it happened, essentially. We're not going to get those answers. I actually did a little digging. I've got some friends that
our sources that have been around the NFL for a long time, based on the conversation you and I had yesterday. I was told 75% of players in this league have procedures and do things in the offseason that a lot of times, and most times up to 75% of the time, the team will not let you know about, some of which and most of which, like, key people like the head coach know, but some of it may never even get to the PR department or the marketing or anybody else's desk. With that being said, and then hearing that today as the follow-up, now I have even more questions. Now I want to know, and I would wish people were pressing more the issue of what's going on, because CJ's young and CJ's resilient, and whether he's shooting threes or not, the bottom line is that what is it? He's about to start his third season in the NFL. Why in the world, if everything was all fine, would he not be throwing at OTAs?
All we can do is speculate and have theories. And even if D'Amico did get pressed, he's going to give you nothing burger answers like that. But here's like the counterpoint, and like gets my mind wandering. And look, we can't confirm that he had surgery based on somebody's words. But if he didn't have surgery, don't you think D'Amico would be like, no, he didn't. No, it's just soreness.
Yeah.
Don't you think he would have answered it by saying no?
It would be, again,
I think he would have.
As easy as it is if you're going to have OTAs to make an announcement on the first day. Don't lose your mind, people. Don't panic. Nothing's wrong with CJ. Nothing to worry about, except they didn't do that. So why in the hell would they be out in front of this? And basically, why wouldn't it be the easiest thing to do? Only if there was something that maybe we want to, again, maybe they like this. Maybe they like this little gasoline on the fire thing to get people fired up. Hey, we're top of mind. Everybody's talking about us. Yeah, but for the wrong reasons. I think there's reason for some concern based on that answer alone.
I believe that CJ Stroud, whenever they do like normal training camps, going to be fine. I don't think he's going to miss games. I don't think this impacts the 2025 season. Selfishly, I kind of like this news because I think CJ Stroud's being undervalued in the fantasy football world, and I think he's going to be more undervalued in the fantasy football world. So, my panic meter isn't nuts. All I'm pointing out is all the people that are saying, oh, who cares? I don't need him to throw on June 3rd. You are gaslighting the people that realize that something is up. And it could be something very minor. It could be contract ploys for the future. It could be a simple bench press, maybe shoulder press thing. It could be anything at this point. It could be maybe he had his shoulders scoped in the offseason. Here's another point. When was the last time C.J. Stroud played a football game? Mid-January?
Mm-hmm.
That's almost 5 months ago. What's up with that? Why is he still having general soreness in his shoulder whenever he last played a football game 5 months ago? Look, maybe he's overtraining. Okay, that could potentially be the case too. But again, all of those scenarios are something. Like, stop gaslighting that nothing is going on, because something is. It's probably minor. I'll concede it's something minor, and I think it is something minor. But it's something.
It absolutely is. And it gives you reason to pause, because again, it's something that I threw out there yesterday when we started talking about this, about the fact that if you rightfully so brought up all of the different things that he's happened over the course of his career, college and pro, with shoulder stuff, like it would be completely understandable if he did have something done, just so that there aren't any more issues going forward. Maybe you clean some stuff up, but regardless, it's all going to be taken care of well in advance of you getting close to really key time where you should be on the field. But again, because of the secrecy and the way they're handling all this, it doesn't make me feel at ease thinking, oh, they've got everything under control and everything's taken care of. It makes me kind of question even more, like, what the hell's going on, and why the hell is this going on with the quarterback?
If I look at this, is probably very unprofessional of me, but I'm not a journalist. I don't care. If I had to take a guess, putting all the tea leaves together, all the tea leaves, I think CJ Stroud had a minor shoulder surgery.
I think he had a scope
as soon as the end of the year. Yeah, you pointed it out yesterday.
Yep,
I agree with you.
Yeah, I just, look, because otherwise, short of, and I don't think my quarterback's ever going to be, like Jalen Hurts with his leg press stuff, trying to like bench press and do a whole bunch of weights with his upper body. That's going to do something like tear a pec or do something that's going to strain his shoulder.
You might.
Yeah, I just don't think a quarterback, especially a quarterback that's got a history of some shoulder issues. I don't think any quarterback's going to be going through that. So I'd like to know, and I think it's a fair question to continue to keep asking.
Sure. They're not going to tell you.
Maybe CJ should.
Yeah, I'm wondering if we see. I'm actually very interested on all the CJ. It's like I wish CJ Stroud was going on a podcast tour again because it would probably come out. But because he got muzzled after last year's podcast tour and didn't have a great sophomore year, we're probably not even going to get the podcast stuff.
And here's the interesting thing too, Jeremy, because of the fact that in the past I always said how the Texans and the Rockets are mirror images of one another with all the things that they've done. Now it's like the Texans and the Astros suddenly, because of everything that we're going through with the Astros, it gives you the same questions about what's going on with the Texans and the way they're handling things. And because you probably have PTSD from all the Astros talk, now you're even more hyper inquisitive as to what's going on and why the heck are we all sitting here asking questions and wondering, is CJ Stroud okay?
So to sum up the last 18 minutes, D'Amico Ryans opened his press conference today without a question. Hey, this is what's going on with CJ. They have addressed the elephant in the room for the first time publicly. I think they leaked it to Aaron Wilson. And when D'Amico was asked, hey, did he have a procedure in the offseason, ducked the question, I will not be taking any more CJ Stroud questions.
Well, and where I was going with that too from the Astros perspective is if they're not going to tell us, then is it going to be at a certain point CJ's going to tell us? The way Jordan did?
I don't know.
You know,
Time
maybe
will
at
tell.
a certain point because the questions aren't going away anytime soon.
It's interesting.
At a certain point, if CJ's made available to the media, or will he be?
Yeah.
And if he is, someone damn well better ask the question.
It might be very minor. Hopefully it is very minor. I do think it is very minor, but it's more than nothing. It is greater than zero. 713-780-ESPN. Lots to get to today. Astros Future will be joining us later in the future to talk about the Astros. We will be talking about the Astros and the Pirates coming up a little bit later. I'm excited to see Paul Skeens pitch, even if it might be at the Astros' expense. Some Rockets offseason news. Eco dropping a few bombs on that. But the Hive wants to talk about Stroud and this enigma that is the quarterback in CJ Stroud. 713-780-ESPN. We're on the YouTube at ESPN Houston. We're on Twitter at ESPN 975. We're on TikTok as well, ESPN 97.5. Blankers at Pac-Man Joel on Twitter. Brian at Sacked by BMAC. I'm at Jeremy Branham. We are the Killer Bees on ESPN 97.5 and ESPN 92.5.
Broadcasting live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios, it's the Killer Bees with Joel Blank and Jeremy Branham.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Junior Bronco says, I love myself some drama. He ain't wrong. I do like drama. Drama is entertaining to me.
Yeah, as long as it's not involving me.
Yeah, I don't think you're very dramatic.
No, I don't like dealing with it.
No, same. I like watching it from afar.
Like seeing it unfold.
And like, I don't want anything bad to happen. Like, I want surface level drama. I want a little bit of hee drama. I don't want any like pain and suffering. And I want the Houston teams to be good. So I root for that, of course.
See, and it's not unheard of across professional sports that because everybody knows OTAs are a ho-hum experience normally, that to try and stay relevant, they might throw some stuff out there to try and get some run, but nothing like this, because this gives you the opportunity to go way overboard. Like this has a lot of people thinking a lot of bad things.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. I mean, I don't think that you should be thinking worst case scenario here, though.
No, and everybody that I've talked to said that you shouldn't. But at the same time, until we know all the details or know that, definitively he's out there throwing footballs again, it's hard to just sweep it under the rug and say it's nothing.
Yeah. Could have been a Chick-fil-A Tuesday, but Brenham is avoiding me paying up on the bet. I forgot to check my my IG. I just checked it. He did DM me.
Okay.
I'll just say, sup. What's up with Chick-fil-A, man? What you got? All right. So I did DM you back there, texter. My bad. I forgot to check. Yeah, so I just did. I responded. Thank you, Joel, or thank you, Joe, not Joel. Thank you, Joe. They talking about Bronny, really. So that was actually Israel that is thanking Joe George. What a world we live in. Last time I checked, Joe was white. Israel thanking Joe George for us switching the topic because he didn't like that we were talking about Bronny. Joe from Illinois, get on track. So more applauding Joe for getting us on track. Stop talking about the Knicks and Bronny James and talk about the Houston Texans. 6167. I love you guys' opinions. I always tune in. Texter CJ, don't kiss our butts, by the way. CJ Stroud has shoulder discomfort. Thank you. Yep. General soreness is the official terminology. General soreness to the Texans is what discomfort is to the Astros.
It's pretty solid. I mean, that's pretty true.
General soreness.
I mean, yeah. I mean, if you can't, there's just too much there with if you can't respect general soreness, who can you respect, especially if they're running a tight ship? But there's no way in hell that general soreness or discomfort are words that I like to hear in this city because it's just too prevalent. I mean, just think about it. Think about how we can't stop getting out from under all of these injuries that turn out to be way bigger. That's why there is reason to at least think that it's not absolutely nothing with CJ.
Hope Texas medical staff isn't the same as the Astros. Heard this too many times from the other Houston sports teams, and it always turns into something serious. Look, and I think it's unfair to do the cross-sport thing, really. I tweeted out earlier, I don't think it's fair to compare a quarterback to a pitcher, although their primary job is throwing things. Yeah. CJ Stroud throws footballs. Ronel Blanco throws pitches. If we heard that our favorite pitcher had shoulder soreness, we immediately think bad things. And It's not, the Astros and their history with injury probably helps that out a little bit. But anytime I hear elbow shoulder with a pitcher, I'm terrified about the future of that pitcher. And again, not an apples to apples comparison, but a guy who throws the ball a lot that's having general soreness to the shoulder ain't great. That's not wonderful news. Could it be minor? Yes. But it's still not ideal. That's why the whole, you guys are flipping out on June 3rd because he's missing practice from throwing the ball. Okay, well, he's a thrower, and his right shoulder, which is needed for throwing, is not acting great.
Yeah, and again, a lot of people are thinking, you're grasping at straws for fodder and for discussion. No, it's reasonable to question because of the way it was all handled, because of the way D'Amico answered a question today, because it took him this long to even address what was the elephant on the practice field every day and in the room with the media, and the fact that you knew with the media involved in these practice sessions, they were going to notice he's okay to hand the ball off, but he's not doing any throwing. There's reason to have questions, and until they're answered, and or the biggest answer comes from him getting back to throwing footballs that we all see so we can rest assured that he's okay, there's reason to question what's going on and if he really is okay.
Yeah. 713-780-ESPN. Cedric Stroud also takes a lot of hits, unlike a pitcher. I mean, he left the game on Christmas Day against the Ravens whenever he had his when he landed on his right shoulder. That dude knocked him out of a game for a few plays. I don't think it was a full series, but knocked him out of the game and was like on the field, like on the sideline throwing and stuff. And that's the game where he said afterwards, we're all dealing with injuries right now. And then he immediately shut up, didn't say anything else the rest of the year, was never on the injury report. Do you think the Texans drafted a quarterback because they knew C.J. Stroud was having shoulder issues?
Absolutely not.
No, I don't think so either. Like, not that late in the draft.
Yeah, no. I mean, I think with this team too, I don't think they're going to draft a quarterback with the idea that would be a guy that you had to have for this season. I think that, whether they would go with Mills or I think they would look at a veteran or try and figure something else out with the quality of the rest of this roster.
The Mertz had ACL surgery last year in October, so he's not even practicing yet. Like, he might even be
terrible.
He might be redshirting this year.
He should.
And he's also terrible.
I've seen him play. He's
also
terrible.
true. DJ Lagway, freshman, took his spot. Willis Wildcats, what's up?
Badgers shoved him out the door for somebody else after he was a 5-star recruit.
Might have been better than the guy they shoved him out the door for.
Maybe.
And then I'm with you on the other thing. Like, if you had concerns that this was going to carry over into like real training camp, I believe they would have signed a veteran by now.
Mm-hmm.
I'm 100% with you. Like, I think that's a really good precursor that whatever Stroud is dealing with is minor, and that they really do believe that he'll be ready for training camp. 713-780-ESPN. Let's go out to the HRNP listener line. Israel, you're in the Hive. What's up, Israel?
What's going on, fellas? I just seen Stroud. Y'all referencing where he putting up the threes. Look, these are OTs. These are voluntary workouts.
Yeah.
He is not fighting for a job. It's not in Cleveland where you got Flacco, you got Pickett, you got Shador, and you got the third round pick.
Yeah, Dylan Gabriel.
It's
This
not
quarterback
like
in that room.
that.
I like him a lot.
Look, it's not like that. He is secure in his job right now.
But no one's questioning him.
And it doesn't matter. I mean, now he didn't earn it. After winning, him and Nico, Durant, they are the first and second year players, quarterback and coach that won this division. I think y'all sleep on that like there's something.
No, they're good. They're really good. I like the Texans a lot. I think they're a dark horse Super Bowl contender. Like, I agree with you. Israel, though, like, would you rather your quarterback be 100%, have zero injuries, be good to go, even if he's not throwing? He's 100%, has no shoulder soreness in his throwing arm, or would you rather your quarterback not be able to throw and have shoulder soreness in his throwing arm?
I would prefer that he don't throw. I would prefer that when it really count, that he's ready.
Yeah,
he ain't
you
got to
kind
go.
of move the goalpost there.
Well, he ain't got to go through camp.
I mean, you're straw manning me, Israel.
You asked me. Let me. You asked
But
me.
you didn't answer the question. You're straw manning me.
Okay, what is the question again?
The question is,
would you
didn't let me ask the question again.
Israel, hit the brakes.
Would you rather your quarterback be 100% healthy with no shoulder injury, or would you rather your quarterback not be 100% healthy and have a shoulder injury?
The thing is,
he didn't answer.
You're not going to answer it.
Hang up on Israel. We hang up on Israel. Hang up on Israel. If you can't play along, we got to let you go. You're my favorite guy, Israel. We know that. Everybody knows that. I stick up for you, Israel. But if you can't answer yes/no questions, you can't be a caller into the Killer Bees. Come on.
Pretty sure he's going to text.
Call back tomorrow, Israel.
Again.
713-780-3776. He was trying to straw man me.
Again.
Well, I can't answer that question, so I'm going to start talking. Well, I need him to throw whenever training camp. Well, of course. And I think he will be able to throw in training camp. The question is, today on June 3rd, do you want a 100% healthy quarterback that can throw, or do you want a quarterback that's not 100% that can't throw? Everybody would take the former. That's why this is a thing. That's why this isn't a nothing burger.
Exactly. And I think that, again, we're talking about the most important position on the field. And, again, whether they have to be forthright, they choose not to be forthcoming, they don't want to give us the information. But because of the fact that the rest of this team is a dark horse Super Bowl candidate, it matters even more than it would and anywhere else. short of, and I knew he was going to bring up Cleveland because of his favorite is there, but at the same time, short of a situation where the quarterback is in flux and really no one cares because the team's not going anywhere, every team in the NFL, if this was going on, it would have the same level of concern because of the fact that it's the quarterback.
Yeah. Israel needs to be a politician. What side of the aisle would Israel be on, you think?
That's a tough call, man.
713-780-ESPN. Does Israel vote Republican?
Yeah,
or Democrat?
I was thinking independent.
I think he's
as
an
well.
independent.
Why do you take calls from Israel? Well, he gives us $15 a call. So
I wish we got paid by the text.
Yeah, he does text quite a bit.
He texts a lot.
He does, which was fine. Let me go. All of you are welcome to have a voice. All of you are welcome to text in. Now, we don't always have to be accurate with what you said. I mean, we can make up whatever you said. All right, 713-780-ESPN. The Hive has some thoughts on this. Do you want your quarterback on June 3rd to be 100% and have the ability to throw, or would you rather your quarterback not be 100% and not have the ability to throw? 713-780-3776. Killer Bees, ESPN 97.5, ESPN 92.5.
You're back with the Killer Bees on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. Live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios, here's Joel Blank and Jeremy Branham.
Twitch said even the highway to hell is talking hockey. Ain't no way.
They're talking hockey?
They're trolling.
There's no flipping way.
Never call the Texans a Super Bowl contender, much less a dark horse contender until they get past the divisional round, period. Okay.
Let's do it. Okay.
Well, you can't tell me what to do. What was that drop?
Let's do it. Okay.
I don't know what that is.
Go Texas.
What is that?
Who said
It's Cal McNair. It was from all the draft day calls he was making to all the different guys they drafted.
Let's do it. Okay. I'll flip burgers.
Yeah.
Are they contenders? Let's do it. Okay.
He goes, are y'all having a party?
Good. You having a little party?
What are you serving?
You guys having a little party? That's my favorite.
Hey, give everyone a hug over there.
Of all time. All time. Hey, you guys having a party?
Good. You having a little party?
Having a little party.
Yeah, but I can do what I want. I'll call the Texans a dog. Plus, I'm posturing. I like to do that from time to time. Dark
Trying
horse
to do film study like you're Jeremy Branham.
No,
trying to make
but
everybody think that you know ball.
There you go. No, I hate the Joe part. No, I can't be like Branham. Dark horse Super Bowl favorite is a bit generous for the Texans, the Cowboys of the AFC. I'm sorry. I believe what I believe. If you can't handle my opinions, I got plenty left where that came from. Brandon T, I prefer for my quarterback to be able to throw at OTAs, but the fact that he isn't, I'm not worried right now. That's fair. Like, I'm not worried either. But like this texter said, which is I TikToked earlier at Jeremy J. Branham, the question is, why is he not throwing? That's my thing. I don't care that he's not throwing, but why isn't he throwing? And we're not going to know. We're not going to know.
It is the why, and it's because the why needs to kind of be all encompassing in, is it because he's just getting over something? Is it really truly a strained muscle? And then the how as to how we got to this point.
Yep.
That's all part of the why.
Stress rotator cuff in 21 at Ohio State. Now, he did play that following week. Was on the injury report in 23 after a right shoulder injury before a week 2 game. Started and played, so no big deal. And then last year, I believe he was hurt against the Ravens game. They've not that they denied it, but they just never said he was hurt. And then right now, general soreness, according to D'Amico Ryans. That's the thing. Like D'Amico Ryans publicly today, face of the franchise, our quarterback has general soreness in the right shoulder. It is a thing. Texture says Cal sounds like Hank Hill. I haven't watched enough of Hank Hill to really know. Brian probably
Hey, give
has.
everyone a hug over there.
Brian seems like a Hank Hill kind of guy.
There's a little bit to it.
Hank Hill's a little more extreme on the accent.
A little southern drawl.
That's a little too slow to be Hank, but yeah, it's not terribly far off.
Are you a King of the Hill guy?
I mean, I wouldn't say I'm a huge fan, but I've watched a few episodes.
Thought you might. Depends on what a quarterback has done during the offseason. Has he been throwing periodically, or has he just been sitting back drinking beer? Okay.
First of all,
it doesn't have to be one or the other. Like, it's not as binary as he's throwing all the time and then he's drinking beer. Like, it could very easily be somewhere in the middle.
Yeah, I mean, first of all, and it's CJ. I don't think CJ even drinks.
That's not true. He was drinking a drink whenever he left the boat the other day on that Austin Lake.
I thought that I thought that they had been out there before that he doesn't drink.
I think he did say he didn't go to the clubs and stuff, but he's drinking what looks like a drink when he exits David Mulligat's boat.
Possible that it's non-alcoholic?
It's possible he has picked up drinking since he said he didn't drink.
Well, that wouldn't be great, but okay.
Well, I mean,
guy's entitled to do whatever he wants.
Whoa. I feel like you're poo-pooing on drinking here a little bit. I mean, people can have a pop or two every now and then and be perfectly fine.
Yeah, but I mean, look, if you want, I mean,
your starting quarterback can't have a pop from time to time?
I didn't say he can't have it, but if he hasn't started to this point, why start now?
Well,
he's hurt.
He's hurt.
Trying to nurse his shoulder.
Masking his injuries. He definitely needs to be out there, throwing 20-yard lobs 15 to 20 times a day to get that wing going.
See,
again, I don't even care that he's not throwing. Mine is more why. Why is he not
right?
throwing?
But if you just want to go at directly answer the question, the reason why it would be more important this year than other years is because you drafted 2 wide receivers
and you have a new OC.
So the combination of those things would probably lead you to believe that it would be nice if he was working on some of the new plays or some of the timing or some of the new sets that they're doing, and also working on timing with the 2 receivers.
Yeah.
And Christian Kirk, who's also coming in from the outside.
He is, yeah, way outside Jacksonville. Like
so is the other guys too that they brought in, Berrios and the Kansas City guy.
Yeah, they don't count. They're not real. Braxton Berrios and Justin Watson aren't real.
Okay.
Over under Berrios and Watson catches in 2025. I'll put the number at 2.5.
Oh, I think it's higher than that. I think Watson's going to make the team and have a couple. I think Watson will have more than 10.
More than 10 catches?
Yeah.
A team that has Nico Collins,
I
Christian
know.
Kirk, Jaden Higgins, Jalen Knoll. Don't sleep on John Mechie, Xavier Hutchinson. Watson's going to have double-digit catches.
I think he'll have 10
Ooh,
or more.
I'm on the under
Is that
there.
a bet?
See, why do you do this? Because then he's going to start
'Cause it's
immediately
fun.
going into odds.
Everybody,
no,
I'm,
because when,
I'm poking the
I'm a
bear.
Yeah, I
degenerate.
know
I
you
like
are.
to bet.
Until we press back at you, and then you never want to do straight ups. You always want the odds.
Well, yeah, I'm not going to trade value. I'm not a sucker. We need that one texter that's all the things that Blank hates. He hates quarterbacks who drink, and he hates making bets.
I don't care if they drink or not. It's just that if he has,
You said it
We
wasn't
do,
good.
we do need the list updated.
You said it wasn't good that he picked up drinking.
Well, yeah.
Potentially.
Yeah, potentially.
Watson caught 22 passes last year for the Kansas City Chiefs.
So he could take a step down, and it might be a step up.
Are you going over 10 catches for Justin Watson 2025?
I don't care about Justin Watson at
But
2025.
answer the question, Brian.
I think there's a
just
chance he gets
stop
cut.
avoiding it. Answer the question.
Answer the question. Over, under.
Under, I guess. 'Cause
feet
I
to
don't
the
think
fire.
he makes the team, so I'll go under.
I think there's a very real chance he doesn't. But even if he does, I think it's like a special teams demon. Like I don't see him playing many snaps.
Wouldn't Berrios be the more of the special teams guy of the two?
No. Watson's more of like the gunner type, like
Okay,
all this stuff.
okay, sure.
Barrios is the returner.
Return guy.
Yeah. So they're both special team guys, but different roles on special teams. I think Knoll's going to return kicks though.
I could see that.
I think
definitely
Knowles
think there's a chance
so
for that. Yeah.
I think that the Knoll pick kind of cemented that Braxton Berrios needs to be his influencer, girlfriend's right-hand man. I don't think Braxton Berrios is long for the NFL.
Which might mean his girlfriend's not long for him.
No, I think they love each other based on TikTok 15-second clips I see. They seem like they were having a great time at that sushi place in Houston a few weeks ago. I think it's real love.
I'm sure they're much more willing to fake it when there's an income coming in from
if you could enjoy
Braxton.
salmon, tuna, raw with unagi with each other and feed each other, that sort of thing, I think that you're in
Look
for
at you
the
flexing
long
your
haul.
sushi knowledge.
Ugh, love sushi.
Ugh.
You don't like sushi?
Hate it.
Man, what is wrong with you guys?
Ugh.
You guys have childish palates.
Okay. Yeah. You know us, mac and cheese, nuggets.
I do like mac and cheese and nuggets.
Yeah,
not
but
that
I'm not saying that's not what I normally eat. So no.
Tenders and ketchup?
Now one of my daughters.
If we put
Well,
ketchup
one of
on
only about
sushi?
5 things she'll eat.
I mean, you just poo-pooed all over sushi and quarterbacks who drink.
According to you,
713-780 ESPN. Softball mom Allison, maybe that could explain his decreased production last year, needed a procedure. I really hope it didn't linger throughout the year. If I had to guess, assuming he had a procedure, and we don't know that he did, nowhere close to knowing that he did, I would assume that it didn't impact him last year.
Yeah, because for the most part, the injury that you highlighted in the Baltimore game on Christmas, season's almost over by then. I think, and the majority of the stats and everything are in at that point to realize he wasn't the quarterback.
No.
Statistically, he was the year before.
And even if he did have a procedure, and again, we have no idea.
Right.
I wouldn't put his injury woes that high on the list of his lack of production in 24. I would go offensive line. I would go Bobby Slowick before I go shoulder.
I mean, he was running for his life a lot. I think that is the main reason why, with a less than offensive line and how many times he was hit and the fact that it changed his internal clock, I think that was the biggest factor.
Yeah. Eric the driver says, I really, all capital letters, don't like that response from D'Amico. That wasn't a great response from D'Amico. Here, let's play it again, Brian. If you can pull it up real quick. Let's make him earn his keep since he basically took all of last week off. Will Kunkel, follow-up question to D'Amico's opening statement. Just asking him basically if he had surgery in the offseason.
Do you have any work on his shoulder in the offseason? That's it for CJ, guys. On the questions, that's
Not
it. What I said, that's it for him. Like, it's general soreness, and we're taking extra precaution with him. We're not gonna rush him into anything. He'll be fine when the moment is for him to be ready to go. He'll be ready to go.
That sounds like a duck.
No question.
That's a little duck there by D'Amico.
Without a doubt.
D'Amico ducking that question. All right, let's heed D'Amico's advice. That's enough about CJ. How about some other things from Texans voluntary OTA final day? Did the Texans pay for leadership and also an interesting offense to defense comp that D'Amico Ryans had? 713-780-ESPN. It is the Killer Bees on ESPN 97.5 and ESPN 92.5.
Coming to you live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios, it's the Killer Bees.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Here's Joel Blank and Jeremy Branham.
I was having a thought today. I was talking to myself, because every time I hear D'Amico and Caserio and a lot of the players, they talk about Petrie's leadership. Jalen, and I'm not denying that. I do think that Jalen Petrie's a fabulous leader. He went to Baylor, so obviously he's very smart. Everybody in Texas, very smart. Grew up in Houston, so he's very smart. So I 100% believe that Jalen Petrie's a leader of this team, a captain for this team, all of those things. They look up to him. Like Stroud rode in with him to practices a couple of years ago. So I 100% think that Jalen Petrie is a leader. I want to put that out there right away. Whenever Jalen Petrie signed his contract, I want to say that we all didn't really love it. $39 million, 3 years.
Some seems like they overspent.
It was the most money ever given to a nickel corner. The highest money ever given to a nickel corner in NFL history.
And I think that we had honest concerns about his coverage. We know what we know exactly what he brings to the table from his physicality, tackling, and ability to get in the backfield, but we had some serious concerns about his coverage.
Yeah, I think we were all on the same page there, that we don't really view Jalen Petrie on the field as a $13 million a year player, which makes him, at the time, I'm not sure if there's been a contract elsewhere in the NFL that has bumped them over Petrie, but at the time, Petrie was signed to the most nickel corner money in NFL history. We felt like it was an overpay, given that Petrie does struggle in coverage. I don't think that you can debate that. Like, that's the reason they moved him off of safeties, because he was giving up so many explosive plays. And there's been a ton of plays where Petrie, especially in man coverage, gets absolutely destroyed. I remember Devontae Adams last year, whenever he was with the Jets, like the game-clinching play was Devontae Adams burning him. Might have even been a touchdown. Whenever Adams just absolutely destroyed Jalen Petrie. Look, that's Devontae Adams. Like, that's going to happen when it's Devontae Adams, but it's also why you wouldn't pay Jalen Petrie top nickel corner money. So I started to think about this, because anytime D'Amico has a chance to talk about leadership, it's Jalen Petrie is our glue. He is our culture. Same thing with Caserio. You hear the players say the exact same thing. I believe that the Houston Texans overspent on Jalen Petrie because he is one of their leaders, because he is one of their captains. I believe they paid for leadership with Jalen Petrie. Sure, he's going to be a solid player, not a great player, not best nickel corner in the NFL type of player, solid player. But why were they willing to go the extra mile for a $10 million a year player to 13? I think that they paid him for the leadership, which the question now becomes, are you okay with a football team paying a little extra for leadership?
I mean, it depends on what the huddle looked like, right? Previously, or what the concerns were, because I think that one of the other things that they did without paying per se by getting a guy in free agency was the fact that I think that CJ Gardner-Johnson brings in a leadership role too, but he's also a little fiery. He also could be a little dicey.
He also doesn't know this culture.
Right. And so I think that if you're talking about a guy that's more on the straight-laced possible leadership front for you guys, for the guys, then Petrie's probably more the kind of guy that fits in the D'Amico mold. Although I think that he likes the fact that he also gets a little fire with CJ. But I don't know that I like it from a football perspective, because I don't know that Petrie was going to go anywhere else, and I don't know what the rest, what the market was going to pay. But I think that most football people watch enough tape to realize there were questions and holes in his game when it comes to coverage. I don't know that he would have warranted or got that kind of contract out on the open market, as much as broadcasters doing games and watching tape that, want clicks and likes were pumping him up, and Gruden was all over him. I mean, and other guys.
Well, there's stuff that he does in a game that's like
they're
very
great.
Exciting.
Yes.
Like there are times whenever his coverage slips.
Yeah, it's more of the sports center motif, right? Like, he can make the big hit, he can get to the backfield, and he can hammer the quarterback, and he's above average football player. Is he worthy of being the highest paid nickel corner in the game? I would think that he's not, simply because of the fact that his coverage is a little less than.
Yeah, so why are they paying him a few $1 million more? I think it's very clearly the leadership. Like, they look at Jalen Petrie as the glue guy in that locker room. He's our culture. He's the guy who's going to teach the culture to the other players that are coming in. And I think that I'm okay with it in football. Like, I was not a pay Carlos Correa the money because he is the captain and the leader and he yells at Fromber on the mound and he makes mound visits. In fact, I mocked it. I thought it was a terrible take that they should pay the man because he's a great leader and goes to the mound. And then I think that them winning the World Series the following year that he was gone kind of reaffirmed that I was probably right there, that you shouldn't pay significant overpay because a guy is a leader. I don't think it was a significant overpay on Jalen Petrie so much where I can't overcompensate for it. Like, what would he get on the open market versus what he signed? Probably. I mean, there's still going to be value for him. He'd probably get $10 million. Right. Maybe he gets 30 for 3 instead of 39 for 3. So am I willing to pay a guy that is my leader, my captain, that's going to uphold the culture within the locker room for an extra $3 million a year? Now, it is a salary cap league. I'm okay with it. I really am, because I think it's very important, especially in football and especially for the Houston Texans, to continue to have that culture. And if you look at Petrie as the dude that's like leading that culture, okay, I think that there is a price for that. Not a huge, like, I'm not going to pay him $10 million extra to be the leader, but $3 million I think is fair.
Yeah, look, I don't have a problem with it simply because of the fact that, I think that from a D'Amico perspective, you look at Jimmy Ward. Jimmy Ward was the guy that was supposed to bring a lot of that, but he was long in the tooth, and you weren't going to have him around for that much longer. And obviously he's been hurt a lot too. And that if Petrie has obviously grasped and taken the bull by the horns in more ways than one of D'Amico's defense, that he's looking for a younger guy that can now work with the younger guys they're bringing in to kind of continue to build and establish and take that culture to the next level. So if that's part of the reason why they did what they did, okay. I mean, I just think if that's part of it, okay, I'm willing to listen to it. But the bigger thing to me is I think you overpaid.
I think it has to be part of it because, again, I agree with you that they overpaid. I didn't like it at the time. The question would be, how much did they pay for his leadership? Like, if he was on the open market, how much money would Jalen Petrie get? I don't. It might not even be 10. Like, it might be closer to 8. I don't know. Right. He hadn't been on the open market. I have no idea. So the question is, how much extra money would you be willing to pay a year for a guy who is your undoubted leader, culture guy that is going to be here for a while? Because I think they expect Jalen Petrie to be here for a while. It's on a 3-year extension.
Yeah, no,
so he's going to be here for a while.
No, I totally agree that they expect him to be here for a while. It's just, if that's the going rate, it seems like it's kind of steep. $3 million extra a year, $9 million extra on the contract for leadership.
That's why I'm asking you. Like, would you sacrifice that for like, if we just assume that Jalen Petrie's market value is 30 for 3, $10 million a year, do you think it is fair or appropriate or right to pay an extra 3 a year for a guy who's your bona fide leader captain?
To me, Jeremy, it seems like it's a little much, little bit much.
See, I'm like teetering on it.
Like, again, because then you just like you said, and my question would be, would anybody else be willing to pay close to that?
Well, I mean, if we're just throwing out the lump sum of 30,
right? And I think that sounds like it's more in the ballpark. But then my other question on the flip side of that would be, what would your other options be? Would there be other players out there that could provide maybe more on the playing field side of it, or maybe a combination of both on a veteran side of it that's out there in free agency, so that you wouldn't have to overpay for him? Because I think that now with the roster you've built, with the way that there's a positive attention on a pretty consistent basis, looking at the Texans defense and their capabilities, that you could find a veteran that's got a lot left in the tank that would go, hey, I want to play there. And if I can get,
But it's hard for a new guy to be the culture bridge.
Maybe so in certain cases. I think in other cases, there's guys that could step right in and be a guy. Like, you look at guys that D'Amico had in San Francisco, or you've got guys that you could still find to fit, to like start to bridge the gap culturally just by walking in the locker room knowing, I kind of get the way they do things here. And then with the way they play on the field, similar to when D'Amico got drafted, and JJ and everybody talks about the fact from day one, when he walked into the huddle, you knew he commanded respect, but then the way he played kind of led you to believe. And I think if a guy had a resume that he walked into the locker room with that also was already kind of the kind of guy that is in the mold of what D'Amico likes on his defense, I think you could find a veteran guy that could do what Petrie does.
Yeah, I think Azeez Al-Shire would be an argument for you in that sense. Like, he probably took to the culture quickly, like a fish to water. All right, 713-780-ESPN. D'Amico talking about the offensive line, and then an interesting comp with his offense compared to his defense last year. 713-780-3776. Killer Bees, ESPN 97.5 and ESPN 92.5.
Coming to you live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios, it's the Killer Bees.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Here's Joel Blank and Jeremy Branham.
Twitch is saying I use the word Delta a lot. Mario, can we do a Mount Rushmore of Branham's favorite words? I would say a lot.
Delta?
Maybe, yeah, like at the gap between
I
two
don't
things. I typed it in the Twitch chat. I didn't use it on the air. It'd be kind of fun if we had a Killer Bee bingo. What are words that we use a lot? 713-780-ESPN. 713-780-3776. What do you use a lot?
Obviously.
I've never noticed that. Never noticed obvious. What are words that we use a lot? Brian probably hears them as our producer. What are words that we use a lot, Brian?
Joel says a lot, you don't know what you don't know.
You don't know what you don't know, which is true. You don't know what you don't know.
That is true. Combo platter gets used quite a bit.
For me?
Combo platter.
Yeah, things are referred to as a combo platter.
I say I think a lot. I say I think too much where I'm trying to like mix in a believe every now and then. Instead of I think, I believe. Get it? You know? Try to find a synonym for words that I use too much. 713-780-ESPN. What are words that we use a lot? Blanker says behoove a lot. Do you say behoove a lot?
I don't think
I haven't noticed that.
I've used it in the past, but I don't know.
I think we do get conditioned to working with like one another that we don't even pick up on words that we say a lot, you know?
Yeah.
So it's probably more of a practice for the audience, an exercise for the audience. Words that we say a lot. 713-780-ESPN. Blanker says the word fact in every sentence. Do you
That
say
is not a fact.
Not in every sentence. Maybe once or twice a day. A producer, Nick, used to always say time and time again. Do you remember that one?
Yes.
You do?
Yes.
He would say time and time again?
Yes, he would.
You know what Dana Brown always says at the end of his sentences? He always says at the end of the day. At the end of the day. You ever notice that about Dana?
Yes, you're right.
At the end of the day.
Now that you mentioned it, I have caught it in the past, but yes, absolutely.
There's one on like that they run during Astro games. I think it's Jackie Robinson. I think they're talking about like Jackie Robinson in like the Jackie Robinson
talking about
day.
on the TV?
Yeah, the commercial. Like, you know, they do the bases loaded
Yes, they
episodes.
do.
And I think there's one with Jackie Robinson where Dana Brown goes, at the end of the day, he broke the color barrier. We know that, Dana. But yeah, he says at the end of the day a lot, Dana does. The back of the baseball card, that's not our thing. That's a Joe Espada thing.
Casario has a couple too that I've caught.
What are Casario?
I got to remember because he's got so much word salad, but there are some that he likes to use that I'm going to have to like write down the next time because when I'm listening to some of those podcast, the rebroadcast and pods of the Johnny and Vandy talking to him, he's got a couple of
his words are usually big ones too because he wants everybody to know how smart he is. He was running wind sprints today whenever the media could have their cameras out. How about you run wind sprints before everybody's out there? Like you want people to see you, dude.
D'Amico did a few too, didn't he? At the end?
Yeah, maybe they were up to something. I don't know. You say 713-780-ESPN, 713-780-3776 a lot. Well, I mean, we are the most interactive sports show in the city of Houston. How else are you going to be interactive with us without the phone number? Although I do use that as a crutch or a segue. Probably too much. I would agree.
You learned that from the Falcon.
Yeah. No, but I mean, it's not a bad thing to do. It's better than like, but
Freddie used to do it a lot.
Yeah, I remember. Yeah. I'm not trying to disagree, but says Brad, I probably do that one too much. You say ESPN 97.5 a lot. You got to identify what you're listening to. Joel, doing, done. I don't know. I don't get that one. Yeah,
I don't get that one either.
I don't think I've used that one.
Branham says I'm wrong a lot. Great point. I do say I'm wrong a lot. I admit when I'm wrong a lot. Branham uses the word whenever he should use the word win. Oh, uses the word whenever when he should use the word win, but he spelled win W-I-N instead of W-H-E-N. So he says that I use the word whenever you use the word win, but he misspelled win with win. W-I-N.
Well, then he can't be taken with credibility.
Castro says right after every statement. Who's Castro?
I don't know.
I don't either. D'Amico says right at the end of his sentence. Blankers always says the fact is.
I do.
How about most used letters? PTO. That's your word-ons thing. The most interactive sports show. We never say that.
No.
You don't know Johnny G. Branham says eye test because I trust these old eyes. Blankers does form of the matter, the fact of the matter.
Yep.
A lot. The fact of the matter.
I would agree with that.
Y'all sounding goofy. Branham per se. I don't know if I use per se much. Do I use per
I've heard
se?
you say it, but I wouldn't say it's like a crutch or a catchphrase or anything like that.
Texture says the spelling of win was Siri. I'm driving. Okay, no excuses
Easy
there.
out.
You're going to have to take the L. 713-780-ESPN. Talking about Jalen Petrie leadership. I think the Texans probably spent a little bit more than market value because they wanted to keep Jalen Petrie's leadership in-house. And I think I'm okay with that. Cross is on the line, HRP listener line. Cross wants to talk about that. Cross, you're in the Hive. What's up?
Hey, how y'all doing, man?
Good.
What's up?
Just saying, Jalen Petrie.
Yeah.
That's the easy 3 million, 2 million, even 4 million, because that's something you can't put a price on. Having a good leader in the locker room, someone to get the guys riled up and step in and take control and take charge when they need that veteran or experience. He's not necessarily a veteran, but he's an experienced player. Can't put a price on that.
Appreciate that, Cross. Yeah, see, I think I'm with him. I think 3 million's the number for me, though. I don't think I would cross the $3 million line for the leadership, but 3 million I'm willing to go to. So I agree with Cross.
I think the big thing is, to me, that kind of makes this a little bit more tough to swallow is the fact that he becomes the highest paid nickel in the game. I mean, because then no matter what leadership he brings, a lot of it comes back to you're basically paying him like he is the absolute best at his position. And he's not.
Doesn't that also maybe set an expectation with other guys in the locker room?
No, because you go by position.
But I mean, we've played clips from Caserio where he talks about like he doesn't feel like he needs to win every negotiation. They have no problems with paying guys top of the market. We've seen that now a couple of times. So I don't know. I agree. Like if it's 3 million, I'm not gonna pearl clutch over it. But I just don't like the trend of always seemingly paying at the top of the market. I don't think that's good for long-term team building.
But I think to the point of, if you're paying a guy like he's the best nickel corner in the game, then the expectations are raised, like in the locker room.
If I'm the best outside linebacker in the game, am I going to get? Yeah.
Yeah, I'm expecting him to not get cooked as much, but I don't know if that's going to stop happening. I know you're paying him for leadership, but part of being a leader is you lead by example on the field, not just in the huddle or on the sideline, but you also got to do it on the field.
The fact of the matter, though, is you're gonna
see what you did there.
Did
I say it?
I think no, I said it. No, you didn't say. I was trying to use your words. Okay. Trying to confuse some people. The fact of the matter is, I think it is a happier locker room, though.
Yeah, I thought you don't care about happiness
per se. No, per se it is, but you don't know because we don't know what we don't know.
No, I believe in team morale. I do. I do believe in team morale. Now, I'm not going to let it impact decisions that I need to make for the most part. Like, if I'm breaking a tie, I'm going to believe in team morale. I probably wouldn't have, it's hard for me to say that because I don't know Petrie's importance inside the locker room. They do, and they're very quick to speak about it.
There's also a difference between a bad apple that you're trying to get out or weed out because of the negative effects.
Mm-hmm. Like probably Tunsil.
Right, and that's the first name that came to my mind as well. Mm-hmm. But at the same time, when you're looking at it from the perspective of this locker room, there's a really strong veteran presence. So in most of the locker rooms where there's a lot of veteran players that are still in the prime of their careers, that can guide you through a lot of extra stuff. That's also why I'm not worried about a team's leadership coming from Jalen Petrie when I know that I got Daniil Hunter and I got Azeez El-Shaair and I still have Jimmy Ward at the back end for at least one more year. And I've got guys that I believe are true pros and still playing at a very good level. Not as much with Jimmy Ward because of the injuries, but I believe that leadership can carry a long way in the locker.
But the thing with Petrie is that he predates those guys, and he's also going to outlive those guys as a Texan.
But I believe Will Anderson's that guy too. I don't believe that there's any reason to believe that Will Anderson isn't another one of those leaders that's going to lead by example, that's going to be, everything that D'Amico wants him to be.
I don't know if you always want the lead by, yes, lead by example is great.
Well,
don't get me wrong. But there's always going to be a few guys on a team that are also the vocal guys. I don't know if Will's that guy. I don't know. We're not around them. We see stuff in game. That guy's a leader. We don't know what he's like in the locker room. Correa is great at visiting mounds when he's in the contract year. Same thing that Alex Bregman did. Alex Bregman suddenly started visiting mounds in a contract year. Both are Boris guys. And I don't believe this to be the case, but what if they're both terrible in the clubhouse? I know that to not be true.
Right.
But I do think at times players will do things that are seen publicly and then not back that up privately. And I'm not saying that's the case with anybody we've had in Houston.
And
but we're not privy to it. Is my point.
We're not. But when you look at it, Will is basically as cut out of the D'Amico mold as you could probably find, and Will not only leads by example, but seemingly, again, like you said, but seemingly is a guy that knows right from wrong and knows how to go about his business the right way, to where it's good to have kind of like a mix too, right? Because what you're saying is true. Some of these guys aren't going to be here for the long haul, as opposed to some of the younger guys. But whether you have Petrie or not, you're going to have Will Anderson. You're going to have Stingley.
Yeah.
You're going to have guys you already locked up too.
You say Cougs a lot, and I like it. Go Cougs. BS blank says the fact at least 15 times a show. I haven't noticed it.
Well, that's a little different than every sentence.
Yeah.
BS.
Yeah, you do say it, but every
I'm not
sentence
denying I
is
say
an
it.
exaggeration.
Blanker
obviously.
says, "Okay, Jeremy," in a stern voice.
that is true.
As true as it can get.
No blank, man.
Tyler in the row. First off, it's Petrie. It's a Cajun last name. Okay, I've never heard him once say
No one
Petrie.
ever has pronounced it.
I've never heard of
Petrie.
Jalen Petrie. I've always heard Jalen Petrie. We'll go look up the phonetics online, Tyler and Conroe. Saying they overpaid for leadership is a tough pill to swallow when Nick consistently gets fleeced in contract negotiations. See Titus Howard contract. Is this showing an incentive for guys to be all in? Stingley and Collins both never cried about money, but they put their heads down and worked hard and were rewarded for it. I do think that's part of Cacerio's philosophy. I do believe he believes in taking care of his guys, and he actually does it when he drafts them.
He's been very outspoken about that too. That, if you show the right characteristics and you play at a certain level, he likes the fact that he takes care of you. And I do think that factors into negotiations. I do think agents notice. I think players notice. I think that that's the way it should be in a lot of ways if you come into a professional situation.
I mean, there's not much negotiation if you're paying not the best player at the position top money for the position.
Is
That's a
he
pretty
gonna say
easy
no?
negotiation.
He's going to push back and say, I need 4.5 more than that.
If I'm Jalen Petrie's agent here, you're paying us top corner money, top nickel corner. I'm in. Here's real quick, D'Amico Ryans with an interesting offense to defense comp that he had earlier today.
It just reminds me of last year, like some rookies like Kamari and Kalen, watching them last year in these settings, watching how they competed, watching how they their impact showed instantly. They showed up, they were making plays, and you see how those guys perform throughout the season. So I think we have a similar situation this year with some of the rookie wide receivers and Noel and Higgins, just seeing their immediate impact on our offense, the plays that they're making, like seeing the way they work, the way they compete. I'm hoping that translates to the season as well. Similar to Kamari and Kalen, I think Jalen and Jaden are two guys who can really help us out this year.
If Higgins and Noel are the equivalent to Lassiter and Bullock, the offense is going to be very good.
Yeah, and I think that tells you that maybe not their expectation, but their hopeful expectation is Mechie and Hutch and everybody else is going to be in a hell of a battle to try and stick around.
I didn't even hear it that way, but you're 100% right.
Yep.
Yeah, I looked at it as the praise that is being heaped to Higgins and Noel, that I didn't even think about the collateral damage of that. But if they're as good as Lassiter and Bullock were to the defense last year,
boy,
that's a scary wide receiver
and look,
room.
as bad as Nick is at drafting offensive linemen, if he gets it right with another set of wide receivers to put in an offense that has a lot of talent, that's a pretty good thing to have.
Astros Future on Twitter is one of my favorite Twitter follows, because I can be a baseball geek from time to time. He tweets a lot about Astro prospects and stuff like that. Jimmy Price is his real name, if you cared. I'm curious what he'd rather go by. But we'll talk to Astros Future when we return about the Astros and their future. It is the Killer Bees on ESPN 97.5 and ESPN 92.5.
Live in the Veritex Community Bank Studios, it's the Killer Bees. Now back to Joel and Jeremy.
Let's go straight out to the HRP guest line, being joined by Jimmy Price or at Astros Future on Twitter. My favorite Twitter follow. Real quick, Jimmy, a little get to know you question. Do you prefer us to call you Jimmy or Astros Future?
Either one works. Jimmy's fine, but whatever you want to call me, I'm good with it.
All right, we'll go with at Astros Future. You sound nothing like I thought you were going to sound like. How long have you been covering the Astros minor league system now? It's been a while, huh?
Oh, it started back in 2013, so I guess about coming up on 12 years. The website started in 2016, but yeah, it's been a long time.
Jimmy, I'm curious. We obviously know that this team has spent a whole lot of time worried about the starting pitching and the pitching within the organization. Can you tell some of the names, the fans and the listeners, some of the names that we might have been missing or guys that we should keep an eye on, like the Blue Balls, like the guys that have already been, Colton Gordon, the guys that have already been called up? Are there guys that could potentially help this team still this year sitting in the system?
Yeah, coming into the season, a few guys that I thought for sure were going to get an opportunity were the ones that so far have. AJ Blueball, Colton Gordon, and then we're seeing, I think one guy that specifically I think is probably going to end up making his debut at some point this year, just based on the way things are going with injuries, is Miguel Ulola, who arguably is one of the top pitching prospects in the system. Still, 23 years old, guy that throws a lot of strikes, gets a lot of strikeouts, has some command issues, but seems kind of like one of those international arms that the Astros have been able to find, and kind of like a Christian Javier, Luis Garcia. But he's in AAA right now. He actually just won. I think the PCL pitcher of the month, I believe. Really good month for Ulola. Struck out, I think, 34 in 23 innings. But he's the guy that I think will be the next one up if the Astros look to bring up another top prospect. Got a couple guys in Double-A. Ethan Pecco, the Astros minor league pitcher of the year last year, was injured to start the season. He's back now. He finally made his Double-A debut for the season just a couple nights ago. But Ulola, I think, is the one that the Astros fans probably could be paying attention to, and maybe someone who will debut at some point this year.
I'm glad you brought him up because I've been mispronouncing his name for a year.
Ulola.
I like it. I've been calling him like Ulalabai. Like I've been butchering his name intentionally. Astros Future joining us on the HR&P guest line. Jacob Melton in the lineup today, batting ninth. We've seen Shea Whitcomb a bit. He's been in the system for a while. What are your expectations for Melton and Whitcomb the rest of the year?
So Melton, he's an interesting one. I think if you go look at his numbers, it feels like he leaves a lot to be desired in terms of what he actually does in terms of numbers. The guy is tooled up. We saw that in his major league debut with I think it was a 30.5 feet per second down to first base. Just phenomenal athlete, good defensively, extremely fast, has ridiculous power. I think it was a very small sample in AAA this year, but his exit velocity, I think he was averaging like 96, which is just insane. So extremely tooled up. But it seems like he's a guy, once he gets a little bit comfortable at a level, he might start seeing success. Hopefully that'll come sooner rather than later. But I think you're going to see some good power from the left side and some good speed. And if they're bringing him up, and we'll see what the extent of the injuries are, with Chaz and with DeZenzo and stuff like that. But hopefully he gets an extended chance to kind of show what he can do, be in the lineup permanently. Because I do think he's one of those guys that I think has the potential to be like, he's got that high potential to be maybe an all-star or something like that. Whitcomb, on the other hand, is, he seems like a guy who's just been deserving of a shot. Led the minor leagues in homers 2 years ago, had a good year last year, leading the minor leagues in homers this year. I know he had some rough defensive games with the Astros last year, limited time at the plate, but I think he's proven everything he needed to in AAA. Now it's about finding a position that he can play defensively at the major league level, and then just getting him some reps. I mean, I think the power is legit for him. Some of the damage he was doing was on the road in the PCL, which are some pretty hitter-friendly parks. But I think the bat is legit. He's shown that the last 3 years. I think it's just about getting an opportunity and finding a position for him to play at the major league level.
Jimmy, what about Bryce Matthews? I mean, we know the kid was drafted. He's a local kid. We know he's been climbing the ranks. We've seen that he's been doing some damage in Sugar Land. When do we see Bryce Matthews as a member of the Houston Astros?
Well, that's a good one. He started off the year a little rough, and he's really turned it on the last couple of weeks. I think I pulled it up. His last 19 games, he's hitting 333, and strikeouts were an issue early for him. But he's kind of corrected that. The strikeout rate has dropped below 20% over those last 20 games, and it's starting to do kind of what you wanted to see. Because just like Melton, he's a guy that's super tools. He's got speed, he's got to steal bases. kind of can play all over the field. The Astros have really been experimenting with him all over the field. He's played shortstop, third base, second base, and outfield. I think same thing with Witt. It'll be finding the position for him to play at the major league level. When you look at the roster right now, you feel like, man, there's a hole at second base that he could potentially fill, and he's going to come with that high potential. He was just drafted 2 years ago, so it still would be a pretty quick turnaround to get him to the pros at this point. But I don't. If he continues to hit like he has over the last 2 or 3 weeks, and he can continue this into June and July, and then Dubon or Rogers or whoever's playing second base isn't really doing kind of what they need to do, I think the Astros might be looking for a spark, and Bryce Matthews could be that guy.
Jimmy Price at Astros Future on Twitter, joining us on the HR&P guest line. I guess it's getting into trade season. Jeff Passan had his trade deadline preview article come out today. We also hear that, the Astros minor league system, you look at rankings, they're always towards the bottom these last few years. One, how attractive do you think that the Astros minor league system is for teams that could be selling? And secondly, are the Astros in position to trade away from what many call a weak farm?
Yeah, I think trading away from the farm would be tough. I think if teams came calling right now, I think they're going to be looking at guys like Jacob Melton or Bryce Matthews, or potentially some of the Walker Yannick, the first round pick last year, or Ethan Pecco, the minor league pitcher of the year last year, or even some international guys the Astros signed recently. Kevin Alvarez was a big project that they got internationally. So I think trading from that would be difficult, like you said, given some of the issues the farm has faced. Not having that first and second round pick in 2020 and 21 really kind of hurt the state of the system and the high level prospects. But I think if they wanted to make a trade, they have guys that teams are gonna want to acquire. They have talent. They were able to do it last year, getting Kikuchi, and they traded away guys that were some people might call them 4A players, or guys that maybe they weren't first round picks. They were guys that they developed and then eventually traded. So I think they have the talent to make a move like that if they needed to. I just don't know. I look at it, and other than at this point adding pitching, given all the injuries, I don't know what position other than second base you really want to upgrade in the field, because you kind of feel like you got all your starters. They just got to start performing again. Christian Walker and Jordan when he gets healthy, and Yainer behind the plate. But I think if they wanted to make a move to try to get another pitcher in there, I think they have the talent to do it. But you're right, it would take away from a system that already doesn't have as much talent as it once did. Maybe 7, 8, 10 years ago.
Jimmy, you mentioned a name that I was curious about, and again, kind of like similarly in the mold of Bryce Matthews, but Walker Yannick is a guy that has been highly touted, especially defensively. We know that the Astros have not been very good defensively, catching and or throwing runners out. How far away is he from seeing any chance of making this club?
So I think for him, obviously, it's offense. Yeah, that's what the Astros are gonna want to see from him, is see that offensive progression. And like Matthews, got off to a little bit of a slow start, but it's kind of turned it on the last few weeks. But behind the plate, he's doing exactly what you thought he would do. He's throwing out 39% of base stealers this year, threw out 31 in his limited time last year in Asheville. So he's gunning down guys on the base pass, which is exactly what he got drafted for. I think many people said he was the best defensive catcher in the draft. So doing that, he's hitting 280. The power's not really there yet for him, but 22 years old. I don't see them rushing him, especially with Yainer. And I know Yainer's had issues, holding guys on and throwing runners out. But to me, he's a guy that would maybe you're looking at next year at the earliest to debut.
One last one for you. Who is a prospect in this system that you feel doesn't get the love that they should?
Oh gosh, that's a good one. There's a bunch, and I think it's interesting. I just wrote an article about one of the guys. The Astros last year signed a couple guys as undrafted free agents. The draft is 20 rounds now compared to 40 rounds pre-COVID, and two of the guys that they signed as undrafted free agents have been two of the better hitters the Astros have in the system, and Drew Butcher and Lucas Spence. Spence, they're both outfielders, came from the college level. Spence is in high A now, doing really well. But if I'm looking at a guy who I think is probably not getting the hype, I think Joseph Sullivan was the name that kind of broke onto the scene a little bit in spring training. And you want to talk about another tooled up guy, big time power, great speed on the base pass, got to cut down on the swing and miss a little bit. But he's another guy that looks like one of those Astros picks, a 7th round pick. Maybe you're not expecting a whole lot, and the Astros are going to be able to develop. And I think in the draft it's been a little difficult, but they've done well getting some international talent. And I think the Fayetteville Woodpeckers right now are kind of experiencing some of those young international guys. Yamsa Villarreal, Caden Powell's a guy they got out of junior college last year in the 5th round. And there's still some talent down there at the lower level. May not be the big names because Yannick is in high A and Bryce Matthews is now up in AAA. But there's still some talent down there hidden, kind of down on those lower levels. But they're really young at the lower levels due to the international signings.
Great stuff. Really appreciated the conversation. We'll have to do it again.
Yeah, appreciate it.
It's Jimmy Price at Astros Future on Twitter. You can visit the website as well at astrosfuture.com. Great insight of the minor league system. The Butcher guy, I can't believe the guy was undrafted. He played at USF. I saw him a few times, and he's toolsy, he's fast, hits with power, good defender. I can't believe he was undrafted. If I had to guess, I would say it was attitude. But yeah, I was shocked by that. He is performing really, really well. But good stuff. Maybe we'll get him on post-draft. Draft coming up in July.
Definitely knowledgeable. That's awesome.
Yeah. All right, 713-780-ESPN, HRP listener line. One of us thinks that the Rays series highlighted a big red flag. Which one of us thinks that the Rays series highlighted a big red flag? And what is that big red flag? 713-780-ESPN. Killer Bees, ESPN 97.5, ESPN 92.5. So I brought Brad and family out to Two Creeks Crossing Resort over the weekend, drove there after the show on Friday, stayed up until Sunday, stayed in the treehouse there. Unbelievable spot. It is. I was there almost as fast as it takes me to get home up in the Spring Woodlands area. So it's not too far. I was there in a hurry, and we had a great time. Went to the catch and release pond that they have there. That was a lot of fun. Saw some of the wildlife you don't get to see in the city. Kids loved it. The kids had a blast. We're already planning our next visit up to Two Creeks Crossing Resort, and you should be as well. Get rid of the rat race, stress, and anxiety of city life, even just for a little bit. Get a taste of the great outdoors out of Two Creeks Crossing Resort on Lake Livingston, and you're going to be happy that you did. It's a great spot, good fishing spot, as we mentioned. They have a pool there. You can stop in for a drink. They had some live music going on while we were there as well. So escape the city, enjoy the relaxing, great outdoors. Book your stay at twocreekscrossingresort.com right now. From the open green spaces, the wildlife that I mentioned, the mature trees. We were in the tree house up there. It was like a mile away from, it wasn't even a mile. It was like 200 feet away from the little road they have there. You couldn't even see the tree. That's how much wildlife you get there. And as I mentioned, some of the best fishing that you can find in Texas. It's just 90 minutes from Houston. Escape the city without traveling too far. There are 92 acres of property. You can kayak on the two rivers, the two creeks they have there, pickleball courts, or like I said, hang out by the pool with a drink. Two Creeks Crossing Resort does it all for their customers as well, from glamping to cabins, tree houses, pull up the RV. They have the perfect stay for everybody, and it's awesome. Save 20% on your next 2-night stay, Sunday through Thursday, on either rentals for RV sites, yurts, cabins, or tents. Minimum of 2 nights, max of 5, but book that stay now at twocreekscrossingresort.com. Your weekend getaway awaits, and you're going to be happy to do it. twocreekscrossingresort.com.
Hey guys, Lance Zerline here from ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. You can catch me arguing with John Granado and Del Olaleye on the radio on a regular basis, but when you miss the show, how are you going to know what you missed? How are you going to know about our conversations and what everyone's talking about? Well, you can follow us on our social media pages, and I'm talking about for the radio station. We do a great job at taking all of the show content that you see on our show and all of the great shows on ESPN 97.5 and ESPN 92.5 lineup, and we will recycle and let you hear the best of the best. Conversations about big wins, the most disappointing losses, who's doing a good job as manager or head coach. We're talking about it all. Do not miss it. Listen to the radio as often as you can. But if you miss it, follow the social media pages, like, subscribe, and never miss a second of the great content right here on the station.
You're locked in with the Killer Bees on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. Live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios, here's Joel Blank and Jeremy Branham.
Junior Broncos says stay up to date on the latest Houston sports injury conspiracies at ESPN 97.5 InfoWars. Come on. I mean, the Jordan hand thing is real. The CJ Stroud shoulder thing is real. These aren't conspiracies at all. Comparing us to Alex Jones.
We're not talking about chemtrails and fluoride in the water.
I kind of like I do like the line by Junior Bronco. It's wildly inaccurate, but when do we care about accuracy around here?
It's a good line.
It's a really good line. Texture is John Granado's voice on just about every radio commercial. What product or company has he not done yet? Well, Granado's the face that runs the place.
It's the Godfather.
And we're all role players. And we understand. I'm not complaining. I'm happy to be a role player for the legendary John Granado. I want to be John Granado when I grow up. Just chilling out at the Oscars, living in LA.
Just throw this crap out there to get clicks.
I don't know how he feels about me, but I think highly of him.
I think we know where the bread is buttered around here, but we also know that the people that don't or didn't and decided to kind of push the envelope and press them a little bit, you get whacked.
They got sacked. They got whacked. Whacked's a better word for it. I like to use sacked whenever coaches are fired, but whacked is a better way to do it whenever Granado is involved.
Especially it's Granado, the Godfather.
Yeah.
Forget about
it. So the Ray series highlighted a big red flag. If you guessed Brian as the person that highlighted a big red flag in this Tampa series, you would be right. We have not been told what the big red flag is. But Brian, what is the big red flag that the Tampa series highlighted?
Starting pitching depth, and specifically just the quality of who makes up the five guys right now. I mean, obviously, the two games from Fromber, the Astros give up a total of what? One run in those two games. They win 2-1 and they win 1-0. When Fromber's on the mound, when Hunter Brown's on the mound, you feel like the Astros don't not only have a chance to win, but will be the betting favorite and should win. It feels like outside. Look, obviously things are trending up for Lance right now, so maybe you add Lance into that mix. His last two starts have been great, but it feels like once you get past Hunter and Fromber, things obviously fall apart. We saw the other two games not pitched by Hunter and Fromber in that Rays series. The Astros gave up 29 runs in those two games, 13 and 16. Now, obviously, this is an extreme. You're not going to win two games 1-0 and 2-1. You're not going to give up 29 runs in the other two games in most series. But it kind of goes back to a point we were talking about last week where I think we're okay right now until Arrighetti gets back, especially if Lance is this guy. He's been the last two starts. But one more pitching injury, and I'm really starting to worry about the depth and quality of the rotation past Hunter and past Fromber.
Well, I had similar thoughts in terms of the discrepancy between the two starts those guys had, and then the fact that the bullpen just completely fell apart. I think that when you look at the level of injuries that they've had that they've sustained this year, that they've had to get through, there's only so many more guys you can go to. That's why just talking to Jimmy and Astros Future and trying to figure out who are we missing that might still be a possibility just in case, because you don't know what you don't know about when any of these guys are coming back, including Arrighetti, who's supposed to be on his way back. So I think with the trade deadline coming up too, I think that's something that they have to look at going outside the organization to try and figure out if that's priority one and try to balance some things.
Yeah. I think you're okay right now. I like Colton Gordon. I'm a Colton Gordon fan. I'm a little disappointed you didn't bring him up. The lefty Colton Gordon.
I like him.
I think he's fine as a back of the rotation starter.
Mm-hmm.
I think he's a legitimate big league starter right now. I never think he's gonna be more than the middle of the rotation guy. But if he's your 3, 4, 5, I think you're fine. And right now he's your 4. I would say he's ahead of Ryan Gusto.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
I think Gusto's better than he's pitched these last couple of starts. You saw some good stuff from him early in the year. More recently, he hasn't been as good as he was early in the year, but I think Gusto's fine as a 4 or 5 guy as well. So I'm okay with those guys. Now, to your point about another injury, that's where it gets a little dicey, because if you're looking at internal options, if anybody goes out, and we're talking pre-Arrighetti coming back, and Arrighetti's not going to be back until July, you're looking at Blue Ball, who got shelled whenever he made his big league debut. Ulola might be a little bit I don't know if he's quite ready. He's been pitching really well, but like Jimmy said, his command's not fantastic. And if you look at his walks to innings pitch ratio, it is kind of high. So that's concerning to me, although it has been better over the last month, and that's why he was the PCL pitcher of the month, I guess. Ulola would probably be ahead of Blue Ball, in my opinion. I think right now Ulola would be the 6th starter. Now, if it was just a spot start, like one start, maybe you just do Blue Ball because he's already on the 40-man. Ulola is not. If it's a series of starts, I think you go Ulola. But no, I think if you have one more injury, you're right there, Brian. Especially if it's pre-Arrighetti. If it's once it's post-Arrighetti, I think you can sustain one more. But obviously, it can't be Fromm or Hunter Brown. If one of those guys is done, you're done.
Yeah, and I think that when you look at it too from the, I like Gordon as well, and I think that his breaking stuff, his sweeper, really it translates well. It's like another version, a younger version of a Lance McCullers type, the way McCullers is now. But I think both guys have the capability of keeping you in ball games and getting guys out. And McCullers, it's a big start tonight to see how he bounces, how he comes back off of what he just did with the 12 strikeout performance, to see if that's who he's going to be the rest of the way. Not 12 strikeouts, but keeping your team in the game, having more control of all your pitches, kind of being able to have command as well as still get the strikeout when you need it.
Yeah.
Because I think both of those guys are back of the rotation guys. Gusto's a guy that I think unfairly was put in a position where at the start of the year, I think they firmly believed that he was going to be your like long guy or one of the guys in your bullpen. Then because of the fact that it was already kind of resonating with Dana that I'm going to need more starters, they kind of thrust him back into let's stretch him out. Let's get him ready. And he's never really been, fully stretched out and treated like a starter. So it's where he's kind of at right now because of all of that. I think it's caught up to him, but I think he's capable of giving you like 4.5, 5 innings of baseball to get you through.
Yeah.
I just don't know if I want to rely on him being a starter for the rest of the season.
Yeah, I don't hate these 5 until Arrighetti comes back. And then I really don't hate the top 6 that you have. And then however you want to use Gusto or Gordon after that. But to Brian's point, one more injury, and it doesn't look great. Now, I do think that Dana Brown, it's been reported too, one of the national heads, maybe Heyman, said that the Astros are kicking the tires on starting pitching. And Jeff Passan had his trade deadline primer today. There are a lot of starting pitchers that I like last year, I felt that there was a lot of demand and very little supply last year. This year, I feel like it could be the opposite, where there's a lot of supply. There's always going to be demand, but I feel like there's going to be more supply this year than there was last year. So I think you can actually trade for a number 4 or 5 starter much cheaper than what you spent for Kikuchi. Although you didn't really trade a player of impact. Like none of those players are doing well. Wagner and Loperfido are both in the minors, and Jake Bloss has done so over the year with an elbow injury. So like those guys have done nothing in the Toronto organization. There was a Climbing Towers Hill.
Wagner was okay for a while, wasn't he?
Last year.
Oh,
not this year.
This year?
No, he's been really bad this year. And they sent him down. They sent down both of them. They sent Loperfido and Wagner. Last I checked, which was like a week and a half ago, something might have changed in the last 10 days. But last I checked, they were both in the minors. Wade Miley opted out of his minor league deal, and Climbing Towers Hill mentioned him. Now, here's the thing with Miley is that he's 38 years old, and he's also coming off of Tommy John. And he hasn't pitched well in his limited actions since returning from Tommy John. Now, he was really good like 2 years ago, and really his whole career has been pretty dang solid. Actually had a year in Houston where he's pretty dang solid.
Good, yeah.
Wade, at this stage of his career coming off Tommy John, I'm not interested in Wade Miley making starts over Courtney Gordon and Ryan Gusto. And I don't know if he would be interested in a minor league deal because he literally opted out of a minor league deal. But I would kick the tires to say, hey, I mean, you want to try for Sugarland Spacers, and then maybe if you pitch well, you could get a legitimate opportunity to start here. I would call him, but I'm not signing him to my big league team.
No, and I think that's something where he's going to have to be willing to play the game with the Astros as well and give in a little bit, because it's kind of like the Brendan Rodgers situation where you look at what might be the most ideal situation for me, also with a franchise that's winning currently, where I could get in and actually have a chance to be a starter that this team could rely on the rest of the season, as opposed to Milwaukee where everything's in flux. And we know that they're super cheap, but they're also, never really fully in and committed, where it seems like the Astros are always committed towards winning and trying to do what they need to do for this season. And it could be a good fit for him. But yeah, he would have to commit to going to Sugarland and prove that he's more of who he has been on the back of his baseball card than who he has been since Tommy John.
I feel like you're being a little disrespectful.
On the back of his baseball card.
Milwaukee.
I'm not at all.
Milwaukee's been pretty good for this entire
but
century.
again, they're a franchise that's been very content on being pretty good. And when push comes to shove with any player that they need to keep, they don't keep them.
But you think Wade Miley, who is trying to battle his way back to the big leagues, is that concerned about that?
No, I think Wade Miley wants a chance to actually compete and if he gets a chance to compete and win, and I don't think that they were going to put him right back in the starting rotation.
I think he's looking for a Major League Baseball job for any team.
Okay. Well, regardless, I've always said the
Brewers 6 playoff appearances in the last 7 years.
Yeah, and they go nowhere. And then
You're
they watch
like
guys
Pirates,
walk out the
though.
door. No, they're different than the Pirates, but they're not even the Rays, because a lot of times they're not getting guys. They let guys walk out the door like the Astros, and they don't do anything to sign them, and they don't get very much in return when they do make moves. So I think that they're more like Cleveland's franchise has been, where they're happy to be there, make the playoffs. Hey, we had another successful winning season, and that's good enough. Whereas I think the people in Milwaukee would like to see them get a chance to at least compete for their first ever World Series.
I think that's a fair take, but to act like they're the chopped liver of an organization when they've been to the playoffs in the last 7 years.
There's obviously a little bit more personal reaction to that, and the fact that Milwaukee deserves a chance to have a team that isn't just happy to be there in the playoffs, but has a chance to compete for a World Series.
Let's add the Brewers to the things that the
Yeah, there you
Lakers
go.
say.
I mean, to Joel's point, you said they made it 6 out of 7.
6 out of 7 years.
How many in those 6 out of 7 did they win a playoff series?
Like 2 or 3. I clicked off of it, but they've never been to the. Have they ever been to the NLCS?
Not in that
Not
run.
in the National League. They were the
So not
American
this
League
run.
representative in 1982.
Okay, so they haven't. The furthest they've been into the division series. No, they went to the NLCS in 18.
Lost
They
to the
lost.
Dodgers?
They lost in Game 7. They were a win away
To
from
the
being
Dodgers,
a World
right?
Series team.
Were they
In
really?
18.
I don't remember that at all.
Was that the year that they had? They lost to the Dodgers.
Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, I get your point. I think it's a fair point. I think it's just disrespectful to be like, oh, Milwaukee sucks.
I didn't say they sucked. I just think they're very content with doing what they've always done.
Okay. Yeah, I mean that's a fair point. Wade Miley actually started that Game 7. No, wait, maybe not. Josh Hader was on that team.
Yep.
Gio Gonzalez, Ryan Braun was cheating and hitting a lot of home runs that year. That team wasn't all that good either. I mean, Yelich was good that year. Maybe they had Corbin Burns, a young Corbin
and
Burns.
Yelich has not been great.
They had Curtis Granderson.
They got him. He's been, they went out and they thought they got a steal when they made the trade with Miami, and they quickly locked
You
him
said
up.
Burns wasn't good?
No, I said
He's
Yelich.
Oh, since he signed the
since
extension.
he signed the extension, he just hasn't been good.
Well,
Yeah, there
Yelich
might have been
was
something
Yelich was. I can't remember which team it was that made accusations, but there were accusations
Dodgers,
against.
maybe?
Yeah,
That was the Rockies.
Yeah, that's right. It was the Rockies, about Yelich and the Brewers in general also stealing signs, and that Yelich was a big benefactor of that.
I mean, it's hard to argue. Like, he had one massive year, Christian Yelich. Did he win the MVP?
Was that when he was in Miami? He didn't win it as a Brewer.
Yeah, he did. He won in 2018 as a Brewer.
He won the MVP?
Yeah, he had 36 home runs in 2018, won the MVP. And then the very next year, he had 44 home runs and was second in MVP voting. And then he went down. Like, let's look at this. 36 home runs in 18.
Yeah.
44 home runs in 19. First place MVP, second place MVP. 12 homers, 9 homers, 14 homers,
Awesome.
19 homers, 11 homers, 13 homers. The Milwaukee Brewers were stealing signs. Without a doubt. Without a doubt.
Well, and that's when Kratz was talking about what everybody else was doing. He probably knew it because they were doing it too. Remember when he was the one that broke the whole story about the Theraguns on the bleachers?
Reddick tweeted about that the other day. There was like one of those little memes on Twitter, like it has like one person arguing the entire like congregation or whatever. And he's like, what is the one argument where this is you? And Reddick's like, the Astros were the only team stealing signs. I mean, it's the dirtiest secret. It's the worst secret in the world. 713-780-ESPN. Gordon has Greinke speed, but not control. That's a terrible take. Colton Gordon has 3 walks in 19 2/3 this year. You're complaining about his control? Colton Gordon has excellent control. Gusto does not. Maybe he was confusing those two. Although Gusto doesn't. Gusto of the two has the better stuff.
Yeah, I think. Look, I like a lot of the spinners that Gordon can put up there. I don't believe in his fastball. I don't believe that overall stuff. I think Gusto has the kind of fastball you want for a major league starter, and then his comes down to control.
Yeah, Bauer is the answer. He just won his case. Another texter said, why not Bauer? What league is Bauer pitching in? Because I saw a tweet the other day where he's like the worst pitcher in that league.
He's still in Japan?
Maybe. I don't know. Or Mexico. I have no idea. But I saw a tweet like 2 weeks ago where Trevor Bauer has, like, amongst all qualified pitchers in whatever less than professional league, it's professional, but minor league, that he's one of the worst starters in that league. Not at all interested in Trevor Bauer. One, he's not worth the trouble that just his presence is going to cause. Two, I don't think he's good anymore.
See, that's the thing. I think that teams would be willing to, and maybe not so, because of the fact that whether he was found guilty or innocent, his agent was out there trying to basically do a Twitter resume to get people to notice him again. I think that says a lot about the fact that if he was the Trevor Bauer of old, and you knew that regardless of everything else you might be taking on, that he had the kind of stuff that he had when he was successful in Major League Baseball, there might be a team or two based on the news that came out about him and his cases that might at least look at it twice and see what he's got to offer. But if he is less than as a pitcher, and you already know he's more than in terms of all you have to take on with him and his personality and his ability to just get under your skin, even with your own team and your own organization, then no one's doing that.
Yeah. Texture, what about Brandon Walter? I forgot about Brandon Walter. I kind of liked Brandon Walter. He's not a guy who's ever going to dominate, but he can give you innings as a number 5 starter occasionally.
Who the f is that guy?
That was well played.
Brandon Walter, the Jamie Moyer lookalike. The guy that throws from the same arm slot of Jamie Moyer, the 28-year-old rookie. Oh, I don't think he's a rookie. Texture said, why not give Blue Ball another chance? I haven't been keeping up with Blue Ball, but I just pulled up his last few starts ever since he pitched against the Tigers on April 30th, gave up 7 runs in 4 innings. Now, only 2 of them were earned, but a couple of home runs. Since then, all of his starts have come in Sugarland, 5 of them. 4 innings, 9 runs, 6 walks in his first start with the Spacers after his Astro debut. 3 runs in 3 2/3. Did have a decent start against Reno. 3 runs, 6 innings. 4 runs in 4 innings against Vegas. 5 runs in 3 2/3 against Albuquerque. His May ERA is 9.28. AJ Bluebaugh. That might be the only time he ever pitches.
I was going to say that steady dose of reality that hit when he got to the bigs might be his only shot.
Who was the former Longhorn that pitched 1 game, got 1 out?
Blair
Henley? Oh, that was
Blair Henley.
Blair Henley. They brought him up. Yeah,
that might be his only major league appearance.
What happened to Blair Henley? To be fair to Blair Henley, he shouldn't have been pitching in the big.
No, he wasn't ready.
There was no one else rested. Everybody that was higher on the pecking order than Blair Henley was used, and
now,
they
to
had
be
no
fair
chance.
though, he didn't really need to be rested. He got 1 out.
Oh, they released him, man.
And he's nowhere else. No one picked him up.
Let's look at the transaction. He was released by the Hooks March 12th, 2025. It's not. It doesn't look like he's been picked up. Poor Blair Henley, man. Pitched 1 game in the bigs, got shelled. Didn't even get out of the first.
No, he didn't.
Yeah, 1 out.
He got 1 out. Yeah, it was awful.
I'm trying to look at Brandon Walter since he went back down to the
Who the
minor league.
Is that guy?
We already told you who he was. We told you who Brandon Walter was. He's the Jamie Moyer lookalike. He throws with the same arm slot. He's a 28-year-old rookie, but we don't think he's a rookie.
But he's in the system.
And he pitched that. Yeah, he's in the system. He's with Sugarland. I mean, he pitched in the 1 game with the Astros, shut out the Rays.
There's going to be a lot of people listening that are not going to get the Jamie Moyer reference.
You're probably right.
Jamie Moyer has
He tried to play long enough so that he would be relevant.
When's the last time Moyer pitched? 2015?
He pitched until he's 50.
He was 40, late 40s.
He was the pitcher Julio Franco, for sure. But still, it has to be a while.
I don't like how you're insulting the intelligence of the Hive.
No, I'm just saying
Every single person that's listening to our show right now, of all the people that are listening, I would say 90% know who Jamie Moyer is.
It would depend on their age.
90.
I think it's too high.
Yeah, I would put it closer to 80.
Would we say that our listenership is equivalent to my Twitter followers? If I polled the Twitter followers, do you know who Jamie Moyer is? Would that be an equal representation?
I think you have a younger
of
following.
The listeners. So that would not be helpful.
That's not advantageous to your side.
Okay, well then let me post. Do you know who Jamie Moyer is? Yes or no?
Fair.
And then we'll have a percentage by the end of the show.
Yeah, now people could look it up.
Yeah, and they could lie.
Or just exactly. Just give it.
They can lie to not look dumb.
As much as that's not going to help, just say honest as you can be. Do you know who Jamie Moyer is?
I'm not going to even say that because if you throw that out there, they're going to troll and not be honest. Okay. You can't throw out the honesty system because they're not going to be honest. Jamie Moyer did pitch until he was 49.
What year was his last year?
Digger Phelps' son-in-law.
What?
Digger Phelps. You know who Digger Phelps is?
Yeah, the Notre Dame coach on TV.
I think he married Digger Phelps' daughter.
That's a random fact.
I think I remember they did a story on him or on that one time at ESPN.
Trivia Tuesday with the Killer Bees. Digger, he married a Digger Phelps' daughter.
I have to look that up.
I didn't think we could get more in the past than Jamie Moyer, but we worked Digger Phelps into the show.
How many All-Star teams did Jamie Moyer appear on? Not that I care about All-Star teams.
4.
One.
One.
How many top 10 Cy Young years did Jamie Moyer have?
2.
3. They were all after the age of 35. 6th in Cy Young at the age of 36 with the Mariners. 4th in Cy Young at the age of 38. And then 5th in Cy Young at the age of 40. He's like the Benjamin Button of baseball. Jamie Moyer was better later in his career.
Aged like a fine wine.
Earlier in his career. But yeah, Brandon Walton, since returning to the Spacers, by the way, 6 shutout innings against Las Vegas, 2 runs, 6 innings against Albuquerque. Like Blair.
Way better than Blue Ball.
Brandon Walter would be the guy you go to start a game if you needed it.
Not you, Lola?
Probably not, because he's not on the 40-man.
Oh, right.
Like, it depends, again, if you need one spot start or if you need a series of 6 starts. If it's 6 starts, I think you go Lola. If it's 1 start, I think you go Brandon Walter. If you need a prayer, you don't go with A.J. Blueball. You're right about Digger.
I am.
I love whenever you fact-check your own facts. And then whenever you're right, you celebrate.
Well, because you guys
like
are
you
guys are quick to question me on everything.
I didn't deny you. I didn't deny
So I
this
wanted
one.
to make sure that my poll was accurate.
Oh, I'll question them all the time.
Shut your mouth.
But
Yeah.
We didn't question you on this.
Not this one.
Yeah.
Not this one.
Not this one. No, we'll question you whenever it's appropriate.
Or even when it's not.
Sometimes. More appropriate than unappropriate, I think. Inappropriate. Yeah. All right, 713-780-ESPN. He's over here fist pumping that Jamie Moyer
looks a lot like Jeremy Schaap.
Phelps' daughter.
At the end of his they got this Wikipedia picture of Jamie Moyer. It looks a lot like Jeremy Schaap.
All right, 713. We've talked about Jamie Moyer, Digger Phelps, and Rick Bucher on today's show. And we're only 2 hours in. What does the final hour have in store? 713-780-ESPN. Eco Kelly Eco. He had some bombs on the Rockets offseason. We'll discuss that when we come back. Killer Bees, ESPN 97.5, ESPN 92.5.
You found the killer bees. Live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios, here's Joel Blank and Jeremy Branham.
The Jamie Moyer thing's not going great for me.
No?
Only 55% at this time know who Jamie Moyer is. That's my followers are a bunch of casuals.
I mean, he hasn't pitched since 2012.
They're casuals. I mean, casuals.
I mean, AJ, who works at the station, would have been like 11 years old when Jamie Moyer retired.
That's old enough. When did you start knowing who baseball players were?
Yeah, before that. I'm just saying, like, there's going to be a whole section of the audience that never saw him play.
Up to 63%. We're moving fast. Late Jamie Moyer push. We'll see how it ends up. Besides the fact that he stinks, Bauer's a sack of bad word, locker room cancer. Apparently his numbers are better than I thought. I guess I read a wrong
Where
tweet.
is he?
Japan. Let's see. Nobody's kicking the tires on Bauer because Manfred told them not to. It's painfully obvious, right? I don't disagree with that. I think that there's a decent chance of that.
You think that the league said something? That Manfred? I think each team is going to make their own decision.
I mean, I think Barry Bonds was blackballed.
Okay.
Barry Bonds did not want to retire, and Barry Bonds led baseball in on-base percentage his final year in the game. Why didn't Barry Bonds play again? Because he was blackballed from baseball.
The Giants would. Was there ever any indication the Giants wanted to bring him back?
Nope. The only team I remember like having any interest in Bonds was Tampa Bay. At all. Like in Bonds, his final year had an OPS over 1,000.
That's crazy.
He had a 480 on base. He wanted to keep playing. He got blackballed.
There's no doubt he didn't never lack confidence either. I mean, he believed no matter what his age was, like Tom Brady, he still believes he can hit guys.
Yeah, I believe that Bauer could have been blackballed. I believe that's in play. Now, I also believe your theory could be in play where just teams don't care. Like it could not be that, but it could be. 3-3 with a 3.20 ERA in Japan for Bauer.
I think that, like, when you remember as the story was playing out, but even when he was in LA and even the legends of the Dodgers and everybody said, I'm not going back. I'm not going anywhere near Dodger Stadium as long as this guy is still even remotely connected and affiliated with the organization. And I think a lot of current players kind of felt the same way. And you can go back to just, I don't want to say look away from or look past what he's done off the field in terms of the allegations and everything else, but it's a combination of that plus his Twitter, plus with Bregman, plus he, even going back to Garrett Cole, they hated each other at UCLA. Like he's not a great dude.
A lot of people don't like Cole either, though.
That's true.
I know who Jamie Moyer was. Is Jamie Moyer? So Jamie Moyer, I didn't realize it was
that guy.
I didn't realize it was such a divisive topic. Does Jamie Moyer?
We should have led with it.
Hey, you voting left? You voting right? Who's Jamie Moyer? 713-780 ESPN.
I wonder what I'm gonna look. His career earnings had to be great. Pitching to what, 49?
I'm sure.
Yeah, but he would have started at the wrong time, though.
I mean, he still pitched into 2012.
Yeah.
Guess his. I got it. Guess his career earnings.
Joel, go first.
We'll say.
You trying to prices right him?
Absolutely.
We don't play prices right on the Killer
$52 million.
Stupid rules.
52, 53.
Yeah, it's 84.
I would have said 120.
He was on the wrong side of his. He made $84 million, Jamie Moyer. $84 million.
That's awesome.
He was good late in his career.
Never needed a real job.
I mean, that's right about what Lance got it for his last contract.
I mean, you're playing a sport.
Yeah, but it's still a grind.
I'm not saying it's not a grind, but it's better than like the grind of like making paycheck to paycheck. And
well, sure. I mean, it'd be great to have
or
that
like
job.
selling insurance or something.
He kind of looks like he would sell insurance too.
How many years do you say he played?
He played 30 or 25.
And he got 80. Oh man. Yeah. That's I mean, obviously, like you guys said, you take 85 million or whatever he made any day of the week, but 25 years for 85 million, the AAV there, not great by today's standards.
Right. How much do you make? It's over $3.5 million.
Yeah, I know, by today's standards, that's not great.
Oh my goodness. Brian's calling poor for a guy who made $85 million in his career.
Lance got 85 for his last contract.
Yeah, I mean, yeah.
That's what I'm saying. By today's standards, that's he's in the
Jamie
poorhouse.
Moyer never said bury me in the S.
Well, he played in too many cities to be buried anywhere specific.
Mostly in Seattle. Well,
he played at least, 8 teams?
He played on, a lot of teams. 1, 2, 3,
Cubs?
4, 5,
Yeah,
6,
Cubs.
7, 8 teams. You nailed it. He played 3 years with the Cubs. But he played. I mean, he played in Seattle for
Yeah,
11.
he was mostly a Mariner.
I
And
would know. I would put him in as a
twice
Mariner.
as many years as any other team. The second highest was
Philly.
Oh, good call.
Really?
Yeah, Philly with 5. I wouldn't have guessed Philly.
I wouldn't
have known
either.
that. I would have probably guessed the Cubs.
I'm trying because I was like, what are the other random teams he played for?
Phillies were the last team he played for.
He ever pitched for the Dodgers?
No, actually, Colorado was the last team he played for. Nope, never pitched for the Dodgers. Nope,
not the Brewers.
Never the Brewers.
Brewers would be again.
Jamie Moyer wouldn't take Milwaukee seriously.
They would take a franchise. I mean, but again, cheap pitching. They like that.
11 years Seattle, 5 Philly, 3 Cubs, 3 Baltimore, 2 Texas, 1 Boston, 1 Colorado his final year, and 1 in St. Louis.
Played in Texas too.
Career of Jamie Moyer. Yeah, I can't believe you'd sign up for that heat. All right. Anyways, Kelly Eco with some eco bombs on the Houston Rockets offseason. First one, talking about the veterans, Steven Adams, Jeff Green, Jayshawn Tate. They will be unrestricted free agents on June 30th, my birthday, if you're looking to get me something. But of the trio, Adams is seen as the clear priority. Okay, thank you.
Mm-hmm.
We can realize that Adams is
bleep.
priority over Green and Tate. But if Adams leaves, team sources said the Rockets could reignite their interest in Brook Lopez.
I'm not a fan of that because of the fact that Brook Lopez is making a boatload of money compared to Steven Adams.
I mean, you have to take a pay cut, obviously.
But he's not free.
I think he is free. Yeah, I think so.
If he's free, that's a different story because now he's made a boatload of money and maybe he wants to continue to win because that would make a big difference. If you just want to go out and sign him or try and bring him in.
Yeah, he signed a 2-year contract in that Dylan Brooks free agent year.
Okay, so if he's free, that's a different story because now – yeah, I mean, Brook Lopez is an underrated defender. I think he was all defensive first or second team 2 years ago. He can shoot the 3 ball, as you know. Sometimes he gets enamored with it. He's not I don't think he's the shot blocker or the offensive rebounder of Steven Adams, but I think you're a better team offensively with him, and he still plays good defense.
Yeah, he's like a stretch 5, which a team that has bad shooting would be pretty unique. So, yeah, I mean, I wouldn't hate the idea of Brook Lopez. Obviously, the finances would have to work, and I prefer Adams and all of that, but I wouldn't hate the idea of Lopez. Houston is also anticipating conversations with Boston's front office with the assumption that the Celtics will offload some contracts.
But who do you want? Like, you
Kristaps
look at it,
Porzingis. I'm kidding.
No, but I'm looking at it going, I mean, the obvious choice is either Jaylen Brown, who's making $60 million a year, and I don't know what you think of him as being that guy, to be one of the guys. I think he's better than Jalen Green, but I don't know if he's worth $60 million a year. And he only uses one hand, as you like to say.
Everybody says that.
Yeah, I think White is a guy that everybody would like, but I think he's overpaid. I think that, and I don't think he does what this team needs. I think he's the perfect complementary fit to a team that has 2 go-to guys or more like Boston does. I don't know that if you're looking for him to take on one of the Tatum Brown type roles for this team or a more significant role offensively with this team, I don't think he's that kind of guy where you give him the ball and get out of the way.
No, I agree with that. I think he'd be a good fit on this team, but I don't think he'd be a good fit as like the alpha perimeter player on this team. So yeah, I don't really know either. Would you take a redshirt year on Jason Tatum?
No. I just look. I think Tatum's still going to be a hell of a player, but I mean, at what price? They're going to want everything. They're going to want the whole farm for you.
They want a lot of youth because they're not going to want money. Like they're trying to get rid of like long-term contracts.
Sure, but at the same time, they're going to want almost all of your young core.
Oh, for sure.
And draft picks.
Yeah. I mean, you'd have to get it at a discount, a pretty big discount. Anyways, Houston's expected to bring back guard Fred VanVleet. No surprise there. Kelly continues to report the Rockets are out on Devin Booker. You believe that to be true?
I believe it. I believe that's true.
Yeah, I do too. I believe Kelly's reporting. Phoenix is aggressive in pursuit of A, trading Durant, and B, regaining full control of their draft capital, which the Rockets have, starting with the number 10 pick in next month's draft. Since the conclusion of the season, Houston has fielded several calls from Phoenix, who have since gradually lowered their asking price for Durant. There is a price where the Rockets would be interested, but with the fear of breaking up their roster for a 36-year-old coming off injury, doubt remains over a deal materializing.
Yeah, I think that shows you that Phoenix, the writing's on the wall, that they're actually showing a little desperation. They're showing their hand a little bit to where the Rockets should take full advantage because we've always discussed this, and I've always said price matters. And I think that from a Kevin Durant standpoint, what really matters on top of that is age-wise, he's not a fit with the rest of this team. But if you get him for a couple of years and you don't have to give up that much to get him, And if it starts with the fact that they want their number 10 pick back, well, I'm going to have that conversation as long as it's not much more than that to get a guy like Kevin Durant. I think Kevin Durant for 2 years could help this team, but I don't think Kevin Durant helps this team as much as it could hurt if you had to give up a boatload of picks and prospects, because I think that that's not worth it for the Rockets at this point for the short-term payback you're going to get from Kevin Durant.
I started to play around with it a little bit. It's very difficult to trade for Durant because of the salaries. Very hard.
So you got to give up at least one of Fred VanVleet or Dylan Brooks.
One of them. I was trying to figure out a way to trade for Durant without trading one of those guys. And maybe you can do it with like some of these expiring contract club options, maybe sign and trades, where like you overpay Jeff Green to try to make a salary work type of deal.
And even Steven Adams.
So you might be able to do that, but the trade machine doesn't allow you to like, manipulate team option or a free agent contract. So maybe it can be done, but you can't do it on the trade machine. So it is difficult to trade for Durant's salary. I'm intrigued by Durant if you can have him for cheap.
Yep.
I don't would you trade Fred VanVleet and Dylan Brooks' salary for Durant?
Like both of them?
No. Just one of them. One of them, young picks or players, sweeteners for Durant.
I would trade Fred VanVleet.
Okay. Who's playing point?
I think that you can, if you run the system that he's run in the past, and a lot remains to be seen what kind of offense they're going to run next year. But I think that you've already shown that you can get you have ball handlers that can at least handle the ball enough to get the ball up and down the court. I don't think a men's a point. They're really, really high on Reed Shepherd, whether Israel likes to hear that or not. But I think that you've got guys on the roster. When you look at the way they played last year when VanVleet was out, it was like point guard by committee.
So you would have no problem trading VanVleet for Fred VanVleet, pick 10, and maybe a sweetener for Durant.
Done.
What about Dylan Brooks instead of Fred? And then maybe salary filler to make the salaries work.
See, for me, Dylan Brooks, I think he had a career year last year. I think and I've always been on record saying I thought he got grossly overpaid, but good on him for getting it. I think that they didn't use him enough in the playoffs to basically, I don't think he was really a factor in the playoffs at all. And I think that for that reason, I could move on from him.
So would you move on from Dylan or Fred first?
Fred first.
Really?
Yep.
Okay. What if you could trade? And again, I don't know how the salaries would fit here. Like Rafael Stone would have to get super creative on the parting free agents with sign and trades and club out, all that stuff.
Mm-hmm.
Would you trade Jalen Green, pick 10, and then all your salary filler for Kevin Durant?
I think that's a lot. I think that's too much. I think that there are other teams in the league that are willing to explore a trade for Jalen Green because of the ceiling and the potential, and they would probably have better to give than a short-term return on investment like Kevin Durant.
Of the okay, so you rather keep Dylan than Fred. Would you rather keep Jalen or Dylan?
In this deal?
Just overall, offseason.
Overall, I would move Jalen Green for the right deal, but that's got to be more than an aged Kevin Durant. It's got to be someone else that becomes a piece for a longer period of time that fits better with this core.
But if we just erased one guy off the roster next year, Jalen or Dylan, which of the two would you rather erase?
Probably Dylan.
Yeah, same. I would actually flip Fred and Dylan. I would go Jalen, Fred, Dylan. You went Jalen, Dylan, Fred.
In terms of keeping? Yeah.
Jalen,
Fred,
I flip Fred and Dylan. Yeah. Although I like
and
Dylan.
Look, from a regular season perspective, Jalen Green gives you a lot on a night-by-night basis that helps you win basketball games.
And he's young.
Yeah.
Milwaukee superstar Giannis remains a target, team sources said, but there's been recent uncertainty in the past week on his actual availability. So that looks like probably longer odds of that happening.
See, Milwaukee doesn't want to let him go. They want him to be the one they want him to be the fall guy to say, I want out. But they are still trying to find a way behind the scenes to get around the fact that Damian Lillard's not going to be with them all next year, no matter what. And Giannis wants to get better if he stays.
Yeah.
And the challenge is, even if you let Lopez walk, they're so locked down in bad contracts and don't have their own draft pick until like 2030.
Yeah.
That there's not much they can do.
Tari and Jabari, both of whom are extension eligible. Rockets are going to continue to speak with their representation. Rockets aren't going to let them walk for free. Looks like they're open to the idea of signing them.
But not at max money.
Probably not. No.
I don't think either guy's worthy of it.
But it also not, and they're also not free agents. There'll be free agents in
Right.
a year. But the Kelly says they are comfortable matching any offer that would come for either in restricted free agency in 2026. So
I think both are on the table in trades this offseason.
Probably. A handful of teams have inquired about Cam. Cam has not requested a trade. Rockets still hopeful for him. The Rockets plan to use Reed Shepherd for a vastly expanded role, and then they're open to trading the number 10 pick. So
I think they should trade the 10 pick. I think they have enough with doubles in a lot of cases of guys that are young that play key roles in this rotation. A guy that you drafted at number 10 this year, when's he going to help the team?
I mean,
especially when you look at what happened with Reed Shepherd, let alone Cam.
I mean, somebody could surprise you and just be better than those guys. But I tend to agree. Like I would trade the pick probably as well.
Yeah, I just think that even when you look at some of the guys coming out, and a lot of them are super young, that if you look at best case scenario, you get a guy that gives you some minutes off the bench that might be able to fill a temporary, like a part-time role. I don't see at number 10 you getting a guy that's going to be plug and play and taking minutes away from your core group.
Yeah. All right. So we're going to have Kelly Eco on with us tomorrow, too. So we'll have this chat with him tomorrow as well. Summer Circuit is back. Join ESPN Houston every week as we visit different restaurants all over the greater Houston area. Each week, you can register to win our grand prizes of the summer, a pair of brand new e-bikes from Power on Electric Bicycle Company, a $4,000 value. For registration, you just have to stop by the promo team whenever we're out at the Summer Circuit. This week, we're headed out to Kemah inside the Galaxy Adventure Party Room. We're going to have great food. We're going to have great cocktails. So come out, join us this Friday from noon to 6 out at the Kemah Boardwalk. You can find the entire Summer Circuit schedule on our website at ESPN975.com. Cash 'em or trash 'em coming up next. It's the Bees on ESPN 97.5 and ESPN 92.5. We're trashing with the bees. What are you cashing? What are you trashing? 713-780-3776. What do you got today, Blankers?
I'm going to go off the beaten path. Starbucks and other coffee places like Dunkin' and other places should have a separate line for people that just want regular coffee instead of all the extras. They'd make more money and they would speed up the process by a lot.
I don't know if they would make more money.
I think they would, because I think a lot of coffee people avoid going there because if they just want like black coffee, that they got to fight through all the other, because the lines are always so long. If they just did a separate line for just coffee, like straight coffee orders.
I wonder how much their revenue gain is on drip coffee. I don't know. I don't know.
I think it's pretty good.
I don't know. And I'm cashing the idea. I think this is a great idea. So let's go ahead and just put that out there. I'm cashing it. Great idea. I hate getting behind all the, I need this mocha frappuccino, orange, strawberry refresher. Yay. What was the one in Zoolander? Orange mocha frappuccino?
I don't remember.
Give me a good old fashioned black drip coffee with nothing in it. Fill it to the brim.
I'm a dog.
Fill it to the brim. They always, do you want anything in your coffee? Just the coffee, baby. Get it in me. Inject it in my veins. So yeah, I hate getting behind those people. So I'm cashing that idea. I don't know if they would make more money though.
I think that if a lot of people knew that it would speed up the process, because like the Starbucks in our neighborhood, and they continue to open more and more of them.
Yeah,
the real true black coffee drinkers don't like the fact that the line in the drive-through and the line inside is so long that if there was like an express line for just the pour and go, that a lot of people would go back there.
Do you not go because you're?
I've just heard from a lot of my friends that are big, like straight black coffee drinkers.
Here's the other thing. What if you get stuff in your black coffee?
But most of it you can put in yourself, like, because on the way out they have the Splendas and the other things.
Wouldn't know. Don't live that life. I'm cashing it. I think it's a good idea.
Yeah, I'll cash it as well. I don't know what percentage. I'm not a coffee drinker, but I don't know what percentage of Starbucks customers are going. I mean, like, if I would imagine if I'm going to Starbucks, it's because I want all the extra crap, right? Like, if I want black coffee, I would just get it at home.
Well, it depends. I mean, sometimes you're out. Like, I travel. Like, there are days whenever I travel in the morning, and like, hey, I'm going to go to a coffee shop to work.
I would just think of Dunkin' before I would Starbucks.
I mean, it depends. I mean, a lot of it depends. Like, I don't go to Starbucks much. When I go to Starbucks, the only time I go, I get a black drip coffee. I don't get any of the extra stuff. So, like, maybe I'm not the contingent here, but I think there's more people than you think that drink just the black coffee.
Maybe so. I think it would be helpful inside. I think that's easy to pull off. I mean, for the drive-through though, I don't think they're not gonna pave another lane to add this on.
The funny thing is too is that they have it's all down to a science of timing, and they're held to the fire sometimes for like each car. It should take from the time you order like 33 seconds. There's no way it's coming close because most of the time the line is so long.
Yeah, hopefully they have a little bit of leeway when the orders are ridiculous. And some of these Starbucks orders I hear too are insane.
Oh,
like milk, soy, hold the whip, like 2 Splendas, 1 sugar, and a sweet and low. Like, it's insane. Some of these people
at our Starbucks, the one of my buddies that's a barista. When those orders come in, he'll save the sticker thing for me to go, you got to see this one today. And it's like people get the girl the other day told me there was someone that came in and asked for a 15 shot, like Trenta Cup espresso with very little else. And it's like, that's a Dan Campbell order right there. I mean, that's nuts.
A diesel. That's a diesel.
And that better
order.
be all day.
I'm going to cash or trash. They should reseed the super regionals. You have teams that are advancing.
Glenn just walked in with a black coffee.
You have teams that are advancing that are
espresso.
There are top 16 seeds that are playing each other. If you would reseed it, you wouldn't have these stacked super regional matchups, and you would actually this year have 3 teams that are having to go on the road that would actually be hosting if you reseeded after the regionals.
Oh, I like
and
that.
Into the supers.
I think they absolutely should do that. I'll cash that because, yeah, absolutely. The fact that these teams that are earning these spots, if they have I mean, yeah, I don't want to see 16 play 16, but I'd like to see the fact that, Cinderellas have a legitimate shot. That's been some good, fun baseball to watch.
Yeah. Cash and trash, Brian.
I cash it as well. Yeah.
Reseed. Give me a good reseed. Brian, what do you got?
Yeah, I'm for a reseed in every sport. I think every sport should do that. I'm going to go to, I think, a place you guys wouldn't expect because also, besides not being a coffee drinker, also not much not much of a golf watcher. But I heard this brought up. I don't remember exactly where the other day. I don't know if there's a thing we do dumber in sports than the idea of golfers have to keep their own scorecard, sign it, and then turn it back in. There are cameras on every hole of every major golf tournament. We know that because they put up the graphic and have the score for us, like they do in every other sport. We don't require any other sport to turn in their own scorecard. There's no one. The manager in baseball is not filling out a scorecard. I don't know why we have to do this dumb. I guess maybe it's a tradition. I'm not sure why the practice started. But I don't see why in 2025 we're still having golfers in major PGA tournaments turn in their own scorecard.
Where are you at on this one?
Why are you waiting for me?
Because I was curious.
Have your own take.
No, I do have my own take. I do have my own take. I believe in like the old school golf in a lot of ways, but I think that this is one that I will cash, because I think they should, from the standpoint of, we've had people calling in the past to like call violations on players.
Got rid of that.
They did. I know they got rid of it eventually, but also like, everything is right there. They're keeping the shot by shot, unless there's like where there's a controversial after the round that has to be discussed. I think it would speed up the whole process, including like the winner getting out to the green. They always got to go to the scorer's tent first. Got to go over his scorer's card, and it's going to take a while before he comes back out. Like, I'm all for speeding up the whole scoring process.
I agree with most of this, but I don't know if enough of my content would make it a trash. I think that they should all have like a score per group, and then you confirm it with either the caddy or the player after the hole. Okay, you had a 4 there, and then that's like your roaming score. I agree that it's kind of weird that a golfer keeps their own score, but there are times whenever it is important. Like there are certain spots where, like, maybe not a great golfer, the camera's not always on him. That he went in the water there. Oh, okay. I didn't realize that he had to take a drop, and now he's, he didn't get par on that hole. He had to take a drop, or they take an unplayable. So there's certain little nuances.
Is there not a hole on every?
Well, no. There is a
camera on every hole.
No, but there's an official scores rep that walks with every group.
Yeah, so let them take the score.
I don't know that they do on every. I don't know if there's one per group. Maybe there is.
Well, then they call in a rules official if there's something that's egregious or like they're not familiar with. But there is the official scorekeeper in every group.
But there are times when the graphic gets confused and doesn't know, or the cameraman gets confused because, like, oh, he took an unplayable there. I had no idea. So it can be a little tricky. I'm in favor of the walking score, whether it's in a tour official or whatever. But I think that it does need to be confirmed to the player caddy after each hole. They do need it, because there are some instances where, I took a drop there, or I double hit it out of the bunker.
Yeah.
Like, there are some weird little things that happen in golf where that only would be known by the player.
Yeah, you think there's someone close enough from whether it be another caddy or something that could hear the double hit or see something like that.
Yeah.
But I think in those cases, until the score becomes official, there's something after the round that is reviewed or whatever.
Because as it is right now, if there's more than one player in the group, you keep your score and another player in the group.
You definitely, like, you would keep my card as well as your own.
But if it was
mine.
if it was a 3-man group, then like you would keep mine, I would keep Brian would keep yours.
Correct.
I like the idea of a roaming score, but there does need to be an aspect of the player keeping their own score as well.
You don't think this could be handled just by the cameras watching each hole?
No, there's no way the cameras are going to understand the nuances of certain drops or unplayables.
But the person watching the camera feed wouldn't.
I don't think so. No, because sometimes those things are very subtle. Sometimes they're very subtle, or like you think he takes an unplayable but really didn't.
Well, then how are they fact checking the score afterhand or after
There's probably a score for TV with the group. Maybe
there's a television score that's the person.
Yeah.
There's the person that's carrying the sign, but then there's an official score that's traveling with the group that after every hole is in charge of reporting it back to television and to the video boards that are up around the courses. But to your point, the one that gets kind of dicey is like if the way they're doing drops now, like you drop it twice, and if it rolls a certain amount, then you're allowed to sit to like place the ball within a certain area within the 2 club lengths. There's guys that are going to probably prop up their ball, do some things like that too, where if there's not a rules official close by, or if you drop and the ball rolls like right on the edge of the line for the out of bounds, are they grounding their club? Because inside you're not allowed to, outside you are. Those are things that can still come in question.
Right. Those are like the little nuances that would be problematic. And like the current, like the little PGA TrackMan stuff or whatever, like the score, like sometimes they miss. They miss because of that. There's a discrepancy in the score until they turn it in because they didn't know. So maybe if you get the communication between all three, it can be done. But there are little nuances that are weird. Trash the Starbucks, because anyone who likes straight black coffee knows that Starbucks coffee is trash. Cash or trash, pickle flavored chips.
Pass.
I'll cash this. There's one brand that makes a spicy pickle. It's pretty dang good.
Yeah, I'm going to trash this as well.
Miss Vicky. Miss Vicky spicy pickle. Oh, boy, they're good. Dunkin's is terrible.
We got a kid on our softball team that just absolutely everything with pickles.
Cash or trash, Blankers is one of those people ordering the frou-frou drinks.
No, I'm not. I get an Americano, which is basically lots of shots in water.
So you trash it. Yeah, I trash it. Any gas station has better coffee. Yes. Have a scorer for the group who is also a rule official and a pace of play monitor. That sounds good. Trash the baseball reseed. This is the only sport that gives small schools a slight chance to host a meaningful sporting event. You win a regional as a dog. Why punish them? Because if you win a regional as a dog, you're not hosting a super. You need 2 dogs to win a regional to host a super, and that's very, very rare. All right. Is he a pirate or is he a pirate of the Caribbean? 713-780-3776. Killer Bees, ESPN 97.5 and ESPN 92.5.
You're listening to the Killer Bees with Joel Blank and Jeremy Branham.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Broadcasting live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios.
Intern praise in the production room. She's doing a fantastic job. Second day on the job. I'm surprised Brian didn't have her running the board yet.
Yeah, that's next week.
Yeah.
That's the crash course.
Gonna throw her right into the Wolves. All right, is this guy a Pirate? Member of the Pittsburgh Pirates, which the Pirates and Astros begin a 3-game series with Paul Skeens on the mound against Lance McCullers today at 6:05. I'm excited to watch Paul Skeens. I'm equally excited and equally terrified for the Astros offense. But 6:05 first pitch, Skeens versus McCullers.
Yeah, I'm curious to see all his stuff, and we don't get a chance to see him very often. He's not on national TV much at all,
Nice
if
Pirate.
at all. Yeah, so I am definitely interested, but I'm a little worried for the Astros.
Paul Skeens, Pirate or a Pirate?
Pirate.
I'm just kidding. Hector Barbosa. Is he a Pirate or a Pirate of the Caribbean?
No, is this a character or an actor?
Character.
Character. Okay.
Character. An actual pirate, in fact.
Okay.
Oh,
Character
so
name.
real old school Pirates.
I think they were in the movie, but I never watched it, so I can't confirm or deny.
Brian probably watched it 5 times.
I've never seen the movies.
Who's going first?
Age before beauty, so this one, it's a real tough one.
Okay.
Unfair.
Who is it
Joel's
again?
first. Hector Barbosa was the
Hector
name.
Barbosa.
I will say he is a Pirate of the Caribbean.
That sounds more like a baseball player to me.
He is a Pirate of the Caribbean.
Damn.
Blankers up 1-0. Will Turner.
Will Turner. That name sounds pretty familiar. I'll say Pirate.
I'll definitely say Pittsburgh Pirate.
Pirate of the Caribbean.
Damn.
Will Turner.
I think you did that first. That was about as non-pirated
Of
name as you could
course.
possibly
Don't
find.
you?
Yeah.
Yes. No, that
That's
is
the
the
game.
game. That is the game.
Bill Turner.
Pittsburgh Pirate.
Say the name again.
Bill Turner.
Didn't you
Real
just say
tough one.
Will Turner
I did.
before this?
I did.
Okay. The game's afoot. I'll say Pittsburgh Pirate also.
He is a Pirate of the Caribbean.
Damn it.
They're brothers, aren't they?
I don't know.
Oh.
But, probably. His nickname
You
was
say Justin Turner next.
his,
I'm gonna.
his nickname was Bootstrap.
Of course.
Will
Why not?
Turner. Cutler Beckett.
I mean, am I first here?
I don't know.
Yeah,
I think
this is
so.
number 4. I'm first. Cutler. That sounds like you want me to think it's a real Pirate of the Caribbean, so I will say Pittsburgh Pirate.
Oh, I don't think. I think the opposite. I think it's a Pittsburgh Pirate because I think he sounds like he's a boomer and doesn't have a name like Bill or Will. I'll say Pittsburgh Pirate.
Pirate of the Caribbean. Cutler Beckett.
Joel, we've been fooled.
Yes.
Ian Mercer.
Pittsburgh Pirate.
I'm going to play the game. Pirate of the Caribbean.
He is a Pirate of the Caribbean.
There we go. Tied up, baby.
Armando Salazar.
Okay, when does he switch? Because it's all been Pirates of the Caribbean. Armando Salazar? I'm going to say Pittsburgh Pirate.
I'm going to say Pittsburgh Pirate.
He is a Pirate of the Caribbean.
Damn it. Nothing yet.
Eduardo Villanueva.
He is a Pirate of the Caribbean.
Pirate of the Caribbean.
Correct. He is. They're all Pirates of the Caribbean. No one other than Paul Skeens is worth bringing up. O'Neal Cruz, too. But y'all know who those two are.
Yeah.
So.
O'Neal
I
Cruz
would've
had
got
a
that
really
one.
bad game defensively against the Astros. Remember?
No.
Yeah, I think he had like 3 or 4 errors,
don't
2 on
remember.
1 play
Really?
last time they played. Yeah.
It's a phenom, but hadn't all put it
Something
together
like
yet.
ties. Do you have any more?
So, no, that's it.
Eh,
Paul Skeens.
Pittsburgh
That's all I
Pirate.
got.
Who's the
7
manager of the
Seven
Pirates?
is a
I don't even remember.
See, I don't even know who the manager
Jack
of the Pirates
McKeon.
is.
Lloyd McClendon.
Yeah,
I don't know.
I couldn't tell you.
Will
Willie
Gardner.
Stargell. Keep going.
Willie Stargell.
Omar Moreno.
Who is the manager of the
Jason
Pirates?
Kendall.
Kent Tekulve. R.I.P.
Jason Bay.
Don Kelly. He replaced Derek Shelton, who
Who
they
the
fired.
is that guy?
Exactly.
They fired. They're on their second manager already.
So are the
Oh,
Rockets.
that's
Remember they
right.
fired
That's right.
Shelton.
Yeah.
That's
They fired
right.
Shelton. All right, let's get to our car wreck of the day. 713-780-3776. What is your car wreck of the day? It's the Bees, ESPN 97.5, ESPN 92.5. LinkedIn wants me to add Gerard Johnson.
It's your guy.
I don't know. I don't feel comfortable doing it.
He's got to add you first.
I don't feel comfortable. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm a add me first kind of guy.
Okay.
Yeah.
Make it about yourself?
I don't want to be a cleat chaser, a whistle chaser.
Well, I mean, you know him though, right?
I do.
That's not a clean chaser.
He asked me for tickets to the Final Four.
Did he really? He did. Well, at least that solidifies the fact that he knows you.
You have a hook up on Final Four tickets. I go,
He's a ticket chaser.
I go, sorry, I don't. And then we haven't talked since.
Transactional
Maybe you were. He did know who you were.
Oh, he knows who I am. But
deleting your name from his phone after that.
Him and my cousin were tight, actually. Do you know who Jamie Moyer is? 70% yes, 30% no.
Brian and I for the win.
I oversold it.
Yeah, I think you said 98%.
I said 90.
90? Okay.
But Blanker said that my Twitter audience is younger, so maybe the Hive ship. With those back foot breaking balls, they're a lot of fun until they hit a back foot. All right, cash them or trash them. No, not cash them or trash them. Car wreck of the day. What is your car wreck of the day? 713-780-3776. It is the Bees. ESPN 975, 9725.
I'm going to start over the weekend on the regionals. Florida Gators head coach Kevin O'Sullivan, who I believe is a car wreck, and I am not a big fan of no matter what, but he was upset over a schedule change during the regional that delayed his game from a 12:06 start to a 1:06 start because the game with East Carolina from the night before went late. It's not even the fact that he protested. It's the fact that he blew a tantrum. He cussed a lot of people out. And for one, Coastal Carolina head coach did not like it much and wasn't afraid to call him out on it.
And I don't know if I'm supposed to say this or not, but I believe in standing up for what's right. And what transpired this morning on our field, another coach disrespected our associate AD, who works as hard as anybody in our entire program. He disrespected our field crew, who are the salt of the earth. These guys would do anything for our program. It's not okay. And this needs to be brought up. Absolutely disrespectful. As a coach, it's our job to mentor young kids. And the way he treated the two site reps, the way he treated our associate AD, the way he treated our field crew is absolutely unacceptable. And that's what I'm most disappointed about. This is a national champion coach who thinks he can come in here and try to bully people around. Disappointed. Disappointed. Somebody that a lot of coaches look up to. For him to act that way, really disappointed. He disrespected a Hall of Fame coach who's the site rep here. That's all I got to say.
Disappointed.
Then the video started to surface of exactly how he lit people up with cuss bombs and temper tantrums. And if you don't know or you don't remember, this was also the same coach that the two A&M fans were banned permanently from Omaha, and I think they still call it Rosenblatt Stadium.
No, I think they play in a new one now, TD Ameritrade Stadium or whatever.
I know
but I think Rosenblatt's still there.
Rosenblatt's where the AAA team played that also used to host the College World Series, and I think maybe they built them their own stadium. Anyway, the two A&M fans were berating him because of his past. If you don't know, you can look it up. But this is not a good dude. And the video that surfaced behind to back up the fact that he lit some people up with cuss-laden temper tantrums is just a bad. It's a bad look.
I actually agree with his.
I thought you would in terms of the game change.
Yeah, the reasoning I agree with. His behavior is unacceptable.
Right.
I can understand his point of being unhappy with the game change because now you're giving you're giving a team that played late the extra hour, so they gain the advantage, and it's a disadvantage for you. So, like, I can understand where he's coming from. I don't think that his complaint is awful. I think his complaint is fair. His behavior is completely unacceptable.
Yeah.
Completely unacceptable. That was terrible. I would be disappointed if I employed that guy. The Wake Forest baseball coach, see, he got in a little bit of trouble,
Yeah,
too.
he did. Got caught with a little too easy a lip reading on what he said about a Tennessee player. And then right after that, the Tennessee player hit a 2-run bomb?
Hit a bomb.
Wow.
Careful what you say.
Did you see the other one, too, with the Tennessee relief pitcher where the
guy's going to be a top 10 pick? Liam Doyle?
But the batter intentionally the third base coach called time, and they were slow.
Yeah.
And what did he say? Get in the effing box. And then he just.
I think he said you're in trouble.
I thought, something to the
Something like
effect
that,
of get in the box, and then he just downed him on 3 pitches.
Yeah, that guy's going to be a top 10 pick, Liam Doyle. They brought him back on 2 days rest.
He's got
pitch out of the bullpen.
He's got an arm.
Tennessee goes on the road to take on Arkansas.
Yep.
See, Tennessee would like a reseed because they would be hosting if they did the reseed. Car wreck of the day, the New York Knicks firing Thibodeau. They're going to be worse. They're going to be worse off. You see oftentimes, let's get rid of this defensive-minded guy because we want pretty ball. And then pretty ball means losing ball. Bad decision there. And I'm gonna nominate Ronald Darby for retiring. You signed a contract this offseason and you retired this offseason? That's a car wreck. I have no problem with people retiring, especially even if they're under contract. But when you sign a contract, you can't retire that same offseason. It's a car wreck.
If you're not feeling it anymore, you can retire whenever you want.
But he signed a contract like 2 months ago.
I'd rather him retire, though, than
half-ass it.
Yeah, half-ass and go Ed Reed on us.
Sure, that's fine. But it can still be a car wreck.
Sure.
It can be a lesser car wreck, but it's still a car wreck.
Yeah, that's fair.
Ronald Darby.
I'll nominate Jamie Moyer. And the Jamie Moyer reference.
What did he do?
More so the Jamie Moyer reference.
He looks like Jamie Moyer. I'm sorry that you casuals don't know who he is.
Let's up the reference. That was 13 years ago.
That's why these eyes don't fail me. Is the eyes remembered player comps from 2012 that are identical. If you casuals don't know who he is, that's on you, not me.
Who you upping it to, like Bartolo Colon?
Yeah, he at least made it to like 2016 or so.
Well, he's right-handed. That'd be a terrible comp.
It would be a terrible comp, but I'm just talking about
it was a great comp. It's a great pull, is what it is. Alex wanted to nominate you, Brian.
Shocker.
For saying that Jamie Moyer didn't make much money in his career.
Compared to today's standards, I don't know why that's lost on this conversation.
If he made $82 million in his career, though, especially considering those circumstances, he did well. So what?
Brian, if you made $82 million over the next 25 years, would you be okay with that in today's standards?
We're talking about current Major League Baseball player standards, not my standard.
That guy did pour off. Can you believe his return on investment was only $4 million
25 years.
His AAV was only $4 a year. What a bum.
But now
average pitchers playing 25 years now would make over $200 million easy.
Just think about if you could get 5 yards behind an NFL offensive line, and you could get from left field into the batter's box. How much money you could make.
Israel Crash. He said Crash. Shepard can replace Fred in any way. Laughing emoji. Thought that was a bad take by you. Josh from the Seabrook. Bill Simmons. He went after Pablo Torre after Torre's reporting of Belichick. Torre threatened back at Simmons with the receipts. Yeah, a little pillow fight those two got going on.
Yeah. Israel for texting 136 times today.
I appreciate it. Branham calling this cash him or trash him. Yeah, that's a good point. All right. What we got? Who's winning?
The Florida coach.
All right, Florida coach. That is it for us. Thanks to Brian. Hard work. He's blank on Branham. Talk to you tomorrow, Houston. Glenn Davis, Soccer Matters right now on ESPN 97.5.
Hey guys, Lance Zerline here from ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. You can catch me arguing with John Granado and Del Olaleye on the radio on a regular basis. But when you miss the show, how are you going to know what you missed? How are you going to know about our conversations and what everyone's talking about? Well, you can follow us on our social media pages, and I'm talking about for the radio station. We do a great job at taking all of the show content that you see on our show and all of the great shows on ESPN 97.5 and ESPN 92.5 lineup, and we will recycle and let you hear the best of the best. Conversations about big wins, the most disappointing losses, who's doing a good job as manager or head coach. We're talking about it all. Do not miss it. Listen to the radio as often as you can. But if you miss it, follow the social media pages, like, subscribe, and never miss a second of the great content right here on the station.
All right, welcome in everybody on the heels of the Killer Bees, Jeremy and Joel. We are going to do 2 hours of soccer talk here tonight. That's our new schedule. So welcome into Soccer Matters on ESPN 97.5, everyone. New schedule, Tuesdays from 6 to 8. Tomorrow night, on Wednesday at 6, we debut the new show. It's called Destination 2026, Houston's Countdown to the Cup. And that will be a World Cup history show, interviews with former players and those executing the event in the city of Houston, history of the World Cup. And then, we'll get your feelings on it. When did the World Cup become important to you as a young person? We'll discuss those indelible moments when you first became enamored with the World Cup and when it came to your attention. Tomorrow we'll have on Marcelo Balboa. One of the things about Marcelo, he was on the 94 World Cup team that beat Colombia. Had the bicycle kick in that World Cup that did not go in, but that changed his entire life. And we'll talk to him about that. We'll talk about the tragedy of what happened to Andres Escobar of Colombia after the own goal. He went back to his country and was murdered. A lot of World Cup history stuff tomorrow. More of it will be upbeat. That's for sure. But Chris Canetti will also be on the program, who heads up the World Cup committee. Call in tonight, 713-780-3776, 713-780-3776. We stream at ESPN975.com. The podcast always at Spotify, Apple, ESPN975.com. All right, so I'm going to get into a little I'm going to get on a soapbox here for a minute. PSG has restored my faith. We can address Inter Milan later, but this 5-0 beatdown, by the way, was the largest margin in the history of the European Cup and the Champions League for a final. But this was the football we wanted to see. Free-flowing, interchanging of positions, tricks, flicks, quick thinking, width, depth, footballers marrying razor-sharp technique and just out-of-this-world ability. Some of the goals in this game were absolutely spectacular. And I think it's renewed a lot of our faith. None of the inverted winger, none of the passing it around forever. This was streamlined, fast football. It was a dismantling. It was a destruction. It was an annihilation of Inter Milan. And it was impressive in the style and circumstance, as much in the style and circumstance as it was in the scoreline. All right, so I go right to their midfield. Vitinha, Fabian Ruiz, Desiree Doué, all, by the way, Doué, 19 years of age. Impressive. Then you've got the front runners of Kvaratskhelia, Dembele, Mayulu. And they're wreaking havoc. They're making Inter Milan look so slow and sluggish. High-energy attack, pressing machine. Milan looks ordinary. They look pedestrian. And, in fact, if you're in a Milan, I mean, this was an embarrassment. Yes, they got to the final, but it was an embarrassment in the final. They just looked pedestrian. They didn't look up for it. So PSG gave us a footballing spectacle under manager Luis Enrique. And I know many have gone right away to the spend of the Qatari owners of PSG. Now, spend and investment, yeah, it's one thing. You still have to put a team together of highly paid athletes that will work together, will be goal-oriented. They'll be collective. That's what we saw. This was Luis Enrique, man management at its best. And let's not forget, this was the same PSG that had Kylian Mbappe, okay, who wanted to go to Real Madrid because he wanted to win the Champions League. How about that? Had Neymar, had Leo Messi, and none of them ever got it done. So the moral of the story here is the collective over the individual. Maybe Mbappe and all the attention, the ego, the placating to that player was the problem. But this was a coaching gem from Luis Enrique. So congratulations to PSG. We can all bathe in the beauty of the type of football they played. This was spectacular. So Inter Milan was never in this. Never in it. Largest margin of victory in history. I mentioned that. PSG was too young, too mobile, too good, too dominant. Last time anyone conceded 5 in a Champions League final, it was 1962 when Benfica put 5 on Real Madrid in a 5-3 win. So there's other examples, but nobody ever won by a margin of 5 goals. So let's go to the 12th minute. They get it started. Now, this is Hakimi against his former team. And I'll tell you a little bit about this after we hear the call.
Kvaratskhelia into Fabian Ruiz. Back to Vitinha. Fed in beautifully to Doué. And it's Hakimi! And it's just beautiful. Oh, hang it in the Louvre.
By the way, that's your right back who scores. Hakimi used to play at Inter Milan. And DeMarco, who, I thought DeMarco and Dumfries were going to be real important pieces in this game. DeMarco had a nightmare on the first 2 goals, kept everybody on side, was totally not aware of where the rest of his defenders were. And the rest was then combination play. 20th minute, they'll make it 2-0. So Doué gets the assist to Hakimi. Now he gets his first of the night in the 20th.
And here goes Dembele, and he's got Fabian Ruiz up with him and Doué arriving. Ousmane Dembele on the ball. João Neves has made a run into the box. This is Desiree Doué, and he's deflected in. And Paris Saint-Germain are in dreamland. They're 2 up after 20 minutes.
I mean, the defending from DeMarco on this, it's almost comical. He turns his back, he shies away, he's not brave, and of course, he's not even looking at it. He doesn't make himself big, and it deflects in off him. That's the first 20 minutes. It's over. Let's go to Doué again. Now, this was the goal of the night for me. This is all orchestrated. The architect is Vitinha. Vitinha's going to pick a ball up about 20 yards outside his 18. He then plays it back to a center back, runs back that way. It, in turn, pulls Inter Milan out a little bit, gets the ball off his center back, and basically is going to play a pass or two and run through the entire Inter Milan team and then lay on the pass that Doué scores to finish it. He starts it at his own 18, produces the final pass at the other end of the field.
Vitinha. Dembele. Oh, absolutely wonderful. Doors have been opened here. Vitinha has found Doué. It is delicious. You will not see a better goal this season. It's a goal that is PSG's 150th of this glorious season. And it has just about won them their first Champions League. What a way to get to the top of the European game.
So that makes it 3-0 in the second half. By the way, there was a beautiful sort of flick and roll of the ball from the sole of the foot of Dembele on that. But this is modern attacking football. It's not the slow tempo. It's not the inverted wingers. It's flying. Kvaratskhelia will make it 4-0, and this is a finish at the near post. It's kind of a clinical finish here. Summer can't seal off his near post, and it makes it 4-0.
And here is Dembele, and onto Kvaratskhelia. There's no flag at the moment. It's Kavicha Kvaratskhelia. It's 4. Paris Saint-Germain are winning the Champions League and winning it in style.
They make it 5. Mayalu will come off some combination play and whip in the 5th.
Mayulu, Barcola, Mayulu. Oh! It's 5. It's going to be not only Paris Saint-Germain's first Champions League success, it's going to be a record Champions League success.
Pretty incredible. 5-0 is the final score. Now, you can go back to AC Milan 4-0 over Barcelona in 1993 and 94. By the way, that was Johan Cruyff's Barcelona. Pep Guardiola was on the field that day. That's 93 and 94. Milan had huge injury problems that day and still got a 4-0 victory. Franco Baresi didn't play. Marco van Basten was out. That match took place in Athens. One of the players that started was Roberto Donadoni for Milan that day, who went on to play in Major League Soccer with the Metro Stars, if you remember them. Back when the Metro Stars folded, we got a lot of their employees down here to Houston to work with the Dynamo at the time. But that was Fabio Capello's team in the legendary 4-4-2. But they had names like Paolo Maldini, Costa Curta, Desai, Albertini, Savicevic, Boban, Massaro. All were on the field that day. Real Madrid, 2006 and 17, beat Juventus 4-1. Ronaldo had 2. Cristiano Ronaldo had 2 in that game. That was the game that Atletico Madrid led 1-0 with Diego Godin scoring and took it late. And then Sergio Ramos scored in stoppage time. And Gareth Bale got the winner, and then they got 2 more after that. That's one a lot of people won't ever forget. How about 2003 and 4? Porto won by 3 over Monaco. That was Jose Mourinho's Porto before he went on to some bigger clubs. So there's a lot of wonderful history, but nobody has ever won a Champions League final / European Cup by 5 goals. Real Madrid 7, Eintracht Frankfurt 1959. The legendary Alfredo Di Stefano had a hat trick. Suffice it to say, I don't think a lot of people, younger people these days, would even know who Alfredo Di Stefano was. And he was one of the all-time greats because most people are picking up modern-day Real Madrid. And that Eintracht Frankfurt team had the Ferenc Puskás, another big famous name. All right, so there's a start. So I want to tell a story about yesterday. This is during the day I go into a Home Depot, and Brian, you're going to like this. I go into a Home Depot. I'm looking for, what am I looking for? I'm looking for a leaf blower, and I'm looking for, what was the other thing I went there for? Oh, some termite stuff just to spray around the house. So I'm looking around, and I'm listening, and I hear these 2 guys talking soccer. And I mean, they're going over Florian Wirtz going to Liverpool. They're talking about the Bundesliga. They're talking about the Champions League. And I'm like, these guys know what they're talking about. And, I kind of listened for a bit because I was really enjoying it. And then I walked to their alleyway and, their aisle, and I looked down. And as I looked down, there's this guy with long blonde hair. He looks like the drummer in the Scorpions, Mickey D. Okay, if anybody knows Mickey D, he looks like Mickey D, looks like a rocker. And then the other guy he's talking to is a younger guy. Their names were Mircea and Daniel. Mircea is Hungarian. So I'm standing at and it was just I was just wanted to see who these 2 guys were, right? Because they really knew what they were talking. And all of a sudden, Mircea, who looks like Mickey D with the long blonde rock and roll hair, points at me and says, and shouts my name out. He goes, I've been listening to your show since, way back, like 15, 20 years. So I went there, had a real fun conversation with these guys. I need to put the picture up because it's fun. And then I laid a few Dynamo tickets on them, and but it was really fun because it really is an example of the knowledge base of international soccer that's in Houston. It really is. There are people from all over the world that every day are talking about the sport in the city. There are kids spilling onto fields everywhere every night. Youth soccer has become big business. There's participation levels that are off the chains. So anyway, Mircea and Daniel, enjoyed that yesterday. That was fun. And I'm glad you listened to the show, and I appreciate all of that. By the way, here's one more little piece that I think is a very important piece from Luis Enrique. This is one thing he said to his team. I'm not sure when he said it, but this was said to the team during the season. He said, one of the messages, and he used the word, we've been trying to instill. And this is him talking to PSG now. Now, PSG is set for, I think, a dynasty because they're young. If they can maintain their focus, if everybody doesn't want more for themselves, there's a lot of young guys there. But here's the message that Luis Enrique was talking about. We've been trying to instill, and this is him, I quote, is none of you are special. And if someone has made you believe you are, they are misleading you. They are fooling you. Because the moment you retire, you'll stop being special. Truly special people are those who save lives, those who dedicate their entire lives to helping others. That's not us. We're just very fortunate people with a skill set that happens to be paid well. That's Luis Enrique, the head coach of Paris Saint-Germain. He's now a champion who lost his young daughter. Very sad, very cute little girl to illness. So I thought that was pretty captivating. That works for all of us in a lot of ways when you start feeling a little bit too good about yourself. All right, so tonight on the show, we're going to get back to some roundtables. We're going to have Victor Ariza from Deportes Houston in here. We're going to have Federico DiMichelis in here, who has been getting some post-match stuff down at the Dynamo. And we're going to play some of that in the next segment. He'll be on the show. And we're going to banter around a lot of topics. We're going to banter around the Galaxy, Cristiano Ronaldo to Major League Soccer. We're going to do some talk, Lawrence Anali. We're going to talk about the FIFA Club World Cup, Paris Saint-Germain's Champions League victory, concerns over the 2026 World Cup and heat. That's not going to be a problem in Houston with Energy Stadium. Talk some transfers. Lot of topics on the docket here tonight. And during that roundtable time period, the phone lines are going to be open and you're allowed to call in and participate with us. Be a part of it. That would be fun. This is a little Luke Bryan here. Drunk on You. Just want to remind you right now, LSSE.net. That's where you get your tickets to the Gold Cup. We got the Gold Cup final here July 6th. So right now, on behalf of Lone Star Sports and Entertainment and Soccer Matters here on ESPN 97.5, I got a pair of tickets to the Gold Cup final July 6th. Caller number 4 at 713-780-3776.
You're listening to Soccer Matters on ESPN 97.5.
And on ESPN 92.5.
Brought to you by the Daspit Law Firm. From the Veritex Community Bank Studios, here's Glenn Davis.
That's called Never in My Life from the group Mountain with Leslie West on guitar. Big shout out to Cactus Music. All your vinyl, all your CD needs down there at Cactus Music. Talk to my good friend Ruben Dominguez, who's also a good friend of Quinn, the owner of Cactus Music. We were bantering around some music last night. We did know that OMD played, for those of you who are 80s synth pop fans. I wanted to go to that, didn't make it. Welcome back to Soccer Matters on ESPN 97.5, as always presented by John Daspit and the Daspit Law Firm, daspitlaw.com, 713-CALL. Now, by the way, you got a car, boat, motorcycle accident, you might drive an 18-wheeler, you do construction. Nobody wants to get in accidents, but if in fact you do, you need a personal injury attorney, there's none better. It's the Daspit Law Firm, daspitlaw.com. All right, little housekeeping here. Next Tuesday, we'll be live at Senate Avenue Brewing. That's 16,000 Dillard in Jersey Village. This will be live show number 4. We're going to be giving away Gold Cup tickets, Dynamo tickets, T-shirts, great small batch beer out there. Andrew Mitchum, the owner, will be there. It's going to be a really, really fun night, as always, at Senate Avenue Brewing. By the way, they've got excellent food there. Award-winning beer. It's all brewed fresh. You're going to want to drink some of that really, really fresh beer. And they got all different types, heavier beers, IPAs. You know, you guys that really know beer better than me. But all I know is it tastes great. So, again, that's next Tuesday. We go live, Senate Avenue Brewing, 16,000 Dillard in Jersey Village. So be there with us. Then the following week, the following Monday, we're going to do Monday Night Football there at Senate Avenue Brewing. This is 6 to 8 Central Time. So we're showing a film. And again, this is to create awareness. My friend Batiri, the artist, and I came up with this. And I'll tell you, he's really done the executing of it. But it's called Viva Brazil. This is about the 1962 World Cup that was held in Chile. If you remember, in 1958, there was a 17-year-old Pelé who stunned the world in Sweden. Well, they won it in 58. This is when Brazil defends it with players on their team like Garrincha, Gide, Mario Zagallo. So we're going to watch this film together. It's going to be a lot of fun. And these have been going on. We do these monthly. Monday Night Football at Senate Avenue Brewing. Come on out. We'll drink some beer, and we'll watch the film called Viva Brazil. And that would be Brazil defending their 1958 World Cup title with Pelé again. So there you go. Now, tomorrow night, it's Destination 2026, Houston's countdown to the Cup. This is the new show I'm hosting right here on ESPN 97.5. Total World Cup show, interviews, history, your favorite moments, my favorite moments, callers' favorite moments, what the World Cup means to you. We will have Marcelo Balboa, the former U.S. men's national team center back, who has been a part of 3 World Cups, 90, 94, and 98. Chris Canetti, the president of the World Cup Committee, will join me live in studio here as well. We'll get everything straight from Chris on how everything is going and preparing for what is the biggest sporting event in the world and a predicted 1 million+ people coming to Houston. Get ready for this because we're getting closer and closer to it. So very, very exciting stuff. A little bit more on PSG and Inter Milan. Like I said, Inter Milan was never in it. There was no comeback in this. They looked slow. They looked sluggish. PSG was just explosive from the start. By the way, the average age of PSG, 25 years of age, 96 days. So it's one of the youngest lineup. I think it was the youngest lineup ever fielded, maybe for a Champions League final. Conversely, Inter Milan started with 3 guys that were 35 and older. Francesco Acerbi, Mkhitaryan, who used to play for Manchester United, and the goalkeeper Jan Sommer. That was a big age gap in those 2 teams, and it showed. it showed. Performance-wise, this was massive for French League One, because all of us don't watch French League One. Let's face it. We'd rather watch the Premier League. We'd rather watch La Liga, Real Madrid, Barcelona. We'd rather watch the Bundesliga. Not many people watching the French League. There is somebody out there. Call us, 713-780-3776. There are going to be more people watching the French League now. That league needed this title in a big way. You now know who Desiree Doué is, the 19-year-old. So now you're going to start talking about Lamine Yamal, and you're going to talk about Doué as well. He had 2 goals and 1 assist in the final. He set up the first goal to Hakimi. So we learned a lot. That trio in midfield was exceptional. Exceptional for PSG. And they're the future. They're the future. And this could be the beginning of a dynasty. Inter Milan did not have a shot on goal in the first half. First time PSG in history wins it. And Inter Milan has lost 4 of their last 5 Champions League finals. So the treble for PSG, it's big. All right, let's talk a little Dynamo. And you know what, Brian? Let's, if we can we start off with Federico Di Michelis is going to join me here in studio shortly. Let's start off. This was the Dynamo Sporting Kansas City. So the Dynamo would lose this 3-1. I'll tell you what, we'll start with this. The Dynamo come out flying in this one, absolutely flying. 13th minute in this game, the Dynamo will get the opening goal. Andre Linger goes into the corner, digs it out, comes out of there, finds Kowalczyk. Before Kowalczyk receives a pass, it's a thing of beauty for youth players. He takes a look behind him, he realizes nobody's there, so that when he receives the ball, he's got time to turn. Here's what it sounded like on my Apple call for the local call.
Linger in the corner. He's come out of there beautifully. He's found Kowalczyk! Oh, what a goal! It's the first for the year for Polish power.
The Dynamo would keep the pressure up. And by the way, let's go back to these 2 saves that happened very early here. And I think we have that audio, Brian, the doubles, the 2 saves here. And this is a big night for John Polskamp. But I will say these 2 headers are hit right at him. So here's, this is just an example of how fast and how aggressive and how goal hungry the Dynamo came out in this.
Ortiz with a long ball over the top. You're seeing a little bit more direct play these days from the Houston Dynamo. They are on the ascent. Dorsey, Reigns, top of the box. McGlynn, Dorsey. Lots of time to get the cross and shove to save Polskamp. Header was put right at him. Back in the box it comes again. But it should be 1-0 here. You're not going to get a clearer header than that. Kowalczyk now. Reigns. Awadesu. Dorsey again getting tons of the ball here early. Again gets across and save again, Polskamp. He's a one-man wrecking crew in goal right now. Here the ball must look like a beach ball. It's 2 spectacular saves. He denies Ponce. But what a start from the Houston Dynamo.
So it was Ponce and Kowalczyk who had headers denied. They were hit right at Polskamp, but Polskamp comes up with 8 or 9 saves on this night. Dynamo start like a locomotive in this game. Big aggression. They win all the data categories, 54% possession, 22-12 in shots, 9 on goal to 6. 9 on goal, I think, is tops they've had all year long. They had 100 more passes than Sporting Kansas City, 10 crosses, 6 corners. Doesn't quantify things because it comes down to finishing. Remember who's the striker for Sporting Kansas City? Well, let me remind you right now. We'll play one of their goals right now. Dejan Joveljic, who they paid about $5 million to get from the LA Galaxy.
Sporting off the corner here. The header off the crossbar. And the volley goes in. It's stabbed home. He is a finisher. Dejan Joveljic has just scored again. Got prone, a side volley. And the contact is ridiculously sweet, and it is 2-1 Sporting Kansas City.
So he had scored in stoppage time of the first half. The Dynamo kind of ran out of steam. I don't know if that's more about fatigue. I think Ben Olsen did say he felt his team was fatigued. But they ran out of steam in the first half. I don't know if they took the pedal off. They do sometimes take the pedal off. They needed a second goal in the first half. Well, let's face it. I mean, if we want to be critical and talk, they get the second goal and get on their way to taking the 3 points at home. So Joveljic now has it tied up in the 52nd minute after that goal, and then Munoz would get one in the 88th and make it 3-1. Good news for the Dynamo. Lawrence Anali came back. Now, this is a young player that last year for the Dynamo, I mean, these were his first minutes. I think he played 9 minutes. These were his first minutes since his injury against LAFC last August 31st. There is something electric about this young German kid that Dynamo fans like. And you got a very small sample size of Anali last year. He's quick. He's electric. He turns people. He wants to beat people. And he's somebody you're drawn to. The Dynamo need a dribbler. They need a breakdown player like him who can capably just break people down off the dribble. Looks like he's come back from his injury quite well. He had an ACL. Sometimes you see a guy might lose a bit of explosiveness. He did not lose. It doesn't look like he's lost any. He's exciting. He could be a star in Houston, Lawrence Anali. He's young. He's fun. He's electric. He's great off the dribble. He could be a star in Houston. So it's going to be really interesting to see how Ben Olsen, his staff, the Dynamo bring him back. But that was a real positive sign there. And then, of course, Dwayne Holmes is getting healthy. So there you go. So Dynamo right now are 9th in the West. They're in that last playoff spot. 5 wins, 7 losses, 5 draws, 22 goals for, 25 against. I'm just trying to show you how smart I am by throwing you all this data. The 25 goals against, part of that to me is because of the fact that the Dynamo have less control of matches out. They're not as good a possession team as they once were with, obviously, Hector Herrera and Coco Carrasquilla. I think it's a notch down. They're 3-5-1 at home. That's not good. 16 points left on the table at home at the halfway point of the season. Yet, you will say this is a decent month of May. They got 4 wins. They lost 4 matches. They tied 1. 2 of those were Open Cup. They went 1-1 at home. So they're, by MLS standards, you can be very positive here and say they're positioned well. They're in 9th place. They're getting people back. They're getting people healthy. And we'll see how it goes forward in the future. If Linger's going to play behind Ponce, that's going to be interesting because likely Amin Bassi, like in this game against Sporting, is going to probably lose some playing time. Now, Jack McGlynn's off with the national team for the Gold Cup. Well, guess what? That means Amin Bassi's probably going to come back into the team as the playmaker. So a lot going on here. This is Alpine Stars, a band from Manchester, England. A lot of good bands out of Manchester. A lot of good bands. I remember when I discovered this, I didn't know many people who knew about this band, Alpine Stars. And I always wondered if they named it after the motorcycle brand. Don't know. I don't think that's really important anyway. All right, so we're going to do, coming back, we're going to start digging into some of the topics like Cristiano Ronaldo, possibly to Major League Soccer. We're going to talk about the FIFA Club World Cup, this $1 billion extravaganza. You put the bait out there, everybody's going to be a part of it. When you put $1 billion worth of prize money out, guess what? Everybody wants in. And now you got teams like Real Madrid trying to get guys on deals quick as possible to try and help them win the tournament, like Trent Alexander-Arnold of Liverpool. All right, we'll talk with Victor Ariza and Federico Di Michelis after this. And then when we come back, we're going to play a little right at the top of the segment, some fan reaction from the Houston Dynamo match. as well. All right, LamontBrands.com. They got you covered. Embroidery, screen printing, laser engraving. It's all done in-house with Jerry and Mel Lamont. Amazing service down there. If you need printing needs, LamontBrands.com. Soccer Matters T-shirts and hats are there. Really appreciate Jerry and Mel Lamont and Lamont Brands. Also, again, a reminder, Gold Cup tickets, they're out there now. You can get them, lsse.net for Gold Cup tickets. You can also go there and get suites and the preferred parking if you want to go big, big, big time. And if you are a Mexican fan, I think there's a pretty good bet the Mexican national team is going to be in that final. I'm not as confident with the U.S., but I'm thinking Mexico is going to be playing in that final July 6th. You can get that suite if you want to get it. That wouldn't be bad. But the 16 teams are going to battle out in the Gold Cup. 16 teams, 4 groups of 4. Don't wait. You'll get your tickets, and you'll get to a historic Gold Cup final. LSSE.net. We'll take a break. Soccer Matters, ESPN 97.5, presented by the Daspit Law Firm.
You're listening to Soccer Matters on ESPN 97.5.
And on ESPN 92.5.
Brought to you by the Daspit Law Firm. From the Veritex Community Bank Studios, here's Glenn Davis.
All right, that's if you like Rat. They like Rat down at Cactus Music. You know Rat, Brian? We've talked about this before, right?
I've seen them in concert.
That's right. You told me.
Them and Quiet Riot together.
Yeah. Now, I think there was something with the drummer where
the
Stephen
band I saw was
to,
only the original lead singer, and then the rest of the band was new guys.
The guitar player?
No, like the only original member of Rat that night was the singer.
Okay.
Apparently, there's two different Rats that tour, the band and the lead singer.
Yeah, but you got to have Stephen Piercy. I mean, you can replace drummers and bass guys, but
as a former drummer, I'm offended, but I also get it.
Yeah, I know. Well, I shouldn't say that. And by the way, yesterday was the birthday of Charlie Watts. All right, this is all Cactus Music Talk right now. All right, welcome back to Soccer Matters, ESPN 97.5, presented by John Daspit and the Daspit Law Firm. All right, so we're renewing the roundtables of the old days. So we're going to be doing a lot more of this on Tuesdays, and we're going to be bringing in different people from the community, including the guys that are in here tonight. So first of all, we start with Victor Ariza from Deportes Houston. He's in here tonight. So, Victor, thank you for coming in. Longtime friend, has actually been a big part of this show in past years. Now, Victor at the moment now is working with Deportes Houston and also doing a lot with CONCACAF. So you'll be very busy during the Gold Cup.
Appreciate the invite. Always glad to be here.
Yeah, we appreciate you being here. And Federico Di Michelis might have one of the most flowing names in the history of Argentina. Federico, welcome to the show tonight.
Thank you, Glenn, for the invitation. It's good to be here.
Yeah, and Federico, by the way, is a professional opera singer. He goes around the world, around the country. It's pretty impressive. We won't ask him to sing tonight, so don't worry. But I do want to play something. Federico's been working with the show. And after the Dynamo 3-1 loss to Sporting Kansas City, here's Federico catching up with some of the fans and getting some opinion.
Are you happy with the team's performance tonight?
It's a 3-1 score, so there's things in the defense I think they need to improve on overall.
If I told you 15 minutes in that this is how it was going to end, would you believe me?
I wouldn't believe it at the beginning because I think we're completely controlling the game. There's a lack of creativity in the final third, and I think Inali brought a little bit of creativity, but I think we need to see more of like the fast swingers and like a little bit more dynamic play in the final third.
Are you hopeful for the rest of the season?
Yeah, I think so.
What do you think about the game tonight?
No, it was a tough game. We expected something better today. Yeah, we have a lot of opportunities, but we were not able to make it.
It was a great fun atmosphere. A little disappointed that we lost.
Compared to the start of the season, I still think that they're improved a lot. They're working together a little bit better.
It was a heartbreaker. You know, they play well, but the other team played even better.
I think we deserve to win. You know, the first opportunity is the two headshots, and then it comes to bite you in. You know.
Are you hopeful for the rest of the season?
I don't know. I'm a fan. I got to be hopeful.
Define this game tonight with one word. What would you say?
Work. They need to work more.
If you had to define this game in one word, what would you say?
Hot on the start, slow on the finish.
Are you a super fan? Do you always come here?
Yeah.
Do you love it?
Yeah.
Who's your favorite player?
Inali.
I like that cute girl at the end. That was my favorite. I like Inali, and we'll talk about Inali a little bit. That was great stuff, Federico. There was a really nice cross-section of things from Dynamo fans. Some people content, other people, drilling down a little bit more on tactics, and like the one gentleman who said, I want something in the final third.
Heartbreak. I think that's what I felt the most, yet hopeful. I think people were hopeful. People were upset. They were disappointed, but they were hopeful. I think there's still a hope in the fan base for this Dynamo team, at least for now.
Well, that's the way MLS sets it up. 18 teams make the playoffs, so you always got hope. Listen, you're going to be in August, and unless you're maybe the LA Galaxy and one or two other teams, you will be in a position point-wise. If you win 3 or 4 games, Victor, automatically you'll be right back in the playoff hunt.
Yeah, you look at the
That's
Galaxy.
the league.
I think, people are making it seem like they got to go on this historic run. But what are they, 13 points out with half the league to go? I think they certainly have a shot to get back in it.
They got to win a lot of games, though. We're at the halfway point. 17 games have been played. What do you think about the rumor, Victor, Cristiano Ronaldo to Major League Soccer, and some thoughts on that?
I think it would be a good impulse for the league. It's been all messy. It would bring back that maybe it will bring that rivalry, because I think other people have also Yeah, maybe pointed to Miami with the Club World Cup coming up. That could be a possibility. But I think having him in the league would certainly draw more interest in a period right now where I think we are hitting a lull, and it could use more interest.
Federico, what do you think about CR7? By the way, R9 is my guy. Ronaldo
talk
9.
about
But
that.
CR7.
There's only one Ronaldo in my books.
R9.
Just
we got to start dropping R9 more. I'm going to get a dog and name it R9.
I don't know. I think it would be great to have that rivalry in the MLS. But I also think it would maybe play to those that talk about the MLS being the retirement league and blah 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 that we've heard for so long. We're trying to push away from that, I believe. So to have him here would be amazing to see him every weekend. But I don't know if it's a good move for the MLS. I really don't know.
So here's my take. I hope he doesn't come to Major League Soccer personally. I really don't. First of all, Messi's already dominated and won America. He's won the turf. It's over. Mm-hmm. Ronaldo's not going to come here and do anything more than Messi has. No chance. He's not at the same level playing wise, in my opinion. I've watched him in Saudi Arabia, or where I don't even know the name of his team. What's his team's name?
Al Nassr, I believe.
Okay. They didn't win a trophy. That's why they brought him there. He wants to get the 1,000 goals. I don't think he's going to be any good for Major League Soccer, in my opinion. Now, if you look at it from the celebrity and the following that this man has, I think he has more followers than anybody in the world. That's a whole nother thing. But remember, too, I think what people are forgetting, this has to be a total buy-in from all the owners, much like Messi, right? So, I'm hearing stuff like, oh, he might go to Miami with Messi. Kevin Baxter's refuted that he's going to go to the LA Galaxy. Yeah. So that's how I see it.
The question is, what are we aiming at here? Is it a marketing move? Or are we trying the MLS to have the best football possible? Do we even care about having good football in the MLS? It's a question to have. I think it's something that we talk about every single week.
I think people care. I think these coaches, players, and coaching staffs absolutely care. But I think the big picture of the league, I don't know. I mean, if we want, there's things we could do to increase the competition if we really wanted to improve the product. I think, and I'm talking about mechanisms, and we can get into that in a minute, but I do think all the players, the coaches, all of them care, but they're also subscribing to the rules of the league, and the rules of the league can lead to apathy and can lead to taking your time, putting it together. Now, if Ben Olsen and Pat Onstad, Victor, and there was only 7 playoff spots in each division or 6, guess what? They might have to pull the trigger on signings quicker. They're going to have to do a lot of things quicker because urgency and consequence becomes a part of it. And then what also is the byproduct of that is better games.
Absolutely. I think the best example I can give you, look at LAFC. When they needed to show up to the moment this last weekend, they did because they had to, because the necessity was there.
Great example.
Meanwhile, in the league, look what they are doing. Are they getting to the playoffs? No, they're taking it easy. They're gonna, and granted, they got several competitions, but they're waiting to pick their spot to win, to get into or fire up the playoff race, right? That's what I think there's too much of in MLS. That's why I like the Leagues Cup. I like some of these other competitions because it forces teams to go out of their comfort zone and see a different style of team.
Victor Ariza, Deportes Houston, also works with CONCACAF. Federico Di Michelis, working here now with Soccer Matters, helping me out, doing a great job. I think that's a really good example you bring up. And by the way, it's all of us that's rooting for LAFC. We want our league to do well. We want to see LAFC beat Club America. It's nice to see Club America get beat down a few times.
Well, I don't know if Galaxy fans we're on board.
Yeah, but they probably weren't. But I'm just saying, overall for the league, this is a big moment for LAFC to beat Club America, Federico.
Absolutely. It's huge. And the rivalry between, MLS and Liga MX, it's there. We all know it's there. We like it. I think it's a very healthy rivalry, and there should be more of it, I believe. It helps the MLS grow, and it helps also Liga MX do better. And I think Liga MX is at a moment where they have to do better.
By the way, LAFC takes home almost a cool $10 million for winning that game.
Unbelievable.
Yeah. Wonder why people are playing hard?
Yeah, well,
There's a few
there you go.
bonuses there. That's bonuses make the world go round. And that's why we have the FIFA Club World Cup, because there's $1 billion in prize money and everybody wants to play. And as I said in commercial break, guess what? Real Madrid's wants to pay 8 or 9 million, I think, to get